He's a nice guy. I saw you with Bill Lee too, our governor. Yeah, I met him at the. He did a fireside chat with me about a year ago at the governor's conference, and we really bonded. He's a great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got, he's on top of fluoride. They got really good SNAP waiver, so I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waivers, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here in Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They've also banned food dyes. So they banned a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. And what have we found out with food dyes? Like, with food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies they can get it all. There's 9 of them. And the worst form would be the other 5, I think, by the end of this year. Everybody should have stopped using them. And then we rapidly approved for new vegetable dyes so that they can replace with, something healthy. So we did that for FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but, help us. So we're working very closely with them, and they're all getting rid of it. Yeah, well, he spoke very highly. He's a nice guy. I think we're going to work on it. Yeah. I met him at he did a fireside chat with me here at the governor's conference, and I really, we really bonded. He's a good guy. He works with both sides of life. He's got a great relation. He's done a bunch of good stuff in this state. He's got, he's on top of fluoride. They got SNAP waiver, so I think they've got probably one of the best SNAP waivers. The SNAP waivers, the food stamp waiver, so you can't spend food stamp dollars on sodas or candy, but they also have sugar content and they have corn syrup content. Oh, here in Tennessee, and I think they're the only state that has that now. They've also banned food dyes. And a couple of them, and they're going to ban the rest of them now. And what do we find out with food dyes? With food dyes, we've now, we've told the companies they got to get rid of all. There's 9 of them. And the worst 4 we already banned. The other 5, I think, by the end of this year, everybody should stop. And then we routed approved for new vegetable dyes so that they can replace them with something else. So we did that for the FDA. We're working with the industry to make sure that they can do it, but they've been very, very cooperative. Most of them, about 40% of the industry came to us, including the entire ice cream industry, came to us and said, we want to do this, but help us. So we're working very closely with them. They're all we should have gotten rid of it a long time ago. The Europeans allow it, Canada allow it. Other countries, you can buy Fruit Loops in this country that are just loaded with chemicals, and you can buy the same company makes Fruit Loops for Canada and Mexico that don't have the chemicals. Yeah, well, there was a kid on TikTok using Fruit Loops, and his food was glowing in the dark. You see that? I'm like, dang, I think I'll swim on the street. That's crazy. But yeah, some of it definitely seems weird. Now, what do you see about fluoride? Tennessee has a law that has to do with the water district has to enforce the public about it. But fluoride is crazy because we know it reduces IQ. There's no question. The National Toxicology Program has done a meta-analysis and they can, it's related. So every gram of fluoride that you have reduces your IQ more. And it doesn't work systemically. It was put in the 40s. And because it does help with tooth decay, but the effect is all topical. And back then, they didn't have fluoride toothpaste. They didn't have fluoride mouthwash. Now we know. The parents who kept the fluoride for their kids. And they don't. When you put it in systematically, it destroys your bone mass. Destroys your thyroid. It's harmful. And it destroys our kids. If you have kids, you're not going to have cancer. Or take your own idea. I'd rather have cavities. I'd rather have holes in their teeth and holes in their idea is about that fluoride. But the European nations have had theirs with no injections and cavities. So, it doesn't make any sense for us to be putting it in. This is a bill known as the Tennessee Fluoride Water Act prohibits public water systems in Tennessee from adding fluoride to water intended for consumption. Bans the sale of bottled water with added fluoride. So we don't have fluoride in our water here. Well, there's natural fluoride in a lot of water. It comes from the geology, so we're not adding more. Right? We're not adding it. Nice, dude. Yeah, because when you're trying to think of something, you have 2 sips of water, and then you're like, I can't even now. Your parents send you to take a test, they give you a bottle of water, and you're like, God, I don't have a chance now. But thank you for leading the charge on a lot of these things. Thank you for caring about a lot of these things. I think I just want to say that. I know that you do care about so many of these things. I did see there's a Tennessee Farm Bill, and there's a lot of stuff you want to talk about too. We'll get into some of it. But this is what I was talking about here. This bill, Farm Bill 809. The bill is sponsored by Representative Rusty Grills. Would limit lawsuits if a user gets sick from a pesticide. Under the proposed legislation, as long as a product label was approved by the Environmental Protection Agency, a person wouldn't be allowed to sue over the labeling. So, actually, Sean Ryan, the podcaster, and John Ritt, the musician, they shared this online, and on the day that it was going up for a vote, right here, Tennessee state politicians side with foreign pesticide companies over people dying of cancer. Ryan was trying to excellence and he was speaking out against those cases. As did musician John Rich. After the pushback, Representative Grills took the bill off notice, which at least delayed the vote. It's unclear why that decision was made or whether Grills has plans to bring the bill back to this legislative session. And bring up just so we know who's doing this, bring up a picture of Mr. Grills. Oh, there you go. Well, if you're a farmer and you get sick from using a pesticide that you didn't know would make you sick, then you would have recourse against a pesticide company that did know that they cause illness. Because these companies knew that these cause illnesses. Yeah. Evidence from lawsuits, internal documents, and independent reports indicates that Monsanto had information suggesting potential risk to human health from some of the pesticides, yet worked for years to downplay or unstate those risks in public and regulatory meetings. I mean, that's just wild. The reason they're doing this is because of my lawsuits against Monsanto. Right? We had that huge settlement against them all the time. I think it was maybe 2019. I finally settled these matters. I did 3 of the trials in San Francisco. The first one was $280 because people got non-objects of fun for using round touch. The second one we was not usually the third one we asked for $1 million for the jury. It's a couple that have both got it simultaneously. They were home gardeners. And their dog also got it at the same time. And a Labrador retriever. He died. Both couples were sick. We asked the jury for $1 million. And they gave us $2.2 million. And they did that because we were able to show them documents that showed Monsanto knew of the danger and then worked with corrupt officials, a guy called Jess Rowland, inside of they have deliberately concealed the science, fixed the science. And now, the big study that they used to prove safety has now been retracted. Yeah. I think I saw an article about that. Like, they found emails that they were like, it was kind of ghostwritten or something. Yeah, it was ghostwritten. And also, they found the pesticide division. they asked him on Sentinel, asked him secretly, and now we have these emails, to kill a study by another agency called ATSDR. And he said, I can't kill it. That's not my agency. I can kill an EPA outside. And they said, you got to do it. We can't have this thing go forward. And he said, okay, I'm going to do it, but if I succeed, you got to give me a gold medal. And we had all of that. And we were able to show it to the jury, and they were angry. And so I think it was like, no doubt for, killing us. And Joe did but it's at a contest level now. That they're so like prolific that now it's like there's awards for it. It's even baffling. There's been a ton of lawsuits about this, right? Like about pesticides causing diseases and sickness in people, right? About this glyphosate, I think it's called. Yeah, glyphosate. There's been a ton of lawsuits, but they still have to take this product off of the shelf. So that's the craziest thing to me. Is that right? Well, it's a problem because you have all the row croppers are dependent on it right now, and there's other technology that is emerging right now. That actually, I looked at one yesterday. It's a tractor attachment that uses lasers to kill weeds, and that if they can make that affordable, particularly for smaller farmers, that will be the answer. Because you'll be able to they can kill bugs and they can kill weeds. They program this thing and it zaps the weeds with a laser and makes all the cells explode and it destroys them. And so that there's a future that we can now see the light at the end of the tunnel there. But right now, if you ban glyphosate outright, it would put out of business 80% of our farmers on it. Wow, so we're kind of dependent upon something that we know makes us sick. Yeah, we are. And we're doing a lot of work in the HHS, look for other alternatives and to find find an off-ramp, because the farmers don't want to be using chemicals anyway. They're very expensive. They know, they have some of the highest cancer rates of any profession. And farmers care about their land. They want to leave it for their kids. It also destroys the microbiome in the soil, and that causes erosion. And so it's not a good long-term solution. The issue is how you transition off of it without putting farmers out of business. Here's that laser. Wow, it's unbelievable. Laser weeding robot kills 100,000 weeds per hour. And it also kills insects. You can program it to kill certain insects. That machine looks for that machine probably costs $1 million. If you have a glove on it at night through your farm, that'd be sick. Yeah, it's a lot better than using chemical pesticides. So this is going to be, the future. But we're not there yet. It's just wild that we get stuck in something that makes us sick. And we have it's like, I don't know, it just feels like such a conundrum. It must be like that for you guys a lot. You're like, this is just kind of where we are, For the agricultural community has been very, very supportive of the agenda, and their health has transitioned away from ultra-processed foods, which is really the biggest issue. That's what's causing all these chronic diseases in kids. And farmers are going out of business. Farmers usually lose money 7 out of 10 years. So even when they're making money, they're making, a lot of them are just making for their work hours minimum wage. And we're having a hard time finding young people who go into farming. So that is a crisis that we need to keep into consideration. And you have people at USDA finally who are really intent on solving this problem, but nobody wants any farmers going out of business. Got it. Whenever you became secretary, did it feel like that now you're like on the inside? Like, does it feel like you go behind this curtain and now you get to see this? It does. Yeah. Do you have to sign an NDA to have a job? No. And I mean, look, we're doing the opposite of that. We're going to be, this is the most transparent administration in history. I mean, there's no president who's ever done it. We have 4 presidents press conference a day like President Trump does, answering any question people fire at the machine. But I don't know how many press conferences President Biden did in his entire administration. But it's a lot less than President Trump does in a month. Yeah, for sure. And then, we are right now using AI to revolutionize the freedom of information laws so that people are going to be able to get freedom of information requests immediately. So what do you mean a freedom of information request? Yeah, so if somebody wants a document from the government now, it can take 6 months, 2 years. And we're going to make it so that they can get it instantaneously. And then all of our documents are going to be public except those that are shielded under the statute for one reason or another. And the big issue that, the big problem that we're dealing with is that there are names and privacy issues, and you have to redact those. Legally, we have to do that, and we have to make sure we don't make any mistakes in the AI, and that's what we're working out now. When you got in office, you guys did like a big cut down, like a lot of the divisions and stuff like that. What was I think you went from 28 something to 15, we had 82,000 employees and 20,000 and they left out them left, or you guys make like cuts, because obviously you guys made like a bunch of cuts that were buyouts, so that people who really had their career could retire early. There were whiffs where people who were very new were let go. And it was about reducing the workforce, but it was reducing bureaucracy, we were getting rid of research or anything like that. We didn't touch that, except if there were certain categories of research, like DEI research, or there were other categories that were just, it was not real science, and it was not science. We're changing the trajectory so that the purpose of NIH, the focus of NIH, is going to be figuring out why we're all so sick. Why is this chronic disease happening? What are the exposures that are causing it? What are the alternatives? How do we do that? And so we're shifting the focus. We're spending allocation to the same place that, 2020, 2019, with like a recalibrating it. Like, for example, UCLA, she was a researcher there, and she said that like a lot of the drawing the Doge because of a lot of their grants got cut, and it was like a moratorium, like a pause, and then every administration comes in. They need to review that and make sure that those research projects are not, torturing people or doing DEI. You have to decide that you decide to help them go through every single grant. And big teams going through those grants. And then there's tremendous ways. We have 40 communications. We had 40 different divisions studying addiction, and so we consolidated those. So there was, you have 10 people doing the same job and not talking to each other with computers that are not interoperable by the government. And we're changing that now so that we consolidated and we're making it more streamlined and efficient. But it's so that we can do the job better, so we can do better research, and then the research, was never replicated, which means that part of science that scientists make scientific hypothesis, and you don't just do something, get something to replicate. See if they come up with the same results. And that was not happening. It was no friction of placement of replication. And because of that, there was cheat. Scientists, if they have a hypothesis, and they get a grant, maybe hundreds, thousands, maybe millions of dollars to prove that hypothesis. And then once they prove it, they get it published. And that's how they advance their careers. Well, if they fail to prove it, if the science says what you were thinking is not true, then they can't get published. You should publish push that too because that's science. But it doesn't get published, so their careers are, in danger. It's hard for them to get to the next grant. And so a lot of them have this incentive to cheat. They have to win if they get it. If the hypothesis is a null hypothesis, they don't get their whole future goes in the toilet. Potentially. And so because they knew that study was never going to be replicated, nobody was going to check on them. There was an incentive for them to cheat, and there must have been a pipeline just for companies then to just get it was lopsided science or solo-sided science that wasn't. I'll give you an example. There was a study done about 20 years ago on amyloid plaque, and that is the cause of Alzheimer's. And that study came up and said, it's the cause of Alzheimer's. And we spent billions of dollars doing 600 or 800 studies that followed that. And they all were, as it turned out, they were all cheating. The ones that were information cheating, all of them were confirmatory. And all of their hypotheses about what's caused Alzheimer's was ignored, put on their shelf. You couldn't get money for it because they said we already know the answer. And then there were drugs developed, etc. And in the end, we came in and Stanford, the head of Stanford University Medical School had to resign. Because they knew what was going on, because he was involved in publishing some of these fraudulent studies. But they did it for 20 years because nobody ever had to really replicate those original studies. And that happens all the time, and you go down these scientific dead ends. And so now what Jay wants to do is to spend 20% of our budget on replication so that every study gets replicated. Jay bought a Charabo who was and he was one of the guys who was censored during COVID. He was one of the top statisticians at Stanford, and he and a lot of other ones were censored, lost their jobs. Marty McCary, also was censored. Oz was censored. They're now running the agency, so these are people who want to do real science and not politicize it, depoliticize the science. We had 10 people doing, these weird administrative jobs, and now we've cut that down to 5. So all the cuts that we did were meant to streamline the agency so that there's more money for research. Like after the pauses on the grants and some of those things, the grants were renewed. Most of the ones are the ones that you guys see that you guys follow by. Yeah, almost all of them. When I want to add some Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app that I reach for. You don't need to buy a full Bitcoin, and the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has been a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to take my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay, and it's fully in my control. No one else has access to it. With the US dollar constantly moving up and down, this felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. Earlier this year, I had a friend that passed away, and there was fundraising for him, to help him finances to take care of his family moving forward, to help with some things. And unfortunately, he also had a life insurance policy. Because you want to be able to make sure that his tuition, child care costs, mortgage if you have one, things like that, that your family will be able to go on with some comfort. And that's where Ethos comes in. Ethos is an online platform that makes getting life insurance fast and easy to protect your family's future in minutes, not months. There's no complicated process. It's 100% online. No medical exam required. You just answer a few health questions, get a quote in as little as 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage. As of March 2025, Business Insider named Ethos the #1 no medical exam instant life insurance provider. Protect your family with life insurance from Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Theo. That's ethos.com/THEO. Application times may vary, rates may vary. I saw you in your speech that you gave yesterday here in Tennessee, saying that there's all kinds of temptation to cheat if you know you're not going to get caught. Yeah, that's true in every system. Yeah. Have you seen a lot of that? The amyloid plaque is a really good example. Yeah, we see it everywhere. We see it everywhere. In medicine, it's everywhere. And the journals are utterly corrupt because they're owned by the pharmaceutical companies. And so people read a journal and they think, oh, this is science. But even, Marcia Engel, one that ran the New England Journal of Medicine for 20 years, has said, you can't believe anything in the journals anymore. They're just propaganda vessels for the pharmaceutical company. Richard Horton, over in Lancet, who still runs it, says the same thing. That the journals, and those are the people running them. What happens is they make huge amounts of money. Yeah, and they make money from advertising, which is paid for the pharmaceutical companies, and through a scheme called preprints, where the pharmaceutical company plants a story, they pay for the journal about a drug that they're trying to promote. They pay the journal to print the story, and then they get a preprint. So it's a very neat looking, copy of their article with the cover sheet of the New England Journal of Medicine on it, and then they distribute that to their pharmaceutical reps or former Playboy models who go out and talk to the doctors, and they give that to the doctor and say, this drug works, do you want to have lunch? Yeah, and the doctors then start prescribing the drug, and they think, oh, well, it's legitimate because it was in the New England Journal of Medicine, but it is not. It's, you can't believe what's in those journals because it's all propaganda for pharma. So how do we get away from that? What are you guys doing to combat this, or to change this, or can this change, or is it just awareness and then people have to take the responsibility? No, what we're doing is open source journals. We're going to have our own journals that people can open source and publish, but you'll have the peer review published with it. So before you publish, you give that publication to a panel of experts who will then read it themselves and criticize it. And the peer review now is secret. And then there's no raw data published, so nobody can go in and replicate it. So to the extent possible, sometimes you can't. You have to buy the raw data, and it's very expensive or inaccessible, so you can't publish it. But you can publish the peer review, which is what we're doing. And so everybody will be able to say, if they have 10 peer reviewers, and they all say this article sucks, it's got all these holes in it, then the public will be able to read that, and doctors will be able to read it, and the regulators will be able to read it. And so it's basically open source. It's, with crowdsourcing, essentially, and that's how you get credibility in science. Science doesn't come from consensus. It comes from debate. And, that's why you remember when they were telling us during COVID, oh, trust the experts. That's not a thing in science. Trusting the experts is the opposite of science. It's not a function of science or democracy. It's a feature of religion. And it's a feature of totalitarianism. But in science, you will always question the expert. You can't. There's not an expert in science because it's like an evolving thing, right? Well, when I did the Monsanto cases, I was part of a big team. We had, and Cheryl came to my trial. A couple days she sat through and watched us try the case. And Monsanto had experts from Stanford, Yale, and Harvard. They're three big experts. And they testified. And then Cheryl said to me at the end of the second day, she said, why are you guys even here? These guys are, this science is very clear. that months that Roundup doesn't cause cancer. And I said, just wait. And then our experts went on, and they were from Harvard, Stanford, and Yale. And they said the opposite and were much more convincing, and the juries were convinced. And so there's experts on both sides of every debate. And a lot of them are paid to be experts. They're hired guns, they're mercenaries. And we call them biostitutes, the one that works for industry, the ones that work for industry. Biostitutes, that's great. But, so there's experts have their own bias. We all have bias. Everybody's got a bias. What you want to do when you're dealing with science, you want to expose those biases. You want to admit them and acknowledge them, and then you want the science to be able to stand on its own. And that's the only way really to depoliticize it as best we can. Right. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud? Like when you got in there and got behind the curtain, seemed like what's going on back there. What were some of the biggest cases of fraud that you kind of? I mean, the biggest cases are what we get between Medicaid and Medicare. There's about $100 billion stolen every year, and a lot of it is like what's happening in Minnesota with the Somali community, and what's happening now, even worse in California. One of the problems is that's a systemic problem, is that Medicaid and Medicare no longer, they used to be that they paid for your medical treatment, your doctor's visit, but now they pay for the person who takes you to the doctor, and they pay for home care, and they pay for a person to come in and pay your bills, right? So there's all kinds of opportunities for fraud. And a doctor recently, Oz told Oz, he said that there's a doctor in California that he visited, and the doctor had a patient who was a heroin addict. Heroin addict was coming to see him 4 times a month for some kind of treatment. And one day, the doctor looked out the door and saw his ex-wife waiting for him in the car. And the doctor said, are you back together with your ex-wife? And he said, no, I hate her guts. And he said, but she drives me because she gets paid $600 every time she drives me. And he said, so when you're back together with your ex, we make $3,000 a month, with her driving me this, and then I drive her to hers. And so there's all kinds of those opportunities for fraud. And, we found a hotel that had literally every room in it was the headquarters for a nursing group. Where was that located? It was in California. And, so they're all just P.O. boxes. They're not actually doing any nursing care. They're just collecting money. And as we now know, a lot of the money that was going into the Somali community for autism care, there were these phony autism care houses. Yeah. And a lot of it was ending up with Al-Shabaab in Somalia. So hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars were being stolen, shipped to Somalia to fund a terrorist group. But that's happening every day. Now we have the ability to catch them. How are you able to adjust that sort of thing now? Like, what makes it different now? Because first of all, under the Biden administration, I don't want to get super partisan. Yeah. But the Biden administration turned a blind eye to all the fraud. It was mainly going to blue states, and it was an economic generator. There's money pouring into the blue states, and they just said, we know a lot of it's stolen and illegal, but we're going to let it happen. It's just coming to us. It's coming to our state. And so what we've done now is with Medicare, we control Medicare. The states control a lot of Medicaid. So it's a little harder for us to detect fraud there. We've started out with Medicare. We're using AI, and we're using AI, which can detect the fraud. It can tell us whether this guy who we're paying has been convicted of fraud before, and we shouldn't be paying him again. And it will be telling us every aspect of his business that we need to know to understand whether it's fraudulent. So we're going to save just this year tens of billions of dollars in eliminating fraud in Medicaid. And if they used to pay it under the Biden administration, the system was called pay and chase. So if they sent in a fraudulent invoice, even if we knew it was, the HHS knew it was fraudulent, they would pay it, and then they would put the Inspector General to go claw it back. And of course, it wasn't there, so they never recovered anything. Now we're not going to pay them anymore. If they're fraudulent, they're not going to get a check. We're going to save tens of billions of dollars just this year, and we're going to save hundreds of billions of over, annually from now on.
And that's because the AI is keeping track of that.
The AI can spot the fraud. And with Medicare, with Medicaid, which is, a joint state-federal program, is a little bit, you don't control the rails, and the states control them. And so we need state cooperation, and the red states are cooperating with us, but the blue states still won't cooperate. So that's going to take some time. And then there's categories that are much easier for us to control, like medical devices. We can do that quickly on our own, but there's other categories that are going to be much more difficult, but we will get it done within the next 3 years.
Whenever Doge happened, right? When Doge occurred, when Elon was in, or he was involved, or hypothetically involved, that's what it seemed like, just like to the brink.
He was definitely involved.
He was involved. Was that successful? Was that real? Like, what was the outcomes of that? Like, did that seem like were you guys working together with that? Like, what was that all about?
I think even Elon has said that there would have been better ways to do it. And that going after the systemic, what we're doing now, these large thefts, you can cut a couple of thousand people over the long run. It's just, drops of water in the ocean. Oh, that's not going to save us huge amounts of money over the long term, but what we're doing now is going to.
The things you were talking about, you mean?
Yeah.
That's going to help a lot.
Yeah.
Is Doge still active? Is that program still active? What were the outcomes of that?
Well, the outcomes were that a lot of, I cut my workforce by 20%. But, in truth, some of those were very good cuts. I think we all agree, including Elon, that it would have been better to do targeted cuts. Cut the people who were actually causing the problem, and then keep the people, a lot of the new workers who were only there for a couple of months. That it might have been better to keep some of those people and change the culture.
I see. So yeah, instead of more like a mowing, more like a pruning kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you think America is sicker than ever these days?
It is sicker. We're the sickest country in the world. We have the highest chronic disease burden in the world. And that's one of the reasons during COVID, we had 19% of the COVID deaths in our country. And we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And so the question is, why did America do worse than any country in the world with COVID? Was it mismanaging? Part of it was that, but the big part, and that's what CDC says, we're the sickest country in the world. The average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. And that's really what was killing them. It was very hard to die from COVID if you were healthy. And so, we need to get Americans healthy. We need to end the chronic disease epidemic right now. We spend 2 to 3 times on our health care per capita what they spend in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes in the world for 79 of them. And we have we've dropped behind Europe by 6 years in lifespan, 10 years in some cases. And our health outcomes are worse. We have the highest maternal immunity, highest maternal mortality. That means women dying in childbirth in the developing world. We have the highest infant mortality. How can that be with the United States? That'll create When I was a kid, the typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes juvenile diabetes over a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 38% of American teens is diabetic or pre-diabetic. It was unknown. Autism rates have gone from less than 1 in 10,000 in 1970 to 1 in 31 today.
An autistic kid.
Yeah. In California, it's 1 in every 19 kids, 1 in every 12.5 boys. So the cost to our country, 77% of American kids can't qualify for military service.
How many percent?
77% cannot get into the military because of health reasons. No. That is the truth. Yeah, and
Oh my God, bro. That's insane.
yeah, that should get people's attention.
Bring that up. Is that true? Let me see this. We probably just uploaded this stat on the internet from this phone a second ago, but still, that's okay. That's how it works. 77% of American youth can't qualify for military service. And why?
Because they have chronic disease, they have asthma, they have diabetes, they're obese. One of those, but my uncle was present. I was a 10-year-old kid. We spent zero on chronic disease in this country, zero. Today we spend $4.3 trillion a year, and it's about 40 cents out of every tax dollar that is paid by you. The federal government is now going to treat chronic disease, and it's unsustainable, and it's getting worse every year.
Do you find that it falls more on it's the responsibility of the individual? We're not taking care of ourselves, or is it that we have a health system that is allowing, I don't want to say foods and drugs, but allowing things into us that is not maintaining our natural health?
I mean, the individuals have a responsibility, but the obesity, when I was a kid, 5% of children were obese.
You had one kind of fat kid in your class.
Yeah, and today it's 15% is going. Overweight is 40%. Adults is even higher.
Which is a thick military man, I think.
But Americans did not get obese because they're indolent or lazy or they don't want to do exercise. They got that way because they're being mass poisoned. And they're being mass poisoned because the government lied to them and it lied about the food. Now, 70% of the food that our kids eat is ultra-processed food, and it's just poison. It's not food, it's just poison.
And which agencies allow that? I mean, the EPA puts
FDA.
The FDA.
Yeah.
So do you feel like that's been one of the most compromised agencies?
Yeah, it was owned by Big Pharma and Big Food, and Marty McCary has changed that now.
So how do we know that that's changed? Like, how do we,
Look at the food pyramid. And the food pyramid, when I came into office, we were supposed to publish, this was in January of last year.
Oh, yeah, the last food pyramid I saw had vapes on it, so it was getting pretty bad.
We're doing vapes now. You mean the food pyramid?
Oh, the last one, the one that,
that's funny.
I was like, this is getting bad.
The food pyramid, so when I came in, we were, the Biden administration had prepared new dietary guidelines, and they were 453 pages long, and they were completely driven by the same mercantile impulses that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. How do you put Fruit Loops, which is not a food, at the top of the food pyramid? It's just poison. But it was all driven by the commercial interests of the companies that controlled FDA. So when we came in, we got the best nutritionists from the best universities in our country. We basically locked them in a room. We thought it would take a month, but it took about 11 months. They fought over every single item on this in the food pyramid.
It took 11 months to put this together?
Yeah, because you have to go over science. What is broccoli? How does it relate to how much protein should you eat? How much saturated fat should you eat? What's optimal? And so they had to go through tens of thousands of scientific papers, make sure that every recommendation that we made is based solidly on a foundation of gold standard science.
So for them to create the food pyramid, it took 11 months.
Yeah, and then we flipped it over. We flipped it over because the category of food that you should eat, most is a broad category. It includes vegetables, it includes proteins, salmon and steak, and
most of this is for children, right?
well, no, this is good for everybody. I mean, most diabetes.
I remember from like when I was a kid, you would see it,
Yeah, right.
But I guess that's the first point you learned about it.
That's why we're all so screwed up. But most diabetes can be cured through diet. And the doctors don't know this because most of them aren't taking nutrition in medical school. And we're now requiring, we're working with the accreditors, and with the testing, the people who do the MCAT to make sure there's tests on nutrition. We're working with all the medical colleges to make sure that now doctors can have 40 hours of nutrition in school. 80% of doctors say they do not feel confident to give nutrition advice. So what are they learning? They're learning pharmacology. They're learning the pill. They let everybody get sick from eating the food, and then tell them the pill that will treat that sickness.
Yeah, that years of drug,
and you can get rid of the diagnosis. Not only that, but now, there's really clear signs that you can get rid of mental health diagnoses, and that food can cure mental health problems. There's a doctor, Harvard, Dr. Pollan, who has cured schizophrenia with dietary changes, with keto diets. There's a paper that's in a picture. Yeah, go ahead, look it up.
Cure schizophrenia with keto diets?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely notice it when I'm fasting. I did. I'm pretty smart.
Yeah, you get smarter, right?
Yeah. Preliminary clinical findings, including case reports of small trace, suggest that ketogenic therapy may improve positive negative symptoms. I mean, I believe that so much of this is true, just that so much of it is how we are operating. It just feels like we've been stuck in such a place where we have you have a food industry that doesn't care if you're healthy, and then you have a healthcare industry that doesn't care if you get well.
Well, everybody's making money from us being sick. And I'll say one other thing about this. There are all these different dozens and dozens of studies, you can look them up. They're case-controlled studies of juvenile detention facilities and prisons where they change, for example, in one week, the diet to real food, and they leave the other diet in there, and that the disciplinary, the fighting, the violence drops precipitously. The use of restraints in one juvenile detention facility dropped by 75%. Usually the violence drops by 40 or 50%. And, people, it causes depression, it causes anxiety, these foods. If your kid has anxiety, look at what they're eating. And you can change that in many cases by changing their diet and getting them to eat real food.
Yeah. How do you get the everyday person then to adjust their psychology or their thought about taking more of an interest in themselves? Because I think it used to just be you trusted the commercials. You're like, this is great for you, it's like, and you believe that,
Yeah. I mean, the way to change human behavior is one, get information out there that's real information. The other thing that you have to do is you have to change the economic incentives that reimburse doctors, that insurers, pharmaceutical companies, the doctors, the hospitals are making more money if you're sick. The drug rehabs. If you come back, if you relapse, they make more money. They shouldn't be paid that way. The insurance company should pay them one lump sum, and then follow that addict for the next 2 years. And every time he comes back, you got to treat him for free, and that will incentivize them to do better treatment. You have to do treatment that works, and the ones that can't do that will fail, and the ones that can do it, they get better and better at it, will do it. You change the economic incentives, you'll change human behavior, and then you have to get the information to the individual, and that's what we're doing. We've convened the 400 top tech companies before this administration. You could not get your own health records. So you own your health records, but you couldn't see them. You can't get a hold of them.
What do you mean, why not?
Because if
information blocking. They would make sure you couldn't get them. And now we've got them all to agree they're going to stop the information blocking. Well, your medical records will be on your cell phone, and that is great for you because if you live in Nashville and you travel to Los Angeles, you get hit by a car. You don't want to spend an hour in the emergency room with a clipboard making up, what it works. You hand your cell phone to the doctor, he puts it in, AI, and he knows what your blood type is, what your allergies are, what your contraindications, previous treatments, etc. It is ridiculous. You have to do that all the time. Right. So, what President Trump said to me is, he said, I want to make every American the CEO of their own health. Know that they're in charge of it. And then we're doing, we've got now, we've changed the prior authorization. We've got 80% of the insurance industry together to eliminate all unnecessary prior authorization, which is going to change the experience that every American has with the healthcare system. Because when you go to a doctor, he says you need a knee surgery, you may wait 6 months for your insurance company to approve it. You can't do anything about it. But now, by the end of this year, you will know at the point of care. That means before you leave your doctor's office, you'll know whether your insurance company will cover that. And that's going to dramatically change it. Also, does that make it any more likely that they're going to cover it, or does it just make it that you're going to know? It makes it so that you'll know, and so the doctor will know there before you leave. And the doctor will change the prescription or whatever you need to do. But you'll at least know, and you won't be, sitting at home, and then that's actually going to happen. That's happening, And then the other thing that we're doing is we're doing price transparency so that every hospital will have to publish its prices for every procedure. So the patients use exactly. And that's just make you the CEO of your own health. They already are supposed to do that, right? It was a law that Trump passed his first term, but never enforced it, so none of the hospitals do it. We've now passed new regulations that is going to punish them draconian way if they don't do it. So they're all going to be doing it by the end of this year. Are you going to try to find a way to skirt around that, though? I wonder, are they? Well, it's so screwed up because if you go buy an automobile and the guy tells you, yeah, but I'm not going to tell you the price till after you bought it, it's insane. And right now, if you're pregnant in this country, you can go 9 months on the phone every day trying to figure out what the childbirth is going to cost you in your local hospital and not be able to do it. And we are about to go online with a system that will make all procedures visible to every patient. So I actually looked at the mock-up 2 days ago for New York, and it shows a map of Manhattan and a mile mountain around Manhattan, and there's 30 hospitals, and it shows the price of childbirth at every hospital. The lowest one is $1,300. The highest is $22,000. There's everything in between, 9,000, 5,000. So you can look and see. You can look and see. You'll be able to go to a menu online. Yeah, it's like Gas Buddy when you're looking for a gas station. But you're going to be clean bathroom or whatever that clean bathroom. That was crazy. And they lie on there. And some of them are at rest areas too. And I got a call by a guy who was I guess he was like an Easter bunny, like impersonator or whatever. Anyway, whatever. Good to be here today. So you're telling me that's going to be a real thing? That's going to be available to us on our phone. So say if I need to get an MRI, I can look online. I can look and find it. And right now, there's no way that you can figure out the price of an MRI to you. But if you call them and say, okay, I'm not going to come, I've had experiences where they will call you back and then they'll offer you a lower rate. Yes, they're all playing that game, and now they're not going to be able to do it. How soon is that going to be released? It's going to be released very, very soon, the next couple of months. All the hospitals now have to go online and start reporting, and the ones that don't do it immediately, we are going to have very, very high fines for them. So there's going to be a big incentive for them to start reporting, but it also is going to drive down prices because why is there that absurd differential between 1,300 and 22,000? Because we don't know, so there's no market, so they do whatever the hell they want. And now
there's going to be competition because people will be having a shop, and it's going to be
Lobbies aren't there lobbies just fighting you? Right here it says here's compiled a list of example of hospitals and childbirth costs in Nashville based on available self-pay cash bundles. Ascension St. Thomas is $4,800 to $7,800. National General is $10,000 to $15,000.
Yeah, I mean, why is there that? Yeah, it's just chaos.
It's chaos.
There's no market there.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And this happens at every single. It can be something as small as getting like an aspirin when you're in the hospital. It can be anything. Or they have to bill you later, like it's a $70
Or
aspirin.
they'll say to you, if you want, you can spend an extra day here. You look sick, you look like you could use the press. And you'll say, I'll do that, and then you get $100,000 bill.
That's crazy. Yeah, and they only have fluorescent lights
The Four Seasons.
for 4 years at that rate. So that's actually going to come into play.
Yeah, that will be in play.
And what's that going to be called? How will we access it?
It's called price transparency. I think we're calling it Trump-parency.
Really?
No.
Trump, he would name that an ROP, you know? Oh, that's hilarious. Trump-parency, dude. Oh, it's opaque. What does opaque mean? Actually, look it up.
Yeah.
So did I land that right or not? Somewhere in the middle.
It's halfway transparent.
Yeah, there you go. Hey. What was that? That's somebody in boots. Anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. Find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Tecovas crafts quality Western boots for everyone, from generational ranchers, lifelong cowboys, to first-time boot buyers. Every pair of Tecovas is handcrafted in over 200 steps. No stiff break-in period, just instant, out-of-the-box comfort. From cowhide and goat to exotic leathers like ostrich and cayman. Whether it's your first pair or your 50th pair, Tecovas has you covered. And personally, I like my feet better when they're in my Tecovas. From premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. And right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Theo when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/THEO. Tecovas.com/Theo. See site for details. Tecovas, point your toes west. You wouldn't hire a tweaker to be your barber now, would you? Your fade would be all over the place. They'd be pulling copper wire out of your sideburns. Hiring the wrong people can be disastrous. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. If you're ever injured by negligence of another, Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Whenever I witness an injury or a car accident happen, I automatically think, bam, Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 1,000 lawyers. That's a lot. With over $30 billion recovered from over 500,000 clients, Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. If you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. That's free. Yeah, that's right. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below. That's forthepeople.com/Theo or click the link in the description below to let them know I sent you. This is a paid advertisement. That's one of the most important things. That's something that we've been talking about in here for probably like a year and a half now, 2 years, is the price transparency. Power to the patients. That's one of the groups that's like helping to push that, I know. Who are the people that are lobbying so hard for these things not to happen?
Well, there were a lot of people in the agency who were, obstructing any kind of change. And, part of the challenge of running an agency this size is to change that institutional culture. And, it's you're only bringing in, there's 82,000 people. We only have 250 political appointees.
They have to be good leaders. They have to be able to work with the bureaucracy. You need the bureaucracy. A lot of these people are very gifted. They're idealistic. They want to do a good job. The leadership has been very bad for so long that it's not allowed them to do what they want, and we need to reignite that feeling of idealism.
Do you feel good about it?
Yeah, I think we're doing a really good job. I think we've done more this year than any health secretary has done in history, that HHS has done in a single year at any time, and I think we're dramatically changing the relationship between Americans and their healthcare system. But it's like turning a giant oil tanker. You have to keep hitting with the tugboat in the bow, and then ultimately it will start to turn, and then you hit that. You hit it just enough times, and it'll flip fast,
And things change. I know before you leave your head, there's a lot of stuff that's focused around addiction, right? What do you want to say about where do you think that we're headed with that? Some of the new things that you guys are going to try to implement, like with part of your new program. Like, what are some of the new implementations or some of the new focuses that you want to have people look at when they look at addiction?
Yeah, the problem with addiction is that the cost of the addict, we would, and HHS were the fiduciary of the medical costs of the addict. So we can look and say, okay, if we can cure you from addiction, I have a cousin, Patrick Kennedy, and who was in Congress, but he had 17 rehabs. He was telling me during that period of his life, he was in the emergency room every 2 weeks, and he had irritated bowel syndrome, and he had contusions, and he had all of these, other illnesses that he didn't even associate with addiction, but they were all associated with it. You know that. So, and he said in 15 years that he's been sober, he's never been in the emergency room once. And so HHS is able to look at those costs and those trajectories and all those collateral damage in the healthcare system. But the addict's costing elsewhere a lot more money, and with law enforcement, with broken families, with lost jobs and inefficiencies, and those aren't internalized anywhere. And what we're trying to do is bring together all of the agencies, the VA, labor, HUD, and HHS, all the agencies of HHS together to look at that addict and then follow him over, have somebody responsible for following him over the lifespan of his addiction. And nobody does that. And so now it's the same problem that we have with the healthcare system, is that it's everybody's financial benefit to keep that addict sick. Because everybody's making money from it. And so you don't have anybody who's accountable for the outcome. And what you need to do is, we're doing these pilot programs called Street in 8 different locales to figure out how to do this, to bring all the agencies together. Do early interventions, confront the addict on the street, get them out of crisis into treatment, out of treatment into rehab, out of rehab into sober housing, long-term care, help them find a job and stabilize their lives, and have one person who's responsible for that whole trajectory.
Yeah, because when it goes piecemeal like that, it's just like it's easy for people to just
hand them off, and then everybody checks the boxes. I found him a house, okay, he's still shooting up. He's blowing the copper wire, piping out to pay for his addict. That's not my business. That's law enforcement. That's somebody else.
Well, thank you. It's amazing you care so much about that. And for the chance that people get well and change their lives. Before you go, Bobby, you and I have been friends, and I've always trusted you, and I've always, I believe in you, and I just know you as a person, and I know this is a guy at certain points in your life, I think you make choices like this is a guy I believe in, right? Like, for as much as you can believe in a human being, like acceptable levels. Who are some other like congressmen and senators on either side of the aisle that you believe that that regular people like me can trust?
People that there's a ton of Congress people who are incredible, and actually too many to even name, to start naming because there's so many good ones. But in the Senate, Ron Johnson, is fantastic. Roger Marshall from Kansas is fantastic. Wayne Mullins. The president is crazy about Rand Paul. Rand Paul's been really good on a lot of my issues. And there's a lot of other ones too. So, Senator Hall, are you familiar with him? Yeah, he's great. I've had tremendous support from the Senate, from the Republicans. The Democrats have been my friend my whole lifetime. It's just so tribal now that people, are not able to follow their conscience. They need to ask their handlers all that. Well, they need to be part of that, the clash of tribal narratives. And, my family's the same way. I lost a lot of family and a lot of friends, and, the Democratic senators were all my friends. Bernie was my friend, etc. But now, they are, they're just locked in. If you have anything to do with Trump, you're demonized and vilified. And like President Trump says, he said, if I cured cancer, they'd still find something wrong with me. And I think that's true, that we're not, we're locked in this very, very polarized space that is not good for our country. When my uncle was in there, everything he did was bipartisan. He was there for 50 years. And, he had more legislation under his name than any senator in history. And it's because he was able to work across the aisles. But no matter who you are now, you can't work across the aisle. So we're locked in this deadlock, and it's troubling. But, that is just the reality of where we are. Whenever you kind of got behind the curtain, was there any more information for you there about any of the assassination attempts that had happened with your family? No, I mean, did they give you any more unredacted statement? Was there anything like that? No, I mean, President Trump has ordered all that stuff to be released, and in fact, there was some stuff that I asked him not to release, and he said, no, I'm releasing all of it. And the reason I didn't want to release is because there was information in some of it that jeopardized people who were still alive on a completely different issue. But it seemed to me that it was, that it was worth withholding a couple of these documents. The reason I knew a lot about it is because my daughter-in-law, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, who ran my campaign, is now the deputy director of national intelligence, and she's the chief of national intelligence at OMB, and she was given the responsibility by President Trump of releasing all the JFK funds, and she's been thinking about this for years. She was in the CIA. That's wild. I met her. Yeah, you've met her. But so nobody slipped you a napkin and was like, no, this is it. It wasn't like that. Not on that issue. Got it. And napkins slipped to me on other issues, but not on that one. Before you go, and thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. You look great, and I'm so proud of you. I know you don't care about that, maybe, or you do. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have said that. I'm just like, yeah, you always remind me of just to be resilient. So thank you. That's what I meant to say. If you had if you had one thing to just tell people, what would you tell them? I'd say eat real food. If it comes in a package, you probably should leave it in the package. But, if it comes from the ground, if it comes from the water, if it comes from the air, that's going to be good for you. And food is medicine. And you can heal yourself with a good diet. Amen. Cool, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, dude, and congratulations. And, keep fighting for us. We appreciate it. Thank you, Theo. Great to see you. You too, bud. Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be stone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's going to be. Am încredere în știința din spatele LSM, pe care îl alegi. Today's guest is an actor, a producer, an entrepreneur. He's a real do-it-all type brother. He has a new film out with Dave Bautista called The Wrecking Crew. Highly recommend it. Great action film. He's out the mud and the water. It's Aquaman. Today's guest is Mr. Jason Momoa. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'm here to do the greatest deal on interview ever. I'm sorry. Actually, it could be it. I'm trying to think we've had the greatest one. We had an Amish kid. That was pretty great. Oh, wow. He's pure Amish, too. He's like, every now and then I'll sneak off to the creek and we hide a cell phone down there and we'll listen to a little bit of Def Leppard. That was one of the best things I ever heard. Pour some sugar on it. Yeah. And I don't think they have sugar, which is the craziest part. So, just down there listening to songs about illegal ingredients. That's all they're doing. Jason, thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for having me, buddy. We met at the 50th, I think it was the 50th SNL. Yep. I just remember I was walking, and then this big, like, kind of, I would say semi-beautiful hand just grabbed me. This thing that definitely, and immediately I felt like I hadn't been to the gym. That was like my immediate feeling. And then it just like pulled me into like this orbit. And it was like, hey man, nice to see you here. And that was it, dude. It was awesome. That's great to see you, man. Yeah, it made my day. You make people smile, you make me smile. So like when you see that, like there's a bit of an overload there. And I feel like once you're talking, yeah, like when you're with Meryl Streep and Robert De Niro was on one thing, and then I freaked out when I saw Chevy Chase. Like this older lady's like, come here, darling. You're the Aquaman. I was like, yeah. And she's like, Chevy, get over here. Chevy, get over here. I'm like, oh my God, this is Chevy Chase's wife. And then she's like, Bill, get over here. And I'm Bill Murray. Oh God. Chevy Chase and Bill Murray. I'm sandwiched between them. And I'm just going like, this beautiful woman brought this together. Bill's like, who the fuck is this guy? And she's like, and so was Chevy. And she's like, that's the Aquaman. Our grandchildren love them. Oh yeah. And you just go like, there it is. Oh, that's cool. See, in my mind, I was sandwiched. Yeah. But right there, I'm a little bit more of the bun. Yeah, you seem like more of a bun. Yeah. Or like a nice rye or something, a pumpernickel. So when we were, it was a crazy night. Yeah, that was a lot, man. I met Hanson. Hanson was there. Yeah, they look like adult Hanson kids. Yeah, because what year are you born? I'm born in 1980. I'm 79. Yeah, there we go. So we know what Hansons looked like when they were bopping it out. Yeah, we know the real Hansons. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I just gave my son a cross colors. You remember that brand? It's like it was just this brand that I had when like Crisscross came out, and my son didn't know who that was. It was the year you were born. It came out 82. Yeah, I get Crisscross cross colors. Anyways, I just gave it to my son, and I was just dating myself, man. But it was a moment. I've been unpacking my old stuff, giving it to my son, and he loves it because all that stuff's cool. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, things come back around. Yeah. You grew up in Hawaii? I was born in Hawaii. Yeah. My parents got divorced, so I was living in Iowa. But like,
Bridges in Madison County, Iowa. Like, dude, like
Street, Bridges in Madison County. Boom. One of my favorite books. The book and the movie is identical. It's like word for word. Yeah, the movie's the exact way of the book. So not that matters.
So I'm like, graduate, you know.
Did you go to University of Iowa?
No, I actually went to, to make fun of it, University of Southern Maine, went to DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, and then went to...
Is that still open?
It is, DMAC. And then I went off to get in-state tuition in Colorado, and I was living out of Colorado State, and I was working as a trail crew out there, working at these, like, tuition and trying to postpone college as much as possible.
I'm trying to postpone it or stay in.
So I could go wildlife biology there, but I went to school for, it's weird because when I was in Iowa, I did marine biology. They have a place called Central Campus where all these different schools would go into Des Moines and you learn marine biology. I'd have like a shark tank set up, at my own eel, and you learn about all these different things. And I always wanted to be a marine biologist. And we'd spend their spring breaks down in the Keys. We get in the yellow bus, go all the way down from fucking Iowa, all the way down to the Keys.
That's so far.
Yeah, and we studied the scientists, but I did that 2 years. Get credit for college, and then I was going to go over summertime. I was like, I'll go to Hawaii. Since I'm Hawaiian, maybe I'll get a better deal going to college. And TV show came. And I was just surfing with my family, and a big surf family. So we, and then the show came, and I ended up getting it. It changed everything. I was 19.
And you were working so good, but they had the animal. Oh my God, that's him.
Yeah, dude.
No what? Get some lotion out? To rub on the picture. Have some respect, guys. Dude, that's wild that you get to live in
I was 19, man. That's crazy. My last job before that was busting tables, working in the surf shop.
I bust tables, bro. I was one of the first busters to ever use creatine in Arizona, south of Phoenix. I was one of the best bus boys there was, I think, for probably about a 2.5 year period.
So we went to Arizona?
I went to University of Arizona for 1 year, and then I went to some other schools. But, dude, I was so good at busting tables, man.
Yeah, but I went to take all the food because I worked at a really nice restaurant. Yeah, we were all my buddies that put together a bunch of climbing dirtbags, and I bring this nice pasta home. Because, you know, if the couple didn't look too sus, they left their stuff.
Yes.
You know, just box it and bring it home. And so I always had like the best restaurants pasta.
Dude, I worked at a place called Dakota's Wine and Bean, and the guy there was taught like this perverted man who would kind of teach us how to do like he would like kind of like oral sex on women, but just like in conversation. Anyway, that guy was a complete pervert. But I will take not in person, not with a real woman. Just he would like tell us young kids like how to do it and stuff, and we didn't know what was going on. Dude, like I remember when he would talk about it, all the pimples on my face would like explode at once. Anyway, that was beside the point. But they had very nice food there, and I remember if I'd see a couple if they used their knife, that to me was like, oh, they're fancy. I can eat off of their plates. So if the knife was dirty, I would definitely take a little bit of that, like some cured ham or some specialty meats on there, and I get a stack of like some like special sandwiches made of all types of stuff. It was nice. That's back yeah.
And back then, it's like when you're at your mom's house your first time, I had like orange juice was like champagne. It's like orange juice. I've had orange juice and fucking. Because I went to beer and fucking booze.
Yeah.
Right. Never saw it again. His mom's house, fuck milk, and then his big silly water. Beer. My dad still got to have paid child support, so that was like that page where I could just save up busting tables, or I could work just Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I go rock climbing and snowboarding, so it'd be Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday come back. So I had like 4 out of 1 plan, you know.
And were you with like a certain group of friends growing up, or was it just is like it's still like a core group, or was you just guys?
There's one guy. I didn't have too many friends growing up, and I had friends, but like they're like true buddies. They're in my neighborhood, but they stayed there. There's one guy. He is my best friend to say. Godfather of my kids. He went out to Colorado first, so he was 1 year older, and then I went out there with him. He's my best bud. So it was just us running amok.
So much fun. Colorado is so awesome.
It is. It was good.
God, I love being out there. Except the altitude, it always gets me so much, dude. I get affected pretty easily by the environment.
It's gotta be hard for you to naturally here because it's dry. Like I just came from New Zealand right now. Last night I'm like, I felt sorry for my ladies. It's like
I'm wheezing right now. I'm like, just shedding a skin a bit.
I mean, it's summer down there.
Yeah, dude, New Zealand is I'm like, what are you talking about? I use it any letters. They have people there that are like, oh, we went to New Zealand, we had to go. It's just like, I met guys who like it was like they had a sentence stuck in them, they just couldn't get it out of them no matter what. Like the people there that talked anyway, it was just some of the craziest things I've ever heard. One of the most beautiful places. We went to we got to meet Israel on Sunday down there, and I was there. Yep, and they were super nice to us whenever we were there. But we went to the beach one day and they said you can only be outside of the beach for a certain amount of time because they don't have that much marine layer, or they don't have the ozone layer.
You're fried.
Dude, I was like, it's so beautiful, but you gotta go back inside.
I'll never told me to go back inside, but yeah, just sit out there and you just feel yourself cooking.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, well, at a certain point, you should go in.
Yeah, you definitely should.
I'm gonna sit out there and grill, baby. So you went from Des Moines Community College, DMAC,
Yep.
and then you ended up over in Colorado.
Yep, went to Colorado and then went to Hawaii to get to just to kind of get my father get to know better. And
was he cool?
My dad's great. My dad's is awesome. It's just I knew that when I was young, like 8, 9, 10, like basically when I was young enough to comprehend it, right enough to be with my mom, and then I'd go until like high school years, and I had probably a bit of a falling out, so I didn't go too much, and maybe my sophomore, junior, senior year. So I was like, I'm gonna go back, give Dad, bury the hatchet, and see if I can get into college over there. And then, like I said, the show came and changed my life, and I tried to, tell my mom, like, I'm on this show, and she's like, what are you talking about? My mom's in the same house I was raised in.
Wow. What are you doing something with Satan?
I know, she's like, oh, you're Hawaii. I was like, Mom, I'm like, it's not what you think, it's like a whole different spin on it. They're in Hawaii, it's not. She's like, what?
It's a whole different spin.
Yeah, no, I mean, the Hasselhoff wasn't really on it anymore, but they're trying to change it up, so, anyways. And then I spent, the next 30 years taking myself out of that hole.
Yeah.
Here's that. Here we are now.
And so your mom is a white woman, and your father is more Islander?
My dad's white. Yeah. My mom is like German Irish.
Is there a lot of beef between Hawaiians and Hawaii? Like, are there different kind of sects of like SECTS of Hawaiians, like different kind of like, or is it if you're a Hawaiian, you're Hawaiian?
I mean, that's a good question. I wouldn't say it's like sects. Definitely, back in the day, there was different islands with different kings until it was united by Kamehameha, but not everyone loved Kamehameha. You could have been with Kahiki, you could have been different, different islands, and that obviously to unite them, your family could have worked, so I don't think everyone sees eye to eye. But having said that, like, we are, since we are part of America now, like, I think all the generations, our culture and our language is completely removed from us, like most indigenous races, and, really trying to get it back. I don't necessarily think there's, like, sex to it.
Right. Yeah. Not like, so people aren't like that tribal.
I'll tell you what, not as much as, like, compared to New Zealand, where there's, don't quote me, but there's 200 plus different iwis, different tribes and Marais.
Oh, yeah, I meant iwis.
Yeah, whereas the South Island is one, like I thought it was just one tribe on the South Island. The North Island has many, so it definitely has to go through a lot more. If you're trying to agree on certain things, like it's going to go through more people.
And did your dad have a like you see, like, very Hawaiian kind of guy?
Very much so. Yeah, I mean, in the sense of, like,
there's so much pride in that culture. It's such a unique culture.
Yeah, I come from the West Side of Hawaii. My dad lives down in the
most of my family's like Hawaiian, and then Makaha. And the whole west side is called Hawaiian Homestead Land. It's like a reservation. It's kind of thing. And so, but my father's dad was a waterman. And in that sense,
does that mean he likes to be out in the water?
Yeah,
or is that a specific job?
Outriggers, paddling, surfing. He was a coach. I mean, just any waterman has knowledge of sailing, knowledge of
anything out there. And you're Aquaman, which is crazy. That's crazy.
It is, and I've always wanted to. My family is very much some of the last living legends of surfing or of watermen. My great uncle Buffalo Kilolano.
Bring him up. See what he can do.
Buffalo Kilolano and Brian Kilolano's an amazing waterman too. My cousin and Rusty's a four-time world champion. They just come from the Kilolanos.
Oh, wow.
That's up above.
Hell yeah, dude.
Beautiful wine, man.
Yeah, I think I've seen him on the pictures of the bronze or at the tanning salon as well. I think, well, I'll also say this, they're using his name, image, and likeness over there, okay, in Suntan City. I'll say that fact. Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I always wanted them. Yeah. That's kind of his family.
And he still lives over there?
He does, yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's beautiful, man. Yeah, I just wonder, do Hawaiians feel like it seems to me like Hawaiians always feel like a responsibility to uphold their culture, kind of, or that they're Hawaiian, like there just seems to be like a certain level of respect that they carry about themselves with that.
I think that's true. I think there's a lot of things that have happened to our people that have it's been very challenging. What's happened and getting our identity back, getting our culture back, getting our language back. I'm sure there's a lot of things, yeah. There's a lot of terror and trauma that's happened in the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, I think we have some beautiful people wanting,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so nice over there, dude. I remember one time I was drowning over there, and I remember being like, where else am I going to drown? Like, it was so nice. I remember looking back at the shoreline, literally I was snorkeling, and I wasn't doing it right. I was losing. And I remember looking back at the shoreline, and I thought I was going to drown. And I was like, where else are you going to drown? You're going to drown in a Hampton Inn pool somewhere, outside of Jacksonville or something. Oh, dude, this is where you knew it, And so there was almost this crazy moment of peace with just how beautiful it was there, It's a really special place. I was in Maui. I know it was waves. It was just deep water. There were waves, but it was like
got a little too carried away. We got too far out, maybe.
Yeah, I went snorkeling and it was by myself. And bad idea.
Yeah, it's bad doing it in the water and do it by yourself.
Yeah. And that's what I realized, it was fun. It was kind of fun. And I remember I got there a little bit, and I was like, oh, man. And then I would see the fish, but then the water would go down, and I would be like, almost like trying to not get on the coral or whatever, being like that. Yeah. And then we'd go back, and it was just like switching. It just got super scary, and then I was further and further out, and I started getting really, really spooked.
Yeah, it was just different ribs, too.
Yeah, I caught a bad rib.
I think every surfer, everyone drowns.
Have you ever been in a drown before out there?
Very much so.
No way.
Yeah, I've drowned. And it's a beautiful teacher, man. The ocean's she's the ultimate teacher. So it sucks. Drowning sucks.
Yeah.
No way about it,
Yeah,
it's like you just see your slow death. It sucks. It flashes in. Can't move your arms anymore, and you're going down and can't breathe. That's when I used to smoke. Well, I smoke cigars still, but it took me a while to get back to it. But I used to smoke like 2 packs a day. It was pretty fun. Just love. And I tried to slow down. I'd a little pouch, and then I'd burn a pouch in a day. It's just love tobacco.
Damn, I can't believe I was a damn smoker. That's inspiring, actually, dude. You can do anything, people.
And that was the hard one to quit. I mean, that's fair share of shit, but it's like, I think smoking was good stuff for my family. And then when I drowned, someone took my breath. I came out of the water and that thing died. And I mean, I tried really hard to stop many times. And I came out, and if I tried to smoke that part of me just died because it took my breath. And I had to go through it. And then the reason I got saved is I actually hit the outer reef because I had over half a mile offshore. it's just there's two reefs, and so I was on the outer reef of Maui, and then between some coast paddling, and I hit the reef, and it just touched my toe, and I just rolled down there on the reef and just jumped up and kind of had that away, and I just drove on the reef and waited. I was out there for a while.
Dang, who rescued you?
I was with Laird. I was surfing with Laird, and
I saw him once in Whole Foods.
yeah, so brand.
Yeah.
But I did go on the Francis Lake. Yeah, but it was my leash snapped, and I was stuck out in the ocean, so it was just very windy.
Go ahead and repent one day before you die. Obviously, you got it. He's a young woman.
I was looking at your film. It's called The Wrecking.
Does anyone know the day that
Yeah. I seen the guy that premieres last night, so I sort of missed that. But no, I saw it on the screener of it. Yeah, dude, it's great. It's so nice to be able to just feel like you're in Hawaii for a while.
Yeah, it's just the movies we grew up with.
I just do it today.
Yeah.
I did a TV show with David Bautista, played my brother in C on Apple.
Oh yeah, and he plays your brother who's going to serve.
Yeah, we just got really close. It was like maybe somebody really liked that shit. And the next one would be funny to go so beating each other. It was something I had this pitch to him, and I've been having him for 2 decades or for 6 years in a row. Pitch back in. Just posted it, put out there viral.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah, that's how they just like it basically like, hey, we're doing like
Doug, how many times did you come in here and tell me about it?
Just tomorrow.
How many times you say you're ready?
Baby. I don't check. I don't check messages on some fucking app, dude. Just come in here and say, hey, do you want to play? That's what a normal person would do. Hey, dude, how about I fucking send messenger? Man, what the fuck is the word I'm looking for? Hold on. No. This is important. What do you call those fucking birds? What do you call a bird that fucking delivers shit? A carrier pigeon. How about I send you a fucking carrier? I've been sending you carrier pigeons for weeks now. Are you ready to lose? That's my question. All right. I'm going to whoop your ass so badly, it's going to make your head spin. I am so good, and you are so not. You have an invitation, and everyone's waiting on you.
The foolish ones, they went out to the field, they did their work. Plenty of time.
One of the greatest breaks in the history of the game. Look at that, I made something.
And then when we cut the piece of one day, just King says, okay, come to the palace now, time for the Suda. So the wise ones came in all properly dressed and adorned. And the foolish ones having no time to change, clean up, or change their garments, coming to the palace, all dirty and sulky. Sama Kamala she was so happy to greet the wise people because she was angry. He said to the foolish ones, so why did you not give? Why did you not prepare yourself? Why did you not give Mrs. of preparedness? These who had prepared themselves to pick him, come in and enjoy the feast. Those who do not prepare themselves stand by.
I'm a dirty player, baby. That was great.
Everybody gets a seat at the table. Halalu open, halalu ready. But the big ten get to eat, whereas the foolish ones, they're hungry. Halalu shows him that always name. The big ten get to drink, and the foolish ones are thirsty. Such an incredible metaphor. But ultimately, we all know that not for the mortals, right? But in a real life, we don't need this world. No one lives forever. And I was about to say, give us some time. But I'm going to call you to the great Suda, the celestial Suda. You know one thing I'm not telling you when you're going to get called. So you ain't going to get called. And you know, ultimately, again, it's
Oh, fuck.
So are you living a life that gives you a seat at the table or not? That's the fundamental question. And there's no warning necessarily. There's no preparation. So you have a choice. Live life in a constant state of preparedness. And it looks like preparedness is going to point out that this muscle, the big thing, sit by the entranceway of the house. Now, don't take that to mean inaction or passivity. It's meant to mean readiness. The big thing also
No way you hit the shot.
Right, because the victim, the calf also has to go to work. Like,
No way.
Has to go to the world, but he also knows that he's got to keep his clothing clean because he has to show up to the palace in a moment's notice. He needs to be ready. The Chaldees knew they got that. Was a important social life. Be in a state of preparedness. Not, oh my gosh, I might die next moment, so I better be ready. For myself, I'm going to be called for the great Caesar one day. I'm trying to be ready. I want to partake. I want to fast in the glory that I can be part of all eternity when my time here in this world is over. So as such, I'm trying to keep my clothing clean. And if my clothing got dirty,
Oh, what an amazing shot.
That was a good show. That was good.
Thank you. Your ball's in my fucking way, though. So I might just... Oh, fuck. I hit your ball in. Oh, that was devastatingly bad.
It's a little bit more effort in the beginning, but then when I said he left with the stings on my garments of light.
No way. Folks, no way. Really makes it difficult.
So his reputation always wear tzitzis. So the idea being why are focusing on tzitzis?
I mean, I don't really...
All of tzitzis is to remind you of how you got to
This would be the greatest shot of my career. Hit his ball. Hit the ball. Oh, dude, I just gave you a fucking win. Fuck that. That was bullshit. So you know that was bullshit. You know that was that, dude. It was bullshit. Let's see you break. One of the worst breaks I've ever seen.
Project your identity to the world. Don't be afraid to project who you are. Keep your oil, keep your fluid on your head, and you proud of your identity as a son of a Hajj Allah, they're beautiful. But yeah, more time. This actually is by that. So we'll say back to Shabbos. Back to Shabbos. Dice by that pronouncing fascinating things. But Shabbos. And what happens? Shabbos is about to start, and I'm on the road. I'm not home yet. What's the problem? I have my wallet in my pocket. Can't carry my wallet on Shabbos, so what can I do? No, see, peaceful enough. If I'm traveling with a Gentile, I can say hopefully someone who I don't trust. I can go and I can give my husband a small favor. Just carry my wallet home. Carry my wallet. Remaining on the there's no Gentile with you. Manicho ala kamar. You can put it on a donkey. So assuming you're traveling with that. So if you're traveling with a donkey, it asks, explicitly asks yourself, this is happening before Shabbos. Right? So before Shabbos, it asks the donkey to please carry my wallet home. If there's no problem, if I'm traveling with a donkey, I can put it on my donkey. I can put the wallet on my donkey. Once I reach the outer courtyard, I must actually understand contract means over here, the outer courtyard of my city.
Beautiful
so
shot.
Once I get to a place that is closed and secure, don't tell us I can't look at the Shabbos, I should take the donkey the donkey is waiting with items, I can take the non-Moksa items off the donkey. שאינוני קרוב בשבת מאחר לעבור לעסקים לפנינו. Also, for the mukta items, what I can do is see stuff that nobody can out for that. So for the non-mukta items, I can just take them off the donkey. For the mukta items, I can kind of untie the knot, and everything just falls down by itself. The idea is that once I reach the secure area, I'm fine with the items in it. Says the what's this incredible Gemara. My time is showing that one of the basic pieces enough. We'll say, listen to this Gemara. Why did Chazal allow me to go ahead and give my wallet to the Gentile? Look at Rashi. My time is showing the basic of that. Bahari who told us that the Nafi becomes my shaliach to carry the wallet on Shabbos. Well, not in general, whatever you're not allowed to, you can't ask. You have to do. So I'm not allowed to carry my wallet. So the nice again, why am I able to ask for nothing? Most of listen to this incredible Rabbanon, Ve'in Adam Maimon Atzmo Al-Mamon. Once a Chazal understood, a person will not be able to restrain himself from saving himself. We'll say this is an incredible Gemara. You know Sharis night, if you don't allow him to give his wallet to the Nafri, Asi Le'asi E'dan Amas Bishur. You end up carrying himself. We'll say this is incredible, and this is how you begin. Chazal understood human nature, and human nature is, I'm not leaving my wallet on the side. I'm just not. It's just not going to happen. Meaning, it's too, my credit cards are in there, my license is in there, my money is in there. What am I going to do? I'm going to leave my wallet by the side of the road, and who knows what's
Beautiful shot.
So what's Chazal's good choice? So we can be purists.
No way.
Shabbos, and therefore we can't carry your
Devastating.
wallet. Most times when I think you're a purist, what happens? It generally backfires because life is very difficult with life as a purist, or you can be practical. You want to be a purist, or you want to be practical. So practical, because also listen, I'm really not going to do the Rabbanon. Just in the example, I'm going to do the Rabbanon. Therefore, better to relax in the Rabbanon in order that the Jew doesn't come to perform a Doraisa. So therefore, Allah Hazal said, we would rather allow you to exclusively have a Nafi do Malacha for you on Shabbos than have you end up into transgressing the Doraisa yourself. Incredible. So saying, it's really what you also see as something different. Sometimes Allah demands that I overcome my nature. And sometimes Allah understands that my nature is too powerful. Which is really this fascinating dialectic. It's like, an experience you see. What's it really you see it? You see it over here by your ladder. Where else do you see it? Like the Pastor, the war bride. Right? So it's fascinating. So sometimes in matters of money and morality, because there are things that I can overcome, social, and things that I can't. So whenever the Baruch when Allah tells me that I have to overcome something, it means that I have the power to do so. But Haraya, when Chazal or the Baruch understood that I can't overcome something, they don't need to do something. So it's really amazing. Here, Chazal understood we can't ask people to put the wallet by the side of the road. Not going to happen. Therefore, we'd rather have you instruct enough to carry it for you than other things. Number Rabbi, that's the key, but this not applies to your wallet. About the Tziyamon, we'll say the find something. So let's take for example, let's say I'm walking on Shabbos with the Rabbi. I find $100 bill on the ground. Nothing. You might keep it up. I can't pick it up. It's Shabbos. You're right? I can't pick it up, but if you can pick up the $100 bill, it's mine because I saw it first. Otherwise, you hold it to Shabbos. I'll bring it to my house. That you're not allowed to do. That's obvious. It says, well, now people who are going to have to do it. But the credit piece of it in the I'm going to put them and you can price the $1,000 object. And the only reason I mentioned wallet is because wallet is the more common case. Kamash Malaj, the Oman Elad Asliya Day. We'll say, but when do we say that you can't construct enough to hold the to carry a lost object, a found object on Shabbos? That's when we found it on Shabbos.
Dog.
How about Asliya Day? So I will say to myself, it's found $100 bills of full Shabbos. Then what? If he says that, then it is like your wallet has enough to go through the seed like that. So here's what I know I can do. So Shabbos is coming in a month ago, and that's enough to carry my wallet back home. Fine. Let's say if I find $100 bill on Shabbos, right? So then I can actually go ahead and carry it. That's Messiah. That's driving right to that. If I find $100 bill before Shabbos, take it out.
Get screwed.
Then what? Then it becomes the nice stuff like my wallet. It becomes like wallet that gives you that's very different. I would say, $100 bill that you find 5 years before Shabbos is very different than your wallet. So let's say something that they see how like
Oh, not my day, not my game.
Yeah, when you go ahead and you find $100, it's a windfall. Once you put it in your pocket, it's already part of your money. There's no feeling, which in general is a fascinating thing because a lot of times in life, like the miracles of today become the expectation of tomorrow. And one of the most important souls in life is to be so careful. So many times you get something, it's incredible and it's amazing. Some type of rock in life. Okay, and it's exciting. Then the
What happened?
smell goes away, and it just becomes
The power button.
so that's what I'm saying. When you see the $100 bill, wow, the moment you put it on your pocket, like you earned it. It's like of course it's mine. So you find it on Shabbos, you can give the 5 minutes before Shabbos, you put it in your pocket, that actually gives you that. You give the army, write it on them, see how value of the mouth. What happens if one finds an object, do we give that to the Rabbi to transport on Shabbos? Gave us the idea. You say, Damu, do we say since he found it before Shabbos, it's like his wallet? Oh, do you want to give it? What do you say? No. The only thing you have a license to give to the Rabbi on Erev Shabbos and carry on Shabbos is something you worked for. Your wallet. But something you found, you do not have a license to give to the Rabbi, to which the Gemara says, take it. So we'll say, so apparently, the Gemara doesn't answer. The Gemara instructs to take it by the Mitzvah. But any more Nafri, they'll say, the Mishnah said, there's no Nafri. You can put your wallet on your donkey. Time with any more Nafri. The reason you utilize your donkey is because the Nafri is not with you. How do you more Nafri or the Nafri? The most thing I might say is a Nafri. You should give something. It's mostly very interesting. If you're traveling in both the Gentile and the donkey, it's good for you so that what you do, give the wallet to the Nafri. But why? My time off. Why is that? It's a very interesting idea because the donkey, we're seeing the donkey question over here is my donkey.
What a beautiful shot.
Traveling with my donkey and my Gentile again. So now it's coming from Shabbos, so I'm not going to get back home. So I can either put the wallet on my donkey or I can give the wallet to the Gentile. So the Mishnah says better to give the wallet to the Gentile. It's very simple. That's why.
No way. Dog.
So it's better for me to give to the Gentile than to go ahead and have the donkey carry something to the Gemara. I will say, just even more than that, remember again, recently having your animals rest on Shabbos is a din d'oraisa. Instructing a Nachri to do malach, that is a din d'oraisa. So much better to go ahead and go to Rabbanan din d'oraisa. He said to the Gemara, Kamor behavior shows the cousin. So what happens with the choice between a Kamor, a Cherish, Shota, or a Katan? Definitely, right? or a toddler or a child, we should like to more money. So what's the best to put it back to the the fairy shop of the cotton yellow, not the fairy shop of the cotton, right? I mean, Adam, high love Adam. As we'll say on a very simple level, because the trust is giving right? To a person versus the animal, put it on the animal. Kere shota, kere shota. We'll say what happens again when you're giving it to the kere or the shota. So the Gemara says the shota. Better to go ahead and give it to the shota. We'll say that why is a special as much as kere and shota are also together. The nice stuff, the kere is considered to have what Rashi calls a das cover. There is some level of cognition that's there. Masha'ike, the shota is considered to have no das. Considered to have no das. So the Gemara says, shota, the pattern, what about the shota or kata? The shota, you should go ahead and give it to the shota. We'll say, see my deal. Remember, and the kirish and the kata are considered to have compromised das, but there is some das that is there. Shota, on the other hand, is considered to have no das. Therefore, again, when faced with the ability to give it to someone who has some das versus no das, better to give it to the person who has no das. What about if it's
Fuck this game. I'm not good at long ones.
Ultimately, again, does not put so as much as a theory should not be separating out. Truma, if it did so, it does not cause the full limitation to suffer. Those I see that a theory has a higher level of gas than a couple.
Beautiful. Doug, I need a break. Kids. That is not how you do it. Excellent job. I don't know where my touch went, but I'll get you next time, no doubt. That's what I like. That's what I like to hear, Trace. Nice one.
Do that, Dave. Just did it.
Bravo to Traceway, everybody. He's using cheat codes, as we all know.
Put it out there. And,
Fraternal twins, too.
yeah.
And people are like, I don't know. People are like, this is like before that.
Major cheat codes.
And so, anyways, in our showrunner, Jonathan Trump, it's just a fun movie that I want to do. Laugh a little more, and I'll make you cry. Working out the family trauma, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's never too late.
Yeah, there's some sweet stuff in it. The action is really great. I loved it. I mean, it's a nice, it's an easy movie to watch, and it's just super enjoyable, and it's beautifully shot. It's just like, and it's just in Hawaii, and it's like, oh, if you can't afford to take your wife to Hawaii, I'm here to see this movie. It's not bad.
She spent too much money this weekend. Can't quite take her on vacation. The wrecking crew, you're welcome. Jason Moe, thanks, bro.
Just put a little cocoa butter on her arms and take her to see the wrecking crew. Tell her it's the same thing, okay? You gotta tell her it's the same thing. Was there ever a movie role where you liked it kind of so much, or the environment that you were at, you liked so much, and you're like, I wish I could stay here, I wish this was my life, kind of?
That's an interesting question. Where you just want to stay in that time period in that place.
Yeah, or even as that person, even.
Thinking of, I did this show, Chief of War, that came out last year, and I think it was really cool because it's all about
It's on TV.
Hawaii. Yeah. It's like when they're uniting the kingdoms, and like in Hawaii before the white man arrived, just kind of see that time and place. See what our ancestors. It was so special to make that show because you grow up. Like last time, in Braveheart, you see all these things like, oh, I would love to see my culture played once. I love samurai movies or Native American movies, and all we had was paintings that my grandparents had never seen movies. Us wearing all the regalia, like the battles, metal. So it's just brutal battles to the next level.
Where they had
Like shark teeth and each other apart. So, just imagining that or seeing it on that scale. It took me a long time to make that show because,
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. And also, as a gay Mardi Gras vibe as well, I'll say that. But that's outside, that's just a joke. I think it's very beautiful that you get to even envision something like this. That's crazy. It's crazy to even get to see moments like that. Like, even just like on a movie set or something like that, it must be so bizarre to see moments like that.
when you see this, you should see like just the trailers or something. When you it's very time. It's pretty wild. The fight scene is pretty wild. Anyway, so that was the first thing I ever created. So I was co-creator and produced it, co-wrote it, and directed the finale and started it. So that was like my big. That's my love letter. Yeah, it's my baby.
Oh, that's beautiful, dude. And was that special to your dad or special to like some of your friends and family from home?
I think everyone, because all the people when I was 19, they hired me. I went to like makeup artists to craft services to drivers. Maybe I was 19, I'm coming back at 45 at the time. 44. And coming back and making something like doing videos, which is kind of shit. And then coming back and it's about our people.
Yeah.
It's a real big honor, man, for sure. It's like, I mean, that's my ultimate goal.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. Watch Minecraft, Jack Black.
So nice.
Excited to do that. Sorry about that.
Good, man. When you were doing that show, did you go to parts of the island and learn stuff about Hawaii that you didn't know before?
Yes, but also I gotta go and just scour and go to places I've never been, meet uncles and aunties and people who are just know so much about our culture that we have. Had to learn we didn't know Love Hawaii, so the Love Hawaii, so we did it in our native language. So all the other characters in here, it's like half the cast, it's all Polynesian, so you gotta understand that there's Maori, New Zealand, there's Samoan, there's Tongan, there's I've never been to Tahitian, but like all of us and Kakamani, which is us. All these are people who have different, their own languages. They don't learn this ancient language, so like everyone that they're doing that is like, it's hard. It was the hardest for me, but I thought it would have been a lot easier, but it was very challenging for me.
Yeah, the Tongans are tough, huh?
So the Tongans are, they're all tough.
The toughest one, though.
I wouldn't fuck with the Tongan.
Bring up a Tongan.
I wouldn't fuck with the Samoan, but it's like,
Pull up a pair of Tongans. I heard you should never have just one.
I mean, look at that guy over there. There you go. Look on that one. The guy on the right.
That guy is doing something different now.
You know what? We're all so it's nice to get the flavor of the Tongan.
Hey, no, I'm never gonna. But that's
Just
wild.
Polynesians in general, man. They're just like, oh, it's such a different breed.
Dude, you know what I like? Filipinos. They're kind of like the comfortable Polynesians, you know?
There you go.
And they're the smiling people, you know?
They are.
And they're the last people that most people see before they die because a lot of them work in hospice care, which is crazy. If you think about that, imagine you're laying there and you open up a window and it's just some Filipinos, dude. And they're just singing something nice to you.
Yeah, it sounds nice.
That's a portable Hawaii, dude.
So my kids are there. They're looking after me. So I'm gonna put that shit on them. Put me in a home. I'm gonna haunt your ass. I'm fucking haunt your ass. Put me in a home.
Dude,
I'm gonna have my fans break me out.
I think you'd be a good ghost, though, dude.
This is that strip of there. Me and you old boys, old makeup. Yeah. Just us in our dying ages in a nursing home.
Yeah.
Fans break us out.
It may bring us out some business.
I don't know. Go to a Comic-Con for like for the old time days. You interview them all.
Yeah.
You're like the hangover. We relive all the good times.
Yeah, it sounds just like the hangover. It's just time that we all know that Prize Picks is America's #1 sports picks app and the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is really easy to use. That's what I love. Just pick more or less on 2+ players and lock your picks in. That's it. That's my favorite thing. It's just simple. You pick more or less, and it's specific. Now you got your guys in the game. And right here's my lineup for the big game. Tell me if you want. Look, I don't know what I'm doing, but you can even follow me on Prize Picks at Neovon. And on top of picking lineups, you can now pick teams on Prize Picks. Pick the winner, total, and spread on the big game. Team picks are available in 30 states, including California, Texas, and Florida. Oh my God, where's the cops? And right here is who I'm going with to win the big game next Sunday. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Play responsibly. You know, to me, the future of finances feels strange. That's why I like to cover my bases. And when I want to add more Bitcoin, MoonPay is usually the first app I reach for. You don't need to buy a full coin, and the whole process is clean, simple, and easy to understand. MoonPay has become a major partner of the show, and I've actually chosen to accept my compensation from them in Bitcoin. The Bitcoin lives in my personal MoonPay wallet, and it's fully in my control de moi. No one else has access to it, with the US dollar constantly moving up and down. This felt like a smart way for me to diversify a bit and potentially get more long-term value out of the partnership. Just keep in mind, even though MoonPay makes it easy to buy crypto, you should always do your own research and understand what you're getting into. Crypto can be volatile, and there's always the possibility of losing money. MoonPay is a tool to facilitate your transactions, not a source of financial advice. Trade responsibly. If you're running a business on a clunky old phone system, then you know that isn't really good. It's like competing with one hand tied behind your back. And every time you miss a call, that's money left on the table. Thankfully, there is Quo, formerly Open Phone. It's the modern alternative, built to help you work smarter, build stronger relationships, and never miss an opportunity. Quo is the #1 business phone system that streamlines customer communications. No more juggling 2 phones or being tied to a landline. Quo works through an app on your phone or computer, so you can run your business from anywhere. Join over 90,000 businesses using Quo. Get started free. Plus, get 20% off your first 6 months at quo.com/Theo. That's QUO.com/THEO. And if you have existing numbers with another service, Quo will port them over at no extra charge. Quo. No missed calls. No missed customers. Me and David Spade just made a movie. Actually, this is going to come out in like 2 months.
Shut up.
Yeah, we wrote it, funded it, everything.
I love David Spade.
Oh, he's the best, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about that.
Tell me what favorites.
Oh, that was one of the best ever. Was there,
That's just an old-time buddy, or he is really, yeah.
he and I became friends like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and we became really close friends. And then we started, we had kind of an idea, we started writing it. It took like a year, and then we decided to just self-fund it, and it was like a $4 million budget, I think. And then we got one investor, and yeah, we made it. We shot in like 23 days.
What's this called?
It's exciting. It's called Bus Boys. It's about 2 guys who aren't doing that good, and one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter at a restaurant. And so we figured if we can become waiters, then everything will be great.
That's what you're saying. You're being a bus boy. We're talking about like what we were talking about, like
Oh, I
professional bus boys. Yeah.
I channeled this button. Yeah, people are like, this is just whimsical. What do you guys do? No, this is it. So yeah, I definitely channeled that. And David was a bus boy too in Arizona as well when he was growing up.
I was looking at the show. Yeah, I was a bus boy at 2 places.
I can see it.
They wouldn't let me. They were there to try to hold me down.
Yeah, there's a glass ceiling.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Boys are dope, dude. Boys are dope.
Boys are dope.
I love salt and pepper because it's got that. It's just weird that now they're all fucking sharing their tips is what they're not
Type
doing.
shit, homie. That's what they're doing, dude. And it's got the extra salt.
You know what? I'm gonna tip my waitress less and I'm gonna slip a busboy for it. I haven't been doing that. I said, where's the fucking busboy at? I'm gonna throw the homies. That's some fucking loop.
It started at the bottom. It's all happening because of Reagan, because of trickle-down economics. Who started trickle-down economics? Bring that up. It was Reagan, wasn't it? Give it to the waiters, they'll give it to the busboys. That's not helping. I was just at the nurses' strike. The largest nurses' strike in New York City is going on
Right now?
that just came from a little while ago. And it was awesome. I like strikes because it's like being in a parade, kind of because I'm from the light. So it's like you're definitely partying at a band out there. Yeah, but it's the largest nurses' strike that's ever happened in New York City. It's going on right now.
Oh my goodness.
So you can play that real great guitar. Play it right there.
They're from New Orleans.
The band was pretty good. They played, actually they did Abbey Road. They did Little Mountains.
Really?
Which I thought was impressive, dude. Even that one where it's like, bang, bang, Maxwell Silver hammer came down upon his head. Yeah, they played that one. And they only had 3 instruments. But yeah, I love it. I really enjoyed that. My sister's a nurse, so I was like, oh, this is going on, dude. I'm out there. Now, did I think I would meet some hot nurses? Yeah. But a lot of them men these days. Which doesn't mean they can't be hot, but, you know, I have a different bedside manner and bun. So, anyway, moving on, Jason. So, yeah, do you get to point to your heart? It's interesting to hear you say where you feel like you have some personal achievement or some personal success or something where you kind of feel like, okay, I'm okay. You know, does it make any sense to you kind of? Because we're all trying to climb, everyone's trying to feel like, you want to feel some sort of, a lot of people want to feel some sort of success, right?
After 40 years old, the body does not replenish the moisture as fully. Kukla, I bought in Marco. Very well not. The Kukla, remember, Kukla is some type of eye ointment that they would apply. So sometimes Kukla and makeup, in this context, in this eye ointment, it was applied for medicinal purposes. So up until the age of 40, the eye ointment is beneficial. And the illness after 40, אפילו מהיר כעצינה בגרדוי ציפורים מוקים, עד בשלום הבא. At that point, even if you were to go ahead and take enough copra, enough of this tight ointment on a weaver's rod, which is a lot of copra, and most people do it slowly, but it will not improve eyesight. Like commercial, and I will say, once you said, why did you want to about applying the eyes ointment with a weaver's rod?
I got to the place where I consider like, I don't know how many dreams these guys like, I never thought that's from the first place. You know what I mean? The biggest trick to me is so TV show movie and of course sort of like did that. And the comic book guy with whoever else did that. Long fucking shit. And it's a piece of it was there for 7 days. Fucking playing it too. And it's like, all these things are great. And then sometimes it's that you're not, why do you not feel?
Does that happen? You think even in career, like you got such a great career, does it happen even in careers like yours? Like, do you think that's just a human thing? I guess it's just a human thing, yeah.
Yeah, but I just try to have gratitude for all of them, because I have so many friends that are ill, sick, dying, and just so, I mean, I'm kind of a person, like, pretty high energy, and I'm really, really generally happy. Like, I'm like Christmas morning every morning, I'm pretty fucking happy, I'm in confident and jazzed. So I love morning, I love being up, and I don't necessarily check that much. So I'm trying to die out here. My days are filled.
Yeah. Filipinos as well.
And that's this way, right? It's very emotional, it's very overwhelming situation. I lose objective thought. This is why sometimes when you feel the moment, you say things you shouldn't, and you do things you shouldn't, because when I'm very often emotionally overwhelmed, my intellect often is shut down. Hanina is exhibiting the ability to demonstrate and make sure you maintain rational thought even in the midst of highly emotional situations. It's an incredible utility. In some respects, you think I don't mourn the loss of my baby. You think I don't feel the loss of my child. But again, should I lose my child out of my own sense? Should I compound my loss? Ultimately, again, by leaving you even more difficult than that group, it's affecting incredible results. And this is one of the greatest challenges to maintain rational thought, even in the midst of highly emotional situations. Traveler, Ali Hanina felt she had the outline of you agree, she had the outline of your family else in Katlasa. She's the mountain. There are 6 different types of tears. Shalom Shlachot to Shalom Shlachot. Three tears are beneficial, and 3 tears are harmful. Shal Ashan is Shal Beth, Papa, Shal Bisa, Kisiros. Unless it's smoke that is tears that is caused by smoke, or tears that is caused by crying, or tears from the bathroom. So it's like, this is when I first go to the bathroom, I guess the suffering from stomach pain or it's a painful experience. Those type of tears are all detrimental. Shall Sam, the tears that are medicinal and the blood is brought on by medicine, shall scold beautiful tears of laughter, you shall pay those yaakos, and tears from good food. So it's apparently again, I guess some food that has like a very hard smell or hard taste that causes tears. So isn't this an incredible dilemma? If you cry because of smoke, or you cry because of sadness, or you cry because you have a pain using the bathroom, those are not good tears. But crying because of medicine, like eye ointment, or crying because of laughter, or good food, is your life, those are beneficial tears. But so there's like, listen, that's where I want to speak a little bit about the issues regarding old foods. Because the mindful is like one of the quotes the passage from Koheles. Bayom she'azu shomer habayis is utsu.
I think this year I started just recently started thinking of having a little bit more like, okay, I think everything will be okay. Like I'll be able to eat and have a roof over my head for the rest of my life. So I have a little bit more semblance of like, okay, what does things look like for like those around me? What are some other things that I can put my time into? Like I've been touring mostly for probably about 17 years for probably half the weeks, and so this year I don't have any tour dates, so it's nice to be like, oh, what does this look like?
This
I had like 2 months, 3 months
again,
of
the
tour dates, and I was like, this is crazy. What is this?
This is
So
the
there's
first
still
of
a lot of podcasts, so a ton of work to do with this, but it's not like I have to travel as much. Just not for the first time, I feel like my spirit even can be in like one place where it can like gather its thoughts, I feel like I was playing hide and seek with myself for a long time, just even geographically. So having some more
this refers ultimately to the eye. Saying, okay, this is an incredible yisod.
Like solace and being in one spot is really kind of
that
helping
my
me just start to get a look around.
diminishes as I get older, that my ribs may ache, the flanks may ache, everything, eyesight, teeth don't work as well. So why does the Gemara have to mention this? Because life is all about realistic expectations. Sometimes when you're unrealistic such that for all
for sure, but I think sometimes I gotta be careful because that's a trap, man. That's
so
just
the person thinks that as they get older, things remain the same, and then they don't.
Yeah, I could have meetings and I go to that stuff. It's been like, I've been
negative feelings.
sobriety
By the way, as they get older,
mostly
stuff
so that's
doesn't
been good.
work as
So,
well. Stuff
you don't
doesn't
like
work
it
as
just
well.
because otherwise, yeah, I just can't
The
hit, like, I'll do too much of the
cocaine,
cocaine,
so that should be your expectation. As you get older, things don't work as well. So then when things don't work as well, don't get frustrated, don't get upset. Just accept it as your new stage of life and maximize and move forward. Amalek case Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania. So the Caesar said to Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania, my time of Osis the Be'adidon, why didn't you come to Be'adidon? That's what he's talking about Be'adidon before. Like Be'adidon was this gathering place where they used to have these theological debates. So the Caesar said to Rabbi Yeshua ben Hanania, why have you not come to the debate in Be'adidon? Amalek, what you got into the story of Rabbi Yeshua answered him. Amalek, Turk Halak. Turk Halak means the mountaintop is filled with snow, right? Meaning the top of my head is white. Sakruni is ice, right? Has surrounded the side, right? So not only is my head white, is the top of my head white, but the sides of my beard are white as well. Kavoni lo napti. The dogs don't bark as they used to. So again, obviously, the snow on top of the mountain and the ice on the sides represents, I'm getting old, I've turned white. Like I've turned white and I'm getting old. The dogs don't bark, Rashi says, means my voice can't really project all that well. Knowing, no talking. The grinders no longer grind. My teeth don't work only. Also, what was the Ben Haran saying to the Caesar? I'm getting old. I'm getting old. I couldn't make it to the face of you anymore. No offense to you. I just could not make it anymore. So they laughed on me. I did not practice. So what this is, but they laughed me to say that ultimately what is old age like? Old age is you're looking for something you have not lost. So what does it mean? It's a metaphor. When a person gets older, they walk to go. And what does it look like? It looks like I'm looking for something on the ground, but I haven't really lost anything. The old age is like looking for something that you have not lost. I know the Yossi Baptista Omer, Hava Mishrei, Hava Tcheniklas. So ultimately, Hava Tcheniklas. So instead of just two, is better than three. Better to walk on two legs than to walk on three legs. Third leg is a reference to okay, so better to walk with two legs than walk with two legs. Why lay lechada the azlav lo asis? Go to the one thing that leaves and never comes back. And look at the looking down from down. Go to the one thing that leaves and never comes back. What might be? What's the one thing that leaves and never comes back? That's one of the October 21st, 1972. Miles Davis, never mind. Youth is the one thing that leaves and never comes back. Jim Glickenhaus was the first person on scene while hospital for a long time and didn't play for almost a year. Dang. That'll make you quit doing drugs right there. That'll make you quit smoking, dude. That's his trying to near the reef right there. Dude, but if my legs are broken, I can still do cocaine out there. Remember, old age is I hate to say that, and don't say that to your kids. But what's so now you have children? We associate old age. Yeah. Did you collect some along the way, or not? I mean that, but did you have a family that you had planned, or was it just kind of like you sort of have children? No, I was very happy to have kids. Oh, nice, man. Was it cool being a father? Like, was that like a scary thing for you? Like, it's actually just got it. Oh, yeah, because Wolf is his name. That's a cool name. By the way, this happens often when people get older. They often become exceptionally disillusioned when they're unable to do the things of their youth. And the question, of course, becomes, where did you ever have that expectation from? This is the person we know is very quickly. The Abraham Zokin bought by Yom. Abraham Zokin bought by Abraham was old, advanced in days. It's the same thing. So first of all, it says, bought by Yom essentially means the age grace. He accepted the new realities of his life. That when Abraham was an older man, he could not do what he was able to do as a younger man. And guess what? He wasn't resentful. He wasn't angry. He wasn't upset. He wasn't disappointed. He was accepted. That's when he's brought by Yom to accept the new stages of life. So as I was just telling you, old age isn't easy. Right? Old age isn't for the faint of heart. There's a lot of changes that occur. So therefore, again, all Chazal are doing is put it out there. So are two legs better than three? Sure. But you know what's even better? At least you're upright, right? Better to walk with three, right? Better to walk with three than have to walk with four. because I was just hoping to think expectations. So one of those like, the Gemara says, "Son of a Jew that he there, go for that. The fish back in a view. Choose your food well, and you'll find the cause in your stuff. So eat well, and also chew your food properly." And that'll be translated into greater physical vitality. And I'm not closer to the Gemara, closer to when the Pasuk is part of the Yom. This Halach that we do with Obed Bera Allah. I always call it Shina. Shina is that we share sharp one. Right? Back up into how we talk about sharp one. Shari Sakit Ba'aya Lachno. Open your mouth, open your mouth, and put your breath. As what we name, Nicola Ma'ali, up to the age of 40, food is beneficial. Because the era of mistake man is less forward, drink is beneficial. I was looking at what is done. Obviously, food and drink are always beneficial. And I guess from Shmuel's perspective, is that Halach relates to up to the age of 40, the body receives maximum nutrition from food, less from drink. After 40, more from drink, less from food. So the Gemara says, oh yeah, we goes other Yeshua and Kaskus. It's the name Gemara. Literally is a unit. A unit. So if you're putting Karka back into an argument with a unit, so obviously they must have had some history. They must have had some history. And the Gemara says, who goes other Yeshua and Kaskus? Karka, Rikashina Kamahavi. So it says, Yeshua and Karka was bold. So the unit after the Yeshua and Karka, how far from here is Kashina? He was making fun of Yeshua and Karka. How far is it from here to a bald city? Right, so he was taunting him because he was called. So the Gemara says, Amalek, Gozina. Oh, it's about as far as from here to Kashmir. About the same, about the same distance. Amalek, Spooky. Baruch Amalek, Ikra, Shlipa, Bitanya. So the apparently now comes down a little bit more. Because apparently the guy wasn't just a unit, but he was with Suzuki using. So that's like his function with the Karka. You know that a bold goes for flying. So the thing saying Sayin Masana, the unit club, the Suzuki shows that the Shon Karka wasn't wearing shoes. Amalek the Al-Susna, when somebody rides on a horse is a king, the Al-Homer Ben Kogan, someone who rides on a donkey is a green man, who did not only fire glory, and someone who wears shoes is a man. Someone who has no donkey, and someone who has no shoes. The heart of the covered customer. Someone getting his grave is superior to a person without shoes. If you don't have shoes, you have no dignity. We've seen this tomorrow, we've seen it. As I'll say, sell everything you have in order to have what's considered the height of the dignity. So therefore, sell whatever you have in order to go out and have shoes. So the Gemara says, all right, guza. So castrated one, literally cut off one. Plus, honestly, you tempted me in 3 ways. Plus, Shabbos. I'll tell you 3 Kaviras. Simchasli, you shall destroy one's heart with delight. Nachalas Hashem, the portion of God is funny. Children. Baruch HaMakom Shemanach. Baruch Hashem, you have never. You have children, God is saying you're not saying you have a wife, you have no children, you have no dear. Amalei, Harcha, so the eunuch says to him, hold one, are you starting up with me? Amalei, Ikra,
what up, Mr. Curious?
Are you starting up with me?
What's going on?
There's other friends that you ask yourself, like, what's going on? Listen, I think that there's an incredible yourself. The incredible yourself is that now, we don't know the backstory between Rishon Harka and this Tzeduki. There obviously is something. In other words, there's something. They don't just start up conversations like this, out of nowhere.
Cheese fries?
Because we're very important. Sometimes in life, you just have to keep quiet and later. But sometimes you have to respond. It's like, it's that like this. Turn the other cheek is not that's good.
That's good. Excellent.
We don't believe in that at all. We do believe that sometimes you're just better off just not responding. Sometimes, but other times, and again, I would venture to say maybe they're few and far between. But when
Was it fried chicken?
Other times you have to defend. Other times you have to give back. Other times you have to.
Did you have fried chicken?
There's a time to sometimes quiet passivity, and there's a time
Oh, baked chicken. Ooh, that's good.
I think it's the Chazal. You don't know the backstory, but the fact that Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha is answering this guy. This is like bickering. This is like bickering, like two people pointing at you. But again, it shows you that at certain points in time, you have to be ready to speak up for yourself and stand your ground. So you remember those like Rabbi Shimon Kalach. That's what's the relation. And so Rabbi said to Shimon Kalach, he said, why did you not come to visit me? I know. Slime, Nasu Gavon, the mountains have become very high. Rovim, Nasu that which was close has now become far. Mishkayim, Nasu Shalosh, 2 legs became 3. And Mat Mason Shalom Babayis Baka, and that which makes peace in the home no longer works. So what this is actually so obviously mountains become taller, that which is close now becomes far. The 2 became 3 are all references to old age. Everything that which Shalom in the home no longer works. So if you look at actually on the left hand column, it actually says that 3 lines down from the top, Eider Tashmish. Ultimately, what this is reference to is that Rabbi Shimon ben Halach was saying, when I was going on a long journey, I would make it with my wife before I left, and I would come back, and that would set her mind at ease, even if I was going too long. But that no longer old age, kind of took away his ability to engage in intimate activity. So as a result, he said, it's harder for me to be because if my wife gets upset, it's more difficult for us to reconcile. It's such a fascinating Gemara on a variety of levels. But again, once we were speaking about the old age, the Sagru, the last time in the ship, and the doors will close. The doors will close. In the market, so says the Gemara, in the Kabbalah Shalom, this refers to the bowels of the bird. Once again, speaking about control the effects of the disease. So the bowels don't work as the Shachar Karkan, the first one, Shino Token. So what's ultimately, again, the sound of grinding has become needed. That's the stomach that is not digested. The Yakum will call out the bird and get up for the sound of the bird. Shaki the Chiba Minaras and Shachar, and so apparently engaged. So once the sound is becoming exceptionally light to the point that even the chirping of the birds is less. The usual Kopanos here. Sometimes even the greatest singing of the young men and the young women can become like a whisper. In other words, that become a little bit harder of hearing. So also even Barzilei HaGiladi said to David HaMelech, then Shmonim Shana Anochi Hayom. I'm 80 years old. Can I know between that which is good and that which is not good? Even Barzilai Giladi says to David, I'm 80 years old. Do I know you've seen Tov and Ra? But as you get older, sometimes my intellectual capacity is diminished. As I'm supposed to say, up until now, we've been speaking about the diminution of physical capacity. Here by Zilei Giladi is saying, when I get older, I'm not as sharp as I used to be. If I would even taste, if your servant would taste any, eat food and drink, we can't. So same shows came in. This left us. So the ability to intermediate that the lips of the old are split. Now, of course, it doesn't really mean split, but what it means in this context is sometimes as we get older, so our taste buds aren't the same. In Eshma, we call it Shirin Bishiros. We can't show our brain cells feelings to have this. So again, this is all Barzilei HaGiladi speaking to David HaMelech. So how it feels.
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Everyone knows the truth. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? What's my what?
Barzilei HaGiladi Shakar. Barzilei HaGiladi was a liar.
I'm not funny, and here's proof.
All of these things, even well into old age as well. After all, Rabbi had a maidservant. Bas Tishin Gitarkin Shnin.
Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. Dude, I'm going to tell you this right now. I don't like that kind of talk. And if you talk like that, you won't be welcome here. No, dude, just because of that, I'm just watching my own shit. Go do your own thing.
But as you get older, these things change. I can show you the nature of the Rabbi. Even as she got older, again, was able to maintain all of these stuff. This was incredible. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi, I'll tell you the difference. Barzilai Hagiladi, Shakot Zima. Barzilai Hagiladi was a very immoral man. He led a very immoral life. And as a result, the Kala Shakot Zima, whoever leads an immoral life, they have early onset of old age. Old age setting earlier. What's the chance of this? They'll say it's incredibly so. What it seems is that when a person leads an immoral life, immorality saps our
This guy's very
away my vitality.
So
that literally again there's early onset of old age. You understand this because immorality is a misuse of paper, right? Paper, desire can be channeled in the right way and make beautiful things. You can make a beautiful marriage, you can make a beautiful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Misuse paper is misappropriated koach. And when you misappropriated koach, I'm decreasing my strength. When I decrease that strength, then ultimately again old age comes on earlier. So the Gemara says over here, Barzilai Hagiladi's state was not a normal state. He was an exceptionally moral individual. So he probably actually sapped himself of a lot of his vitality early on. And that's why he's lamenting the effects of old age. But one needs not encounter that in reality. Tanya, Rabbi Yossi Omer. Family Chachamim, Chozman Shemaskin and Chachman come to us as they get older, they acquire more knowledge. Chozman Shemaskin, Tipshos So the older you get, so listen carefully. So somebody from the older you get, the wiser you get. So people, the older they get, the more ignorant they get. What's this very simple. The older you get, the more set in my ways I become. So I condition myself to live a lifestyle of Avodas Hashem. I condition myself to live a lifestyle of acquiring Chachma and Torah wisdom. Then as I get older, I become more and more set in my ways. So, which is in a good way. So as I get older, I acquire more and more. Conversely, true. If as I get older, I become more ceremonies, if I'm an Amaretz, then as I get older, I just become a bigger Amaretz. Because as we get older, we just continue to reinforce changes. Now again, does that mean that the Amaretz can't change his look? Of course, that's a choice you can choose. And doesn't mean that ultimately against the Chacham can't transform to an Amaretz. Of course, that can happen as well. But Lamaisa, there is this incredible, the older we get, the more we reinforce the behaviors of our age. Such an incredible idea. Shneimar, Meis Yisrael Le'amana V'Tavim Tzkein Gam Migavoyu, Shafilu Gavshushis Kanav, Dome Alot Yehari Hari. So let's say ultimately again, as we get older, ultimately again, even the smallest stone looks like the largest. So let's say, so on one hand, you're going to say some older age, that which maybe I could like skip over or run over when I was young. As I get older, becomes a bit more complicated. So let's say, it also speaks about again how you can challenge your life. Like a person lives a life of aliyah, a person lives a life of growth, a person lives a life of trying to become a kavikafa. So even sometimes the largest obstacles appear surmountable. If a person lives a life of amaratis, a person lives a life of frivolity, of nothingness, of emptiness, sometimes even the smallest hill becomes like the Mount Everest of life. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, excuse me, Vichat Chosim Baderech, Vishon Shemahalik Baderech Nasu Lo Torim. So again, this is also referring to old age, that when a person walks on the road, everything becomes a bit scary. Vayinat Hashagid Zu Kilibosas. So we'll say again, what does this refer to? Vayinat Hashagid, this refers to the hip. We'll say, so again, it's still reference to old age, but as we get older, certain things don't work as well as they used to. The hips don't work as well. The Istakala, Chagas, Elu Agalos, this refers again to the backside of a person. The backside doesn't work. Also, what here what it's referring to is everything becomes heavy. Sometimes even schlepping one's own body becomes heavy. So the Gemara says, the Tapa Aviona, Zuchanida. And ultimately, again, the Aviona is this refers to desire. So we'll say a person's body becomes heavy, and the desires they had for intimacy in their youth sometimes wane in old age. That Kahana have a pasuk to Dr. Kahana was saying over these in the front of Rab. He much of a high crowd when he got this last phase of Papa Aviona, which ultimately again is a reference to the desire for intimacy ceases. So I Nugget Vikisna, Rav side. Amashmamina Batlechem the Rav. It appears that Rav has lost the desire for intimacy. So Rav lamented the loss of that desire from his youth. Amar Kahana, my Dipsiti Omar Vayehi. So what does it mean? He said, and it will be Zu Isha. This refers to a woman. Hutsiba Vayamot. He commanded and it will sustain. Elubanim. So ultimately, again, that refers to children. So once they saw again a reference to the idea that if they saw programs in the church, that a person, in order to sustain, we'd like to see sustain the people married, and then Hashem expected to have children. Was it such an incredible Gemara? Tana, Isha, Chimas Malitzoa, Upia Malitam, Vakol Ratzin Acharah. So what's it literally again a woman is a sack of excrement whose mouth is filled with blood, and yet everyone runs after. Listen, this might require a little bit of explanation. So just understand what this is saying. Like you want to say is something absolutely amazing. That how much of life is spent by men running after, and how many dramatic mistakes in life do people make because of a type of because of a desire for women. It's amazing. So a man has a desire to be with a woman, yet that desire for sexual activity, right, requires engagement in a place where blood comes out of. Right? What the Gemara is just saying is the desire, sometimes the preoccupation we have with sexuality, it's so counterintuitive. Right? It doesn't make sense. I'm not disparaging women over here. You say something about men, but touching to men, saying how incredible is it now, how much of our time is spent regarding women, right? And is spent running after women and desiring women, and yet again, like take a step back. What is it on a physiological level that is pulling a person so hard, that is so desirous? And if you look at kind of what happens in the different parts of the body, that often we become so desirous of, it's a little bit less than desirous. So what Chazal tries to teach us about saying that sometimes we become so consumed with sexuality to the point that it is illogical. That healthy desire is good. You see, isn't part of a Judaism is for us to be normal people, and to have normal drives, and to have normal desires, and not to suppress them, but to channel them in the right way. The challenge in life in anything is, right, a piece of chocolate cake is fine. An entire chocolate cake every day is very problematic. So again, everything is about the right moderation. And sometimes we lose ourselves in these desires, and you have to just take a step back, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, like, understand what your desire is, and should you really let this rule your life? Incredible Gemara. The person ultimately again will go to his eternal home. Let's listen to this incredible Gemara. Teach us that every single tzaddik is given a home in Olam Haba in accordance with his station. This can be compared to a king. So once it's the idea that in Olam Haba, not everybody gets the same domicile. Some people get an apartment, other people get a townhouse, right? Some people a starter home, other people in a street, some people get a regular home and a vacation home. So when I say everybody gets something different in all, how about in accordance with the life you have led? So the Gemara says, Mashal, the parable to be given to a king who walks into the city with his servants. And also when he walks into the city with his attendants, everyone walks in the same gate. So everybody walks in the same way into the Olam Hamas. But then when it's time to retire for the evening, the king goes to his palace, this minister goes here. So to us, we all kind of enter into the same gates, I guess, after 120. But where we go after those gates is very much dependent on how we live our lives. Incredible. But Amra Yitzchak, my Yitzchak, Yaldus Vashachos, Hebel. So listen to this. What does it mean when it says Yaldus, which means youth? Shachros means when your hair is black, which also represents youth. So let's say, what does this mean? Or nothingness. Varim Sha'adam Oseh Bialduso, Mashchirin Panav La'ishikrusa. So let's say literally the things you do in your youth, blacking your face in your old age. So let's say, so actually understands what this means is love tashmash. That sometimes if a person is too preoccupied with sexual activity in their youth, it saps one of their vitality in their old age. That's how Rashi understands it. But that's not Parshat Shan. Parshat Shan will say is that what? Sometimes I do things in my youth that black in my face, that embarrass me in my old age. Right? They'll say, isn't that how meaning that life is all about gauging your actions based on how you're going to feel about it. If I do this now, will I feel proud of it in 30 years from now? Will I feel proud of it when it's been pointed by a Kodesh Baruch Hu, which is after 120? And sometimes, like, what we end up doing is we make impetuous decisions in our youth. And of course, that window of youth could be anywhere from like the age of like 15 to like about 85. Right? We make a lot of youthful decisions in that window. And the question is, will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age? What a way to live my life. What a way to live my life. Will the decisions of my youth embarrass me in my old age? And of course, my goal is that I don't know. No, before I do this, I ask myself, will this decision now embarrass me in my old age? If it will, don't do it. If it won't, go for it. So the Gemara says, already it's not kasha lima lemeis. Yitzchak says, a worm in the body of the dead is as painful as a needle in the body of a living person. It also indicates to us that what? That dead, a corpse, apparently feels it's into his body. Shneimar, I love you. The part that says his flesh will be pain while it is upon him. So we'll say this discussion was about what a corpse feels. That's a big machlokes. Amr Christa will say the incredible Gemara. Nafsho shel adam misadelas ala poshuah. A person's neshama mourns for his friend during Shiva. So we'll see Shneimar, Nafsho alav toval. It says, Bayas Eva La'avish Shivashem. So the one saying, quotes of the first deposit from Eo, Nafsha Allah Te'agal. So his soul will mourn for him. And mourning we learn ultimately again from Yosef. The Yaakov that mourning extends for 7 days. We'll say person's soul. So you see these sometimes, why does my soul mourn for me after I die? Because when a person dies, the soul realizes all that I could have accomplished. But now that I'm dead, I can no longer accomplish it. So it's that every single time a person dies, when a person dies, his soul, her soul mourns for them. So my soul mourns over my soul, mourns over my death. Because my soul, more than anyone or anything else, knows what I could have been and what I could have accomplished. And now that physical life has come to an end, whatever I did, and whatever I didn't. So my neshama sits shiva for me after I die. Incredible Gemara. So the Gemara was like, what's what happens if someone dies and he leaves behind no relatives? So you gather a million of people and they sit in this place. Rashi points out that this place means the place where he died, but it could also mean his home. And the Gemara says, he was the guy who died in the neighborhood of Rabbi Yehuda, And this man had no family, literally no mourners, no consolers, he had no family. So what happened on the days? Hava Davar of Yehuda Be'asara, Yosef B'Duchtei. So every day Yehuda gathered 10 people and went to the house to sit Shiva, to daven, not to sit Shiva, but to daven, to be in the house of this individual. After 7 years were over, the deceased appealed to Rabbi Yehuda in a dream. You should find inner tranquility, for you have given me tranquility. So that is in fact the halacha of Shulchan Aruch. That if someone Rahman dies without family, so there is a halacha that says you make a minion in that person's home, and you spend a little bit of time in that person's home. So that is the halacha. Now again, all of this ties together, because remember again, you give the seal that when a person dies, during the Shema, give Yaakov 6 Shiva over them. What that means is that normally when there's a base Adal, when there's a house of mourners, so the Shema is mourning along with his loved ones. So that is not telling us, so when there are no mourners, when there's no Mishpacha, there's no Menachem, so the Shema is all alone. So the halacha is, you bring 10 people to the house where the person died, where the person lived, and the Mexican make a minion there. That way, again, you're being Menachem Adal for the Neshama. This is such an incredible Yisrael. One Rabbi Avot. First, only with Macy, Yod she's going to go. This is incredible. The Lord says anything you say in the presence of the the deceased is aware of until the grave is filled with. So apparently, again, Rabbi Avot says that the deceased hears everything until the grave itself is filled. This is actually Machlokas. So Chad Amar Achishmagolo, one said that the dead hears everything until the grave is filled. Actually, is Achal Habasa. And notice that no, the dead hear everything until the flesh decomposes. As long as the body is intact, even though it's buried, the dead hear everything. Mandama actually is Achal Habasa. For the opinion that says that the dead hear everything until the body decomposes. The Tziv, Bisara Allah Yukov, the Nafsho Allah Tovel. As well say, yes, this flesh will be pained upon him, and it's so long. So it sounds like as long as the flesh is intact, then the nice again, so the person is aware. So the Gemara says, the opinion that says ultimately again until the grave is filled in, the person says literally again, the body will go back, the spirit will go back to the earth as it was. So once the body is returned to the earth, i.e. the grave is filled in, the dead are no longer aware of what is happening in this world. This incredible the spirit will return to God who gave it. Today, Lot was listening to how beautiful this Gemara is. So meaning after I die, I return my soul back to the So as I'll say, today, Lot, emotion must give back your soul to God as He gave it to you. So the Gemara says, so it's today, Lot, just like HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave you a pure soul, give him back a pure soul. Devotion gave me a kind of so much and I sat to be holy. Because Baruch Hu, you gave me a pure soul. So what's my goal? My goal is to give you back a pure soul. Marshal Melech Basar Adam, Shechalak Divgei Malchus Lavaga. This can be compared to an earthly king who distributed clothing to his servants. Once he gave them each like royal garments. Take him Shebahan, Kiflum, and even the coast for the smart ones. So apparently what happens with the backstory to this is the king gave them royal garments for safekeeping. For safekeeping, so what happened? The smart ones went ahead and folded up the royal garments and put them away in a box. Pip, Shisham, and the foolish ones, wore them to work. So what happens? A little while later, the king requested his clothing back. So the smart ones went ahead and they just took it out of the box. It was all nice, pressed, laundered. Give it right back to the king. Tips and show ahead. The foolish ones had to give back the clothing, but the clothing was dirty. The king was very happy to greet the smart ones, gave him back over to the nation. because Likras he was very angered at the foolish ones. Our picture regarding these smart ones, Amar Yitnosnu Klila Otsar, go ahead and put back my clothing, my utensils back into the storehouse. And allow these smart ones, the Picture to go home. Mishalom. Our Picture, how much the foolish ones, he said, Yitnosnu Kobes, the clothing has to be longer. Yahain Yishab Shuba Beis and let the foolish ones be incarcerated in jail. So again, the neutral is very powerful. The Torah would give us an article of clothing, it's called a shama. And one day after the Torah was going to ask for it back. So if I'm smart and make sure that the shama is clean, that the shama is beautiful, that it's properly laundered and pressed and ready to be returned to its owner. And therefore, again, when the king asks for the garment back, I'm proud to give it back to him in the first place. But if I'm foolish and I just soil it and I sully it and I dirty it and I drag it around and take it anywhere and everywhere, then unfortunately, when I have to give it back, it's very compromised. And when it's compromised, it has to be laundered, it has to be processed, it has to be cleaned, it has to be purged. And unfortunately, again, I can't go home. I can't find rest until that process is complete. Regarding the bodies of tzaddikim from Torah, we should let them come to peace and rest on their resting place. And about the souls of the righteous, we said, let them be bound in the everlasting bond of life. That's for the tzaddikim. Regarding the bodies of the wicked, there is no peace for the wicked. About the souls of the wicked, says, that literally again, regarding the souls of your enemies, the soul literally means that it will be remain within the couch of the foolish. You'll see what that imagery means in just a moment. We'll say first by line, Hoffman days, or at least 152 feet.
It was like a high sin. They deployed what do you want to call it? Propaganda, psychological warfare, everything.
Everybody gets over.
They did after.
The souls of the righteous are hidden away underneath the divine throne. That the soul of my master be bound in the everlasting bonds of life. So this is so that the souls of tzaddikim are kept underneath the Kisiya cover. The Shalishan, what about the souls of the wicked? It's almost Mahokos. They like wander around. Malach Echad only the sofa olam, Malach Echad only the sofa olam. When the Kal in the Shmashim Zalazalus is wild. What happens to the souls of the wicked? So one angel stands at one end of the world, another angel stands at the other end of the world. What do? They throw it back and forth.
So since
they sling the neshamas of the wicked back and forth. What's the imagery? So the imagery is rest. Rest, that's the metaphor. So the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the wicked do not find rest. Which I will say, and the logic of that is as follows. If you live a good life in this world, you can rest when you leave. If you do not lead a good life in this world, when your work is not done, if your work is not done, then you find no rest. Also, you don't know this. You don't know this. When you know that you've lived a good day, or you've done something of meaning, you find a certain level of inner tranquility. When you know deep down that you do not use your time wisely, you do not use your day wisely, very feels an internal sense of unease and circulating. So the neshamas of the tzaddikim ultimately find rest. The neshamas of the neshama literally whatever the right word is, they're thrown back and forth from one end of the world to the other, finding no rest. That's not that Shadaka kind of a self kapachel. I'm going to rub it on Shabeon in my what's the wow. He told me that the neshamas of the tzaddikim find rest. The neshamas of the Rishaim are flung from one end of the world to the other. What happens with the neshamas of the Beinonim? The middle of the road is what happens with them? So my Amalei Ika Shechivna, So I'm sorry. Anyway, Ika Shachivna. So the Gemara says, Ika Shachivna, the Amalahu Hainosa. So Rav Nachman said, so Rav Nachman says that, it's a good thing I didn't die. Because had I died, I would not have been able to tell you this important idea. For this is what Shmuel said. Elu ve'elu v'duman himself. Both the neshamas of the wicked and the neshamas of the Geonim are given over to Duma. So what's apparently Duma is the malach who is in charge of the ruchos. So ruchos can mean the direction, ruchos can mean the neshamas. He is the malach in charge of the neshamas. So what happens? Halalu yesh b'manach, the beinonim, your neshamas find rest. Halalu imo ha'manach, but the neshamas of the Rishayim do not find rest. So Moshe says the good news is apparently that the beinonim kind of share the same type of state of the tzaddikim. That the beinonim, your neshamas find some level of rest in the world to come as well. Halalu Rav Mari, asidim tzaddikim b'havo akya. The tzaddikim, even their bodies, decompose and become dirt. Dust. Because the pasuk says that literally again it will go back to the dust of the earth as well. So that's for the body. Even the body will decompose and turn to dirt. Listen to this story. Get ready for this. So there's a group of guys who were digging on the property of Rav Nachman. So we'll say what happened. Get ready for this. They came across a body. So they were digging. Apparently there was an unmarked grave. So they came across literally a body buried in the dirt, and the body snorted at them. The person snorted at them. Now the Gemara tells us the person was Rabbi Bar Yoshia. So they got to the body snorted. So the Amr of Nachman, Nacha ben Gavra, it's a verse of God. If you go to Nachman in Jerusalem, if you came across the body snorted. As well as it's just like some matter, imagine that happened. I remember the presence of mind, it would have run the other way. Okay, these guys had the presence of mind. So Nachman, we came to a body, we found the body, and the body snorted at us. So what happened? So the Gemara says, also, so Nachman came to see the body. Normally, my Nachman says to the body, who are you? So Amalei, Ana Achai Barushia. The body says, I am Achai Barushia. Amalei, Balav, Amarav, Maria, Sidi, Tzadiki, Daviashko. So Rachayashi, you died a long time ago. How is it that your body is intact? Didn't we learn that even tzaddikim disengage? Amalei, umani. I'm sorry. Amalei, umani mari v'lo yidana. Amalei, so the Gemara says, who is this? Right? Who is this person that you're quoting? I don't know him. Amalei, v'ha'kruxis, but it's not speaking. It's a pasuk. The pasuk says, "V'yashova afar alar kishahaya." That ultimately, again, the body will return to the dust like it was. So it's the pasuk that says that bodies decompose. It was at this point in time. Rabbi Chai Bar Yoshia says, "Shavnach Amalei that Kayach Kohalas like Kayach Mishneh." Whoever's touching Kohalas, really going to teach you Mishneh. L'chsev Nerekev Atzamos Kina. Literally, again, the rot of bones is jealousy. Whoever has jealousy in his heart, his bones will rot after he dies. However, again, whoever does not have jealousy in his bones, his body will not rot. So we'll say, apparently, the person doesn't have kina in their life, no jealousy, your body remains intact. So if there's jealousy, that's the body rots. So we'll say, such an incredible mussar, right? Anytime that a person suffers from jealousy, it literally is like a rot inside of the body. It's a person from the inside out. Gotcha. So Rav Nachman touched the body of Rav Achai Bar Yoshia. And he said that literally the body was intact. Maybe in the single vision. Maybe the body's not real, it's just the vision. He touched it and the body was really there. So Rahman says, you want to come over for lunch? Right? Rahman says to the body, you want to come and speak to my house? You're here, I'm here, you're right, we're talking. So why don't we continue this conversation in a more natural setting? Why don't you get up out of the grave, come into my home? Amalei, Golis Adais Fadatim in the Vilo Kalas. So Moshe Rabbi is giving the Nachman Moshe from the grave, and he says it's clear that you haven't even learned Navi. Because the pasuk says, "You will know that I am God when I open up your graves." So it says the idea being,
techniques that now
the idea
I have
being
a better
that
comprehension
Lamaisa again,
of,
only after
was
the
still just
Baruch
trying to make sense,
bring
just
the
like all
dead
of us.
out of
What the
their
heck was
graves.
going on?
So in
It's
order,
crazy.
thank you for the invitation. But when I said the only
But
person
now
who can bring back
it's
from this
kind
grave
of
is the Rebbe
coalescing
Shalom.
into
So the Gemara says, "Amalei
understanding
B'Hag Sifti Afa Ata Vel Afa Kasher."
the
So
fact
you know, Nachman says, "I don't understand. I don't know how your body's
psychology has been
doesn't the
weaponized.
pasuk say you are dust
It's
and
been
you will go back to
intentionally
dust?"
weaponized
Amalei
in the
Yahusha Afa Kodem
context of
Kiyasamis.
military
Ultimately,
activities
again, he
in the
says
domain
that what happens one moment before Kiyasamis. So this is apparently again, here's what's amazing.
military jargon is
Much
with
indicated over here that the bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. Bodies of tzaddikim remain intact. And that's because at least according to over here, the Gemara understands decomposition is a function of negative forces inside of the body. Whether it's kino, whatever else it is, those are things that rot you from the inside out that causes bodily decomposition. It doesn't have these negative attributes. Ultimately, again, his body remains intact. Yet, even for the tzaddikim, his body remains intact. Apparently, they disintegrate a moment before Tchias Hameis, a moment before the arrival of Mashiach, and then they come back. Lord says, if to show that everyone experiences a rebirth by Tchias Hameis. Everyone experiences a rebirth by Mashiach. Even the righteous whose bodies are intact up until this point when Mashiach comes, ultimately experience this rebirth, this rejuvenation. That's the most excellent. Stop over here. Incredible. Tomorrow, stop over here. There is still more beauty.
Leadership in the intelligence community as a weapon of war to counter these successful insurgencies and keep losing wars. Vietnam being a notable example all the way through Afghanistan. And so that's why it was built. But then that tech got deployed by governments against their own citizens. And this was really launched in large part in the United States by a presidential directive from Barack Obama. I'm not making this up. You can look it up. And by the way, the presidential directive is still in place that established the nudge technology units in the United States. They were already operating in the UK, and the UK is quite advanced. When you look at the UK politics right now and what's going on there with all the censorship and everything, this is no joke. We're barreling right to that endpoint, same as Canada has. We're just a little bit behind. And we have the benefit of the First Amendment in the Constitution. And, often on the courts, but they don't have those obstacles. And the government believes in the UK that once they have won an election, it's perfectly acceptable to deploy this modern psychology and information control technology on their own population. And I argue that once that Rubicon is crossed, the idea of democracy, because the tech is so powerful, becomes completely perverted. And we got a good hard taste of that during COVID. What you and I experienced, what you experienced with ivermectin, what you experienced with just talking about your own experiences, and the blowback that happened after we did that little hit, is a super powerful, clear case study in understanding this intersection of modern psychology, warfare technology, and the digital world, and algorithmic control of information, the creation of digital avatars for all of us, the application now in the present of artificial intelligence to custom craft messaging that gets fed into our digital domains on a regular basis in order to, sell us whatever, but also to shape how we think and to control what information we get access to all the time. Just to give an example, my wife, who does a lot of research for her Substack, was talking to me the other day. She just gave me a couple examples where stories that were in corporate media in the United States that weren't listing certain key names or whatever. She said, I just go to the Institute Times. Institute Times is a great source for all the stuff that we're not allowed to see here in the United States. You're now in an environment, an information environment, where you cannot rely on, but we all know that. You can't rely on corporate media, but the rules, the boundaries that are being set up about information are profound and completely distorting our ability to process what's happening around us. Can I give you the example of what actually happened? You said in our example with the blowback in Spotify, this is documented by a report out from the House about COVID and what happened. And that report only carries just through to the early part of the vaccines and it stops. For some reason, they didn't really want to go down the road to the vaccines. They did talk a lot about the events around let's say, Lemley hypothesis, which is allowed. You're allowed in D.C. now to talk about that. Yeah, you're still, well, that was about 4 years ago. Yeah. So, what was documented was that the trail of events was that we had our discussion. That triggered, and this is going to sound bizarre, but this is what's documented. That triggered Coca-Cola Corporation to complain to the Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which is created by the World Economic Forum, which is one of these global aggregators that controls advertising. The Global Alliance for Responsible Media, which, by the way, had a dust-up with Elon Musk and lost, and they closed it down as a nonprofit. It still exists in other ways, but as a structure that could be sued by X and disappeared when he was put up against it. But Global Alliance for Responsible Media had a socket with Google AdSense. So they control the advertising ecosystem, which kind of matters to Spotify. So Coca-Cola complains to Gar, saying, this guy broke it. You gotta shut it down. Okay? You gotta put pressure on Spotify. So Spotify gets the message from Gar that we're threatening to pull your advertising. Okay? Now, what happens between that and your experience, I don't know. It's not transparent to me what you experienced. Yeah, we all remember the Laurel Canyon crowd saying they were going to pull their catalogs, which they didn't actually own. Right? That was another thing. And then they went after you with this mashup of inward historic events. There was clearly a concerted effort to take out Joe Rogan. Much more than to take out Robert Malone. And so then the question comes, why the heck would Coca-Cola be the socket with the Global Alliance for Responsible, one of the biggest advertisers in the world? Why would Coca-Cola give about what Joe Rogan said to Robert Malone on New Year's Eve? Coca-Cola is really tight with the CDC. Coca-Cola has funded buildings of the CDC. Coca-Cola funds the CDC Foundation for the CDC, as does Bill and Melinda Gates, as done all the major vaccine manufacturers, etc. The appearance is, I can't verify this, the CDC acted through its ally, Coca-Cola. Why are they allies? What's Coca-Cola got to do with CDC? The angle there is that Coca-Cola wanted the CDC to get WHO to not implement restrictions in messaging about sugar use. Okay, they want those messages. Remember, this is at the heart of the inverted food triangle. The old food triangle was the product of sugar lobby. The sugar lobby is incredibly powerful because this stuff is addictive. It's like having
the cocaine lobby, right? Well, and that's an interesting analogy because, of course, the history of Coca-Cola. But so sugar's addictive. The CDC, Coca-Cola didn't want the CDC to influence public health policy to avoid global positions on the risks associated with sugar intake because it would potentially hurt their market share when they're a major globalized company. So that little ecosystem that I just described illustrates what we're dealing with here and the many ways that all of this kind of influence and messaging and signaling happens in this kind of integrated horizontally and vertically ecosystem that we live in right now. And one of the things that came out of that, you'll recall, was that you were asked, as I recall, you gave this, I've had a hostage video. I think that was close to a hostage video from you back in the day when you were saying, this is what I'm going to do. It was like out on our porch or something. I remember I was sitting around the campfire, and now quite literally when somebody said, did you just see this from Rabbi? And as a matter of fact, I was sitting around Gavin Becker's campfire at that time, somebody that you know. And so the compromise was that there would be a little trailer put at the bottom of that episode. And by the way, you probably know that episode for a long time became very hard to find. It was basically blacklisted from the search engines, etc., etc. But it carries on, I think it still does, a little banner that says, you should go to the CDC if you want to be true about COVID. And you can still find those kinds of banners popping up all the time on YouTube. If you talk about vaccines or COVID vaccines, that will get, if you pass the filters, if YouTube will allow that to still be up, because you didn't say something, whatever it is, then you'll get the little banner. Okay, that banner is pushed out by the nudge units at the CDC. Okay, that is nudge technology. It is all around us all the time, and it's basically still public policy consequent to the old Obama presidential directive that still hasn't been rescinded. I love President Trump. I think he's doing amazing things. I think he's amazingly brave. I just mentioned our friend Gavin Becker, who referred to Trump the other day when I saw Gavin in Maui as a once in 500-year leader. And that's not nothing coming from Gavin. And so I'm a big supporter, but the president has still left in place this mechanism that exists that directs the federal government to use nudge technology and related, what I assert is psychological warfare technology on the American populace.
Or this is from back in, 2015 or something like that?
Yeah, it's quite early. And then you had Obama's subsequent, like the notorious speech at Stanford, where he talks about in order to preserve democracy, we're going to have, basically he says we're going to have censorship in order to preserve democracy, or whatever democracy is.
For people that don't know what we're talking about, we're related to the Smith month.
This Smith month, everybody focuses on Smith month. But as I examined Smith month, and we did an essay on this in the Substack, like 3 years ago, because that was the kind of the narrative that was coming out in, let's say, our side of alternative media. And in my examination, Smith month's impact is a lot more limited. It has to do with Voice of America and some of those things. The broad impact wasn't quite, in my opinion, what was believed to be of enabling propaganda domestically. But more specifically, there is a presidential directive that nudge technology, that established a nudge office, that nudge technology shall be used.
Well, they don't call it nudge office.
I don't know. They've gone through various iterations, and I'm sorry I don't have the latest version. And it's kind of become decentralized.
Social behavioral science team, Wikipedia says that was stopped in 2017, but continued during the Trump administration. General Services Administration's Office of Evaluation Science.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's kind of become, it's been, like I said, it's been pushed out into a lot of the agencies. They don't use that lexicon because it's easy to find them. Right. And there's other euphemisms they use to describe those kinds of activities, but it's become normalized. The weaponization of propaganda has become normalized.
Overall behavioral interventions or nudges like the ones implemented by OES and found the effect in a recent psychological science article. Researchers identified several policy areas of interest, for example, healthcare. We go 2015. Yeah, so 2015. President Obama signs an executive order requiring federal agencies to incorporate behavioral insights into their evaluation efforts. That's a nice way of saying use of propaganda on the American people.
Yeah. Okay, and so this has kind of become. Thank you so much for pulling that up. That's super helpful. So this is, like I said, if I can illustrate, I was on a Great Britain News broadcast about 4 years ago. At the time when they would, there was a window of time when they would have me on, but it was sketchy. GB News was the only one that would do it. And but the rules were that if you were going to have somebody that was speaking against the government narrative, then you had to have somebody representing the government's interests in the same broadcast. So that's implemented by basically the UK has an active censorship organization that controls news media. And so I'm on with this guy, Great Britain News, pinstripe, bow tie, it just reeks. And I'm talking about psychological warfare and the 77th Brigade, which is part of the British Army, which is their psychological warfare unit. Is very open that's the case, as is the existence of a civilian branch that they set up and pay people to do social media in opposition of counter narratives that the government didn't approve of. I mean, now they just, under Starmer, they just censor you and send you to jail. They just cut out the middleman. But back then, they were still kind of buying civilians. And so I'm talking about this. And that's that. The guy says, yeah, but here in the UK, our belief is that if the government wins the election, they have the right to govern. And that right to govern includes our ability to use this type of technology, and we believe that it's justified to do so. And when that conversation happened, frankly, we hadn't launched the book yet, Cyber, which is our most recent publication. And it just kind of all coalesced in my mind that, oh my God, what all these things. Diaz is teaching about mass formation, what I saw, what I experienced with you, what I experienced with concerted attacks of the media. And subsequently, it's been validated by this congressional report that talks about, for instance, the juror ticket system. Juror tickets are what it's a system that all the software companies use to track glitches and complaints and stuff like that. The government had their own juror ticket system set up to log information about activities of persons that they wanted to have censored and suppressed. And they would build juror tickets with information. And so one of the things that's out of the congressional report was that I actually had a juror ticket. I was surprised that was the case. Or not surprised in retrospect. And my personal sins were that I was listed as an anti-vaxxer and a conservative.
Now you're a vaccinologist. And a conservative. That's interesting.
And a conservative. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the stuff that's coming out,
that's wild.
It's fascinating to query things like Grok, even Grok, about certain subjects, and you will find where they have algorithmically built firewalls, and you can approach them and detect them because it will act dumb. It'll lock up. Seemingly, it won't give you the answer, or it'll talk around the issue, etc., etc. You can identify these things that have been built in algorithmically, and of course, then we had all of the disclosures, the Zuckerberg
Congress, and the rest of the tech bros. And of course, the thing that catalyzed all of that was that Elon decided to pony up a good chunk of change and buy Twitter,
which I think is one of the most impactful decisions that any American citizen has ever made.
Amazing.
If he didn't do that, I think we were really screwed.
There's how can you debate that?
How can you debate it when you look at the Twitter files and find out how much the government was involved in censoring accurate information from legitimate professors, esteemed researchers, anybody who didn't go along with the official narrative?
And we're dealing now. The lovely thing about all of this, I mean, let's try to. It is morning in America, but a lot of people get very dark, and there's a darkness to the times. But there's, not to push the metaphor too far, but there is light coming in, and the fact that we can now see this and we recognize that you and I are a similar generation, and all the propaganda around that, the propaganda around the Vietnam War, ever since we've just been swimming in information control that's gotten increasingly sophisticated. And fortunately, as Americans, we also kind of have become more and more immune to marketing and propaganda over time because we've been living with it, trying to discern what is real and what is false. Again, this is have conversations with people, get to the bottom of the bullshit, swimming in it, and now we can see the structures, all the things that are going on the internet right now, the cutting edge technology. They're scary. It's super cool because we can now see those relationships. If you want an example of that, look at the threads that are coming out on X, illuminating the networks of affiliation associated with this latest Epstein file case. Just mind-blowing. And it's just like, we can sit here and bitch and whine saying, oh, they didn't release that, and blah, 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 this is redacted. Well, that's true. But still, the impact of that information, and we're still getting to the bottom of it.
It's completely changed most people's narrative of what happened. Like, we had this sort of vague understanding, but when you see in the email, like, clear evidence that they're talking about children,
in pretty obscene ways.
Horrifying ways. So that was the thing that, like, even when I talked to Mike Benz about that, he was sort of incredulous about that. I don't think they would use children. It just doesn't make any sense. And you're caught. It just seems like
if Mike Benz was incredulous, that's pretty big.
I just don't think we really knew until we saw those files come out. And then you go, there's no denying it. My position on this completely shifts. But I thought there's probably some really sick people that have an appetite for that, but I hadn't seen any real evidence for it until these files. And now I'm like, this is demonic. This is clearly demonic.
Okay, so thank you for saying that. I'm somebody who's raised a Christian and went to Bible school and that kind of stuff as a kid, and youth groups, and then growing up in Central Coast of California, let's say, veered in different ways. But the experiences we've encountered over the last half a dozen years, it's hard to come up with a language to express what we're observing in the world other than the language of theology.
Well, demonic by action. So whether or not demons exist, if they did exist, that is how they would behave. They would prey on children and torture children. And there was the one where there was a suggestion with a child praying to Jesus that, like, there was a joke that someone should dress up like Jesus.
I
Did you see that one?
No, I'm not watching
I
this.
don't even want to. I don't even want people send it to me, and I go, okay, because I'm, for the most part, on social media. But every now and then someone will send me something that I have to look at. I'm like, oh, it's back and forth. There's one of them where Epstein says, I enjoyed the torture video. These references to pizza, a lot of references to pizza that are 100% some kind of a code.
Yeah.
And then it brings you back to Pizzagate.
Yeah.
Which was widely dismissed. You know, everybody's like, oh, this is a bunch of kooks. Here it is. She said she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. And then he writes, whoops. And then in response, Jeffrey Epstein says, you should dress up as him when you see her.
It is dark.
You should dress up like Jesus when you see her. What the fuck?
And well,
You're talking about a little kid.
look at the line above it. How am I supposed to interpret I'm coming trick?
The OH Jesus, I'm coming trick.
It's just the whole thing. But so we see this darkness. It involves leaders in academia, in science, in industry, in politics, and it just, you know, I remember a point in this arc of the last 6 years where a film crew came onto my farm and wanted to shoot some segments, and they were talking this, and frankly, I thought it was crazy talk. I kind of smiled and you know, tried to be civil and nice, not contradict them about the New World Order. And then along comes, you know, then my wife one day says, hey, you ought to look at this book from Klaus Schwab. It's called The New World Order. Like, what?
Just saying it out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, World Economic Forum had those ads where they were saying you will own nothing and you'll be happy.
Yeah. And it goes back to the current King of England was the guy that kind of launched that. He was the first one to be really talking about this. That you can, if you can go use your favorite AI and track it down yourself. I prefer not to use Google these days to try to find stuff, but we see vertical after vertical after vertical after vertical where information has been crafted and manipulated. And these same tools of delegitimization, of promotion of these messages that you are a conspiracy theorist or that you are controlled opposition is another favorite one. A lot of this was pioneered in the 60s by the FBI against the various protest movements. You can go back and track that. Okay, the narrative of being a collaborator surreptitiously is called badjacking, and it has its own language and protocols for how to do this to people. To divide movement. We're in this, in a way, it's kind of a glorious moment where we're having a huge amount of social pressures coming together in this moment in time that you and I happen to live in. How fantastic is that? To be at a point in time where there is so much change, there's so much social interaction and pressure and competition between these different philosophies, and we're swimming in it. As somebody who writes on a daily basis these essays on Substack, because that's how I make my living now, because I can't do what I used to do. It's you're a kid in the candy shop. There's so much corruption. There's so much falsehood being promoted. there's so much of this manipulation of reality. And so if you're in the business of trying to help people to make sense out of that, which is kind of what I do now for a living, it's, I wake up every morning, I get this feedback, how do you come up with all these ideas? I'm like, how do you not? All you got to do is keep your eyes open.
Yeah, it's not hard to search.
So you talked about ivermectin. I mean, the ivermectin story is still ongoing. There was an announcement the other day from HHS that they are launching new initiatives to investigate the use of ivermectin in cancer. And there was immediate blowback along the lines of oncologists are outraged. The narrative is Bobby, I'm not saying this explicitly, but basically Bobby Kennedy is at it once again, promoting falsehoods and conspiracy theories, and it's gonna, we're all gonna die because scientists are gonna investigate the use of ivermectin and other drugs
Why
for cancer.
So this is the core question, and this is one of the things that puzzled me to no end. I understood that they were upset that I had gotten better without the use of the vaccine, that I was a popular person, that I was a famous person, and I made a video about a canceled show. Dave Chappelle and I were supposed to do a show, and I made that video to let everyone know that I couldn't do the show because of COVID. I had no idea it was going to be even controversial, but I listed a bunch of things that I took. I talked about IV vitamins. I talked about monoclonal antibodies. I talked about prednisone. All these things that I talked about. CPAC. I talked about all these different things that I took. There was no mention of any of those things. There was only ivermectin, and that's what really puzzled me. I was like, this is fascinating because I listed a bunch of different things, but there was no demonization of monoclonal antibodies, but they did make them much harder to get. And eventually, so I have a friend, and his friend was in the hospital, and they wouldn't administer monoclonal antibodies. Once he got into the hospital, they wouldn't allow him to have them.
What went on in the hospital is a whole other thing. But that's crazy. So the why. The only two threads that I can pull on it all is that ivermectin is a miracle drug. The Nobel Prize, right? We don't understand completely how it works. In this case, it doesn't seem to be working as an antiviral. It seems to be working as an immune stimulant, pro-inflammatory or pro-immune response in some way. And so, because it has this broad spectrum of activity against things that have an immune response component and control. But it's off patent. They don't understand it. It's off patent, and the response is as if it represents a significant threat to some business interests. It's hard to discern that. And you mentioned CPAC. So that's another fascinating one. And to say that it was only ivermectin was the most prominent, but they're actually effective in shutting down the ZPAC, the use of hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine has a fascinating story. When you mentioned ZPAC, you talked about Zeb Zelenko. And Zeb was the one that wrote the letter to the president saying, here's this data and this information about this drug that is off patent. Well, we have a huge portfolio of experience in using it on millions and millions of doses. It's safe in pregnancy. What's not to like here? And the story of that is a fascinating microcosm because it goes back to Ralph Barrick. Ralph Barrick had published that back years ago. He's kind of coronavirus. A good case can be made that he had his fingers all over the engineering of this particular virus. So he published that this drug was effective against coronaviruses. And Zev Zelenko, who's passed away now, got engaged in trying to find some way to help his patients in New York with recovering from COVID and treating COVID. And he went back, did a deep dive into been recommended, wrote to the president about it. He got clinical experience with it. And, caveat, Mickey Willis is doing a bio on Zev now, and I'm involved in that, so conflict of interest. But he was the one who pulled it out, sent the letter to the president with his clinical experience. The president tasked Peter Navarro with sourcing the drug. And Peter O'Connell went to town. I remember a company I was working with, Allchem at the time, getting a call from Peter. Can you come up with some way to make more of this drug here domestically? We want to source it so we have enough doses for everybody. And then I think it was Lancet published this paper that had totally made up data to trash the drug. Said that it's fake. Okay, they pulled the paper when it became revealed that it was based on non-existent data. That it was more propaganda, published in one of the top medical journals in the United States. But by that time, it was completely crushed, so they didn't have to go after Z-Stack. They'd already killed Z-Stack. Ivermectin, though, that was a new threat. And one of the reasons why it was a threat was there was a meta-analysis that had been done at the Cochrane. So the Cochrane Institute in the UK is like, the holy grail for analysis of drugs in biologics. And this process of meta-analysis, they kind of wrote the rules for how to do it. And they had done an analysis that showed that ivermectin was quite effective. And then something happened. And there was some influence exerted. And suddenly that meta-analysis got quenched. It got squashed. There were two investigators that were involved in building that. One kind of went underground and got a big grant and carried on as an academic. The other one got so pissed off that she created this organization called the World Council for Health, that's Tesla. And she really objected to what happened, but ivermectin, there was a signal there. There was a clear signal there. Data supporting that signal. And then something happened to cause that meta-analysis to be restructured, and certain studies that were showing how effective it was to be thrown out, and the suppression of the data coming out of India, you remember that? And Pradesh, and I guess it's like the cat was out of the bag, and they had trouble putting it back in, so they just, my sense is, they turned up the amplitude on the propaganda and the censorship in order to try to overcome this. And I'm pretty sure, remember, who was it that held the original patent? Now, I was involved as an observer on behalf of DITRA to the active trials that were going on under the Foundation for NIH, which is sponsored significantly by Merck, and which is now headed up by the former head of Merck Vaccines, Julie Gerber. Bobby can't get her out. And they were running these clinical trials, including the clinical trial that essentially, by tweaking the dosing, etc., made it so that they came up with a result suggesting that ivermectin was not effective. There was a whole lot of manipulation, and the why part, still the best explanation I've heard is that it had a lot to do with the risk that if there was an effective countermeasure, then the utilization of the PrEP Act and the emergency countermeasures to a process to enable fast tracking of these vaccines using this new technology would no longer be valid, because those new rules is if there's an existing countermeasure, then you can't implement those clauses.
So it's all about emergency use authorization.
I don't know that that's the case. It is.
The only thing that makes sense when you see how much profit they made.
Which was enormous. it wasn't just the vaccines, it was the whole enterprise.
With the lockdowns.
Lockdowns, all what was done to small businesses, what was done to the economy, the stimulus packages, they're still digging out all that fraud. In retrospect, for average folks that are just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent, to look at, in retrospect, what was quite literally done to them. The middle class was hollowed out and on hyperspeed. So yeah, I'm still pissed off about this.
The thing is, not enough people are, and so many people let it go. And part of the reason why not enough people are pissed off about it is because they took the vaccine and they want to justify the decision. And you will talk to a lot of people that make this blanket claim the vaccine saved millions of lives. And they'll just say that.
Yeah, because that's the propaganda along my fault with safe and effective. That was a promoted narrative. And that was, by the way, the rationale given by the Nobel Prize Committee to award to Grieco and Weissman was that these products, which they had, the thesis is they had been playing the central role. I disagree. I think Peter Collis is the one that should have got it. If you're going to give it for these vaccines, it was Peter Collis and his team at UBC that really was the enabling tech. But be that as it may, the decisions made, and the committee said basically, millions of lives have been saved. And by giving this Nobel at this time, we hope that it will promote more people to accept this product. That was explicitly the logic given at the time. And that reflects what was really the thrust vector. Joe, it's what a bizarre world since we met. And so I've been sucked into to call it the center right of Europe is a little bit of a misnomer because they're all socialists as far as I'm concerned, Giorgio Meloni and everybody else. But compared to the far left, they're labeled as neo-Nazis. But I've been traveling to Europe, interacting with these people. You think it was bad for us? The European Union, the UK, and the Canada were an order of magnitude worse. We should be so grateful that we live in this country at this time, and that we still have something like a functioning constitution, the First and Second Amendment. Look at the poor suckers in Australia, in New Zealand. Remind yourself it could be a heck of a lot worse here, and it has been a heck of a lot worse in Europe. I've got buddies in Romania, in the leading alternative party, calling it center right, let's say, recently, I think it was the vice president came out and said specifically that last election was stolen. It was in Romania, Georgescu, they tried to put in jail, and the logic was that I think it was TikTok supporting his campaign had been sponsored by the Russians. It was the same game that they played against Trump of Russian collusion. They played that same book in Romania successfully. But in the European Union environment, under the European Council, they don't, they ain't got a constitution, and they can just step right in and throw you in jail, inactivate your candidacy, do whatever if you represent a populist threat to the existing structure. We talk about the deep state, but it's a problem here. But Mike Pence, I defer to as a notable expert in this space. But it's a lot worse in Europe and Australia, in Canada, and the UK, and I think we're in a perilous time here in the United States where we have the midterm coming up, but people like Bobby are making progress, and these dissident positions that have risked so many things. And I'm just wondering, I hear people saying, "Oh, Robert, they've been so mean to you." Come on, guys. you think they would mean to me, then look at what they did to Bobby, and then and then look. I don't have a nick out of my ear. Look at what they did to Trump. What they did to me is just I'm nobody compared to that, and they're willing to deploy that kind of capability against me. Think about what's really going on at the higher levels where the big games are being played, and at least we can see that. At least we have, for those of us that have our eyes open, we have some ability to be aware. But what I've spent the last 2 years mostly trying to convince people about, I hardly ever talk about our name. I said, wait, Joe, I gotta give a caveat. Forgive me. The opinions I'm expressing here are my own and not those of the U.S. government, the CDC, or the ACIP. There, I said it. Okay. But, we're in a moment where we're seeing how the levers, the gears of how all this works. I'll give you an example. Tomorrow, Friday, February 13th, what could possibly go wrong? Hopefully my plane flight out of here works okay, and they don't have a drone attack or something, right? So tomorrow there's a lawsuit filed on behalf of the American Academy of Pediatrics that seeks to shut down the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and the changes that Bobby's implemented there, and force all of that to go back to the way things were when it was functionally controlled by the professional societies, particularly the American Academy of Pediatrics. We talk about this propaganda and weaponization and lawfare and those things, and we talk about it as if it only happened in the last administration. It's still ongoing all the time, and it is going to go big time if the House turns, which I think it probably will. I mean, there's a good chance that they've already drawn up articles of impeachment against Secretary Kennedy. They're talking about articles of impeachment against President Trump. We're about to go into another 2 years of stagnation. Functional, what do we call it? We can't call it civil war. By other means, is where we're heading right now. But at this moment, I'm seeing major movement. Kennedy is doing great stuff. The president is doing great stuff. We're seeing a transformation in America's global reach, totally restructuring politics and the health side to make America healthy again. There's some pushback against that, and I've got a lot of propaganda being against it.
Well, it's this whole quote that seems sort of abstract for most people most of the time, but rings true. But you're finding it true more and more. Money is the root of all evil.
Profound. Simple, but profound. Yeah.
I mean, this is the COVID thing with ivermectin and alternative medications, off-label medications. Why? Money.
I think it also has to do with control.
Right. Which isn't tomorrow. Money.
A fair
access to money.
Yeah, it's money and power in my mind.
The power. Yeah. They don't want power without money. They want to benefit from that power.
I believe for the likes of Larry Fink and Bill Gates, I mean, they can't spend all that they have.
Right.
It's a marker. It's like chips. You're stacking up exactly.
Right. They're scoring in a video game.
Yeah.
But also captured by their past actions and constantly trying to obfuscate from all the things that they have done in the past. They could be like, if you just went into Bill Gates' stuff they did in Africa, giving children polio with their polio vaccine that was from the AP News.
Africa and India.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of banned from India. So I don't get where these people live. I'm happy. As far as I'm concerned, I can walk away from all this stuff. It's just kind of a sense of obligation of what are you going to do when you're 66? I have this opportunity to impact in a positive way on the world on my way out the door. Who wouldn't take it? Well, I guess a lot of people would. But I don't have the need to have power. I have, thank God for my Substack subscribers, I have all that I need. My wife is happy. My horses are fed. My farm is paid off. And I have the luxury of doing good works. And that's enough. I don't get this global power thrust hunger.
That's not your thing. But if you were a politician or you were some megalomaniacal billionaire sort of business character that just wants to dominate, who's involved in a bunch of antitrust lawsuits in the past, that would be
Not that we're naming any names.
not that we're naming any names that bribed off multimedia corporations to the tune of $300+ million so that they wouldn't write bad stories about it.
Or owns, functionally owns the world.
We are going to start.
And a giant chunk of your farmland was for a while trying to push that fake meat shit on everybody until that dropped off.
So the business models aren't working out so good for the globalists, are they?
I think a lot of it is because of information that's available now. And you can't control, one of the things that did happen during COVID went to for information. They don't believe them anymore. There's just too much bullshit and no one got in trouble for spreading that bullshit. There was no corrections, no redactions, no apologies. And so
what's wrong with
people
hiring
now,
workers?
more than
Okay, I want to point out this is called hiring workers on Shabbos. Not that's good to do work on Shabbos, but even to go and do work after Shabbos, person just shouldn't hire workers on Shabbos. Although Yom
had to say what they had to say on television. People knew what they were saying was incorrect.
what's wrong with saying that hiring workers on Shabbos? Especially if you're not doing work on Shabbos. It says
About 4 years ago, I read a report from the Trust News Initiative
that we use to highlight a lot of
launched by
these
BBC
things that are just
to counter Russian disinformation and then repurposed to counter vaccine disinformation. And I read this report about I'd gone on your show, so I was a little bit of a fan. So I'm reading this report, and they're talking about threats to the industry because TNI is basically another trade organization instead of a guild. It's a global major media guild, and so they're doing this internal analysis and reporting, and they're talking about the risk vectors that they face. And they had a whole great big section on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan represents that was their threat. That was the major threat to their business model is you and what you represent. You as a metaphor for this new information economy. And by God, they called it right. It's and when this has been part of my journey. When I realized what I was experiencing and what it meant to come on your show and have that event occur, which by the way blew up my subscribers on Substack. Thank you so much. I still get a wave every year about in the month following, so January, I get a big bump in revenue.
Well, it kills our subscribers on Spotify too. During the heat of it, we gained in 1 month, we gained 2 million subscribers.
I had. Oh yeah, please.
What's the Spotify subscribers? I know YouTube is over 20 million. What is Spotify at?
So while he's looking that up, I had this bizarre experience. I'm just a little gray-haired guy with I'm about to have my 42nd wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm proud of it. I would have 20-year-olds come up in the street and fist bump me. What the hell?
Yeah, well, they don't have a representative. I mean, they don't see
All males.
Yes, males. Those males don't have anybody in mainstream news that represents anything that resembles them. I know I'm much older than them, but I never went down this path of decay and weirdness that a lot of adult males go into corporate business and industry, and they become something unrecognizable to these young men who have freedom in life, and they're being suppressed, and they're being told that they're toxic.
That was the right there.
Yeah.
Young men that have freedom in life.
Yeah.
And then they compromise.
They don't want to be what their dad is. They don't want to be what their uncle is. They don't want to be these people that they work for. They're like, what is this fucking bullshit life? I don't want that. I know I'm being lied to. I know the news is full of shit. And I know that this one guy who is also a cage fighting commentator and a comedian and doesn't have to lie. Like, I'm not being, I don't have a boss, really. I mean, Spotify promotes the show, they put the show out, we're a partnership with them, but there's no one telling me what to do, which is why you're here right now. There's no one, I don't have a conversation with no one. I literally, like, reach out to my guy and say, hey, contact Mr. Malone, and let's get him back on.
All I know is I got a message through X.
Yeah.
I was saying, Joe Rogan, you want to come on?
That was actually me. That message is me, which I rarely use those things, but I was trying to figure out how to contact you, so I reached out to you there, and then I sent it to my guy, and he takes care of it. Like, that's it. There's no one else. There's no one involved in all that, which you can still be you that way. As soon as you get involved in enormous groups of humans and a board, you have to sit down at a table with other executives, you have to make decisions based on the profitability of the company and shareholders and stuff. I have none of that. It's a skeleton.
So, as I look back, the question, why were you able to do this alone? Why were you able to, you were so brave, Dr. Malone.
Like, Robert Malone, that name became like a majority. It became like, oh, yeah, that Malone guy.
Yeah, it's all what it is. But then on the other side, I tour, do these rallies and stuff like this, and my wife, it really makes my wife nervous. Middle-aged women come up to me and they want to have selfies, and I get this, Dr. Malone, you were so brave, you're such a hero kind of stuff, which I frankly find a little embarrassing. I mean, it's sweet, but that's about heroes. Really, why was it? Yeah, the guys that defend the nation. But why was I able to speak? I think a big part of it was I had no debt. I wasn't beholden to anybody.
Right.
And like you say, I'd been about a decade being a consultant, a free living consultant, and it got under my skin. I've always been independent, farmer, carpenter kind of stuff. And that's, I guess, been part of my problem is I just don't fit in corporate life. I can't suck up to people, and it's just not in me.
Well, it's a very unhealthy environment for anybody to get sucked into the bizarre group thing. It's just good work.
This decentralized subscriber base model, the epiphany was, being quite sincere. It was one of those moments my wife and I looked at each other and we said, what the hell are we going to do now? Our consulting business is shot. He wants to talk to me. I've been delegitimized. They say I don't know what I know. I haven't done what I've done. And this has been promoted by all the top liberal publications in the world. And so I said, okay, Rogan built this thing day after day, week after week, for years. He just stayed on it and doing it, and we can do that too. We can bring that kind of work ethic into our world. Steve Kershaw told me how to get on Spotify. When we took it on, seriously, we published thousands of essays almost every day. It's, Substack, what I say, Substack, I apologize. And so we just work at it again and again and again, trying to put out content. And we're we're shadow banned, small room on X in a serious way. You only have 1.3 million subscribers, of which, all the time I get feedback. I never see your stuff. Well, it's algorithmic, whatever it is, and you can ask Grok about Robert Long, and, you get back. I'm a controversial figure, but, not white. And so we have a lot of subscribers, but we just have this core of paid subscribers, and they send in their $5 a month, and it's all we need, and it totally sets us free. We can talk about whatever we want, and now that I'm a pseudo-government employee, I'm a special government employee without pay. Boy, that's like the worst of both worlds. Because I have, the truth is, I have guardrails that constrain me the way that I used to be constrained for talking about some things. I have to live in this world. I interface with the secretary and with the deputy chief of staff and other people, and now it's working with the State Department. So, I have to be more mindful. What is your function? What do you do at state or both?
When you're working for the government, how do they use your services?
So, the special government employee category is a designation from the executive branch. It's the one that Elon had. I like to say I'm in the same category as Elon was with the whole money. He was an SGE without pay. I'm an SGE without pay. And because I serve on the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices in the CDC, which is this, they call it, it's a FACA committee, Federal Advisory Committee Act, that advises the director of the CDC, that's its only job, on vaccine policy. So I'm the vice chair, which is largely arbitrary. What that means is that if the chair isn't there, I draw the short straw and I have to chair those bloody meetings, like the last one for hepatitis B, does, which was just a slugfest, ugly, worst meeting I've ever had to adjudicate my entire life. But for the most part, I sit on these subcommittees. I sit on the COVID working group subcommittee. I'm not supposed to talk about the next meeting. I was told 2 days ago. So that's one of my guardrails. But stay tuned for what is going to come down if the AAP lawsuit doesn't prevail and we're allowed to actually have a meeting. So that's that. I'm also the chair of the influenza working group. Stay tuned for that. And now I am. So, from time to time, the secretary asks me to help him sort out some issue. I'll get a phone call. I once got a phone call on Big Island. We did this recent series of rallies to try to, to recap, the whole reason why we did that first hit was to try to publicize the Stop Mandates rally in D.C. That was the subtext for that, as you recall, and I forgot to even mention it. We had to go back in to do another shoot for that. Remember, I'm still fighting that same battle of trying to stop these mandated vaccines. So I'm sitting there in Hawaii, going to another one of these rallies. I get a call out of the blue from one of Bobby's people. And they want some advice about a topic having to do with the decision he has to make about spending money on another biodefense initiative. So I get that kind of stuff. He called me soon after he was confirmed to get my opinion about what was going on in the chicken industry and all the slaughter that was happening for bird flu. And I told him this doesn't make sense. It's not good policy. There's no way you can get rid of bird flu doing this. It's in the wild bird populations. And this is just nonsensical what they're doing. Why do you think they do? Okay, so that's interesting. That now we drive into kind of public health and vaccinology. You're asking why, and it's been a long-standing policy. Millions of chickens, they do it every time.
every time
it's and any other outbreak. So right now in Spain, I just wrote an essay about this. It was maybe the biggest reveal of what's going on in Spain right now. There's a Spanish research lab that's been collaborating with the USDA that is investigating swine fever virus. They're actually doing gain-of-function research on swine fever virus. Swine fever virus, African swine fever virus, kills pigs like crazy. And already China has locked down, will not accept Spanish pork. And it is a lab leak. And there's a bunch of dead hogs last November around this facility. And now it's the Spanish and the European Union are blowing a circuit over this. Because it's really compromised the Spanish pork industry. So this kind of stuff, when this happens, the reaction is we just have to kill all of them. We have to kill all the potential carriers. And this has been the wisdom in this kind of agrarian animal husbandry world for a long time, in the context in particular of factory farming. So the logic is that if you were to vaccinate these birds with a leaky vaccine, which COVID was a leaky vaccine, influenza is a leaky vaccine. If you give the birds a leaky vaccine, what you'll get out of that is precisely vaccine-resistant flu. Okay, and so we have no choice. It has been logic, but to exterminate, like the ostriches in Canada. Remember that story? That was shocking. Okay, there was no logic behind that. It's become entrenched as policy, as kind of this reflexive knee-jerk thing. That if we have an outbreak, what we do is we kill. Because we can't control the virus. And the things that we could do to control the virus aren't really going to control it, and it's actually going to make things worse.
Is there any logic to that?
We can argue in the margins. We can argue at the margins, but when you've got something that, if you had something that didn't have a natural reservoir, then you can make the case that you could eliminate it in that geographic population and keep it from spreading outside. But when you have a natural reservoir,
Explain that. Explain the natural reservoir.
Okay, in the case of avian influenza, waterfowl and migratory birds are amazing vectors for carrying and propagating influenza. And influenza survives in water for a very long period of time. And so you've got ducks and geese traveling north to south all over every continent that are susceptible to infection by avian influenza and all the other migratory birds. But in particular, the waterfowl, California spotted microbe. Rabbi on the head if I didn't use the right term. So she said specials. So these birds carry the flu, and a number of them are relatively resistant. They've been subjected to avian influenza for centuries or millennia. And sometimes you'll get a variant come out that'll wipe out a whole bunch of birds. West Nile virus in crows is a great example. And now you have crow populations coming back that are resistant to West Nile. We haven't got rid of West Nile. We've just bred more resistant birds. That's kind of, that's Britt Weinstein's space, right? That's evolution. It's magical. And so if you have a natural animal reservoir, like the ticks and Lyme and deer, what are you going to do? Exterminate all the deer? No, that's not practical. Mao tried to exterminate the birds because of the thesis that they were eating up all the spare grain and compromising availability of food to the populace, right? And what happened? Major ecological catastrophe. You can't eliminate the birds. You can't go and kill all the waterfowl. That would just be ecologically insane. But sometimes we do insane things. And in the case of avian influenza, influenza, it gets in the water supply. The water supply goes everywhere. Small birds are interacting with. I don't know if you've ever been around a chicken barn or chicken barns. Okay, yeah, there's chickens and then there's commercial chicken production, right? So these operations are like petri dishes for bad stuff happening, and the only way you can interfere with that, by the way the Amish are starting to do it, is put something in the water supply. And what the Amish are using is compound hypochlorous acid. And it's stopping these things. It's stopping E. coli and a lot of other stuff. But the U.S., that's another problem, is when you have these momentum of these large government agencies with their consensus about the way things are done. This is saying that the only time the FDA ever changes is if somebody in a key position retires or passes away. They kind of get entrenched in this is how we do things. We kill chickens. If we have avian influenza come out, we kill chicken barns. And this is the beauty of Secretary Kennedy coming in, being kind of not invested in the way things are and the way we do things. And being willing to ask the questions, does this really make sense? That has been heresy, and it's obviously still heresy to do that, to ask those questions, to have the president say, we need to restructure the vaccine schedule. Oh my God, the sky is falling, kids are going to die left and right, there's going to be death on the street because the aerosol and multi-dose influenza vials, this kind of catastrophic thinking, but Kennedy has, and the president, have the courage to question these narratives, these long-held stated beliefs in the case of bird flu. He called me up. I said, I don't think this makes sense. I think that what we really need to do is we need to breed resistant chickens. And the way we breed resistant chickens, by the way, we've written about this also in our Substack. There are, in the domain of chicken cultivars, you have chickens, there are people that are just freaks about chickens.
Yeah.
And all of these, but because of that, we have this huge repository of different cultivars of chickens. We could say they were all generated through gain of function research the old school way. And a number of those are relatively resistant to bird flu. Well, in a logical world, you would have Tysons. But, maybe the government has to incentivize this. It shouldn't have to. You would have Tysons in there saying, well, guys, what we need is a bird flu-resistant chicken. Let's get on it. Okay? And that is essentially the position that the secretary took, is this policy of just extremely aggressive mass culling is not producing the outcome that we want. It has never produced the outcome that we want. It will never eliminate bird flu because it had an endemic reservoir, and we've got to think different. And now that's starting to percolate through the system, and there is more research into alternative strategies, including the possibility of various prophylactic interventions in feed and in water. That's, in a lot of these chicken houses mist. As you recall, they have misters because they got to control the temperatures. So they're set up with misters, and that can also be a way to deliver things that are non-toxic, like HOCl, that can knock out these viruses and E. coli and other things that cause reduced growth and loss of weight in chickens, which is the metric that Tyson's, those guys, is food conversion. That's the metric they all agree to. There's different. We can think differently, and we have been locked into consensus that has emerged over decades based on old ways of thinking.
And the same people are in charge, so they don't want to change.
And they kind of often have these lineages where they're passing power on to the people that they've mentored. So that's my HHS world, and then the State Department world is a new thing that's come in. I'm starting to support the group under Secretary Rubio that's responsible for the So this morning, I got up early, and there was so. Honest to God, I don't want to pump you up too much. I mean, you might get an ego or something, but so I say in the state, they say, Robert, we want you to go to Geneva to give this talk on the use of AI for monitoring bioweapons threats, because we have no way of monitoring compliance with the bioweapons convention right now, and it's been a historic problem. And the president has said that we think that we can apply artificial intelligence to this problem solving of monitoring and verifying compliance with bioweapons convention, which is here's another one of these thinking outside the box things. So they say, I want you to go to Geneva and give this talk and keynote. And I say, and what's the date? Oh, it's February 12th. And I say, I don't talk about this because, it's the general thing. You don't tell people that you're going to be on Rogan. You let Rogan say that when Rogan's ready. And so I said, but then I'm scheduled for Rogan today. And they're like, oh, Rogan. Well, okay, absolutely. You got to go on that one. That's way more important than going and speaking at the UN. And so the State Department thinks you're more important than me talking about bioweapons, and they let me WebEx it. So that's what happened this morning, and it is so I'm supporting that group now, and maybe increasingly over time, and I don't know where that goes.
So you were talking about these pigs that it's a lab leak that's giving these people in space. What is it? Another case?
Truly a breaking news thing. Our media is not covering it. And
Shocker.
It has been covered in Europe, and particularly in Spain. This is a major economic threat because they're, I think, the number 2 pork producer. And in the hogs, they're feeding on acorns, etc. That's a big specialty market space. Yeah. So last November, this laboratory that is ostensibly working, it's on 2.0. Only the good news is that this is not swine flu. People get that confused. We're not talking about swine flu. This is African swine fever. It's been around for a millennia. It's never crossed into humans. It's a very different virus. So just make sure we got that clear. So this highly lethal African swine fever virus is a threat to the global pork industry. And so this laboratory in Spain is cooperating with the USDA to try to develop a new vaccine for African swine fever. And in doing so, our government, once again, was unaware that this even existed. There was a cooperative agreement between the USDA and this laboratory to engage in, if you read, they don't call it gain-of-function research, they call it building recombinant viruses and experimenting in different virus structures to allow them to build a better vaccine. Exactly the same logic that was used in Wuhan. Okay, now, then last November, so this is ongoing in this laboratory. What this relates to, Joe, is the idea that is being promoted that for justice and equity and sharing, we need to enable there being distribution of highly infectious pathogens all over the world in separate laboratories so that we in the big bad West are not imposing and enabling our industries to prey on the emerging economy by taking biological resources from them, in other words, new viruses, and using them to build stuff. We have to cooperate. They have to have access to these regions. So the logic right now that's in play and being promoted by the WHO is that we should have high pathogen repositories and research programs all over the world, decentralized in these emerging economy states. Spain is not Germany. But so there's a Spanish lab. USDA is cooperating. They're going to build a African swine fever virus vaccine. They're doing gain of function research, and by the way, just like in Wuhan, there's some construction going on related to that, and then suddenly, and it's an area that is very dense in wild hogs. Now, somehow we got to get this through our brain. Okay, you don't put the facility in a place that's proximal to the thing that might get infected if you have a lab leak. I mean, that ought to be like rule number one, stamped on everybody's brain. You don't do it. Like the Rocky Mountain labs make a lot of sense. If you're going to be working with nasty stuff, and you got to do it, but it's somewhere obscure, not in Boston, right? So they're doing it. They're surrounded by dense wild hog population, and suddenly, last November, people detect there's wild hogs dead all over around this facility. What could possibly have happened? So they start investigating. Police have been in, grab the records, grab the digital information, etc. Because the entire Spanish pork industry is now compromised. Their major client, China, has already pulled their trade barriers. No more Spanish pork going into China. I advocate President Trump drop the curtain right now. Because when I looked at the distribution of wild hogs, I mean, you've traveled enough to know how important wild feral hogs are in the economy in Italy. Wild hogs are all over here. And this place in Catalonia is right near the French border. And then, like, right on the other side, 100 miles, is in and the band of high density wild hogs spreads like that up through the mountains and down into Italy. And I think that if I was sitting in the White House right now, I think to protect both the president core constituency is happy. Voted for him 3 times. And he holds that near and dear. And I think that it's good in politics, it's good in public health, it's good in health, agricultural decision to raise the barriers until we can see that Europe has resolved risk associated with this.
How are they going to resolve that?
So, once again, with
Wild hogs and stuff, it's contained.
And to your point, I don't know the answer. I mean, right now what they're doing is they're using drones to try to find, how hard it is to hunt wild hogs. Yeah, and still, and the hogs are winning. It's like the emu wars in Australia, right?
My friend Monty Franklin is from Australia. Actually, that's the joke about that. We fought a war with the emus.
It's true. We have emus on our farm, and they're weird animals, man. It's like living with dinosaurs. But they're weird.
I talked to a lady who's a falconer. She's the dumbest bird by far. She goes, second dumbest are owls. That's crazy. Yeah. I thought they were so smart. Give a hoop, don't pollute. They're always wearing a monocle.
Back to Athens, the symbol of learned hell. Very weird. Yeah, so he was weird. But so I don't know what they're going to do. What they did to control in Europe. So the former assistant director general of the WHO, this was her claim to fame. But she had led the development of rabies apes. And they would mate with a rabies vaccine to try to control the incidence of rabies in particularly foxes was the problem throughout Europe. And a lot of the foxes were crossing from the less developed part of the European Union into France, which was not acceptable. She was French. And so what they did is they developed these mates with the vaccine. And they would distribute them out of helicopters. There's a whole science about how dense the baits have to be to get immunity against rabies in fox populations. Whole science around it, but that they were successful. They controlled fox and wolf population and rabies in Europe, largely eradicated through the use of baits distributed by helicopters.
Do they have a vaccine?
No, they don't. That's what they were supposed to be developing. That was the whole purpose.
They were supposed to be developing, or really what they were developing is they were transmissible strain.
Whatever, yeah, in order to prove that they could, I don't know, it's
Same story.
it's 1.0, exactly. And how are we not going to see this as an increasing trend? And there's the whole dark side that when I read my comments, maybe I shouldn't sometimes, but I do.
Don't do an definition.
You get the blowback. Well, this is all my intention because they're building market for whatever it is that they want to market, right? There's one of the dark themes about COVID was that they wanted to promote the spread of COVID in order to sell vaccines and blah, blah, blah. So that's the narrative. And so in this case, well, they want to spread African swine fever because some other good profit from that while destroying their pork industry. But this is armchair strategists on the internet. But that hasn't gotten into the domestic pork market. An interesting question, not to my knowledge yet, but I have this interesting colleague that I work with closely at the ACIP named Rabbi, who's the chair of the COVID working group and is giving the pharmaceutical industry a run for the trip. And Rabbi is a full professor at MIT. And his core competence is risk analysis and mitigation. And he reads my Substack. That's our friends. He doesn't subscribe. I'm pretty sure he reads it. So we're talking, and he says, "Yeah, I read that thing that you put out about that virus." And he said, "I wrote a proposal years ago about risk mitigation. We need to do something about that because of the ease by which it can enter the domestic pork population." So I infer from that there is a whole body of science and logic about, and he said it's very readily transmitted into commercial pork, which is why the Chinese have already dropped the curtain and said, "No, we're not going to allow any of that into China." Because the risk. What we're talking about. So I wrote an essay about low risk, high impact events, which is what we're talking about. Another example of a low risk, high impact event is gene drive technology. Gates is promoting to exterminate the mosquitoes, for example. Gene drive technology can be used to exterminate a species, particularly ones that have a high reproductive rate. And, it's another one that is a CRISPR application. But there's a whole school of thought that gene drive tech should never be let out of the box in the environment. Because, there are those that are actively promoting its use. To eliminate bad stuff. And, we're all for eliminating bad stuff. Organisms, insects, worms, flies, stuff. And we can experiments where we say, we'll cultivate this kind of fly. With that kind of fly, all of these flies are going to have gene drive, and we're going to look for whether or not it gets over to these flies. And if it doesn't, then we can conclude that it's unlikely. But as Brett would tell you, we're dealing with ecosystems here, really complex ecosystems. And the risk environment and programs have to acknowledge coming out of lessons. Talk about these egregious things, low experience, but the big picture. this. This thing came out, and I'm convinced it was engineered. I most likely hypothesis is not that it was intentionally released. I still think it's a possibility, but that it was unintentional release of infected, because that's what happens again and again in these facilities. Really high impacts, as we've seen in global use. And we have to rethink how we're managing risk, which is, as I mentioned, ROTHSCHILD's kind of core competence. And that logic runs up against this belief that, well, it hasn't happened so far, and I'm an expert, and I have the right to play. I know more than you do. How can you tell me that I shouldn't be doing that? You don't have the right to tell me. I'm the expert in the space. And to come into that environment and say, look, guys, you're playing around with something that could have a very high impact, even though it hasn't happened yet. And you've got to rethink what is acceptable. And I think that we were talking a moment about the State Department and weapon control. We're now in an environment where the speed of growth of power of biotechnology is accelerating. It's going exponential, just like what we saw with semiconductors. And our bioethics, our regulatory structures, our way of thinking about those risks is completely unable to keep up with the pace of events. And that is creating a whole new threat scene, not to scare people. You know, as I was thinking about coming on here and saying to myself, just deep breath, listen to Joe Rogan, he's a youth. And you want to stay positive. I don't want to go dark and just scare people. But we've got to take, we've got to recognize that this is a different world. We have all of this digital tech and what it means, information control and suppression and manipulation psychologically, basically programming, customized programming through avatars, all of this power. But we also have in parallel this world of rapidly advancing biotechnology that is, for the likes of Yuval Harari and those that are imagining a future of transhumanism. And all of that means we're moving very rapidly into a world that we can hardly even process. One of the big thrust vectors in Silicon Valley right now relating to reproductive rights has to do with the development of artificial limbs. You know, these wealthy, privileged people don't want to carry their own babies. And I guess surrogates are too cumbersome or risky.
So they really talked about
it's not talking. We're going to run an essay about this. They already have a lamb that they have grown de novo in an artificial we're there. Okay, and these people see it as freeing. This is more women's rights. We don't need to have the organic process of carrying a baby, and that's a good thing. They completely disregarding that there is a whole lot of complex interactions that occur between mother and fetus in the womb, okay, that gives rise to.
Right, you what kind of humans that develop with no interaction with the mother at all, the entire 9 months where they're developing,
but that
exchange hormones.
But for the sake of convenience, we want to do that. Zoom in on it. Okay, that has all kinds of implications. implications. It has implications for organ transplantation. My friend Young McKellar, I don't know if you know Young, if you've ever had him on, you might want to sometime. Interesting character. He is the Washington bureau chief for this newspaper that is defamed all the time, ridiculed at times, okay, which I think is like the only print newspaper left in the United States that's worth reading that ascribes to classical journalism. But he's just come out with a book about organ harvesting in China and organ harvesting on demand, documenting that they are using live prisoners and keeping them in compounds and testing them for their genetic background and characteristics, and then harvesting them when necessary to provide organs for transplantation, largely to Westerners, because it is enormously profitable, and also to leaders in the CCP. This is what all this brouhaha was about the open mic event, about we can use transplantation to let us live another 100 years. Remember that little clip? So this, in a world in which we can have artificial clones, we can grow our clones to provide donor tissue, to provide insurance policy. We're right at the doorstep of that.
Okay, again, demonic. It sounds demonic. Is a soul a real thing? Just because it can't be quantified by science, you can't measure it. I mean, the concept of the soul has always existed. If that's a real thing, who knows what you're doing? Creating a human being from an artificial womb. Who knows what kind of processes are happening? We know that stress on the mother imparts all sorts of unwanted characteristics in children. We know that. We know like
all kinds of interactions.
Yes.
The playing of music, that's real.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sitting, playing of music. Yeah.
So that's how that vector is proceeding. And once you have that in a world of CRISPR, okay, you can do genetic modification of a very small number of cells and then grow a fetus from that. Okay, so that opens the door to. Did you watch the movie Gattaca? Yeah. Gattaca, absolutely recommended. If you want to understand our brave new world, the one that's really coming at us, and ethical conundrums associated with that, watch Gattaca. And by the way, it has great production value too, doesn't it? It's a great movie. Great movie. And totally underappreciated.
And terrifying.
Yeah,
because that's really what our future is.
And the title GATTAGA refers to a DNA sequence, by the way. That's why the name Gattaca. Okay, so watch the movie. You've already seen it. You get it. Okay, we're moving to that space where we have custom-built humans. Now it's being, what's driving it? Convenience. Who doesn't want to have a child that's better that's like you, but better, stronger, bigger, smarter, better vision? Get rid of all the problems that I've got, or you've got, or whomever, and in your next offspring. And all you got to do, because here's another fun fact: at bulk, whole genome sequencing is now about $300. Whole genome sequencing is the portal for selective engineering with Cas9 CRISPR systems. So we now right on the threshold of that entire spectrum of capability, manipulating life, fundamentals of life in every species and humans. And concurrently, we have the incoming vector of robotics technology and modern computational advance. We're moving rapidly. People say, it's going to be next month. We're going to have general artificial intelligence. Well, we keep saying that month after month. What have we got here? Video made about the artificial ones. Yeah. I don't know. Made this company. Yes, doesn't this look like it's something straight out of the Matrix? This is all 3D.
Obviously, it's not real. Oh my God, this is terrifying.
This is a business model.
What kind of psychology does this child have with no exposure to its mother?
Rabbi Mrs. Schwarzbaum in memory of Rabbi Schwarzbaum's father, Mayor Ben Shaul, Zechron Livracha, Yehuda and Bracha Buchwalter, in memory of, celebration of the Asheret of their great-grandson. Rivka Menachem Bernstein in Eretz Yisrael, beautiful, and Dr. Mrs. Warshawski in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Thea Warshawski, Rivka, Miriam, and Bas Yisrael. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah over the Neshamas Hananiyah, the families in the community. So with that, let us begin. Speaking up in the mission, it's really fascinating because as we get to the end of the Masechta, which is hard to believe, another week or so, the Gemara is really going through a number of various issues, which are primarily rabbinic issues that we're going to see. Meaning Dirabanan, really Ksivas Dirabanan, lest one come to go ahead and commit something potentially D'oraisa. So take a look at the Mishnah. Mona Adam as Archa, that's Hyperosa Michu. A person can count his yes, as well as the portions by mouth. Avalom Naksab. So what's happening over here? Take a look at that for just a moment. Hyperosa meaning Adam. Avalom Naksab. In Kasav me Erev Shabbos Kaf Kaf Orkin. Ploni Zimanti. Here they're very interesting. Well, you could have also Ksav Shabbos. So let's listen to this. Mishnah is telling me that Halakha Lamaisa, I can't read off of a list on Shabbos. So, for example, if I invited a lot of people for a Shabbos, and I wrote down my guests on the piece of paper on a list, I don't want to forget who's coming, where they're going to sit, where they're going to be assigned. So I can't offer that much. Right? More that's type of so I go ahead and I do the menu and I wrote the dishes I want to serve. I cannot read off of a list
because of how difficult it is.
Richard doesn't tell me why. So in other words, you could do anything. You could do it verbally. About Roman accept. You can't do it off a list. Not this other than Banav. Then B'nai Day. So Allah Shulchan. And I will say that literally what this sounds like is how it says. Mafis Mashon Kais. Matil Kais the Kalik Nima Dia Kamana Uman. So let's say again you have a number of persons. You're allowed to apparently small lots on Shabbos to determine who is going to go ahead and get what person. Again, who is the regression is making money to time. As one gets Mishnah retreat, then Halakha Lamaisa, all of the portions are of equal size. All the portions are of equal size. So the Gemara says, "Matir." So look at that for a moment. What we actually is carrying ourselves. She'll have monos shovels. The portions should be of equal size. Below the achas, below the achas, one skin will be larger, one small. The zakos below the hazot of Yagoro and the skyda of Yagoro. The kind of get level we demand the first time. So let's say again, interesting halachas. We're not exactly sure what the reason is. We'll see in the Gemara Rashi point out. Matimin haloshin halakachim yachid. Abalo alamo. I will say haloshin are brothers. Lots. Kohanim to draw lots. Kohanim to draw lots for carbon. But not for push. So again, this is not people.
Let's take this, right? And then you end up with.
So let's begin first with our list. And this told me that Allah said by the list guest list, or for that matter, again, I have a list. I can go ahead and recall by memory, right?
They say, well, if the CDC advises it,
what's
then
the
we're going to
why not? What's wrong? What's going in reading like this?
And so you end up in this situation where you use the manufacturer, get your product on the market, you get it down into this special program, guaranteed purchase, guaranteed profit, full identification, marketing, purchase, distribution, ultimately by the
So what's going to happen? Come shop this morning. I realized that I invited too many people. So I'm going to come to a race in a
they'll just go on and they're propagandized into
Rabbi
believing it as a
can't go ahead and read off the list on Shabbos, lest you come to a race on the list. Rabbi no, Shema Yikra, to study and
someone says something like
listen,
vaccines don't cause autism, the whole audience will applaud. And like, how do you know that? We're so confident you're a flawed?
Well, it's because what I've heard it so many times. Of course, I believe that's what's twisted. It's just a simple thing. It illustrates the power
will say
of
there could be a couple of issues
now,
involved with
and
it.
once you
One
get it,
could be an
I
issue of
think
unphysical,
vaccine story,
of weak reactivity.
you've
The other is the possibility
you're
of
ruined
placebo.
now.
So, for example, the halacha
Because
is
once
that
you
one
get
is
it
really
about
not supposed to
vaccines,
read
then you see it everywhere.
business-related
Well,
documents
it's
on Shabbos.
wrote
It's halacha.
type of
What's the
dissolved
reason?
versions.
Because one may come to go ahead
That book
and
is
one may come to go
must
ahead
read for
and
anybody
write.
who wants to really
So this
understand the
story
history of
has no
vaccines
Rabbi
and
seems to say
what
the concern
really
over here
happened
is
in
if
terms
we
of
allow
the
you to
end
read
of
lists,
pandemics
lists
and
can
the
lead ultimately
introduction
to
of these
laws,
vaccines,
to other documents,
what
and the
actually
reading
took
of other documents means more business-related things.
You know, there's a
And
whole
in which
thread
case, again,
of
that
how
may lead
prevalent
to writing.
lead was in the
So
population.
my focus is everybody's agreeing on the
So many
halacha.
things that we
The
had.
halacha
And then
is
when
you
they got
can't
rid of
read
lead,
off
that
the
was
list on
concurrent
Shabbos.
with
The
the
shaila
onset
is
of
why not? Why
widespread
not?
vaccination.
Given an issue
And so
like
the
Rabbi says,
loss
it
of
may come
life
to a race,
associated
or like
or the
Rabbi says,
improvement in loss of
may
life
come
and birth
to
outcomes
read
associated
other
with getting
types
the
of
lead out of the
quote
population. Well,
unsanctioned
that's
documents.
ascribed to the
Neither
vaccines
that, but
by
really
the
not
people
this.
that are busy
You can have the
marketing
customer
vaccines, and likewise the media.
What
And
happens
all
if you
the
wrote
work
your list,
associated with
you wrote your list
water
on
sanitation
a wall
and
and you
all
put
of
it high
that.
up on the
No,
wall.
that's
So
all
I wrote
true.
it on the
First
wall
time
and
I
it's high up.
credit
So because it's
as a
high up,
vaccine.
so what's the issue? You can't
First
really reach
time
it in order to
I
erase it.
really
Says the
encountered
Gemara,
that
Rabbi,
logic was
taking
Candace
over the
Owens had
issue of
me
reading
years
the
ago.
list, let's make up to erase
She
it.
said,
There's
you know,
no
we've done this
concern
deep
with
dive
eraser,
and
but
we've
it's
looked at
obviously
this thing and these
diseases
diseases go down
when
before
it
the
says
vaccines
that
come
if
up.
you read lists,
And
they come
yet
to
we're
other
told this
starting
narrative.
headyotes, right?
And of
And they
course
say
we're told
again,
this
starting
narrative.
headyotes is coming.
Napoleon.
Other non-Shabbos
Because
type
when
of
people are
documents,
so
business-related
concerned
things,
about
so on and so
polio
forth.
vaccines, cure
Then
polio,
ultimately,
they're
even
not
if you're
bringing
writing
back
on the wall,
polio,
that's
they
still
stop
an
with
issue.
vaccines.
When I tell them,
What percentage of polio
yes, I
do you think is
understand, but even according to
asymptomatic?
your thing, it says that the
And then
issue of
most
politics
people
may
think
come
like
to a race.
none,
This is
right?
also not
It's
concerned about the fact
95 to
that if you let you read
99%
off
of
the list,
polio is
as
asymptomatic.
well.
And then you find
There's
out
some
through Suzanne Humphreys' work
remember
that
she
they
put
were
in the Gemara
spraying
says,
DDT
is that
and
true
glucosilate
that
all over
just
the
because
country
the
at the
list
same
is
time.
too
So
high
it
up,
gives you
we're not
the
concerned when it comes to
same
the race?
exact
Ask what was the
symptoms of
last
paralytic polio.
Lo yikra la or
And
hanya.
then
This is very important
subsequently,
halacha.
the actual first
You're not allowed to read
infections
by
started
candles.
occurring in this country were
That's how
occurring
you
in
can't read
rural
by
areas
candles. Why
where
not?
they sprayed
Because it's
DDT
that's what
every
we're getting
Yeah, so
we're concerned that you're going to
one
come to
of
smoke the
so
candle,
there's
thereby adding additional
if I can
fuel,
kind of
or
throw another
moving
log
the
of
fuel
fire,
or the oil forward
yeah,
to it, which could be an issue
one
of
of the cool
havara,
things
kindling.
is I'm getting to see
So the Allah is
from
not
my
allowed to be by candlelight on
PhD
Shabbos. But not only
is
that,
people
but
working
Rabba
at the cutting
Akilu
edge
Gavoa
of
Stefanos,
genetic
Akilu Gavoa Stemardos,
technology
Akilu Asara Batim
investigations
Zao
about cause and
Gavizah,
effect
Lo
and
Yikra.
genomic
So
effects.
okay, listen to this. The halacha is even if
One
the
of the
candle is
things we
totally
talk
out of
about that's
reach,
rare
it's
incidents of
still
paralytic
not
polio
allowed
or
to go ahead and read by that
myocarditis.
light. Even if the candle is 2 stories up,
Myocarditis is
you
rare.
still can't go ahead and
With
read
the
by it.
vaccine,
We'll say,
and
what
yet
do you
it
see from
happens
that?
in a significant rate.
Something
It
that
happens where in certain populations and other populations that are seriously adverse.
that could be
Now they were
remains
forced
in
to
place,
admit
even if
it
technically
and
speaking,
stay
what
tuned
Chazal was
for
concerned
late
about
recovery.
is no longer an
But
issue. So, for example, Chazal said you can't read by candlelight lest you
there's
come
a
to adjust the
group
candle.
that had a big
Even if the
grant
candle is out of reach,
to look at
you still
genetic
can't read by
links
that light. So, to the
associated
Gemara
with
would say,
vaccine
if
space.
indeed the issue
And
is reading off
strangely,
a list
halfway
is
through
what?
that program,
That you
the
may
Biden
come to
administration
erase,
finally got caught.
even if you write that
They
list
still
on a
need
wall and that
workers,
is
so they
very
kind of
high
limped
up,
along with
presumably,
volunteer
or
stuff.
it would appear
Modern
that
invention and
concern
genome
should
costs
still apply.
$300
She
a
says, well, you're right. I would put
These
now
guys
you
have gone
rather
through,
go say
they've
what's not
identified
familiar with
some
the two
genes that
approaches of
represent
Rabbi Shet the
high
Gemara
risk
says,
factors for
I think the Gemara
myocarditis
cuts
after
about
vaccination.
this is rather again
Myocarditis
about
after
saying and not
vaccination, by the
familiar
way,
with
was
the
the
case
major
you
side
write it on
effect
the wall,
associated with the
but you
smallpox
write it very low down on the wall. The man numbers
It's
are used
been
both
associated
Hashina.
with
So if
vaccines
she says the issue of
for a
writing
while, just
of
haven't
reading
heard
off this
about
on
it. Just really
Shabbos,
bad
because
piece.
you may come to a race. So
They're
if it's written on the wall very low down,
one of the
there's because you may come to a race.
continue my theme
However, the man
on
numbers
small
from the Yikra,
program.
I will say, if you say that the
One of the
issue
things
of
that's
reading
coming
off a
out
list is
is
that you may come
that
to
if commit to the research.
That's not a concern if you write it on the wall, write it all down. Why not? Because it will say, reading off a wall is not going to lead to reading off a sheet. I understand you tell me that if I'm holding a list, if I'm reading the list, which again is a mundane document, I may come to read other mundane starry-head yogas. I understand that. But when my son, to go ahead and say that reading off a wall is going to reproduce the reading of a document, that's why we would not. Omar, Shemen Yikra, Leichos Shemen Yikra, that according to the opinion it says, according to the opinion it says, that should they come to read starry-head yogas, why is he not also listening to them when they come to erasure? As it was like, the erasure one is a significant one, right? You went ahead and you realized you invited too many people. Remember, so the way this is working is what you're doing with this guest list is you're giving it to your shamash, to your butler. Right? You have a shamash, right? So he's going to invite the people to the suuda. He's real concerned that if you realize you invited people, he's going to take some off the list. Or we'll say that's not up to your menu, and you realize that one of the things that you plan to serve, you're not going to serve. It's just inadvertently. These are things that people could cross it off. So why is that not a concern? The cases where the list is engraved on a tablet. Right? So those Rashi says over here. Pinkas Keilu Kosel Sof. So these are just different type of tablets that merchants use to use. Remember, Hashem is called Lo Hashina. So the way you would write on the tablet is really engraved. So even if it was engraved on the wax, what you do is you would write on the wax. But the idea is you can't really erase it. So the Gemara says, if he says it's erasure, Lo Hashina, it's not a concern in this case. However, again, it's going to happen. If the concern ultimately is that you're going to come to these other starting at yogas, other mundane documents, that concern applies. But according to the opinions that we're concerned that you're going to erase, you should also be concerned that you're going to come to each starting at yogas. They're not really we're not concerned that if we let you use something like this public, then it comes to each other. So that's true. Mona Adam Kamamidachos. Amamonos Osibahaniakos. Mixab Salgabia Kosel, Amalom Mixab Salgabia Kablo. As most of our is on Shabbos. You can count off how many people you have very large meals. So you have to decide who's going to sit indoors and who's going to sit outdoors, and you have to also go ahead and count out how many portions you're going to be giving in front of each person. So you can read that off a list, if the list or if the writing is on a wall, but not on writing that is on a tablet. So Senior will say that writing on a tablet is like writing on a star, like writing on a document or a piece of paper. You must tell me what's the case.
I don't want to see that.
If you want to say that ultimately you should down my straw, I will love the high, rather than looking at it as great. The Katani, Nixel Shagabia Koso, Abalom Nixel Shagabe Kadlom Christmas. And what do you see here? It's only an engraving on a wall that we're not concerned with the least erasure or the reading of Shagabe. But you see that writing on a couple of things because you are concerned about. And then the Olam because of our clothes. Rather than also you have to say what wrote the list on the wall. Who made the and will say you wrote it very high up. So that's just what you're not doing. You wrote it very high up. And the Balabas is not going to come to erase it. But if you're concerned about the yogas, come to the other documents. You know what I mean? That will be a concern. But what about when you wrote it to the form? You raised the question and said, I should have come out of the Rabbi. What was Rabbi's issue? What was Rabbi's issue? Rabbi's issue was, that Xavier remains in effect even if the Messiah is concerned about is not present. So I was going to raise, you want to tell me that if the writing is very high up on the wall, there's no concern of erasure. Therefore, it should be fine. But 1 second. Remember, you can't read by the light of the candle. What are you afraid of? You may come to adjust the flame. Yes. How long it is? Still can be something that maybe there was. The candle is far out of reach. So the pashtas it should be us over here as well. Even if the writing is high up on the wall. Tonight, we'll say this is what God is exactly not looking for. Sanya, Mona, our fathers, Paparosa, we take. First, we count his guests and count the portions verbally. Abalomana. But you should not count off of
sounds like you know more. You're the
not one back here with stuff. Shagad Yapos. It's not on a piece of paper, but it's written on a wall. So if you tell me what's the case of a permissible list that's on a wall, even while the Siv Ibasa, if you want to say that there is written on the wall, Lepo Shemayim Ho, that has to be a concern of erasure, and allows the Siv immediately, that there must be a case where what? Well, how I see writing it high up on the wall. Shmami enough, the Rabbi cannot.
So I'm now.
You can see that the concern of Rabbi is really we'll say, interestingly enough, what it comes down to is as follows. In
There
a situation
exists
where,
a capability
in a situation, so
that
apparently,
transcends
if the list was written on the
physics
wall,
as we know
and it
it.
was written with
Let's
the
say
lead,
Einstein
the concern of erasure would still exist.
and
The
is
Shaila
more
is if
aligned
you're writing it high up on the wall, so does that obviate the concern of erasure? So interestingly enough, this will be a machlokas and Rabbi
and
understand
it has to
it's a
do
very
with
sophisticated
extremely high
machlokas.
energy systems.
Because what are they arguing about?
And
What they're arguing about is
I
if the actual
having had some of these guys
the actual thing that Chazal were
now
concerned
known
about
worldwide as
has been addressed, does the Gzera still apply?
I've had him on my
So
farm.
Rabbi will say,
You know,
yes,
staying in
the
our
Gzera still
guest
applies.
house.
And also, it makes sense because when Chazal legislate things, they legislate things in the form of what we call a local
what
Local
they're
means
seeing,
what?
what
The
they
Gzera is a
experience.
Gzera, we don't start making exceptions. So Chazal said you can't be by candlelight because they're afraid that you might come to adjust the flame. So I don't care if the candle's right in front of you, the candle's 2 stories up. You can't be by candlelight. So again, if the concern is in nature, I don't care if the list is written on the wall, right at your own height, or much higher. It doesn't make a difference. Other opinions is no, it's not true. When Chazal makes your concern about something very specific, if your situation, if your Metzius takes care of their concern, then halacha l'maisa, the Gzera doesn't apply. According to this, if you were to place the candle 2 stories up out of reach, you can read by that light. So too, if you're putting the list high enough on the wall, that you're not going to erase it, halacha l'maisa is that it's permissible on Shabbos as well. The honey tarry kind of looking at this time like this time ain't rolling the Bible churches. Well, listen to this interesting halacha. You can't use a mirror on Shabbos. Wow. Right? You can't look in a mirror on Shabbos. A mirror mat here, but not actually also. Every mirror, so you can go ahead and use a mirror. As long as the mirror is affixed to the wall. Right? It's not about what's the issue over here? Look at Rashi in Noah Benara. Rashi says, Miru, the Fisha Noah Benara Inosaris, El Litaki Saris Loshon. The Hilchah Kaishina Shene Iranim, and the Shinon Shavos and Sharis Eretom. This is what's the concern. This is incredible. The person's going to look in the mirror. So why does the person look in the mirror? You want to make sure that the hair, that your beard is properly groomed. What can happen? You look in the mirror, you see a couple of straight hairs, and you may come to us. They come to go ahead and cut it inadvertently. You come to give yourself a quick trim on Shabbos. So because of that, because that's what the Gemara says, you can't look in the mirror on Shabbos. But the mirror says you can use a mirror that is fixed to the wall. What is that? That's the ultimate mitzvah. As most of you something because it's fixed to the wall, it's going to take you some time to go ahead and get the scissors. In the meantime, you'll remember that it's Shabbos. It sounds to me that people only inadvertently violate Shabbos when there's no time to think. Right, no time to think. But again, if there's a pause, the concept something over Shabbos. So if the mirror is affixed to the wall, the mirror says you have a couple of moments. Unless I understand. Shenak Kavor Nami Adalki Daki Mishkar. Even if the mirror is not they're still going to take a few moments to get the scissors back to the hair. He'll remember. What's the watch? Talk about a metal mirror. Watch this. Why did they say that you can't look in a metal mirror? We'll say this is incredible. Apparently they used to have these metal mirrors with sharp edges. So what was you take a look, you see, there's a couple of spares. What do you do? You take the mirror, chick-chock, and you're done. Right? You give yourself a little haircut right there. Incredible.
we have
So therefore, again, that's the concern. When Rabbi Meir says, if you look on Shabbos, ultimately again in a mirror that's affixed to the wall, because then there's going to be an extra you have to go ahead and get scissors. And therefore, we're assuming that in the midst of all this, you're going to remember that it's Shabbos and you won't come to violate. When are we concerned? But when we say that you can't look in the mirror, what is that talking about? That's talking about a metal mirror that can be used to trim the hair as well. So again, what you begin to see is this ongoing deal with Dinei Dirabbanan, where the rabbis legislated because of a very specific concern. The shaila is, if you address the rabbinic concern, the rabbinic concern, does the zera go away or not? So what you just need to know, this is perhaps one of the most fundamental machlokas in halakha. This has many nice applications. We will say there are many zeros of Chazal. Well, Chazal tell us the reason why they legislated it, and sometimes we get to address the reason, and other times, by the way, the reason just doesn't apply that much. Shalom, when I said, always fascinating to see, does big zero remain in place or not? So this is also part of a bigger discussion that Chazal made different types of zeros. There's different in zera, there's different in a situation where Chazal were explicit in their reasoning versus when you just infer what their reasoning was. But what you see over here is that this is a raging method. This is a raging method. So again, when Chazal tell me I can't do something, I can't do A because it may lead to this. Okay, I structure the situation in a way that it's not going to lead to this. So you can't read off the list because you're going to come to erase it. Okay, I write it high up on the wall. I can erase it. Or the mirror's fixed to the wall. So I can't use it obviously to halacha l'maisa, or I put the candle 2 stories up. So does that take away the zero or not? That's what I'm not focused on. Incredible. This is a totally different. So this halakha is brought down in Shulchan Aruch. This halakha is brought down in Shulchan Aruch. Simin Shin Zayin, Sifty Days. The Shulchan Aruch says as follows: Zimei Orchim, Vehechel Lahem, Yinei Megadim, V'Kasov Yiksat Chana, Yinei Mekam Megadim, Vehechel Lahem, Asur Dosov Shabbos, Afilu Mukasav Agabe, Kosel Gavoa Harvei, Mishum Gezira, Shemeyikra B'Shtari Hagos. So let's say this is what Shulchan Aruch says to avoid the usage of lists on Shabbos. To avoid the usage of lists. What I do want to point out is the Shulchan Aruch constantly that this is true even if you wrote it very high up on the wall. So what do you see from here? You see from here that in the eyes of halakha l'maisa, zeros Chazal, Dinei Dirabbanan, remain on the books, even if you actively address the very concern for which Chazal legislated the halakha for. So you see from here, I can't go ahead. Okay, I think that this is not the best example of that because you see over here that the Shulchan Aruch is understanding that the reason for the takana is not because you need to erase. The reason for the takana is what? Shema Yikra B'Shtari Hagos. This is a general concern of Chazal about reading items, mundane items on Shabbos. There's 2 different things. Reading mundane items on Shabbos is a violation or ability violation. The pasuk is not is in so kapachacha v'daber zayin. There's an idea that on Shabbos we would be involved in other things, not in mundane things. So reading Shtari Hayotos, reading just non-other things, by definition, is not the proper use of Shabbos. Reading business-related things, I will say, is a more specific issue that it may come ultimately again to ksiva, to write it. So therefore, again, the Shulchan Aruch means that if you even listen to this, yes, you need a clear, like even like a menu, one should not go ahead and read off of that on Shabbos, lest you come to read Shtari Hayotos. And it's Shtari Kovos, it has bonus. On other points, Shtari Hayotos as business documents. So that's interesting over here. The concern over here is that if we allow you to read off these lists, you may come to read other specific type of business documents. Dafilu l'hayin v'envelope kriya aser, haval chakak v'kosav chakika shokas muter. So listen to this. He said you engraved. And if you engraved it on the wall, that's already a kind of ksiva halacha read of that. So again, there's a number of other related halachas over which is beyond our scope for our shir this morning. But I suggest know that this issue of reading mundane lists is really quite fast. The halacha shofar, it's an interesting line. So you might understand similarly, was the current read writing underneath the image or underneath a picture, drawing
everybody wants to give me something that's here, which is kind of cool. Like, cold raw, give me this. It's like WD-40 with a lighter attached to it. You got fucking blast people. Is it like a self-defense? He's always got these things, like cartel things. Nice, like the cartel burning. Yeah, I get it.
That's good to that's higher bonus. This is what a caption. Caption. Somebody draws a picture of an animal or people and they write the caption. Allah on Shabbos, you should not read that caption. You should not read that caption. So again, it's interesting, this also brought down in Shulchan Aruch. We bring that over here.
1911 handle. That's legit. Yeah. Do you have any idea?
So Shulchan Aruch brings it in the midst
yeah, but I'm sure it'll probably be able to fit, but bring it to our gunsmith. They can make it. Yeah. You know what you can do?
Kosel Ovivo, Shiesh, Otsulos, Chayos, Teshunos, Otijonos, Shabne Adam, Shamaisim, Boyas, Koswin, Zud Suras, Pony, the Zud Yoka, Pony, Osser, the close to Shabbos. You can't go and read it on Shabbos. So what's the reason? Zero Shamiyikra, the starry head Yokas. So what's the reason?
It feels better too. It feels better in the hand. It's interesting. Like, Hoyt doesn't have a whole lot of options. Like, Ultra doesn't make their handles for Hoyt, but they make them for Matthews because he shoots Matthews. It's a nice handle upgrade. It really does. Like, the way it sits in your hand, it really does feel like
seemingly mundane things. So again, to read the caption underneath the paint. Go ahead and read business documents. Gemara says, "Did you open up Atzmo? Ask the call also the what's saying the two images of animals or images of horse. You really should look at
specific bow grip. It's got a little bit of tack to it. Some people think you shouldn't have that. They think your hand should be so relaxed that it should be able to slip around your hand, so there's like no torque whatsoever in front of you. I don't like that. I like to feel
Also, the section fascinating about the issue of looking at pictures of people, pictures of animals. Gemara says you really shouldn't even over Shabbos. Paul says if you look at the so Yira, it was Shabi the Shem Avodas Gimure. Abalinoi Mutter. It's very important distinction. When shouldn't you look at pictures of people or pictures of animals? When it was created for the purpose of scholarship.
I don't like to brag about it. I don't want to come out right away. It's spicy a little bit. Yeah, but if you do anything, I think it's just like
the images
for
are
archery or
religious
anything
images that are made for Avodah Zarah, right? Or so one should not even look at that over the course of
I know dudes
so again,
just
but
can't get used to
point out
finger
the things that are made
triggers.
for us,
Some
like
dudes
without
just
any
love
kind of
finger
religious
triggers.
overtones, that one is
Some
the
guys just have to shoot it.
interesting.
Some guys just can't do it.
The guys are like the not this other Mubaro, so under again.
Like I just
The
have
Mishnah said,
check out that
Law
top
is
bag
what's
now
down
that
in members,
basically
the
wear
portion
outside,
of
and then I'll
the
do
Mishnah is very specific here.
hinge roulette. So
And
just
the Mishnah
reach
said,
in
not
and reach
this
in,
makes
and I
Adam
gotta
in
shoot
one
it.
of them
I
in
gotta
the
shoot
case of
it.
Allah
There's no
Shulchan.
way that's
We've actually scattered last
go
month, you're looking at Gemara Kitab.
mix up.
Let's say, right, so
You gotta
you
shoot
want to draw lots with
race
your
around,
family.
right? You
Who's
have to
going
put
to
that
get
on.
which
So
portion?
you can't just
If you do
shoot
that,
that.
we're assuming all of the portions
That's the
are
first
equal
straps.
size. Says the Gemara,
I
even
love
at
that
least one
one.
of them
Using
in
the
it. So
boys guy.
in
Yeah,
Achar, no.
ever since our
Apparently,
last
you do this with your
hunt,
family.
I've
Others,
used
you
the
can't
watch
just
guy.
learn people. Why not?
I'm used to it.
What did I do
It
that
took
Mishmuel?
a
Learn
while.
Shmuel.
I was like,
And
yeah,
in
I
Chabura,
turned
have
for
a
a little
feeding
bit.
Za'adah.
After
Over Mishmuel.
it's
Mido.
like
Mishmuel.
with
Mishmuel.
archery, once your form breaks down and you try to compensate because you're tired, like I think I should just limit myself to 1 hour. And after 1 hour, just stop. So is that what you're doing every day?
So they go
Basically
ahead
an hour.
and
Yeah, but one where a little
they are
yeah,
quote
it's
unquote over
it's
if
more,
they do
it's
this
when
on Shabbos,
things
they
go
could be in
sideways.
violation of
like I'll give myself like a few
weighing,
minutes break to let my arm
counting,
relax,
and
and then I
lensing and
it's too much compensating
love
that my
your
arm's
voice.
tired,
Because you
right?
love
And not enough, especially because those 84, now I got the new ones that's 90 pounds.
Is that what you're shooting every day?
Yeah,
You're shooting 90 pounds.
84 every day. Yeah, I haven't set up to 90 yet. It's still got archery metric.
So you have people who are a bit more exacting with one another who don't want to start joining lots of things, because then it looks like weighing, measuring, lending, borrowing, all these things that we don't want to do on a young.
But people are
If you give
wondering,
it on the days, if you give Ray they should out absolutely get this. That was interesting, you know. This goes back to this yesterday. Like this says there could also be a potential issue of rivers. So it was like if I'm with one lot, and somehow you're gonna get from your house to bring back. Let's say your lot falls on portion tests. Right? And then when you can give it back to you, let's say again, whatever it is, let's say the bread or whatever else, appreciated the value, you can actually be giving you back more than what it is that I gave you. Here comes the single sense of Allah and my stuff, you should avoid saying, Gemara says, different says because of all of these reasons, you should not draw lots or portions of food with other people. Because it would be transactional in nature, and that's not good on purpose. But when they sell, because you're actually religious. Because one second, so the transactional nature, I understand that if that doesn't apply to that, right? Because again, it's like that. But let's worry about religious. If there is a concern that if we're joining lots of portions, you're going to get something, right? So my child's going to get one thing, I'm going to get something else. And let's say again, there's some expectation of, let's say, being repaid. Right? If my children get something, they're going to repay me in some way. This is not a concern of religious. So you must see how to be one of the ways on that. No, because it's incredible. One of the ways so hanging coming to your video. I'm not going to be done. Most of the habos to make fun of the base of religious. What's that? This is wild. Rabbi, who says you are permitted to charge interest to your family members. You can charge interest to your children and to your family members. Why? Because in order that these what's the religious is that? What is that? You look at that, this is incredible. Last human time religious is the last of the wild life in that. Fantastic. If you would become a pasha, someone says that you see how difficult it is to work in this life. So if you're the last charge your children and family members to this,
never in an area where
see how stinging, right? That it stings the patient's wrist. Imagine sensitized them as forms their so sometimes the way to be stomach to your family members not to charge religious is how to charge them religious. Like they'll see how difficult it is to pay interest, and therefore near such if they're in a position to lend money, they won't charge another people. Even I'm not even in the shalom, in time is religious. So fuck Gabi, these are Mishkal minions. Nami la potato, ella, rosa, below.
that's awesome.
Therefore, again, even if you want to say the issue of drawing lots, proportions, is an issue of ribbis doesn't apply to family members. I'm not saying, I want to point out, we don't pass in that way. Ribbis does apply to family members. There's one exception to this rule. One exception to this rule is if you're supporting your children. So if you're supporting your children, you can charge them ribbis.
Here's the downside of that.
Yeah. Of course. Why? Because it's because so again, that's where the stimulus comes in. So if there's a stimulus issue, you want your children to see what this feels like. The nice thought, the nice because you're supporting them. So if you're responsible for their support, you can charge them with this because ultimately, again, the cleanup was coming with that. It's like, it's just how you think is incredible.
The thing about archer is it's such a
I don't understand.
it's a skill that 100% degrades. Like you have to stay on it, and you just can't trust that everyone stays
So
on it.
why don't they say we have to charge them with this?
It's even harder for me if I take 3 weeks off.
People think
I was
that
tapped
looking
out.
at
Until tonight, so my brother moved home, so I took a month off after the season.
that is a terrible
Back
mistake.
here,
This is one of the biggest forms of contemporary
it feels horrible.
that you think somehow that my goal as a parent is just to clear the way to make sure that everything is smooth sailing, right? A trophy at the end of every game. Everything should just be great. You should always feel like a
Feels to
winner.
me like the more consistent I am in off
No
season,
one is
like
always
the entire
Like
year.
most times in life, you lose,
Those are the
and
years
a
that
couple of
where
times
I'm
you win,
really shooting
which is
my
what
best.
makes the wins
You
so
can't
incredibly
just get
meaningful.
back on the
So
boat like a month before you have to
So
go hunt. You
I
can't
want
do
to
it.
educate my child about what they know to do.
Guys I grew up with.
Charge them. Charge them.
That's right, but they're really good shots. Imagine how easy it would be if they did it all the time.
To allow
Yeah,
them to
like a guy like
experience
Cam,
sometimes
like he's
some
not
of the
taking the
difficulties
time
that
off.
happens in the
Wow,
travel and
he's shooting every day.
Very hard. He takes pleasure.
sometimes you don't
He
realize
doesn't
that
take time off
when
because
you remove
he's
all
supposed to be
adversity
relaxed. Yeah,
from
be
the
relaxing.
path of the child,
Imagine like
child's
just
muscles, right?
imagine that.
Muscles
Like
action.
Cammy's on vacation.
Like the way
His
you
feet
grow,
up,
they become
you know,
stronger.
drinking on the
If you
beach. Is
encounter
anything like
adversity,
no,
you deal with adversity,
Buck
and you
up.
overcome it.
Vacation.
Today,
Have your
it's
own.
amazing.
Yeah, well,
I remember when I grew up in the
vacationing
Central,
in
it's like
Lanai.
this.
Where we
Right?
go.
So again, it's incredible you study. If you remove every little bit of adversity, give a child everything you think. Like, just give a child
People
everything
that
you
don't know,
want.
there's
Right?
3,000
Make them
people
happy,
and
and they're going
30,000
to be
deer.
far. Also, everybody's so scared that she's going to go off the
King
jet.
Command, the
Discipline
King
them.
Command
Take
man
a hard line
by
with them.
the,
Put it up.
whoever the head dude was in India.
Children
It's
go
like,
off the jet
gave
for all
him gift
kinds.
of access to
And yes, it's inappropriate.
I didn't realize that it was the actual timeline.
Yeah.
Discipline.
Yeah, and they're everywhere. They tried to reintroduce them, or tried to introduce them to the Big Island. Like I know Shane Dorian talked about it, and then they eradicated them. Killed them. They said they were fake.
Children who never know how to use, build children to cry when they don't get the trophy, build children to think that they're always
It's for me, it's elk, and then axes.
you want
But
the
axes
children
are
to
the most
appreciate
challenging.
rivers.
They're the fastest things I've ever seen.
Now, I'm not
They
necessarily
move so
suggesting that
fast, it doesn't
actually.
even make sense.
Like, as you're going to approach, but it's incredible how Chazal's approach
You
to
can
Kilo
dodge an arrow from
was
30 yards
a
away,
little
and
bit
the
of
arrow's not even
difficulty.
close to them.
It allows the child to grow significantly. Hey, Mona Gidolo can make Mona Kitana now. You understand? That's the case. Then why does the Ishakagi only draw us with right portion? If there's no issue of ribbons by my kids, no issue of ribbons, and the nice again by my own family, there's no issue of transactions either. So then in that case, I go ahead and have them draw lots for large portions versus small portions. Right? So I will say, why in order to make it very clear that you only draw lots for like portions. You must say, you're right. You're looking at me. You are correct.
Like there's a giant percentage of our population that is so
Right? So it's
soft.
like bonus material. Right?
It's like
Something
a
missing. So we have to have a husky honey. Here we go. Not this other one of them days. Oh, so far. A person could draw lots, proportions,
Once we run out of bullets,
with his
every
family
country
members, so putting on the table.
Yeah.
After money, you don't. Kinagin Manakitana, and was doing with your own family members, as well as them in the cities of Hawaii, doing lots with your own family members. So it's great, but generally most families, there's usually some type of argument that breaks down over who's yes, that how do you go ahead and take care of who's yes, what argument. So with your own family, there's no problem with throwing lots of people, larger, smaller, there's no issue because there's no transactions with family members, right? Your family members, and halacha there's no religious as well. Night time, if you got to use them around, in one of them they so in a here low, but also it's limited with your own family members, other people it's not to night time up, to Rabbi Huda Amar Shmuel. You will say, why can't ultimately again, you do it with other people, you can't do it with other people, but so ultimately again, because of the fire, take his sock off. After all that here, also, this is incredible. And you can't draw lots, you can't draw lots, ultimately again, with other people, sharing the need for money to go to money. Now, what does this mean? So actually, let's say all of us sit down to the super. All of us sit down to the super. So let's say we all paid for the super, right? $25, we're all having dinner together, all sorts. So not all the portions of the same. So what do? You go draw lots. Go draw lots. Now again, we love each other, but we're not necessarily huh? So the halakha in the Gemara says that you can't even do this during the week. Money, you go looking at your money kitano, you can't draw lots for during the week. Why? My time off, you should pugya. So we'll say pugya literally means what? Dice. So the issue is one of gambling. Listen to what's the shot. Look at Rashi. This is incredible. This is incredible. The Gezel group, that's smack the low time. Let's take a step back for just a moment. Take it down just a moment. Let's say, what's the issue with gambling? What's the issue with gambling, right? Why is gambling usher? So we'll say gambling is usher. The Gemara says because it's Gezel. Why is it that we all sit down to a poker game together? And we all put our money in. No one has a gun to my head. I'm putting the money in willingly. So what's that? This is incredible. So Chazal says, you know what the psychology of gambling is? No one gambles
the best
to
in
lose.
third wave.
Everyone
Really
gambles
activates
to win.
the
But
sense
even
of
though,
like,
again,
now
when I have the losing hand, right, then I throw my cards down and I say, okay, play off you won. In my mind, what's happening? You know what's happening?
Genesis, like San Francisco,
Took my money from me. I can't believe it. Okay, so I'm going to be a gracious loser. Well, or maybe not. But the money, I'm giving up the money I'm giving. Because I'll say, therefore, the winner is effectively stealing my money. Because I'm not really giving it up willingly. That's called smachta no kanya. Even though I say that I'm willing to give up my money to you, it's not true. It's not true. I'll say, at the end of the, again, I lost, so we have no choice. It's like a fight. It's a code of conduct by gamblers that if you lose, you lose. But I'm not willingly giving up the money. So this is the issue of that it's mamish gezla, it's mamish theft, because the loser is not really, to down to the psychology, right? The loser is not really willingly giving up his money. So because that's I the winner, I'm effectively stealing from everyone else around me. The Gemara says like this, it's the same issue with drawing lots of portions. If we all sit down together, we all technically the same level of entitlement. So again, I'm going to draw lots, you're going to get the bigger portion, I'm going to get the smaller portion. I'm really not really willing to receive to you, because I draw actually entitled to that larger portion. Therefore, because now said even during the week, the Gemara says, you can't really draw a lot. You could draw lots, everything is the same, that's fine. That's fine, but if someone larger, someone smaller, it's actually issue regarding the same type of issue ultimately regarding them. Incredible. Matthew Kaloshin, remember again, Mishnah said that you could draw lots. Kaloshin or lots as well. The Kohanim could draw lots for Kachim on Yom Tov, right? But not for portions. So what is this? Says the Gemara, Mai Abal Lo Alamon, what is it not for portions? So the Gemara says, Amar Yaakov Rei Bashak, Amar Yaakov Rei Bashak, Abal Lo Alamon shall call Yom. What you can do is as follows. If touching the Kabbalah were offered yesterday, you can't draw lots for those portions on Yom Tov. The Gemara says, Chita, that's obvious. Now the Gemara will say again, if it was done yesterday, they should have dried it up yesterday. If you wanted to draw lots yesterday, the person not going to let you draw lots on Yom Tov for something that was offered up to you. Now we can hold it, say, variants of so what this is the customer there says your downfall, your nation are like fighting for him. So it's remember again, Kohanim were known for their tempers. Nobody cares because they're like, I just need something. You're like fighting for him. I'm at a thought that you monos to call them. I would have thought therefore just in order to keep the peace, maybe you should let the Kohanim go ahead and divide up the portions even on Yom Tov. You know it's coming from yesterday. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure on what side. But I'm not going to say can't draw a lot directly carbon, because ultimately again that carbon should have been divided up. Rabbi Yaakov, it's this incredible Gemara. Moshe Rabbeinu Ne'anash Hayado, Ein Mashmitzim Osir Mitzvah Malachim. If someone is punished through you, someone is punished through you have cause of someone else's punishment, such a person is not thrust into the inner sanctum of the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's like this incredible even though I didn't necessarily do anything wrong, but if I am the cause of someone else's punishment, if I'm the cause of someone else's downfall, there's a level of liability associated with that. But the punishment is not brought in to the beautiful interest of persons without coming about it. You know, in the world, even when we should be saying, Vayomer Hashem, Mi Yifatos Achov, Vaya, Vayikol Ramos Gilad. There's a little bit of context here. Achov, who was king over Malchus Yisrael, was unfortunately a terrible Russian. That's the qualification I want to give that is not was a man, was an incredible professional. And many times came very, very, very close to doing and it's so funny because at the end of the day, when you talk about communications, just technology in general, you start analyzing like frequencies and spectrum analyzers or whatever, right? If you want to talk about people's eyes, it just glaze over. The person can understand those
Yeah,
sparks.
all right, well, because we're going to blow some shit up. Why don't we shoot the topic? Because
Akol says in the spirits, so to speak, who will entice Akol to go ahead and go to war with Allah.
This episode is brought to you by Roka.
that
This
there
is
were
important, so don't
hundreds of
skip
false
this. I've
prophets
been wearing
who
Rokas
were
for
inspired by the
years,
Spirit
and I
to
absolutely
tell
love them.
Achab
Of
that he
all
will
the
be
glasses
successful
brands
in
out
his
there,
war
I
against
choose
Aram.
Roka.
So
Roka shit just
Achab
works
dies
different.
in
You'll
the
notice
battle
it for the
against
first
them.
time you put them on
He's
the
set
face.
up by
They
the
feel
devotion.
great. I
Well,
can
he
run
goes
around
out
in them.
to the
They never
spirits,
fall off
right?
your
Who
head.
will
They're
go
super
and tell
high
Achab to
quality,
go up to the wall with
lightweight,
the
super
Rabbi?
comfortable, and they stay on your damn face. Even if you're sweaty, they stay in place. Even better,
The
they don't
Spirit came
slip.
along before
Gym
God and
stuff,
said, I will
kettlebells, yoga
entice Achab
sprints,
to
chasing
go
the
ahead and go out
dog,
to battle.
whatever you
Yomer
get to. Even
8
just
say,
lean over to pick up your kids. Everything stays on your face.
and
It
the
feels
Spirit says,
great
I will
with
go, I will
crystal
be
clear
Ruach Sheker, I
optics.
will be the
Check them
false
out
prophecy
and feel the
in
difference
the
for
mouth of all
yourself.
the false
To help
prophets.
you get
And
started,
Yomer Tifata
Roka
Mekam
is
Tuchal
offering
save the
JRE
Asher
listeners
Spirit.
20% off
For the
your
Spirit,
order. So
go
go to
and do so. It's a very strange thing.
Roka.com.
I mean, no,
Well, there's a
my
lot of
Rock
people
was
that
like,
have a
who's
hard
the
time
Spirit?
focusing
Who's the
on
Spirit
something
who wants
that
to
isn't
go
exciting.
and entice Achab to
For
sin?
whatever reason,
Was a
even
guy
if it's
who
like
I'm
important technical
yeah,
details that'll help you do things that are exciting. It's the delayed gratification. Right. They're the same type of people that don't like to do cold plunges or don't like to do certain things that like you're not going to feel an immediate benefit. It's going to suck while you're doing it, so you put it off. You've got to have a mindset that there's some things that suck that will make the things that are exciting way better. Like for comics, it's writing. Like sitting down and writing. You know, because a lot of comics don't want to write. They just want to come up with ideas through the day and then work on them on stage. I'm like, that is great. You can do that. But you should also write, because the ideas that come to you while you're writing, they won't come any other way. And those are like little gifts from the universe. And the only way you get them is you have to sit down with a fucking pad of paper or a computer in front of you and come up with them. You gotta sit down and start working and let the mind just slowly but surely pop them out.
So this is some novels, the spirit of
At
novels.
least 4 days a week.
With angry at
For an hour.
and therefore,
Yeah, at least
spirit of
an
novels
hour. I try to write 1,000 words. So it might be an hour, it might be 2 hours, and then out of those 1,000
what
words,
does it
I
mean
might
when
get
the Bible says to the spirit of novels go out
That's what I was looking for.
and without
You're
sinning
basically looking for
it?
arrowheads
Was
in the
it's
field.
incredible.
You're picking up a giant clump of dirt, you're shaking it out, and washing it over, and
You could put the false prophecy.
so you try that out on anybody before
But if you do this, just
like,
understand
okay,
your
this is pretty
audience,
sure I
your
got
space,
something. When I got something, I'm pretty sure I got it, but I don't know what it's going to be until the audience tells me. Like, see if you're in the club, so you just try it out. You just like drive in. That's Wednesday night, we tried this all night, and then I'll go to the store, I'll go to the like, so if I went up there and it's exciting, I'll go, oh, I wrote something that's good, I will go to the improv, then I'll go to the store, if I go to the ice house, or I got a bag out a few sets, at least 2 in a night, so, you know, you can travel around.
You have to go ahead
Like, LA
and
was
go
really
out.
good for that.
You have
Boston's
to go out. You
amazing
have no
for that. There's
place
7 clubs
within
on
my
my street
pizza.
now. What?
So
Oh yeah, between my street and the neighboring streets. So you got us, and then right down the street is the Sunset Room, which Red Band owns, and then right up across from that, you got Creek in the Cave, which is awesome. And then you got the Vulcan, which is right down the street. There's a bunch of other small rooms. There's the Black Rabbit. There's all these rooms that have probably at least 3 or 4 nights a week. So if you're like a guy or a girl going up right now in Austin, you can really work. You can work, and they're all paying. So you collect $50 here, my club pays more, my club pays the most, but all these different places, they pay, you know, like actual money for you to do a set. At the end of the night, you got a few $100, you can get something to eat. Like, there's all these comics that don't have to do the road now, right? So, like, they used to just have to do the road, do the rent for food. You don't have to do that anymore. You can, like, stay in town and really build up material and then go out on the road. It's material gonna shift. I know it's regionally, you're gonna have, not saying like left or right, just saying does the material have to shift based on where you're at. So if you're somewhere else, as a crowd will be different, and people are going to be more accepting, less accepting, accepting a little bit different. You can't
Savata Kolon, Savata Kolon Kolon, just says Dam Akada Ha'ala.
Accepting an idea, maybe you should re-examine an idea and maybe
You
figure out
also
like,
drink the
maybe I should
uncircumcised.
figure out a
What
better
is it
way
talking about?
to make this
Savata
idea
Kolon Kolon,
acceptable.
Zenibu
You know, because there's ideas
When
where
having
I'll
saved
start it off and it's just like,
more than honor that
not going anywhere. And then I'm like, this gotta be an angle in here. And then I'll find a whole other angle, like,
after you go ahead
now I have it. And then I have to find an angle. Like, what if I was a woman and I was watching this and I'm looking at this fucking meathead on stage and I'm like, okay, like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to, like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to, like, understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like, I gotta figure out a way to get them to understand that I'm not like this guy being an a-hole. Like,
understand that this doesn't look like this, doesn't look like that guy. Like, let me work this into your head first, and then explain it from my perspective. Automatic assumption, it's a untold prejudice.
Just say
Like,
Gamata
with muscles,
drink together with uncircumcised one. This is Sitio. This is dramatic. The pasuk of now remember, Nebuchadnezzar conquered Sitio. So the Gemara calls Sitio the Yehuda was sodomized by Nebuchadnezzar. So because Sitio himself became the vehicle for which Nebuchadnezzar sinned, so there's some level of liability by Sitio as well. Right? Concept is like Nebuchadnezzar. First of all, that can't be it. The subject of the entire process is Nebuchadnezzar. But oh, Sitio Tzadika, my hobby in the other day. It looks like, yeah, it's true. The Sitio was sodomized by Nebuchadnezzar. It looks like, obviously, he's not the reason. So how could you be accountable for an activity against Sitio? Also, if you get some of the Gemara, Rishon Shadikush Osara Shalazo Tzadika. When Nebuchadnezzar was ready to sodomize, what happened? So we're going to see what happens tomorrow. Rather, I will say the concept comes. Remember, we're trying to do a very specific point. That if a person becomes the vehicle for someone else's punishment, if someone becomes punished on my account, ultimately again there's some level of liability to Tzaddik will first. The pasuk says it is also not good for the tzaddik to be punished. Primo tov ella la. So lo tov was saying that is no el chafetz la sha'ata lo yigur chala tzaddik Hashem lo yoga b'mizilach Allah. Okay, the idea here the Gemara says that I know the tzaddik will hold means it is also not good for the tzaddik for other people to be punished through. So not only should the tzaddik not sin, but the tzaddik also should not be the vehicle through or to cause for someone else's punishment as well. The Gemara jumps just a second. By the way, how do you know that Kaloshim means last? We're just going back and forth. Just that concept that I should not be the source of someone else's punishment. I should not be the source of person. Obviously, if a person ultimately again a person on data, like the Gemara was suggesting with Sitio technically was the vehicle through of Nebuchadnezzar.
Sure, I can make them laugh. I can make my ways laugh. I can pay him too.
He's not liable for that. But the idea that I become the vehicle for someone else's punishment, that's not good. The tzaddik does not want to be the source of someone else's punishment. You are just for a second. So remember, the Mishnah said, "Latin kaloshim, draw lots." Draw lots. By the way, how do you know that kaloshim means lots? My machmeh kaloshim is the plural. Consider Eish Nafas in Shemayim, Kila Ben Shachar, Nagar Tamas upon the knees. Amar Rabbi Baruch, and that's what that passage is by Nebuchadnezzar. So what does it mean? Amar Rabbi Baruch, Melane She'ematil Kor Al Gidolei Malchut, Leiza Eiza Ben Yomo Shamish Kapach. Nebuchadnezzar was the land of Sodom. And again, he conquered many nations. And he sodomized a different
she said,
he would draw lots to see whose turn it was on that day. Siv, Omalte, Goyim, Omer Yochanan, Shenachol, Numishavi Zephyr. So what they when Nebuchadnezzar died, they were able to rest inside of sodomizing stuff. Omer Yochanan, Oyama, also Rasha,
there's a bunch of people that did some horrible shit in a room.
All of
And
these
you would just go in there and fucking kill all of them.
Nebuchadnezzar was
And most men can say, oh yeah, there's a place. There's a place. Like if someone did something and I knew they did something and they're in that room and they need to go, they need to go. Right? Most women can't think about it. They don't feel like that. It's not inside their head.
The idea of yours that when Nebuchadnezzar died, the world became quiet, touching the laughter, celebration began. When he was not was a happy there was no laughter in the world. Also, not allowed to stand in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar. You see him,
serial killers are real, right? Like these true crime shows have shown me this. And I want to know what that's right there. Whereas if you ever spend a second of your life in fear or fearing a serial killer,
in Shitha are lots of emotional ammo. is
If
forced
I was
to
at a truck
extend
stop
300
and there was
hours.
some fucking shady
Baha'isa
dude
Mahzaras
that
al
came
Kala
into the
Nasiba
bathroom
Kuya.
after me,
And
and he was like
literally,
waiting
again, it
outside,
extended,
it didn't look like
the
he used the bathroom.
it
I'd be
extended
100%
totally
on
out, encircling all of
there's
the
people
people
that
who were
will just
in
randomly
Palestine.
kill people just
Sabata
for a
Kolor,
thrill and get
Kolor,
away with it. I
Shasta
think
Gamata
there's way
Bahara,
more
Allah
of them getting
Bigimatria,
away with it
Shlosh
than
Nasa,
they'd like us
one
to
is
know.
miracle of her.
Like here's a
Is
good
obviously it's
example.
all extended that much,
In
he was
Austin,
unable to do anything.
what is the actual
I'm
number
not Rav. The
of
Shush
people,
Yard also Rosh
bodies
Gehenna.
that
Rosh
have been
Gehenna,
found?
listen to
Like,
this.
put this
When
into
the
our
Nebuchadnezzar
wonderful
died, he went
sponsor
to Gehenna.
Perplexity.
The people
Before
in
we become the
Gehenna
digital
were
god
afraid
that
of
takes
him.
over the universe,
Listen,
this
can you
AI.
imagine this? Like that
What
was
are
the
the numbers
tyranny
of
that
people
Nebuchadnezzar brought to
that
the world.
have
Like
been
literally,
found
when he came to
drowned
Gehenna,
in
the
Ladybird
people of
Lake
Gehenna
over
were
the
afraid.
last
What were they
3
afraid of?
years?
Amru,
It's
Shema
something
Lishol
crazy.
Aleim
It's
Huba,
like 30. I thought this was just a
Olah
funny
Los
joke.
Kimosem Huba. So they say they were afraid. Is Nebuchadnezzar coming to Gehenna to rule over us?
So the cops don't want to say it's a
Just
serial
as
killer. They think it's
as
because it's over at Rainy Street, a lot of people
Ne'emar,
are partying.
Gam Ata
But there's
Felisa Kamono,
the
Elenu
bodies
Ninsavia,
piling up
Yatzat
38
Sabas Bava Omra,
Yeah,
Nemina Amtura Devas Devas
since
Havelu. Hey, Shafta
2022,
Noge Shafta Midava. So what's
data
this
show
new guy
at
who
least
wants
38
to
bodies found in
says,
or around
Nebuchadnezzar is just
Ladybird
as
Lake.
weak as the rest of you. Hey, Shafta Noge
Separate
Shafta
map,
Midava.
analysis of Ladybird Lake deaths, downtown area reports 4 deaths in 2022, 5 in 2023.
What does it mean?
5 in 2024, 2 in 2025.
So literally means look how
So
the
this
notice the
is
oppressor has rested.
downtown area. These map numbers focus on a specific stretch of the lake.
From the
While
world.
the
What is
38
that
body
mean?
figures
And
covers
when
all bodies
Nebuchadnezzar
found
died,
in or around the
Shav
lake in that
Salimus,
period.
this
Break it
nation
apart.
rested.
Right
Sha'amra
on Street.
Midol Bahabe. The nation of constantly
So
said,
other parts of the
bring
lake.
our
So they're
measure and
basically
grain.
saying
Those
passing
kingdoms
out
became
in the water.
massive
I mean,
stations. Massive stations
all you would have to do at
so
some point
both
we
as
could
the
hold on.
Magiba.
It's
The
not,
gold
I mean,
Babe,
if you're a
measure
guy
your
who
tribute
wasn't drinking
and
or you
grain.
had a really
David
good
Amisha,
nose or
old
you're a
Ma'od
big person,
Habib, below me. The others say no.
no evidence
Baba
of
didn't
serial
even say
murder.
measure and
Since the
grain.
patterns
Baba
match
just said
typical
bring and bring
accidental
and bring
drowning
and bring and
risks,
don't even
young
measure.
adult men,
Rabu
nightlife,
Yisero Sat.
easy water access,
Rabbi Abba
or
Nalame, Sherachab Allah
some
is
guy
supposed
who's
to
drowning
the
gay guys.
was quoted.
Because a lot of them are gay.
Is
Like
it
a
came from
giant
Daniel?
percentage here says
Rabu
gay,
Yisero
because it's
Sat.
near a gay area.
Add
It's
it
the gay
on
Raina
what
Street is
eventually
like the
get the
party
backdrop
area
to
where
this.
there's a lot of gay bars.
Nebuchadnezzar
That's why it's such a funny
understood
joke.
that he
Yeah,
was
it's a weird thing, man. It's a
Nebuchadnezzar
weird
became
thing
arrogant.
because
But
at
the
what
Baruch
point in time
Hu
does someone
wanted
have to
to
get
humble
caught
him
before they
show
say,
him
oh
that
Jesus,
the
these
Lamaisa
weren't
had
just a
Lamaisa at
coincidence.
the end of the day,
Someone was drowning
his
people.
strength
Because I don't think it was a
so
common
much to be
thing.
vulnerable.
I think, like, you maybe get
Was
one a
not
year. Some
Oh,
fucking drunk hops off a boat, doesn't know what he's doing,
of
drowns. That does happen.
to live
But this is
amongst
not
the animals
that.
for 7
This is
years.
way more.
And in Africa,
38 bodies in a few years is kind of cookie.
but when the
But how
Nebuchadnezzar
many of
comes back and
those, if you
reassumes
think
his
about it,
throne,
how many
comes back
serial
even
killers
stronger,
are out there? Because the
this
FBI
time
obviously
also
done
asserting
analysis on
dominion
it.
over the animals.
100, 200, 300.
And how did this
Thousands of
dominance
serial
over the animal
killers.
kingdom come
That's
about?
not
Or how does it manifest?
always.
Balami Sharachab
Always
Allah
has
is
been.
the
And
hardest
then
to lie
most
to
of
have a
them will
lion.
say, yeah, well,
The Kasher Khan and the Rosha. And once they do the tide snake or a serpent from the lion, and use the tide serpent as like the reins of a. Let's imagine the scene. Rise a lion with the serpent used as the reins. The Kalima Shanana, the Gamas Kairos Asada Nasati
Share the
Rolad.
cases sometimes at
Comes to
levels
actual
above the legal drug, which is not
that
much.
Nebuchadnezzar, again, Nebuchadnezzar to his credit,
And police
learned the
specifically
lesson. He learned the
describe
lesson
most
that
Rainy
his
Street
strength
area
was not his
drownings
own,
as
that his
alcohol or
strength
drug
came from
related.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that he was the
people get
vessel of
overdosed
God
to get
to do a number of things, including
I've
discovery
heard
of
a lot,
something.
too many cases.
But
Never in
ultimately,
the
again,
city I
because he
lived,
learns
I've
his
been
lesson, he
same
comes
thing.
back stronger.
Yeah.
He has
think
dominance, not over
I don't think
not
it's
over the human world,
specific to
but it's
here. I
dominance
think
and
it's
strength
everywhere.
over the
It's
animal
GHB. I think there's a lot of it. People are dosing people up with GHB. That's a big one. How many serial killers are there? How many active serial killers do they estimate are in America right now? Let's guess. Say 10.
You think 10?
Yeah.
I think 100. Whoa, yeah, I'm going to 100. This is like a wheel of fortune goes
How shit, all those fires are not what should happen.
I think it's 100.
That's
Also,
crazy.
that was really incredible doubt today. Incredible doubt. Says the Mishnah. Those things actually sell from artificial shell. So you could put food inside of the pit. Inside of the pit, maybe Rashi says shimomai. So it's like a pit or a cistern, right, or a dried up well. So you can put food in there, and to show she is shell, or that should be garden. Also, we're going to see now it's not exactly clear like what the food is like one just a few homicides. We'll see in the Gemara, but the idea would be is they're putting it somewhere cool in order to preserve its fullness. The Gemara says that's a minor you have to do. I'm just going to show you something. Also, put good water inside of bad water in order to hold the good water. So let's say you have non-potable water, non-drinkable water. So but let's say it's cold, so you can put good water, drinking water, inside of that cold water in order to keep it cold. Okay, that's only the Hamishus. You can also put cold water in the sun in order to allow the cold water to go ahead and heat up. Mishin issue can't look like that. That's what I'm what's the interesting case. Somebody's clothing gets soaked while he's trying. You get stuck in a rain storm, right? Or you slip and you fall into a river. So what's that one? Beautiful shoes. You can go ahead and continue to walk. You can go ahead and continue to walk with that one, with your clothing, and you don't have to be finished. As we'll say. So apparently, one might have fun trying to produce clothing. Maybe it's carrying. We'll discuss what the issues are. But never been to wear the clothing. But once you reach the outer courtyard, show the spread it out in the sun to dry. When you spread it out to dry, you can't do so in a public fashion. You can spread it out in the sun to dry in your house. But when I say not public, this is what's the concern of saying? If people see clothing hanging on a clothesline that you're hanging up on Shabbos, what are they going to assume, or what could they assume? You wandered the clothing on Shabbos. Because in this actually a case of marriage, so this guy was studying it. I understand. The first case the Mishnah was like inside of a dried up pit, cistern or well. So okay, like what's the key show here? When mitzvah ashui equals, I'm going to be concerned that I will say maybe I should be concerned that I want to put food on the bottom of the pit. And level out the bottom of the pit. Remember again, ashui equals is leveling out the ground. Leveling out the ground is also this is much more larger than not concerned with that. Good. That's a man you could put good water inside of bad water, or is in order to keep the water cool, so it's like you put like drinking water inside of cold, undrinkable water utensil in order to keep it cold. We'll say so that's nothing wrong with keeping something cold on Shabbos. So what's the issue? Same but Shvicha like has had something in the Chama. So I'll say no, you're right. The Kiddush is that I can put cold water into the sun. That's the Kiddush. As I was saying, I'm not in Shvicha. But say at least that's also smoking. There's no problem. If the Gemara says, so now the Gemara makes it also that means that's less come to go ahead and cover it with a coal, like heat it up with a coal. Kamashem is not the case. What's the Kamashem is you can go ahead and heat something up in the sun, and there is no concern that you will come to use that. Beautiful. Mishnah issue. So what's the remember again? If somebody's clothing gets soaked, the Mishnah says if you wear your clothing when you get home, you can go ahead and hang it out to dry. You're not in the presence of people. I'm going to read over Rav. What's the name of Rav? This is an incredibly important problem. Rav said, any time that Chazal asks for something because of Maris Ayin was like is usher even in trial. A very important thing. Because again, he wouldn't have thought that intuitively. What is Maris Ayin? Maris Ayin, you can't do something that looks wrong, even if it's 100% correct. Look at section incredibly so because some people like to live the mantra I don't care what other people think, as long as I know that what I'm doing is correct because of that. Now, there are times when that mantra or that approach is good. Most times it's not. So it gives us an obligation of peace. Which means that my actions must look correct in the eyes of others as well. So therefore, I am not allowed to do anything which raises suspicion. I'm not allowed to do anything which ultimately looks illegal. So Rav says, smelting and just a lot of mining. So Rav says, mineral rich
resources up there.
So Rashi says that halacha l'maisa marasign is going to be usher, even the chedji chadar.
Depends on the now that we get up though.
But tonight, shotchem b'chama balot neged.
But there's areas
The
back
Mishnah
there
says
where she would
that
say,
you can hang out your clothing. You can hang out your clothing in private, just not in front of people. And what's the hanging out your clothing ourselves once you got soaked? Should be a situation of marasign. Based on what you just said, you shouldn't be able to hang it out at all. Which the Gemara says, in reality, tonight it's about focus tonight. So one Rashi says that you can hang out your clothing in private, but not in a public way. Rabbi Eliezer Shimon Kos. Rabbi Eliezer Shimon say halacha l'maisa, you can't hang out your clothing at all. You can't hang out the clothing at all. So we'll say, and that in fact is halacha l'maisa, the way we go ahead and go ahead and ask. Right? That, for example, if you were to have a situation like this, where clothing is soaked, you could not hang it out there close. And what you should do is, what's happens all the time, you come home from school, clothing, so you can hang it up in the bathroom, because the concept of maris means the concept of invasion is something that looks like it's so that refers to you hang clothing on a clothesline. So again, that looks like part of the laundry process. So you can't hang clothing on a clothesline, so other people can see it, or whether people can't see it. Hang something up in your bathroom, which does not have to appear
not just the campers, not just the open air truck,
hang up their laundry clothing
everywhere, because for a long time they keep
so that's what we permitted with one
so everybody ramps up a notch in Portland.
So when it says top of cook mentality,
and not worry about anything.
I'm in Nahar telling some Shabbos Chayv Chayv. Somebody shakes the dust off his towels. Towels means clothes. Right? When halacha l'maisa is isidaraisa. Isidaraisa. I will say, let's qualify this reason a little bit. Below Amrad. Well, Amrad Ela Becharati. Ababati Ilasa. Only with the new towels. But with an old towels, it's not true. It also makes sense. Dust is more visible on something new than it is on something old. So therefore, again, dusting, shaking up the dust on your new towels, your new clothes, that's getting isidaraisa. On an old cloth, not good. Furthermore, it's only with a black cloak or dark cloak. The Hebrew, the soup go with a white cloak or red cloak, less than that. Because it gets dust, it's much more visible on something black and not as visible on something red or something white. Furthermore, again, it's only an issue of what? Only an issue of one is not meat. So we'll say, so again, if a person is not generally not on dust on their clothing, then the halacha l'maisa, they would have to be chayav achaz. So we'll say something very interesting, because that last qualification is subjective, right? Everything until now was objective, right? New one, not an old one. White, black versus white and red. This last one is very masculine. It's very interesting. So some people aren't masculine. Some people aren't masculine on anything. I'm going to envy people like that. That's not right. Right? So listen, carefully when the economy started. So again, if you're not masculine on the dust on the clothing, so then again, shaking it out is not problematic. So also watch this. Remember the story. Ula wants to so Chazir wanted to come and not forsake the mind. He saw that the rabbis, right, the Torah scholars, were shaking out their clothes on Shabbos. Amar Kamechalin Rabban on Shabbos. Ula was upset. He says, Rabban, are being Mechal Shabbos? Amar Rabbi, this goes lecture. The Yehuda says, do me a favor. You send the other example there. Go shake out your clothing. Go shake out your clothes in Ula's face. The Anan looked up, so Ula, this is not a problem. We're not macro. What's they say? I guess it's music. They're not macro. Why they're shaking it out? Sometimes they shake out the stuff, but it's not because of the hot. It's not because ultimately, again, we won't wear clothing with dust on it. Sometimes they shook it out because of the hot. Therefore, again, there's no
businesses, restaurants, and stuff like
that.
So they moved them out of there.
So the Gemara says, "Abai have a cutting direction. Abai was once by once and cutting direction. Amrlei have to son. Listen to this. So Abai was in the city. He says, "Give me my hat." Right, one hat. So Abai says, "Give me my hat." Chazat v'ika mali. Chazat v'ika chala alei. So this is actually very interesting. So what happened? So Rabbi Yosef saw there was some dew on Abaye's hat. There was some dew on Abaye's hat. So we'll see. So here's what Rabbi Yosef was concerned about. So Habakamacham Simlamese kind of was like delaying giving Abaye his hat because he wasn't sure what to do. So we'll say. So Rabbi Yosef was concerned that he can't shake off the dew. Ultimately, turns the dew and ask him aloud and have to hold it. So he wasn't sure could he handle the hand, not handle the hand. So he was kind of he was delaying. So he didn't want to shake off the dew. Amalei Lopez Shadi says no problem. You can take off the dew. Ununload half you and I'm not. So once you begin to see from the Gemara that a lot of people, a lot of people, when it comes to tampering, it's also a case when a person is going to be knocked. So if you're not big on it, or if Abai would have said, no, I don't wear a hat with my dew on it, and Enoch Inami, they've been shaking it up a little bit malad. If you're not to have dust on your palace, then that's malad. Because there's no hakata. The person doesn't really have particular consistency on moving those items. It's not different. All of these are those are one. I go to the house with the palace. You're not going to start to see what the house the person goes out to mostly with their clothes folded on their shoulders. We've actually seen this before. So I'm not wearing my clothes. Instead, again, my clothes is folded sitting on my shoulder. I'm kind of also makes sense. Why? Because ultimately, again, if the cloak is being worn like a normative garment, that's one thing. And I love how I say it's sitting on your shoulder. That's not a garment anymore. Therefore, one will be chayiv because tying my hand device that's towards this. So for exos, I also to tell you something to follow some of us on the same Shabbos. Clothing merchants who go out with their clothes folded on their shoulders on Shabbos will be chayiv chatos. Those so for exos, by the way, it's not just clothing salesman. Ella call out them. Why is he called salesman? Ella should Darkon Shomocher and not his cap. It was Darkon merchants to go out like this. The Henveni, Hayotzi the most through them. So again, we'll say Henveni. Henveni is a shopkeeper who goes out with money sewn into his cloak on Shabbos. Chayiv Chatos is also Chayiv Chatos for carrying. The Gemara says, "But Henveni Bilbad, it's not only remember not Chayiv Chatos for Muktzah. Chayiv Chatos for transport this one which is forever down after Shabbos. But Henveni Bilbad, and it's not only a shopkeeper. But Henveni Bilbad, Ella Kol Adam. Rather, we'll say every person. Ella Darko Shul Henveni loves his stuff. Rather, again, it was coming for a Henveni. For a shopkeeper to go out with his money sewn into his garment. Baharatonin Yosef Bisudan Shalkis. This is Dratonin. Rashi says over here. Rashi says that Dratonin is the name of Shem Mokum. That's the name of the place that they came from. Okay, and that they came from. So that's supposed to, by the way, you see that it's halacha l'maisa. Anything that you wear as a mug, which is an article of clothing, you better be chayiv anything from the mug to wear it. Once it's not considered to be a normative malbush, normative article of clothing, then you will be chayiv for yourself. So the Gemara goes back to the Harachon. That's the name of the place. Those Sudan Shakis fan, they can go out with their clothes on their shoulders. Well, Ratonin Bilbad, not only Ratonin, Ella Kolad, either it's everyone. Ella Shadarko Shadkan Lazarus, what's just happening over here. It sounds like what Ratonin used to do was wear their clothes like we wear our talis. They said, normally the way you wear a cloak is you put it on your shoulder. So Ratonin used to take the end of the talis and fold it over their shoulders. It's really quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, that's good considered wearing. So Dratonin and all that is good. It's not just like everyone should wear it like that, because that's considered to be a normative form of wear. Nice set of Hyrcanus. We don't show Rabbi Eliezer at Hyrcanus. There was once a story of Hyrcanus, the son of Rabbi Eliezer at Hyrcanus. Sheyatza Besuda Shahal B'Seifo B'Shabbos. I just want to point out, it's just a fascinating historical note. Rabbi Eliezer at Hyrcanus, the Gemara tells the story that he started learning Torah at an older age, and I say older, 20. Because he left his father's home to go ahead and learn Torah. It's like most people who go to a regular Jewish high school. And it's about time that you go to about 20. So interestingly enough, his father was very unsupportive of his learning. He was really quite fascinating. He had to run away. And his father, like they wrote him out of the will and everything. This is the famous story. His Rabbi was Rabbi Akiva, who got him to go ahead and teach Torah to Rabbi. So it's fascinating. This was very unsupportive of his son until he realized the great person that his son had become. It's fascinating to see that apparently Rabbi Eliezer ben Kirkonos named his son after his father. It's just incredible. It just as an aside. Alright, good night, friends. Maybe I was right. So the Gemara says as follows. So my son, so one time, Rabbi Eliezer, went out with a sudar with a cloak on his shoulders. So what does this mean? He was wearing his cloak, but like he took the sides and folded it over his shoulder. So what did he do? He tied a piece of string from the cloak around his finger, so that should the cloak fall off, he could fall off, he could pull it back on. So the Gemara says, the truth is, it's nice that he did that because you don't need to. That's called the normative act of wearing to fold it over your shoulder. It's really quite amazing. So that's the halacha. So apparently what we learn is an interesting fashion. Although you would wear a cloak by letting it kind of like sit on your body, you drape it over your shoulders and let it float down your body. You take the sides and fold it over your shoulders, like we wear our talisim. That is considered to be a normative form of wearing. If we wear it out like that, it's amazing. So we'll say, now it's normative, even though that was not the norm. But it's the norm to wear a cloak was to put it on your shoulders and let it sit on you, float down. But I don't think the folding over and put it on your shoulders looks there as well. Amazing. Now, should not about this in the shape of this dialogue. Ula went to the house of Asi Barhim. They asked Ivan, can you make a marzi? Wasn't here. You saw this in last night. Can you go ahead and make a gutter? Literally, a marzi is a gutter. On Shabbos. Amalu, Alfred Rabbi Loi, Pastor last was Marzi Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a Marzi on Shabbos. By the way, my Marzi, what is a Marzi? I'm Rav Zera, he's sweet about this. So we'll see if we take a look. Now here, interestingly enough, Marzi in the context of clothing means something dramatic. So you remember this incredible? Yeah, last night, right? Less than 8 hours. Right, so Marzi, last night Marzi meant what? A leaf that you were using to kind of wine out of the barrel into the cup. Like normally, Marzi means like a cup at the house. Today, apparently, Marzi in the world of fashion means kisi babis. Take a look at that. She actually says over here, kisi babis. Shemasalkin began in the art of Shina. The conflict also family is up. Umaksikin also I the Hunten Bahino in Kismoar ruffles at the bottom of the clothing. So what they would do is they would make like a little hem at the bottom of the garment, sew up and make like little ruffles on the bottom where it says you can't do this on Shabbos. Why? Because the mice said it's not even packaged, right? It's the final completion. Of this, Yirmiyah Habu with Zira, Yirmiyah was listening with the Zira. I'm going to talk to you. Apparently, again, Yirmiyah was showing Rabbi Zira this article of Torah. This type of ruffle, this type of hem permitted. So I'm going to ask him. I'm showing something else. I'm going to ask him. I'm going to Papa. Here is the Klal Rabbi saying for trying to figure out what type of ruffles you can make or you can't make. Kol Adaita, the thing, shut. So here's the general any type of ruffle you make or hem that you make on the bottom of the garment. Ultimately, again, remain there forever. That's awesome. This is how we call Maki package. Anything that's there just to go ahead and beautify the garment just for now, but will not endure, will not remain, that will be good. The hard Shisha Reid Rabbi this section Shisha Reid Rabbi was ultimately again actually misguided because La'akash is Adi Pay Metakra Al-Kufo and Yash the whole Kamar Kamar Amad the Archi Bahavi. So for example, sort of Shisha Reid Rabbi during the week when he was put on his cloak, he would adjust it to his that would make it look even nicer.
while slightly to the left. Because the right hand spin, because it cleaves the ball edge. So almost as plane in my head, and I have to have at a speed where once the cue ball
One time Rabbi went out to the field, and he had folded the sides of his cloak over his shoulders. So he was wearing his cloak, like again, like we wear in house. I'm in the front of Yoshua and Zerus ben Kamosh Rabbi Meir. So Yoshua ben Zerus,
trapped on the rails,
the son of Rabbi Meir, the Zulo Hi Rabbi Meir Chatos. I'm sorry, he said Zulo Rabbi Meir Chatos. In a situation like this, right, he said really it's me up. But ultimately, again, he was in Rabbi. How will you wear your clothes like that? And Rabbi Meir would make you chayiv b'chatas. Because Rabbi Meir would hold halacha, so the way you wear a cloak for the sides to be flowing down. The moment you fold it over your shoulder, that is tantamount to carrying the cloak. So he's telling Rabbi, I think what you're doing is wrong. To which Gemara says, Amalei did think Rabbi Meir after that. Rabbi said, oh, did not know that Rabbi Meir was so didactic on this. Shulshal Rabbi Chatas. Rabbi went ahead and let down the sides of his clothes. Yasser Rabbi, Amar Lo Yoshua ben Zerus was a Rabbi Shmuel who just read the version of the story. He said, no, it was not Yoshua ben Zerus, Ella, Yoshua ben son. Haya Chasna Rabbi Akiva. Amar Zulo Hi Rabbi Akiva Chatos, and he said to Rabbi, I think Rabbi Akiva holds that you chayiv b'chatas. If you wear your clothes like this, hold it over your shoulders. Amar Lo, Rabbi says, Oi, you think Rabbi Akiva Akan, Shulsha Rabbi Taliso. So Rabbi hears that Akiva is so tactic. If you can't wear your cloak, over your shoulders, you quickly let down the sides of his hands. Asr, Shmuel about it. Amar Nish Al. We got a different version of the story. He said, no. Rabbi wasn't wearing the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rather, what? Rabbi was asked about the cloak folded over his shoulders. Rabbi's Natia apparently would have been to say that it's mutter. Once he learned it, whether it's Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Meir was mutter, he agreed to those things. It's incredible. Says the Mishnah, Arochus Aramiteria is not big. His person goes ahead and washes. Name Aram means cave water, or Nateria, or well, finish tapping and then you dry off. So as I said, this is obviously talking about over here. Either in a situation where bathing is permitted for this individual, or just before the Takana Sagarfans, right? So remember again, we learned about the Sugya where bathing became usher, and again, certainly for a period of time it was not. So anyway, the Mishnah says if you have a license to bathe, right? So if you in fact have that license to bathe, or made to bury up, then it's not taken and dry off. Even if you use 10 towels. Well, you may not carry those towels on Shabbos. So this is very interesting. That what's the issue here? Rashi points out this has nothing to do with carrying, right? This is if you have an Erev, you don't want you carrying towels that you use to towel off. What are we concerned about? That you will come to wring them out. And we'll say the issue over here is that remember, when you go ahead and you squeeze water out material out of a garment, out of a towel, the halacha lines, that's a lot. That creates a issue of wrong. Now, the chiddush of the towel is as follows. We'll say the kashrus is you use 10 towels to go ahead and dry off after you bathe. Each towel contains very little moisture. So you might have thought that a towel contains very little moisture. There's no concern that someone's going to wring it out. You use the towel on Shabbos, you don't want you carrying it home. Carrying it home kind of concern. But if 10 people use the same towel, this is like I think they did like most health departments out there used to have like the towel that was on king, which was pulled down. We have a dedication everything we built. If anybody would like that. So the nice again, 10 people use the same towel. So listen to this. So 10 people use the same towel. So what's that? Today of Rabbi, they're using this towel for that which is stated and that which is not stated. Right? So their feet, their hands, their face. So what's that? Was it interesting enough? So 10 people all use the same towel that they can carry on Shabbos. That was now what's the idea here? Listen to this. Because it's a group, if one of the chevra begins to go ahead and wring out the towel, so reminds it. See, interesting enough, the concern that you will come to wring out the towel is an inadvertent transgression. So if you're alone, you inadvertently transgress. If you're part of the chevra, what it was having good chevra, having good friends, being part of a good chevra. When you by yourself, you make mistakes, but if you surround yourself with good people, good influences, they can help you stay on the straight. Incredible. So the Rabbi is like, there's second, suckers. We'll translate this literally and then we'll explain it in Gemara. So sucking means you put on oil, right? You rub it in oil, right? You rub yourself in oil. Or shashi means massage. Abalom is helmet. We'll say mishalom the word in Gemara means vigorousness. So we'll say these were all parts of the stuff that we're talking about over here. We'll just fall under the issue of your fuel on Shabbos. So apparently you could smear oil on yourself, put massage, but I love how nice and no vigorousness. Massage. I love scattering. You can't be straight. So says you're going to see this was done on the skin. Really an effort to remove that skin. And your Cordima cannot go down to Cordima. It actually says over here, what's Cordima? Shem Hanah. Cordima was a river. Can't go down to the Cordima River on Shabbos. Then Usim Appetit. You can't put in Appetit. What's it? Appetit was this thing that people drink in order to reduce the fat. Can't do that on Shabbos. Being Ma'atzin as Hakatan cannot go ahead. What's it? Ma'atzin means to go ahead and literally fix the child. Now this is what a baby that was born was come on first. The bones were out of joint, so they would go ahead and fix the baby. We're going to see how they would grow. You can't do that on Shabbos. Again, we'll explain the parameters of that as well. You must be imachzir as Hashem. You can't accept to go to bone on Shabbos. Somebody must have has a dislocated hand or foot. You should not go ahead and soak it in cold water. Avalot needs to be done. Wash it in a normal fashion. Ve'im nisrapein nisra. You'll see the parameters of these halachas in the Mishnah. But this last part of the Mishnah is going back to Xira Stikas Saman. In general, we don't want you on Shabbos engaging in conjugal medicinal healing. Out of a concern that you will come to grind up spices or herbs in order to make medicines. Says the Gemara, Kapani name or the Teria. So as remember, the Mishnah believes cave water is Teria. Just like the water that's very hot and very warm, so too again the water of the cave is also warm. Harochates the evet in the Chatfilah. That was harochates indicates if somebody washed. Now if somebody washes like exposed factor, if something in the evet you can do in the Chatfilah, you can't. Nechlal, Nechlal on the base. Nechlal, the Shtatif called Gufa, if you look at the Shapir. So those Shapir times, what's this? It sounds like over here. That to go ahead and pour water on your entire body. Could be the Chatfilah okay. Whose opinion is this money? So Shimon in this Tanya, or Yishtatif other being the common being with certainty Rabbi Meir. Shimon Matir, so what's it? The Meir says, not only can you not bathe, but you really shouldn't pour water over your entire body. That's Rabbi Meir. If Shimon says that it's mutter, if you don't mechana, so it's only mutter. He says that ultimately again with warm water, chaser, but with cool water. So suppose we already did this sugi beforehand, and we understand that Lamaisa, any real full body bathing is going to be also on Shabbos. That's why Shabbos is skipping to also issues of swimming on Shabbos as well. Although I think we mentioned we did see the Moshe doesn't just in Tshuva, where he writes that the person is very sweaty, they can take a cold shower on Shabbos. In order to go ahead, but again, obviously one also has to be careful with the secondary issues that are associated with shower. Obviously, when one putting these bar soap in the yesterday, a few days ago, one has to be careful with toweling off all the associated issues. It is topic I feel that if you go ahead, so let's remember again, if a person was able to bathe in a permitted fashion, whatever the Messias is, and even if he dried up with 10 towels, you can't carry those towels on Shabbos unless you come to go to sleep. Reisha, Rabusa, in both cases, the one guy who uses 10 towels and the 10 guys who use one towel are both teaching us an incredible lesson. Reisha, Rabusa, so the Reisha of the Reisha is ואפילו הניזון לפי שיקול mayo, even the fat was was a penalty for first, even if you have a lot of towels. And they have very little liquid inside of it, very little moisture, very little water. Where you see there's no real concern about squeezing it out. There is only one person who nervous is going to forget that it's Shabbos, and you will come to it inadvertently squeeze out the towel. That's the Kiddush. So let's say even if for one guy, even if Ruben bathes permanently, use 10 towels, the towels have very little moisture. Allah says because he's young, we're concerned that he's going to inadvertently wring out the towels, and therefore he cannot carry the towel. What happens? The sefer puts the kamash balon. Even the rabbin didn't need kriyas. So we'll say, and second, the rabbin didn't say. Because even if you have 10 people using one towel, so there's an incredible amount of moisture inside that one towel. They can still carry it back one. But since they're part of the chevra, we're not worried that one is going to come to wring it out, because if one begins to do so, the other members of the Chabura, the Chabura, will remind him that it's Shabbos. Incredible. Stopping other boundaries. We'll say the person tried himself off the towel in a so you can go ahead and leave it in the window. So this is talking about if you use the bathroom. So let's say again the bathroom has a cold bath. Let's say certain circumstances it was permitted to go and use it. So you dry off with your towel in the appropriate way. So you leave it in the window of the bathroom. However, the law you can smell the ul urine, but do not leave it in the bathhouse. Why? So also say the bathhouse attendants are chashiv. The chashiv will say about what? The chashiv to go ahead and wring out the fire towels. I don't know if they necessarily launder the towels. Concern with giving them the towels on Shabbos is that they may come to squeeze it out. Where it says elsewhere, Shimon will remember stopping about this achos and reveal his own basis. So if Shimon disagrees with the mission, and if Shimon holds it Allah for myself, you try off with the towel. After you dry off, you can bring it home. Amar the Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef will put some nine. So Rabbi said to Rabbi Yosef, well, what is the halach? So the Mishnah says you can't do this. The Shimon says you can't do it. So no, what's the halach? Amar the Rabbi Shimon hot Shmuel hot Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say there are a bunch of different opinions, and all of these people just say the same thing. Shimon Hadam. So Shimon is on record as saying that even if you use a towel on Shabbos, you can still go ahead and carry it. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, what's what it says? Samuel, Rabbi. Shimon made the choice when Shimon what's this? When we were learning Torah about Shimon in the city of Tekoa, היינו מאמין שמן ועלון this, מחץ לגג, so what he says, so what we would take our oil and our towel, and we would take it from a chazar to a rooftop to a house. Remember again, this reflects you that we've seen mentioned in Shabbos, that the primary city is going to be Jerusalem. It's that essentially treats all carpet-like areas as one rishos. So every chazar and every gag and every carpet is one big rishos. So Rabbi says when we used to learn Torah about Rabbi Shimon and Tekoa, Shabbos afternoon, we would take our towel and our oil, and we want to get into the bathhouse. But there was no here. So how do we get to the bathhouse? We go only through different permitted rishuyos. Actually, like it's a mayon, or not to bathhouse, but a spring. So we got to the spring, shiny rocks and all. And Shabbos afternoon, we would go ahead and wash in the spring. In Shabbos, right? We wash in the spring. So we'll say so again. So again, what do you see here? And Rabbi doesn't mention that part. It doesn't mention that they left their towels by the spring. I mean, because actually they wouldn't use their towels. That's absolute. So you see that they took their towels, they washed them, and they walked back with their towels. So you see that this is the same view of Rabbi Shimon, that Allah carrying the wet towels with your on Shabbos, and that will come to bring it out. The Shmuel number of you, the Shmuel, is stopping on the Ma'aluntis who will be a Biyogos of this. Shmuel says, Allah person could go ahead and dry off with a towel on Shabbos, and you can bring it back home. Rabbi Yochanan to Amar Kibra, Rabbi Yochanan, halacha, the stopping other ba'aluntis will reveal the silver. Halacha makes a person can dry off with a towel, and he can bring this towel back home. We'll say again, I just want to point out, there is nothing inherently wrong with the wet towel. There's nothing inherently wrong. What's the concern? The concern is that if we allow you to handle the wet towel you will come to go ahead and potentially come to go ahead and wring it out, which could then be an issue of malabi. So the question really is, machlokas, can you hold up this zera or not? That's the fundamental issue. So Mishnah clearly held this, but then you see all of these rabbis. Mishnah holds it. We have Rabbi Yochanan actually says, Rabbi Yochanan, Allah is not Mishnah. Yet Rabbi Yochanan elsewhere says that in general, that Allah is not Mishnah, Utinan. What did we have in our stam Mishnah? In the stam bag, I feel the Esra Alutios, or you be in the other. That if you dry up even with 10 towels, let's say 10 towels, one person 10 towels, very little moisture each towel, very little concern that one will come to wring it out. Nevertheless, Aser, Aluki ben Chaki Noim Masnila. So the Mishnah reflects the view of Ben Chaki Noim. So therefore, again, the Yochanan is of different opinion. So the Mishnah reflects an opinion, but also what comes out is something very interesting, which is that the Mishnah does not reflect the majority. Isn't that incredible? So it turns out, by the way, the halacha l'maisa is not like the Mishnah. The halacha l'maisa is like all of these other rabbanim, all these other opinions mentioned over here, that a wet towel can be carried on Shabbos. And we are not concerned that you are going to come to wring out. You must have to be careful. But it doesn't happen, but it's happening all the time. Like, just not with bathing, where this is happening all the time. Somebody spills something, never be not Shabbos was by the something not spilled. You bring out a towel, you have something wet towel. You must be very careful not to go ahead and wring out that towel on Shabbos. That is halacha l'maisa. But it's not, you can't handle that towel. We pass them to all the other rabbanim. The wet towel is what you just have to approach it with care and things. So the Gemara says as follows, Master the Gemara says, Amar Akiva, Amar Yochanan, Ha'ol yarn within Kalari, Shib the Beit Barn. So most of the bathhouse attendants, they go and bring the women's towels to the bathhouse. We watch these Tashaban Notion Rivers. This is now a little bit of a different discussion. So this is an issue over here that the bathhouse attendants want to bring towels for the women to the bathhouse. Let's say there's no Eruv. So they can wear the towels. Towels, I guess, will also fit technically speaking to be used as a garment. So if you wear it as a garment, you could transport it that way to the bathhouse. Sakinda, so make sure it stays where Shalom is. So it's like a kerchief. That means it's a kerchief. So this was a large kerchief that would really hang down over the shoulders, and the head is covered with it. So you can wear that, but you have to tie it to. So as this way, this tying it under your chin, or really was tying it by your shoulders, in order that it doesn't fly away. Because this is something that if the wind gets it, it can fly away. And what are we concerned about? If it flies away, you may come to retrieve it and end up carrying it. So it's an interesting halacha. So you can go in when you're searching on Shabbos, and halacha must be tied down to the body. Also means below the shoulders, tied by the shoulders. This is incredible. So you notice that when you bring clothing up to the soldiers on Shabbos, we'll say sometimes there were soldiers, not Jewish soldiers, who were stationed in the Fuzah, and it fell upon the residents to clothe the soldiers. So sometimes they would have to bring out clothing on Shabbos. So Rabbi said to the people of Fuzah, when you bring out clothing for the soldiers in the Fuzah, make sure to go ahead and tie. So if you're transporting like a kerchief or something, make sure that it's tied down by your shoulders so it does not get swept away by so Owen Mashmash, this was on the Mishnah said that you could put oil on, massage it in on Shabbos. To turn around on soften the Mashmash name on Shabbos, you can go ahead and apply oil and massage it by the stomach on Shabbos. So once it's apparently that was done for this, like a stomach ache or the other issues, we would go ahead and put in oil and rub it in. You do that on Shabbos, as long as you don't do it in the same way that you go ahead and you do it during the week. So remember again, I want to point out, even though this is being done for medicinal purposes, people would rub oil on themselves for non-medicinal purposes as well. So since it was done for non-medicinal purposes as well, therefore halacha l'maisa it's good to do it on Shabbos. But you have to do it with a shoe. So what kind of shoe? First you put on the oil, then you massage. You put on Omer, Saf, and Mashiach. The says no, it doesn't matter. People don't have a particular order as to they put the oil there first, massage after, massage first, oil after. The other one said it doesn't matter. You do it whatever order you want. And the idea is because this is an action that healthy people do as well, you do it on Shabbos, even though your kavanah is for medicinal purposes, no different than what? No different than the person who has a sore throat and drinks a cup of tea on Shabbos. Since drinking a cup of tea is something done by healthy people as well. Therefore, you can do it on Shabbos, you can do your kavanah for medicinal purposes. So apparently massaging the stomach with oil is something that healthy people did also. So nice you can do it on Shabbos as well. How about lo mis'almin? Rabbi said you can't use, remember, we translated mis'almin as vigorous massage. Right? That you can't do. So apparently that is only done for healing purposes, and that's asur on Shabbos. It says the Gemara, here we go. So the Gemara says, Amar Amar asur la'amod b'kartis shel diyumeses. Do not stand in the floor, on the seabed of the Umeses River. The Umeses was a river. They say apparently the seabed of the I don't know if that's right, the seabed of the Umeses River. Rashi says, his waters are very salty. So ultimately, again, the mud or the seabed of the Umeses River itself was warm, and ultimately, again, had no healing properties. Therefore, you can't stand on it on Shabbos because it is a form of healing on Shabbos. Whenever you go around, let's listen to this. We'll say the healing properties of the Umeses River span totally 21 days. The Atzaris Minamin, Shavuos is part of the 21. Says the Gemara, Atzaris Mitchila Haigisa or Haigisa. They say Shavuos is part of the 21. Shavuos is the beginning of the 21, end of the 21. So the Gemara says, Tashma the Amar Shmuel Kulu Shitani Medivcha Ba'adatzar. So Shitani are literally drinks. Rashi says, Mashkin Refuah. All drinks that people drink for medicinal healing are most effective between Pesach and Shavuos. So we'll say, so you see over here that apparently Shavuos is the end of the healing season. So they say that the Umeses River heals for 21 days, and Shavuos is part of that. So apparently, again, Shavuos is really the end of the healing season. So the Gemara says, maybe not. Maybe when it comes to drinks, I will say. So in general, healing drinks are most effective when the world is colder. But here by the Umeses River, it's about the heating qualities of the seabed. Maybe again, therefore, the hotter it gets. Therefore, maybe you'll say, here it comes to drinks, Shavuos is the end of the healing season. When it comes to the muddy bottom of the Umeses River, maybe Shavuos is the beginning of the healing season. Okay, so the Gemara is not sure. So here's what we know. We know that the Umeses River is most potent during 21 days of the year. And Shavuos is part of those 21. Which part is Shavuos? Shavuos is the end, the beginning, that the Gemara is not sure. Really helpful. We'll say, listen to this incredible Gemara. We'll at least start today. So the Gemara says, Amar Michalmo, Chamra de Parugaisa, Maya de Meses, Hipswa Aseres Hashem. The wine of Parugaisa and the water of the Umeses is responsible for the loss of the 10 tribes. We'll say, what does this mean? Listen to this incredible Gemara. Chamra de Parugaisa says, Shem Medina, Shiena Mishuba. So we'll say, apparently, Parugaisa had the best wine. The best one was Parugaisa wine. And of course, as we said before, the 10 tribes were lost. Why? Because they got too caught up in worldly pleasures. They got too, in wine. So you see over here, shows this one point, you see something very important over here. It's good to go ahead and enjoy good wine, but don't spend your life pursuing the best wine. Right? There's a very important chiluk over here. Good wine, everyone agrees. Good wine is exceptional importance. It's probably even a mitzvah. But spending your life looking for the best wine, that's where you get a little bit lost. That your things. Now again, it's like, is it okay at times to look for the best wine? Some people, I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Yeah, at times it's good, but as long as it doesn't become a life pursuit, something happens to secure a case of the best wine. That can be very good, especially if you share it with your loved ones. But Lamaisa,
all
to
those guys,
spend
you
your
and
life
him,
looking for that. So
and
that's
then you
not.
feed
So
off
the
of
10
them,
tribes got
everybody feeds
lost
off of each other.
because they
And
lost
it's
themselves in the
so
pursuit of this
good
best
for you
wine
to
and
know
the healing
people
waters
that
of
are
the
out
Guinness
there.
River. So what's
This
like,
account
Gemara
that
says,
capable,
what's like,
incredible courage.
one
And
minute.
then how
So
did he
you
get
must listen to
there?
this.
What
Listen,
did he do? What
this
did
is
he, how did he
crazy,
become the man he is
crazy
right
story.
now?
Rabbi Elazar ben Ara,
Goddamn, that's a damn
people of the
man.
Hasa.
So how do
Rabbi
I
Elazar ben Ara
yeah.
went to GUINNESS. He went there. He went and he settled in the Rashi says the Paragisa of GUINNESS. So it sounds like over here, GUINNESS is the name of the river that was located in the locale of Pirugaisa. Like that's what it sounds like. Right? So Pirugaisa was like the city, and GUINNESS was like, you imagine this place must have been like a Gan Eden. This is Eretz Yisrael. So it must have been like a Gan Eden. Because you have a place that has the best waters, like the healing waters, beautiful oceanfront property and vineyards. Oceanfront property and vineyards. Best wine, the best waters, like Gan Eden. So Elazar ben Aruch went there. Im Shich Basrayim got a little bit too involved in the wine and the water. He forgot his learning. I want to point something out. Just so you understand what's happening over here. This is going to stop. I'm going to go on a cliffhanger. Some Shabbos. I want to understand what's happening over here. Rabbi Elazar ben Aruch was a Talmud Nefu. Talmud Nefu. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Not only that, but he's listed as one of the primary disciples of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. And Rabbi Elazar ben Aruch was described as how? Or Sud She'ino Ma'abiti. He was looked at as the cemented sister who never lost a drop. Never lost a drop. And we'll see. Actually, we'll see it. We'll watch. Leave that for a little bit. He was telling Rabbi Elazar ben Yochanan ben Zakkai. At Lamaisa, he came to this place, Rugaisa, got involved in the wine, got involved in the waters, and Amish forgot his door. What happened to Mosai?
You're out in 400 feet or 300 feet of water, pitch black, you can't see anything, and your job is to go and put a listening device on a Soviet communication line in 1986 or whatever it was, and you're in enemy territory. So if you get discovered, you're dead. And none of these guys, that's the incredible thing, none of these guys have ever said anything about it. Wow. Decades, and not only decades of missions, months away from home, none of these guys have said a fucking thing. They've not been on a podcast, they've not read any books, and the only thing they say is, yeah, we do a lot of incredible shows, still can't talk about it. Unbelievable, man. Yeah. I've been able to see. I can go out and do shit, and like you still have the ability to see. I can't imagine being in like 300 feet of water, pitch black. If you lose a glove, right, or something goes wrong, how are you going to get back to the boat? Like, and you're going to have to get back to the boat and then get back into American territory without being discovered. And more importantly, you're going to do this how many times over the course of your career?
And does the listening device require them to gather the information while they're at the bottom of the ocean, or does it transmit?
I think it transmits.
Yeah, that's much more convenient.
It's not declassified, so who knows?
Right, who knows?
And they don't talk about it.
Wow.
They don't talk about it.
That's crazy.
I was talking to Jack and I were talking about it, and I was like, have you ever heard about this? And, he's a retired Navy guy. He's like, no, I've never heard about it. Like, that's my point. It's an incredible story, man. Like, these guys are still buttoned up, not saying a fucking word.
They picked the right guys. Yeah, there's guys like that out there.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be famous either. There's a lot of people out there that just,
they're just doing a mission.
yeah.
They come home, not tell their families. Their wives be pissed off. What are you doing? Out on the boat with all your friends for months, just hanging out, hot racking,
Yeah.
Like, I can't say anything.
You have to have the right wife.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a woman that can understand that becomes a real problem.
I'm sure a lot of them have been divorced.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of the Bob Lazar story. The Bob Lazar was the guy that worked at Area 51.
Yeah.
He couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. And they would call him at like 10 p.m. There's a flight for you that leaves at 11:15. Be at the airport. And he had to leave. And he would tell his wife, I got to go to work. She's like, it's 11 o'clock at night. He's like, I have to go to work. What are you doing? He's like, I can't talk about it. Because all his phones were bugged. Everything was bugged.
Right.
So his wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. She starts fucking her flight instructor, and that's one of the reasons why they removed him from his duties, because they're like, this guy's going to be unstable. We have to see how he handles this, because he's involved in this top secret back engineering of a flying saucer program, allegedly. And we have to, keep an eye on this motherfucker, because he can't be mentally unstable and have this kind of responsibility. Because he couldn't tell it. Couldn't tell her anything. He can't tell anybody. Yeah, and then eventually he took her to the sites where he explained to everybody when he thought that his life was in danger, that he was getting fired. When things started getting sideways, some people need to know about this. He took her out there and showed her that he didn't know she was fucking some other guy. By that time, it's so unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah. Look, this is what I'm doing. I wonder if that actually. I wonder if she's like, fuck, God, I should have sucked fuck that guy. Man, I feel bad now. I should have fucked that guy. I used to have to do that because for years, years of my life, I didn't tell anybody, couldn't tell anybody who I worked for or what I did. And I didn't have a wife, so I didn't have a wife or kids. I just not really say anything. And I just dip out. I kind of dipped out from like family. My dad was like very concerned. He's like, I never hear from that kid. I don't know what he's doing. I'm like, just working. Just busy, man. But it weighs on you after a while. You're like, this kind of sucks. Yeah, not being able to tell people about something you're doing that's hard. Like, you can never show someone part of who you are. You're always going to be a door that's closed. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, it's difficult. It's like my wife, when we first got together, she's the first girl, or first woman, I shouldn't say girl, she's the first woman I told. Because I was like, fuck this place, I'm out of it anyway, so if I get rolled up, I get rolled up. Who cares? I'm out anyway. Was she initially like, whoa? Like, how did she handle it? Well, so did you give her like details? No. Because she had met some of my friends, right? And the guys in the community are fairly obvious because they look like you. And they're jacked, tattooed, a lot of them, big beards. It looks like the Hell's Angels, right? So, like, I don't work for the State Department. It's fairly obvious. Like, the State Department, they're going to wear suits and, they're come out of Harvard. They use really long words all the time. They're not like, they don't look like they're getting ready to commit a felony. And so she would be around, at our kitchen table or whatever, and you'd have all these guys that look like, they're NFL Hell's Angels, and I look like this, which, is intimidating nonetheless, but I can get away with it. I can sell that, but they couldn't. She's like, well, so if the State Department, but what is it that you actually do, right? Like, you're not a janitor, obviously. I'm like, we train assistant advisors or something, and then after a while, getting to know her, 6 months or however long we know each other, we were driving down the road, and I was like, I actually work for the CIA, and she was like, I know. What are you fucking idiot? And it's funny because even now today, right, it's like a lot of my friends will come by that I haven't seen for years, and she always has the same kind of like eye roll. It's like, okay, you guys gonna be up till like 2 in the morning, like drinking at the kitchen table, talking shit about everybody that used to work with. Yeah, that's right. It's like, and it's so dramatic, right? It's like, it's such a silly, the same regardless of your profession. It's like, they're always talking shit. That guy's dude, that guy's not. It's so fascinating to me, like James O'Keefe stuff. Like how much they buzz people that talk about they never talk about with people that are just on a date with. Yeah. Like, not even like your wife of 10 years. No, some lady or some guy. It's a lot of it is chatty gay guys. Yeah. A lot of it is gay guys. Like, I'll tell you how many. They're on a date with some guy and they're trying to impress him, and they start telling him about what secret covert things they're doing that's totally illegal, and they do it all the time. Oh, it happens all the time in DC. It doesn't really matter what party or wherever you go. You always have the guy, and it's so funny because I would go to whatever party X, and depending on the venue, it might be like State Department, FBI, or
where you can always tell who works for who. And it's always like they're always trying to out jockey each other for who works for the better government service. And I used to always tell people I was a janitor, so they would leave me alone. And I'm a janitor. I'm like, why are you here? Like, kind of a thing. I'm like, that's what I do. It's my passion. Love them shit streams and toilets, man. I gotta wipe it. And then all the other guys were like jockeying for like FBI or State Department or wherever they're going. And it's always the guys like, I can't tell you. And you just sit back and listen. You're like, let me hear where this guy's going. This is going to be a fun one. You know, you're like, oh, get a couple of drinks at him. Yeah. And it's just full of shit. It's like, oh, it's so full of shit.
Well, that's the thing about important people that have achieved a high level of success. Everybody wants to pretend they're that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that want to pretend they're that person because it's so hard to become that person. But you can convince a lot of people that don't know any better that you are. That was a big thing with martial arts. It was especially in the 80s. So in the 80s when I first started, no one knew anything. It wasn't like today. Today, if you get in a street fight, if you're a high school kid and you get in a street fight with another high school kid, there's a high likelihood that kid knows how to leg kick. He might know a blast double. He might know an arm triangle. You might get fucked up. Like, they might know how to box. There's always the wrestling team, which are the most dangerous people. Those guys were the worst. They're the hardest motherfuckers in the school, always. And I didn't even realize that until I started wrestling. I was like, I'm amongst these fucking elite killers. And they're just walking around with everybody like they're normal. And you realize the level of commitment and dedication involved in being an elite high school wrestler, just a high school wrestler. It's fucking off the charts. These kids were going to camps all through the summer. They would get sent off to wrestling camp. They were training year round. And I just hopped in on my sophomore year. I did one season of wrestling. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, the level. I had no idea. I was hanging around these people. I thought they were normal people. They're like kids that were like little soldiers. Right. Like, wow. It like opened my eyes. Like, Jesus. There's these people around. And they were never even considered martial artists until the UFC. Nobody really understood, unless they actually did wrestling, how helpless the average person is with an elite wrestler. You have no chance. Like, see, it's not like, oh, maybe you'll be able to hit him before he takes you down. No chance. He's going to shoot on you. He's going to fuck him. You have no chance. You have zero chance. But there was always a bunch of guys who were pretending they were martial arts. It was a really common thing. And then you would talk to them, like, where are you training? What do you do? And it was always some guy who like learned some mystic. There was one guy. This guy actually wound up getting arrested for murder, and he's in jail right now. Yeah, he had lied to everybody and told them that he was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt, and he was even teaching people, and he knew almost like the late 90s, early 2000s, and it was just starting to catch on. People were just starting to understand the depth of martial arts because of the UFC, but it hadn't really gone mainstream until about 2005. And this guy was telling everybody he was a Brazilian jiu-jitsu black belt, and Eddie Bravo trained with him. And Eddie came back to me and he's like, man, something's wrong. He was like, this guy was terrible. He didn't know shit. And he's like, no, like, really? He goes, yeah, I think he's a fake. I think he's a fraud. And you end up confronting this guy. And then the guy wound up, he was banging some guy's wife and wound up luring the guy back to his karate school and killing him. Yeah. And he went to jail. And he's in jail right now. But he had a fake name. His name is Raphael Torre. That was his fake name. His real name was like Ralph something else. And he's in jail right now for murder. That's a super funny character, right? Not that guy, but it's a fake black belt. A fake martial artist. I mean, what was that? There's a movie years ago where it's like the way of 1 foot or something. Yeah, with Danny McBride. Yeah, it's awesome. Fucking hilarious. And it's like that guy, that character, that strip mall, martial artist, is just a piece of shit. There's a guy on Instagram that documents all these guys. This McDojo life. Instagram. It's a fucking great page because it's all people doing bullshit martial arts like death touch. Like people that can like touch your forehead and you like go limp and fall to the ground. And you get all their students become like brainwashed and they go along with this whole facade. It's really weird. They're in on the charade. It's very strange.
Super weird. It's like it's very cultish.
Like, martial arts are very cultish, especially traditional martial arts. Like your instructor is always sir, you're always bowing to them. There's always a lot of weirdness, and so in like traditional Taekwondo, you always would refer to your instructors as Mister. It was Mister. I hated it. I was like, just don't.
How many years did you do?
Yeah, hardcore.
And then you switched over to
When I was 22, and then I was great. I was like doing comedy. I started doing comedy at 21, and a few times while I was also doing comedy, but I didn't have the commitment that I had before. I had a series of events that led me out of like wanting to compete, and one of them was recognizing brain damage, recognizing it in other people, recognizing it in friends, and then laying in bed with headaches after sparring sessions going, okay, where does this lead? And I'm not even making any money off of this. And then there was a guy that I hurt really bad in a tournament. I knocked this one guy out when I was 19 in California. I was competing in the Nationals, and I KO'd this guy, and he never got up. They had to take him on a stretcher, and he was on a stretcher for half an hour, and then they took him to the hospital, and it freaked me out because I was like, but that could have easily been me. It easily could have been me. And that would bother me because I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I doing this? Like, I'm trying to win, the national championships. I'm trying to be in the Olympics. I'm trying to do these things. But I'm like, okay, well, where does that lead me to teaching? Do I really want to teach? I was already teaching at the time, but I really want to teach for a living forever. Like, I don't think I do. There's not. And then we're recognizing that the martial art that I picked, Taekwondo, had a lot of flaws in it. It was really good for kicking, but it wasn't the best overall martial art. And when I started kickboxing, I really realized that. And then I started getting into Muay Thai, and I realized the power of leg kicks and the devastating impact it has on your mobility, and like one or two leg kicks, and you're so compromised. I was like, oh, there's so many levels to this. So I was like kind of half-assing martial arts like the last year. Not nearly as committed. Like I was all in all throughout my high school years, all in, and until I was 21. And then from 21 to 22, kind of half-assed it. And then I didn't start doing jiu-jitsu until years later.
So what's going on at like 21, 22? Like, what are you thinking? Do you remember what you're thinking? Like I'm going to be an actor, I'm going to be a comic.
No.
What do you think?
I didn't think I was going to be a comic until I did an open mic night when I was 21. I did, and then even then, I was like, this is just something that I think I can do. But when I would bomb, I'd be like, fuck, I should go back to fighting. I just couldn't get a fucking confused. And then, what happened? I tore my ACL. And when I tore my ACL, I had to have surgery, and I couldn't do anything for like 6 months. And then I realized, like my body's vulnerable. Like, you're counting on your tissue staying intact in order to, like, live this life that you want to live. So I had to get my knee reconstructed. And I was like, all right.
So that was the first knee reconstruction.
Yeah. I was 22, I think, when I blew it out. 21, somewhere around there. It was like right around the time when I was like thinking about stopping competing. It's like the universe was like, let me help you.
Right.
Let me fuck your knee up real quick. So I had to get that fixed. That takes a while before it gets back to normal again. But comedy became a thing where I was like, this is very exciting and really difficult to do. It's so different than anything else I was doing. Where you have to get the people to like you. Like, it's dependent upon like personality, and whereas with martial arts, I wanted them to not like me. I loved it. I didn't have any problem. Like, no one's gonna save you. It doesn't matter if these people hate me, and if you're looking at me and there's just you and me and a referee. I liked it. This person had like a bunch of, like, one of my favorite things was like hearing the cheers stop. Like when people were cheering, like, yeah, fuck yeah, kick his ass, then and then the guy would collapse, and you hear silence. You just hear silence, especially if you go to where they live, right? Maybe you gotta go to Ohio and fight in Ohio. I just love that silence. It was this final moment. And my thing was I would always walk away like it was normal. I'd never celebrate. just walk away like that was, I do this every day. I'm going to do this to the next guy too. This is what I'm going to do to you. And I would always take naps too. That was the other thing I did when everybody was freaking out before fighting, before sparring. I would go to sleep in front of everybody. I just put a hoodie on and just lay down on the ground.
It's not like where you try to fuck with them a little bit.
It was a little bit of fucking with them. It was a little bit of I'm so relaxed. Right, I'm gonna take a nap here while you're freaking out. But it was also I wanted to do it for my own mind. You know, I wanted to just like be. I was so in my own head. I was so in my own like what I'm going to do. I wasn't thinking about all these other external things until that one knockout. That's when I really started thinking about what could happen to me. Because I had gotten really lucky where I never really got hurt in the tournament. Never got dropped, never got knocked out, never got really rocked. But I did it to a lot of people. And then I was like, this is coming around. Like it's a matter of time before I get whopped. It happens. It's just going to happen. I'm going to fight some national champion guy, and I'm going to zig when I should have zagged, and I'm going to catch a heel to my fucking jaw, and that's going to be a wrap. I'm going to be waking up in the hospital.
That's interesting that you have that thought early on where you're like,
Well, I started seeing brain damage in other people, specifically when I started kickboxing, because I was training at boxing gyms. And I started seeing guys, I was trying to say, there's like a slurry aspect to the way they talked. There was a labored thing to their speech. There was something about them. And then I would see it degrade over time. You know, like I really started getting involved in sparring and boxing when I was about 19. And there was also around the time where I started losing my enthusiasm for Taekwondo because I just realized that the no punching to the face thing in tournaments was so limited. It really it fucked you up because it gave you this illusion that you could pull things off. Where all the guy would have to do is jab you in the face. You're like, oh, okay. Like at this distance, you can't do the thing that you normally do in a Taekwondo tournament. You have to be much more aware defensively. So I had to recalibrate my offense and my tactics. And so then I started doing a lot of boxing, a lot of kickboxing, and I saw so much brain damage. I saw so much like unreported brain damage, just weird stuff. Guys would tell you the same story. They just told you like 5 minutes ago, they tell it to you again. And I was realizing, these guys can't remember that they just said this thing 5 minutes ago. It was like they were stoned, you know, and they weren't. You know, they were just starting to exhibit the beginning signs of brain damage.
So when you're making those decisions early on, like you're controlling, like, being able to control your emotions, so your anxiety, and being able to like put yourself into the right mental framework to go out and perform, regardless. So you're competing Taekwondo, you're going out, you're actually performing like open mic style you're doing. Just like
when I was 21. Once I was 21, I started doing open mics. Yeah.
And so being able to control your emotions, because you gotta be freaking out a little bit.
Yeah, well, the first time I went on stage, I was more scared than I had ever been fighting, which I thought was crazy. So I started fighting before I could really be scared. I started fighting when I was 15. It was like the first fights that I had. So you were scared, but you didn't. You were so stupid. You didn't know what could happen to you. And I was really lucky that I had a really good school. The school that I trained at was super technical. It was the guy who I trained under, this guy Jaehan Kim. He trained with General Chae Young-hee, who was like the founder of Taekwondo. And so it was like the technique was perfect. Like you had to have perfect technique. Like if you did anything sloppy or anything like kind of they would correct you. Like you had to have it down. And they emphasized a lot of heavy bag training, which a lot of schools didn't even have a heavy bag, which I thought was crazy. Like we would go and do these things where we'd have our team would go and train with another team. Like we would travel to New York, and there was an instructor that was friends with our instructor, and they would bring their competition teams to compete against each other. We'd fight in a gym. So it was like these unsanctioned fights that we'd have. And, you know, you'd find people that were roughly your weight, and these guys didn't have heavy bags. And then you'd go to their gym, they have like a strip mall type gym, and there was, in their dojang, they didn't have a heavy bag. I was like, this is great. You guys don't train with heavy bags? And it didn't make any sense to me. they had kicking paddles and a bunch of different things, but they didn't have anything that would improve thrusting techniques and stabbing techniques, which is like you need resistance, you need a heavy bag. And so our instructor was adamant about like if you can't hurt somebody badly with one kick, you're doing the wrong thing. These techniques were originally designed for war, right? And you're supposed to be able to have devastating power in everything you throw. That got lost a little when Taekwondo got into the Olympics, or when it was on the path to getting into the Olympics. And it became more of like point scoring. They would try to hit you and run away, hit you and run away. It was a lot of like fast moving techniques that didn't have the same sort of devastating impact. So I got real lucky where I trained is that they really emphasized power. And so the school that I was at was very feared because a lot of the other black belts were like, the guys that I trained with were fucking really dangerous. Like they were known for when they would go to a tournament, people would get scared because if these guys hit you, you're in trouble. Like these were dangerous cats, that were like just wheel kicking people into another dimension, turning side kicking people and crushing rib cages. It was a lot of that. And so I got real lucky that that's the gym that I started in. That I started with, like, you imitate your atmosphere. I was the first guy that I ever saw hit a bag was this guy, John Lee. And when I saw him, he was the national Taekwondo light heavyweight champion, and he was competing. He was training to compete in the World Games. So he was about to go to, I guess it was the World Cup. And he was in full training mode, like the moment I walked into the gym. And I watched him fold this heavy bag. And as I was going up the stairs, I could hear the sound of it. So I was just visiting this gym. I was leaving a baseball game at Fenway Park. And me and my friend just walked up the stairs just because we didn't want to wait for the tee. It took so long for so many people leaving the baseball game. There's going to be big lines. There's going to be packs. Let's just walk up here and see what's going on. And as we were walking up the stairs, I heard this sound that I'll never forget. It was like, whoop, ching, whoop, ka-ching. And then ka-ching was the chains of the heavy bag, because this 120-pound bag was flying through the air when this guy would hit it. And the chains were going shh and rattling. They would come down, he would set it up again. And he was 7-10 feet from me. Like there was this like little ledge where you could sit and watch people, and they had set it up like that. So the heavy bag was set up right where people would walk in, because it was a great recruitment track, right? Because you would really get to see what people are capable of. And the moment I saw that, I was like, I want to know how to do that. Like, how do you do that? Like he was doing spinning back kicks over and over again, turning side kicks, just folding this fucking bag in that. But like, that's crazy that a person can generate. I didn't even think a person could generate that kind of force. And I trained with him a lot, and I learned from him a lot. He taught me a lot. And he was an interesting guy, too, because he was like a real street guy. Like, he'd been in and out of jail, wound up having a substance problem, but there was this funny dude from Chelsea, which was like a real hard, dangerous neighborhood in Boston. And just a fucking killer, man. A killer. Just a killer. And when he would compete, people get so nervous. It was crazy to watch, because I started training with him and going to tournaments with him when I was a white belt. So I was a white belt, and he was a black belt national champion. And John Lee would show up and see people whispering, like, fuck, John Lee's here. You would see guys take this deep because they knew he was in their weight class. Fuck, because they knew this guy wasn't trying to win on points. He was trying to break your body. He was trying to just crush your organs. He was trying to separate your fucking brain from the inside of its skull. He was trying to hurt you. And he did it to a lot of people. I watched him knock out a lot of people. A lot of people. It was wild to see. So, like, but it was, to me, it was just like this new thing that was going to change who I am. I went for the first time in my life, I wasn't a loser, because I was like really good at this thing that was scary, and I just threw myself in. It was my whole life. I didn't do anything. I didn't party. I didn't go I had very few friends outside of high school. It was my whole thing was just training. I'd get home from school, get something to eat, immediately leave, hop on the train, head into town every day.
That's like 15.
Yeah, from like the summer of my freshman year of high school. And that's when I first started. Right belt, then working my way out purple belt, and all of a sudden, in Taekwondo, red belt is brown belt, right, and then black belt. And then my instructor was crazy. He would let me compete as a black belt before I was a black belt. He let me compete in the men's division when I was 16. Yeah, it was nuts. Shit. Yeah, it was just if they thought you had potential, they just throw you right into the flames. Like, let's see what you can do.
So the confidence it gives you, it's like finding something that you're good at.
Yeah, it was all of a sudden all of a sudden I got obsessed with something where I'd never really worked hard at anything in my life. And then I had abs. I was like, this is crazy. Like, I look at myself in the mirror, I had abs. All of a sudden I had muscles everywhere. I was like, this is not because you're going through puberty. Right. So you're this doughy little fucking kid, this scrawny, doughy little kid that never did any sports other than baseball. And then all of a sudden I'm shredded and I know how to fuck people up. And then I was doing it to like live humans all over the country, like traveling everywhere we traveled. That's all we did. We just traveled.
So how do you go from there though? Like, why or how did you go, I'm going to go do stand-up? Like, what was that?
It was really my friend. It was really, my friend Steve Graham, who I'm still friends with to this day. He was a real maniac. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a flight pilot with the Navy. Not a flight pilot, but a flight surgeon with the Navy. He was an ophthalmologist. Like, an insanely hardworking guy. Like, unbelievably disciplined. And he got into Taekwondo while he was a doctor. While he was an ophthalmologist. He's a maniac. To this day, this dude's had he's still a good friend. He's had 70 fucking surgeries. He's had his knees replaced, still trains, still spars. Yeah. He's in his 60s now. He's a fucking nut.
And so he's like, hey, you're funny. You should go do this.
We would go to tournaments, and when we would go to tournaments, or when we have sparring days in particular, everybody was super nervous. It was very dangerous. And so I would be the one to break the ice. I would be the one who would make fun of everybody and do impressions of everybody. And I always was cracking everybody up, and it was a captive audience. Right. And everyone was looking for relief from the fact that there's this we would be on a bus headed to Poughkeepsie, New York to compete in a tournament, and I would be the one on the bus making fun of everything, just cracking everybody up. And my friend Steve said, you should be a stand-up. You should try it. You should just try it. And I'm like, look, you think I'm funny because you like me. And I go, other people are gonna think I'm an asshole. My sense of humor was very dark. It was very crazy back then because I was living a crazy life. And then did an open mic night, and then I said, I think I might be able to do this.
Did you bomb straight away?
No, I didn't. I got a couple of laughs. It wasn't good, right? But everybody saw it.
Do you remember any of the jokes?
Yeah. Here's my impression of a good-looking girl getting pulled over by the cops. Do you realize how fast you're going? No, do you like my tits? Yes, I do. Here's a warning. It was terrible. It was so bad. It was so bad. I had so many bad jokes. But I also realized everybody sucks in the beginning. And then I thought back to martial arts. I go, this is like everything, right? If you start off, you suck. Everything in the whole thing is getting better at this thing you suck at. Which is I had this guy, Tommy Woods, Dr. Tommy. We were talking about new things, about the value in terms of people that acquire dementia. And one of the best ways to keep your brain fresh is do new things. Do things that you're not good at and learn how to do them and get better at it. And I think I sort of just applied what I had learned from martial arts, because obviously I wasn't good at martial arts when I started. I was terrible. Everyone was terrible. You don't know what you're doing, right? And then you realize through repetitive effort, concentration, focus, discipline, you're gonna get better. It's a path. And so I was like, this is a new thing, but it's also a new thing filled with other misfits, because I was a misfit, right? And I was like, these comedians are misfits too. They didn't have regular rules. They always wanted to smoke pot and drink beer, and they stayed up late, they slept late, and they were just maniacs. I was like, okay, I can hang out with these people. Regular people that wanted a regular job scare the shit out of me, because I don't want to get sucked into your drone-like frequency. I can't live. I tried regular jobs. This is not going to work for me. I'm too ADD, HD, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is, I got it. I can't do this. But those people were misfits. There were these weird, and occasionally professionals would go up, and you'd realize, wow, This guy's a master, like the mastery he has of like concepts, jokes, and tricking you into thinking one thing and then he hits you with another thing. Like, God, and the smoothness of it all just became an obsession.
Do you remember the guy?
There's this one, Teddy Bergeron. There's this guy who'd been on the Tonight Show, and he unfortunately developed a substance problem, which a lot of people do. And I think some of it is just the pressure of stand-up, the pressure of fame, the pressure of constantly performing, and then it's just also like just living that dirtbag life where you're just like, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Do coke. You know, they're just doing coke. Like, there was clubs that would pay you with coke.
What?
Yeah, they would offer. Yeah. Nick's Comedy Stop would offer you cocaine or cash in the 1980s. Yeah.
I can see that. I can see how this thing becomes super addictive. And this is like your dirtbag life. It's that same parallel we're talking about.
Yeah.
This becomes the rock that you're climbing every day because this is the audience that you have to entertain. It becomes about getting better, honing a craft, like, and ultimately succeeding with the crowd right in front of you. They're giving you feedback. Right? That's very similar. Like, you're either getting higher on the rock or you're falling off.
And so the falling off was important because the bombings would really teach you didn't want that. So what was it about the bomb? Like, how did you bomb? What did you do wrong? What went wrong? What's wrong with your material? What's wrong? Like, are you being lazy in the way you're setting things out? What are you doing wrong? And then figuring it out, because that pain of bombing was so, like, sometimes it's bad to do well a bunch of times because then you need to get relaxed. Like, you can't be relaxed. Like, you have to, like, constantly grinding at it. You have to constantly be taking that fucking thing apart and trying to figure out how to make it better.
The guys like Andy Kaufman, right, that would go out and they had a whole shtick and nobody understood what the fuck they were doing.
That's a different thing.
It's
a different thing.
Wild. Like, it is wild. Because it's almost an intentional, you're bombing intentionally, but it's funny. You gotta like stretch it out a little bit to understand what's going on. And it's a different individual psychology.
It's a different thing. He's doing a different thing. My criticism of that, I don't really have a criticism. Maybe that's the wrong word because I think Kaufman was brilliant. He was brilliant on Taxi. He was an interesting character. The shit he did with pro wrestling was just bananas. And he was wrestling with wild. So wild. It was so great. But he never was a great comic. Right? Like, see, if Shane Gillis decided to go that path and just bomb on purpose, that would be almost more interesting, right? Like, here's a guy who knows how to kill. He's a real comic. I'm one of the funniest guys ever. And then he starts playing the theme to Mighty Mouse and just repeating, "Here I come to save the day." Like, that's what Andy Kaufman did. He would have a record player and just play the Mighty Mouse theme song and just repeat, "Here I come to save the day." And everybody's like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was like this weird mind fuck that he was doing with everybody. But he never did the other thing. Right. He never, like, really entertained and killed. Like, all the evidence of Andy Kaufman is of him doing this weird stuff, which, again, is not really a criticism. Right. But he was doing a different thing. He was an odd guy who saw this thing and he was like, I think I can get in there and do something completely disruptive. Right.
I can see that. Like, it's very distinctly different.
Nothing wrong with it. I loved it. I loved especially the wrestler stuff, but it's not my favorite. Like, if someone told me Andy Kaufman's performing in this room over here, but Dave Attell is in that room over there, I'm going to see Dave Attell. I want to go see the master. Yeah, I'm going to laugh. I'm going to see a guy at the top of his craft that's doing this hypnosis on everybody, and you just leave there, your sides hurt, you're dying, you don't leave there going, what the fuck was that? Like, but he wanted people to leave there and go, what the fuck was that? Yeah, that was the magic of Andy Kaufman. But it's just not my, like, I don't like jazz, and I don't want to go see jazz. It's hard to like. It's kind of cool background music, but I'm not leaving the house to go see jazz. But I know people who fucking love it.
Like, so if you think back to Taxi, like, I was thinking about this the other day with Danny DeVito and Taxi. Like, that guy's still going. Like, it's incredible. Like, I was, and it just like a snippet of Taxi came up, and I was like, holy shit, how old is Danny DeVito?
He's 150,000 years old.
Like,
Tony Danza's long since retired.
Holy shit. And that guy just keeps going, and he looked old in Taxi.
Is Judd Hirsch still alive?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know.
That was a great show.
It was a great show.
That was a great show. Was it?
He's 90.
Mary Lou Henner was Taxi too, right? Wasn't she on Taxi? Mary Lou Henner, you know, she has that crazy mind thing where she remembers everything.
Seriously?
Everything. You can give her a date, and she can tell you, like 1973,
Right.
you know, February 2nd. She'll tell you what day it was. She can tell you what happened on that day. She can tell you news things. She can tell you what she was doing that day. She has, like, not just a photographic memory, but a complete recall of all events and dates. I forget what the term is.
Superior autobiographical memory ability.
Oh my God.
Remember almost every day of her life since she was 11.
Isn't that nuts?
That's amazing.
And she's got to be 70 years old, right? 73. She remembers everything.
The funny thing is DeVito's still funny. Like he's still funny. Like, I mean, the way that he lands jokes. I mean, Always Sunny. Oh, how many seasons is that? Like 20? No, I don't know. But I mean,
How many fucking things has he done?
I don't know.
Taxi was when I was a boy.
Yeah.
To Always Sunny.
That was the thing my dad used to watch. Yeah. Like my dad seems old. My dad's 80 years old. My dad used to watch that.
How old is DeVito? 81. Still banging it out.
Still fucking killing it. Man.
Still funny.
I mean, how old's... I'm not trying to equate Ron White to Danny, but I'm saying, like, how old's Ron? Because he's still killing it.
70. Yeah, Ron's 70. Yeah.
Like, I was watching the other night, and, you know, he flew back from wherever he was, and he just, like, came in and stood up there and did a set. Like, he just kind of, like, walked in. It felt like he was just like, I'm here, I'm just going to stop in and do this. And then he fucking killed seamlessly. Just, it was perfect.
He's as good as... He's better, I think, than he's ever been right now.
I never... Like watching somebody that's great, and then watching somebody that's in another dimension, like him specifically, because he's perfect. Like, it's absolutely perfect, because it comes off. It's unforced. It's a conversation. Like, he's just having a conversation with the crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible to watch somebody that can be perfect in their delivery, but then be completely unassuming in the way that they're delivering it. Like it's just a natural conversation. Like,
casual.
Yeah. It's
casual.
You don't even feel like you're in, like you're watching a stand-up comedian. You feel like you're watching somebody talk, and you know that it's coming. You think that it's coming, and he still fucking delivers it with just a level of exceptionalism. Like, the guy's incredible.
I think it's one of those things where you keep working at it, you just keep getting better. And also, he stopped drinking. So he stopped drinking a couple of years ago, and that changed everything. He lost a ton of weight, got way more focused. But, you know, he had been going hard for decades. And his doctor had pulled him aside and go, hey, man, you're going to die.
Are all those guys still like all the blue-collar comedy guys? Are they still all doing it?
Fox where they still does stand-up. I think he did stand-up recently with Ron. But I don't think he tours a lot. I don't know about Larry the Cable Guy. I don't hear about him anymore. I don't hear about the other guy, Bill Engvall. I don't hear much about him anymore. I think out of all of them, Ron is the guy who's still... But out of all them, it was like Jeff Foxworthy was a great comic. And then, you know, I think, in my opinion, Ron was the best. Ron's just a master. But also, he loves it. Like, he was there last night. He performs all the time. He's always down. He always, like I always get text messages from him when I have shows. He wants to come and do a set. It's like, he lives for it, man. He's constantly writing. He's constantly working on it. Like, that's his thing, man. He enjoys the shit out of it. Still tours, still does the road, does better than ever, sells out everywhere, and you're getting the best show out of Ron that you've ever got out of him. He's better now, I think, than he's ever been. I really believe that. And it's crazy that at 70, he's still getting better. His material just keeps getting better, and it's always working at it. He's always working at it.
You got that whole thing about LA or whatever. It's it sounded like he pulled that out of his ass on stage. He was telling a story about being on a flight. You're like, oh shit, he just told me a story.
He was in the back room of the comedy store with his back bar, and we were hanging out, and we were drinking this back, and Ron's drinking things, and we were having a couple glasses of whiskey, and then Ron starts telling the story about how when he was stationed in Hawaii, he goes, there's this place you can go, you know, it's a bunch of hookers, you get your dick sucked for like $20, man, I was there every fucking day, and he goes, then all these years later, I was watching the news story, and all these transvestite hookers were getting rounded up in the very area where I used to go every day, and I realized, oh my God, I got my dick sucked about 100 times by men, and he was telling this fucking hilarious bit. It wasn't a bit, he was just telling us the story. We were dying. Have you ever seen this on stage? And he goes, no. Fuck no. I go, you should tell it on stage. I go, Ron, it's hilarious. I go, we were dying laughing. It was like it was a bit, but it was just him telling a story. Just in no intention of ever saying, we're in the back room. He goes from the back room onto the stage in the OR, the original room. He walks down the hallway. I go with him. He goes on stage. He goes, tell you that story about how I got my dick sucked about 100 times by a man. He's telling this story. It fucking murders. Like it had been a polished bit that had been worked on for years. It was just a story. But Ron is a great storyteller, like a natural storyteller. If he's not trying to be funny, he's funny. Yeah, he doesn't have to think about it. It's like he's just got his personality, man. Just Western, almost a Western storyteller. Like a guy that you would expect sitting at the campfire in hunting camp. It's like the old giant that's been around 100 years. Like he's killed thousands of animals. He's packed shit out. And then he's got these stories that he can't help but listen to. Yeah. And that's what he reminds me of. Like, man, this guy is so fucking perfect. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh shit. That's the guy. He's an old massive like that guy. He's the main reason why I was interested in moving to Boston. He was the first reason, because I knew Ron had already lived here. Ron was already moved here. Ron moved here in 2018. Okay. And so he just got tired of it. He kept a place in Beverly Hills and would come visit us at the comedy store sometimes. But I was talking to him on the phone. He's like, man, I'm not moving. He goes, there's no Hollywood bullshit. He goes, I want to fly somewhere to work. I'm in the center of the country. It's easy to get anywhere. People are nice. Food's great. He goes, yes, sir, but not around Hollywood. I kept thinking, man, can I live in Boston? Like, I was like Boston, and on it was out here, so I would come out here for work every now and then. And I'd always come out here and love to stand up here. So like that planted the first seed. And then when the pandemic hit, Ron was already here. And when I came out here to look at houses and stuff, and this is in May of 2020, so it's only a couple months into the lockdown. But I had already had enough. I was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like I knew these cocksuckers in LA were never going to give up the kind of control and power that they have over people's lives. They get off on it, those fucking weirdos. And so I was like, well, at least Ron will be there. I'm going to go hang out with Ron. Like, you know, I never need to stand up again. At least Ron will be here. And then, you know, Ron was also the guy who convinced me that I have to open up a club. I had the thought in my head, and I was thinking about doing it. We talked about doing it. Ron went on stage for the first time in like 6 months. It was in November of 2020, and he grabs me by my shoulders when he got on stage because he fucking murdered. First of all, when he went on stage, they went crazy. It was a giant standing ovation. There was no indoor shows anywhere else near there. It was like we were doing it at the Vulcan. They had sun shows. They were doing it in Cap City before Cap City went under, but they were like separating everybody by like 20 feet or some stupid shit. Because if the virus can't go through the air, it was dumb, right? Everything was dumb. But the Vulcan was just like unhinged. It was packed. It was like, this is so crazy. This is such a super spreader party. And Ron went on stage and he had gone over his notes and material and wasn't even sure if he was thinking he was retired. He was talking about retiring. I was like, I'm retired. do this one set, and then he grabs him by the shoulders. Whatever the fuck we have to do, we're gonna keep doing this. Because you gotta open up that club. Okay, we're gonna open up the club. And then we start looking for locations right afterwards. Like Ron was a key force. He's the godfather of the Boston comedy movement. Like where this became like this big hub. It started with Ron, 100%. Because I knew if he was here, we set out, my friend, I could go hang out. Right? Because even if I couldn't do stand-up again, I need someone who's just a renegade. I need a dude I can hang out with that's a real comic, that we're going to have fun. We can just talk shit, laugh.
Well, who'd you hang out with when you were in LA?
Him when he was there until 2018, always, but of course Joey Diaz. And when the pandemic hit, Joey moved to New Jersey. He's like, fuck this place. He was on the same things as me. Fuck these people. And he always wanted to go back home to New Jersey, which was where he's from. And then Duncan moved to North Carolina. Everybody moved out. But it was like Duncan, with Duncan, Segura, Bert, all those people that were the mainstays at the Comedy Store. It was just an amazing crew. Tony Hitchcock, of course, And Tony was one of the first guys to move out here too with me. And then Segura moved out here, and everybody got just like this wave started.
Is there anybody
But if you
you're
say in
like
general,
you started
certain
with
liquid
like
that
back in
comes
the
out
day?
that goes into food,
Because you're
that
Boston.
liquid doesn't have the status of
Was
liquid.
there anybody you
It
started
has
with
the
that you're
status
still?
of
Yeah,
nice cancer.
Okay,
okay, real tight. Great Fatima started 1 week.
Into
I think I started a
So
week
the nice
after
segment,
him
that
or
liquid,
before him,
now
something
that
like that. We were separated by 1 week.
that liquid that
seriously?
goes
Yeah, we did open mics together.
in order
We
to
traveled around
prove
together.
the
We would drive 90 minutes and do 5 minutes for free. Yeah, we would drive to
ready
Rhode Island
or
to do stand up for
susceptible
free.
to tobacco.
We
How
traveled
does a
all
food
over
item become
all
susceptible
over
to
New England. We
contact
did
with
road
liquid?
gigs together.
So
Yeah,
how
we
did
came
these
up
drop?
together.
How did these drop?
We had so much
come out
fun.
of the gates
We just
out
had
of the
no money, no
How did they
career,
become sure?
no even thought of one day having a career. The goal was I want to be able to make a living doing comedy because we knew that there was guys in town that were headliners that could, grind out 100 grand, 50 grand, whatever it is a year, only doing comedy. They didn't have to do anything else. I'm like, that's the truth. Imagine if you could pay your bills with comedy. Right? The idea of a career was like the thing we never even talked about. Because everybody in Boston stayed in Boston. Nobody left it. Other than like Stephen Wright and Jay Leno, there's like a few people that kind of, air quotes, made it, during that time period and left Boston. The goal in Boston was just to be a good comic. It was a real interesting thing because it was a real artist colony in the most unpretentious of ways because these guys are all coke, snorting, whiskey drinking psychopaths, and a lot of them were big guys, big fucking football player looking dudes who were just animals. And they were just wild men, and they had this life that was so envious to me. It was like, God, to be so free. All you have to do is just tell jokes. You don't have to ever show up at the fucking newspaper depot to deliver newspapers or driving limos, doing construction gigs. I didn't have to do any of that. You could just do comedy. And that was me and Greg. We would just drive around just thinking, like, one day, imagine being able to make a living doing this. That was the only goal. And then we both wound up, and he moved to New York for a bit, and I lived in New York for a while. And then I moved to LA, and then he eventually moved to LA as well. And he's still there, he's still back in LA. Gosh, I can't imagine, man. Like, living there and staying there, even professionally. Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? You see the jock tax? Yeah. Jamie, you see the jock tax? I understand. Well, but it's specific to California. And this jock tax in California, some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. No, it is true. I don't think so. No, it is true. I went it through AI last night. No, it was in. They pulled it up on Grok, and then people analyzed it, and it's based. No, Jamie. Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, depending upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage.
does that allow the low
Okay,
to be
this year.
traveled from
Okay, with whatever.
So
The Super Bowl specifically. These guys, Jimmy's so funny. I know that a lot of things are real. What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night. He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact that he was there for 7 days. So it's a percentage of your income over the course of a year. So if he makes $10 million a year and he's there for 7 days, this is how much money you have to pay. And so the Super Bowl pay is not, it's like on top of your normal salary, right? So it actually cost him money to play in the Super Bowl. So he made $178,000, but because he's there for 7 days, he had to pay $200,000. Did you watch it? No. I was gonna watch it just for bad money, just because everybody was so pissed off. I thought it was hilarious. This guy's like I don't care. It's like this weird cultural war. This guy is saying objectively, people that saw it said it was a great show. I don't know. Can't take their word for it. Like somebody was telling me the other day that I got like new voices. Oh yeah, it's
Now, what happened? What's the
I was like halfway through it or whatever. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. It's your team. If it's your team, I get it. Yeah, it was the Patriots. I could root for Patriots. But it's like, I'm busy. If it's on, yeah, get an airport or something, but I'll watch it. Yeah, like I'm not going out of my way. If Aaron Rodgers is playing, I'd watch it. Maybe I even go. Aaron was playing. But it's like, it's so hard to go from combat sports to regular sports for them. God, it's so hard. It's so hard. The UFC last Saturday was fucking spectacular. There was a small one in the Apex Center, and there was some incredible fights. It was so good. It's like, that to me is like, I don't have a lot of time for entertainment. That fills it all out. Yeah, that fight. Saturday was like, incredible. Yeah, that was incredible. Yeah, the Mario Bautista performance is fucking insane. He's so good. That guy just keeps getting better. He looks like a world champion. And it's like, you watch combat sports and the consequences are so grave, what they're doing, the dedication, this moment, they train for months and months for this one moment when this referee is like, fighter, well, you're ready to fight. Let's go. Here we go. That to me is the most exciting thing in all of sports, and I'll never stop being that to me. I love it. So football's fun. Oh, I do. I've been to some UT games. UT games are fucking great. They're fun. Well, this is like the state. What happens? Yeah, it's like this is not only the state has done it, but people are like grown up and they're completely modeled to go play Texas football. Yeah, this is like their icon, dedicated, and it's just the enthusiasm from the crowd is nuts. I got to shoot the cannon once in a while. They like shoots the cannon off. What? That's pretty cool. It's fun. Being on the field and seeing these guys warm up and get ready and then watch the game. Nighttime games are the best. They're nuts, man. And then, of course, they do the jet fly over. Which is like, America! Flying over fighter jets over the football game. That doesn't happen anywhere else. They don't do that anywhere else. They never do that for a fight. Fly fighter jets over. That'd be cool, though. They should start. Maybe they'll see it. Yeah. Maybe they can have a sphere and have like the roof of the sphere like show the jets as they pass over. Maybe they'll do it at the White House. They probably will, I would imagine. Well, they're probably going to have air presence. I mean, how dangerous is that card going to be? Gosh. It's like, if you wanted to have some sort of disruptive event, that's the spot. Get out the White House. You're having cage fights. And I'm not even convinced that's going to happen. Because with all the crazy shit going on in the world, who knows what happens between now and June, right? When this is supposed to pop off, like who knows? Who knows what goes down? Therefore, again, what fucking happens with all this Epstein file shit? It just keeps getting crazy. Rokana and acted from the list, and one of them is Lex Wexner. What is his last name? Les Wexner, right? Who's the CEO or the owner?
former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets, she's being named as a co-conspirator. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because, he runs this model in Victoria's Secrets and girls. The whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now. Right, sure. Well, two things. I don't think anybody that his existence as a co-conspirator is new information, but it's confirmed now, right? It was people, I think, were that it wasn't supposed to be blocked out, but filed exactly. He's not a victim, right? He's not a victim, so why was his name redacted? So they got it unredacted, and now he's been named. I think he's the funder of most of these. Did Jeffrey Epstein, this insane house in Manhattan. So this is like a $60 million house in Manhattan. The house where you go into it and you see Bill Clinton in a dress. That picture that we have out in the lobby, that's from the foyer of his house, right? That Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker in 2020. See if you find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything. She was claiming she was kidnapped in his house. She claimed she was being held there for 2 weeks or something, like doing work. She called her dad, trying to get out of there, something like that. And that's not his involvement as like crazy. This was in Columbus, Ohio. Albany is where that's where his house is. The giant, biggest house in Ohio. It's a suburb of Columbus. Right.
In the name of Rab, let's say before we had a state name Shua. Now
people think he's still doing it.
So great Adam Eshkoshan,
people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
Into a pot
Definitely, I think their AI photos, they line up. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, people think he's in Israel.
Remember, the same as what we said before.
What do you think he did some surgery?
Into a pot of root wine, because squeezing liquid mashke haba, the so otel to otel. Liquid squeezed into food and the status of solid food.
If you want to still, I mean, how would you keep them this in between? Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28th of 2020. How crazy is that? She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy. There's the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good at what her background is and how she finds all this information, but she's always way ahead.
But we coach in the Shua.
Yeah, 2020. That's crazy. Fucking way ahead.
And that yields some problems. Why? What's the problem? Right? We are sure that
these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire guys, their names were redacted. Like there's one of them where he's talking about pandemic planning, where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. So why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted? So we're redacted. What are they supposed to testify? What are they supposed to testify? Would you say they're going to 2 weeks? Did you say the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. But outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously it's a conspiracy, it's not a theory, right? Because you're
either way,
connecting the
it is going
networks,
to
they're like
will say,
exposing a lot of
that
this.
the liquid
Like
inside
when you
of
look
cooked
at
vegetables
your
is
total
considered
conspiracy
also not
catalog
like
of things that you
the
like to
Shmuel
dive into
says,
outside of
Echad
meat,
Kibashin
if
the
it
Echad
goes up, what are your
Shmuel.
other ones?
Whether
Well,
again
aliens
you
is the
have
most
pickled
fun one.
vegetables or cooked
This is the
vegetables,
one that I hate the
Lugu
most.
Mutter,
Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with
however,
Roger,
the main hand,
the fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show that you're part of the team. We know that has always historically been a real thing. And it's been something that you look at in history and you go, God, it's so sick, it's so twisted, it's so disgusting. And everybody wants to think, thank God that's not happening now. But then when you realize, like, that might have been happening now.
I had direct
Here's one of the
testimony that
craziest
in fact
ones.
that statement was
The day
made
he
by
was
in
indicted in 2018, the very next
Shmuel
day they
on
ordered
Kufan he said that, and that's
gallons
two important
of
principles. Number one,
sulfuric
that if you
acid.
squeeze that liquid into food,
What?
the liquid
Yes,
has a status
he
of
ordered
food. Therefore, you can
6
squeeze a cluster of grapes, says
55-gallon
that,
drums
into a pot of
of
food.
sulfuric
Why? Because
acid
that liquid is
to be
going
delivered to the
liquid,
island.
that is it to be like food.
And so there's a
Furthermore,
lot of people online saying, oh, that's probably for his desalination
the
plant. It's
brine
probably
of
like a regular
fish,
thing they need to order.
even not
So then
into
someone else did a deep dive and said, no, this is the first time this was ever ordered. Then again, I thought there was 2 other ones. There was 2 other orders.
Let's go back and
Oh, so that
Russian
got the first one from that
if
company
you have
potentially.
that
That makes sense.
So
maybe it was for
so
this
said,
desalination
Rab
equipment.
said, if you're
But
squeezing it out
also,
because you
that's a
want,
lot of sulfuric acid. If I needed 5 gallons for my desalination
however,
equipment,
the
but
juices will be hot to have a lot
239 gallons, whatever it is, to bird kids.
whether you're squeezing it out because you want
Fucking get rid of bodies.
juices will be more either way. The
It's
Shmuel
hard
said
to
no,
think of any use
the
for
Gufan
acid.
Mutter,
Just
when in the hand part of us.
immediately,
Shmuel has a much more
immediately,
symmetrical
yeah.
shita, and
The
Shmuel
other
shita is like
were they that large?
any whether it's cooked vegetables or pickled
Because here's
vegetables.
the other thing.
I love like
How long
this.
has it
If
been
you
killing
want
people?
the liquids,
How long have they
if you
been
squeeze it, you
boiling
want
bodies
liquids,
to get rid of
Asim
them? I
is
mean,
Rabbi.
if you
Because
do
Asim is
have,
Rabbi. But if halach the Maisa, and I want to
for
use
lack
this
of
Asim is
better
Rabbi, remember again, these are
words, let's call it a
as opposed
service,
to the other
where you
degree,
allow
where the liquid itself
rich
is
people
inherent inside the
from
item. These
foreign
items have
governments,
liquid
whatever, you set it up.
used by the
I can give
external
you whatever
process.
you want.
Nigger. So Shmuel will say
I want
you
to kill
can't
her, I
squeeze
want
it
to
out
torture
the
her,
liquid.
I want to,
So if you're
get rid of
squeezing
the
it out
body.
because
I
you
want
want
to do that.
to dry your
There's
food
There's
item.
one
I want
where
the
this
pickled
one
vegetables,
guy
that's all
saying
the
to him,
pickling juices. Right.
thank you
I
for
want
the
the
torture
vegetables that all the
video.
moisture, that's totally
It's literally a part of
Rabbi
an email. The actual
Echad
quote,
Kibashin the Echad
thank you
Shmuel
for the torture video. I've enjoyed the torture video.
Yochanan says no, whether it's
It's so gross.
pickled vegetables, cooked
They
vegetables,
think
if
they've
you're
identified
squeezing out
that guy.
the liquids, if you want to eat the vegetable without
Who
the
do they
liquid,
think he's a sultan?
but if you squeeze it out because you want the juices, chayiv chatos. It's an isir da'oraisa. A very dramatic
They're letting them into the
was
files
Mace,
one by one
so
for like an hour at a time.
was the Sarah Shabbos.
Yeah.
Abalon the
So
Matzah
the Congress
Shabbos
people can go
was listening
look
to
at
his
specific where
You
they
could
define
squeeze out
how
pickled
much volume
vegetables on
specific to
Shabbos
look at.
for
It's crazy.
usage on
The
Shabbos.
whole
You can't
thing's
squeeze
crazy
out from
because
other
like
Shabbos.
why
They say
why
by
have
another
you
Moise.
protected?
Olives and grapes
So we
never
know
squeeze.
Sultan
Himself a
Ahmed
chayiv
bin
chatos. Squeeze it,
Suleiman Sulia sent a torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009.
Catch the Shmuel, catch the Yochanan.
So Epstein was saying that, where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. I'm in China. I'll be in the US second week of May. What the fuck, man? Why is this being redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how come you redact some people and you don't redact other people?
Because you want the vegetable itself.
What is this? This is not good. This is good for this administration. It looks fucking terrible. It looks terrible. It looks terrible for Trump when he was saying that none of this was real, this is all a hoax. This is not a hoax. Like, did you not know? Maybe you didn't know if you want to be charitable. But this is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people weren't victims, you're not protecting the victims. So what are you doing, Greg? And how come all this shit is not released? I mean, this is all
also
like, get rid of all just expel it all. It's crazy. So this picture tries to be the
go ahead and swap this. So you can go ahead and squeeze out 50 vegetables on Shabbos for the sake of Shabbos. Same idea with cooked vegetables. When is this? Will it be fun? You want the vegetables out there? How about the hand? Or with butter? How about this? Zaysim ba'an.
I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday, and he loaned me a chopper, actually two, with one as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow.
Soaked in production of
You know, boys with toys could mean like military guys with weapons. That's why I assumed that's not what the video I did. They were talking about boys because they're Afghans. But of course, the birthday wish is just important. It's my birthday wish in a remote valley. Valley, and he's telling us to have like a problem. But it also says loan me a chopper. Well, actually, this is two. I'm still right. But the thing is, like the loan me a chopper, my birthday wish, his birthday wish might have been to like gun down villagers. That's what I know. They talk about that, the political kids. Yeah. I mean, I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like I came there to fuck kids. It's like my birthday wish sounds like I'm here to fuck people up, right? Like.
Namely, that Allah Lamaisa, Zaysim Ba'an Sandwich. Right, or in the type Ella Azizas, Zaysim Ba'an.
The only reason why I would be interested in going to Afghanistan is the stuff that Jason Everman told me about. Like when he showed me all those ancient Greek ruins, which is nuts, where archaeologists have no access to them. Right? That stuff's crazy. It's incredible. Like there's immense ruins in Afghanistan of cities. They had great cities. Like beautiful columns and incredible construction. In Afghanistan, they're like
Eno Chayiv Ella Al Jesus Zaysim Ba'an. So that seems to be the conclusion of the Gemara. That Halacha Lamaisa, the Sutta Lamaisa Sita, will only apply to Zaysim Ba'an. Everything else will be usher, but will be usher in the Rabbah. So again, we're going to see the halacha Lamaisa. We also said a couple of other things. The AA, furthermore, in general, we'll say you can't collect testimony. It's all
Greek Roman cities. Like it looks like you're either in Rome or you're in ancient Greece. Like incredible architecture.
Testimony from a witness who heard from a witness. In order to testify
Afghanistan was
about an event, you must have seen that event directly, not heard about it from someone else. Ella, on the phrase Ella, Le'edus Isha. So the only exception to this rule is Edus Isha. The purpose of this means as follows. Edus Isha means that halacha l'maisa to give testimony that a woman's husband died. Remember again, this is an area in halacha where we relax the standards of testimony. So again, if someone knows that Rachel's husband died, so we will accept the testimony of one witness, we'll accept the testimony of a woman. And we'll accept nothing but decades of being eviscerated any semblance of intellectualism, there's no infrastructure or technology or advancement like universities were essentially college. So everything was ruined. So you're talking about maybe at least several hundreds of years advancement. Your firstborn animal belongs to the Kohen, unless of course it develops a blemish.
You would spend a lot of time just trying to understand you would have you leave an airfield where we have the most advanced technology in the world, like we're launching helicopters, jets, any and all pieces of technology and
to go ahead and
drive
certify them in a car
into these valleys, from one place to another, and you would have horse-drawn carriages,
said yes.
mules, and they're carrying something in the background, and it's like you have the same cars on the road,
we learned, right? The Rabbi actually said that ABPA, working as another witness, is only good. It's only good in the case of agency.
an entire society of
testify
basically
that a woman's
Amish,
husband died.
Amish level people,
Ima,
and
because
then
Ima,
Americans right next door in their base
says
lynching was against technology and horrifying
in any testimonial situation where a woman's
you'd see everything
testimony would be permitted as well.
point A to point
And
B.
since the woman is
Encounter
permitted to go ahead and testify
usually
regarding
people are
a blemish in her
illiterate,
heart, therefore, Allah when I say ABPA
no schooling, no advancement
Gimar
for girls.
extra ABPA with heart. So
You know,
Gimar in fact
children
allowed
were
the testimony of one witness to another
was
witness,
like
right?
a beast of
ABPA
burden.
for
And in a
Bakar.
lot of places, they would
Ariali Marimar,
actually
Gimar,
value their sheep more than they
Gimar,
would value
Shari,
their children.
So
So
the
they'd be
Marimar
looking
got very
for
upset.
reparations
Gimar,
or
Gimar, Shari, Bukra.
you know, to get
Gimar,
paid
the
for
Bakar
possibly the sheep that you destroyed on target. But their kids,
Mara,
but not.
Gimar, that was the
So,
shot. What's up? I will say, what's
you
up?
had
ABPA kosher. What's the
clear
Is
picture
in fact ABPA
what
is kosher
civilization
for
was like
English. So I just put
500
aside.
years before
Salah
or
again.
1,000
That one
years
of the
ago.
different
So
another
you'd see
witness
it too, right? Because you
testimony
have
about the fact
Buddhist
that
architecture, Greek architecture,
to the bar
and then you
in order
have
to go and certify that the bar need not be given
the
to
standard
or
kind of
amazing
Taliban infrastructure. You'd have
Remember
the Soviet architecture from their invasion. You'd have all these different layers of military occupation. You can see them all within
So we'll say,
2 minutes.
said, Carlos production
You-
is coming Arab Shabbos.
I was up in this place called Pangier,
On
and
Arab Shabbos.
the
And
line
the
of
honey
Pangier
flowed
was
out over the
it's a
course of
general
Shabbos.
suit.
And Rabbanon say it
And
is
he was
Osir.
killed
And
actually
Rabbi
on
Eliezer
September
says that
10th
it is
before September
says
11th. So
the
he's part of
Gemara,
the
says
actual
the Gemara.
September 11th
So
plot.
Carlos actually
He's
also
killed by
wrote in
suicide.
Narga, also the
Trying
ice
to do a documentary.
the Rosh came from Narga.
They brought in a
He
kid
brought
or
the
a
following
platform
mission with him.
explosives and killed him
Jason
the
Ba'anam,
day
Jerusalem,
before
Arab Shabbos, the
Jerusalem.
If you crush
Part
grapes and olives on Arab
public
Shabbos, and
tax.
the juices flow out on their own,
Because they knew that the suit was the
the
connection
juices are also
to
the Velazar Shimon Matthew, the
U.S.
Velazar
invasion
Shimon
or the
allowed.
U.S.
So the
invasion
Gemara
would
says,
be
okay.
involving the suit.
Amr of Yosef, Gabri,
And
Yisir, Aslash,
the Pangier is
I don't
beautiful.
understand. So
Like it's
the Moshe
incredible
didn't really
river valley. And it's
this is our mission.
also
Or
part
just
of
here in
where
this
the
case,
Soviets would
it's
just get
Jason
their
Ba'anam
asses
and
handed to
Amish
them
was
because we had
right?
the
It's the same
Mujahideen
thing. You crush something at Arab Shabbos and the
being
juices
funded
flow
by
out
the
on
CIA
Shabbos.
at the time.
Rabbanon
Obviously,
says
back
also,
during the
Rabbi
Soviet
Eliezer, Rabbi
invasion,
Shimon are not. This was the only thing
they would
that Moshe did
ambush
had
the
some
Soviets
additional
and they'd wind
How
down
much
the
more
roads
only
next
has
to this
Rabbi
river,
Eliezer?
and they would cut
He's
them
adding
off
on.
basically in the front of
He's
the
adding on.
convoy to destroy
So
the
he was
entire
Rabbi Yosef,
between
Gabri,
they just
Shazar, Shmina,
shove
Rabbi,
all the shit
Shubakon.
that was
Rabbi
destroyed
Yosef
in the
teaches
river.
us very important.
So the
Or
river
if it was
would
just
have
one,
rapids,
Haba,
and not all the
Assam,
rapids were made from
Karo,
rocks
Utro,
and natural
Ulubasu,
natural occurring rapids.
The
They were
honeycomb,
made by
the
like
honeycomb itself, in the beginning
T-52s
is
and Russian
weak,
tanks
and
and
in
all
the end
this
it's
like
very
this
static,
core
doesn't
material
change.
was
Maybe that
pushed
will
into the river
ultimately, again, Rabbi
by
Eliezer
the
says, that
Pangiers.
if you on Shabbos and
I went up to his
Karo,
grave.
of Mashkim alone. But I might have thought that it was
Really
a
incredible
crushed
guy.
grapes,
When you
or crushed
read about him
olives,
and like
ready
by
to
the
drink
Pangier
that
Valley,
which
it's
goes on Shabbos.
such a beautiful place. We used to joke around about how, gosh, I'd love to come back here and like go skiing or like recreate in Pangier Valley because it looks like Colorado or someplace incredibly beautiful. And at the same time, you're in Afghanistan, so you're surrounded by just the chaos and the devastation of war.
Even
With
though
this
Dvash,
one tiny
honey,
little piece,
is one of
it's
the
like
actual one of the liquid that's matched in our travel from our
absolutely
it's
beautiful.
a
It's
huge
rapids
discussion.
made by
Okay, so
T-52.
this the Gemara ends up with a lot of
And then in whitewater
have
guys,
to
like
do the
in like a
halacha
kayak,
l'maisa
it's
to
cool.
get through the rest of the stuff. But I
If
owe
you
you the
are a
halacha.
person
So you just
who's a
close out
wealthy person,
unit of
then
Sita,
your
and yes,
desire
and
was
we'll
to
come
go
back to
gun
the
people
halacha
down.
l'maisa.
Like
But
there
just
are
if you
people
have
that
to
will provide you
manage
that
to go out a
service.
couple of
Like
minutes,
there was a thing with the
So Mishnah,
Soviets, or not
Kosher
Soviets, with the
Shabbos,
Russians,
Kosher Baba
where
Kame
they
Erev
were
Shabbos,
allowing people to kill
showing
pirates.
also the Kame Shabbos. Those are incredible
Like
Gemara.
you would pay a bunch of money,
Anything
they take you
so
where
that
the pirates
literally what
are,
it is, any
go on a
food
ship and
which was
50 cal just
hot
fucking
water
blow
on
up
Shabbos,
pirate
you
boats.
could soak it in
Yeah,
hot water.
I'd heard about that. I heard about there were places that
Any
you could go
food which was
as,
cooked
you know,
for Shabbos
combat
is not
tourism,
subject to
basically. It
Mishnah.
has to be. Yeah,
This is the
there
kind
has
of
to be.
food
It's all going to be like
once
Russian
it's
or
solid, so
Italian or
once
the
it's solid,
connection between the two, right? So you'd have these
it's
like
no longer
rogue
subject to the
elements,
halachas of
places where there is
so
an
therefore, again,
organized government,
if you
there's
cook it in
essentially
hot
just
water
chaos
on
and
Shabbos,
anarchy,
you can
which
cook it
is
again in hot water on Shabbos.
yeah,
We'll see the
yeah. So you could have someone
Kosher
from
Baba
the
Kame
West
side was providing that service to someone.
He's not
Letting
close
him
because I
borrow
was
a
getting some of the
chopper.
hot water.
Well, that was
You can't soak it in.
trace was
What you can do is
command in general
rinse
time.
it in hot water on Shabbos. Again, we'll see the parameters of all of this.
Yeah, that in
Right?
general,
So
it's
this
joint
obviously
combat
rinsing
operations
is not the
in
show.
Afghanistan.
Rinsing is
Just a
some
rich
like
guy.
kind of taking off the chain. You do that on Shabbos.
It sounds
The Oshel of Baba
correct
Kamer
in
Shabbos.
the context of we
Oshel
go
Baba
plus
Kamer
another one
Shabbos
because
and
they
he
can
does
never fly
what?
anywhere.
Salted
Be a
fish.
chopper.
The Kulias HaIspani, Anish Naruhi Bamala. So rinsing with hot water, it affects complete
Disagree
fish.
with you.
It was incredible. And this was introducing us to this category of food items
In
called
general, just
Kalihabish.
rich guy.
There are some items that are very easily cooked. So for most items, if they're not cooked on Erev Shabbos, you can rinse it with warm water on Shabbos. Why could you rinse it with warm water? That's not going to cook the food.
There's nothing
But there are some items that are so
One thing to
easily
take into
cooked
consideration is
that
how much of
even a
these emails
rinsing
are actually
with hot
factual.
water
Like
can't be
accusations that they're putting on other people,
those
you gotta
items,
take that
of
with a grain
course,
of salt.
cannot
This guy
be
wasn't,
rinsed
he
on
was
Shabbos.
all
Example of
about
that, you just
like
bring up apparently.
influence peddling.
The
Like,
example,
and
the Gemara
probably
Mishnah
he
brings
had
up
enemies,
fish.
and he probably would
So
probably
old
destroy
salted
his
fish,
enemies
Spanish
with
mackerel,
rumors
those are very
and
easily,
making up false stories.
very
Like the
easily
Bill Gates
cooked.
one
And
with
therefore, halacha
asking
l'maisa
me for
cannot even be rinsed in
antibiotics
hot
to
water on
slip
Shabbos.
into his
Says the
wife
Gemara,
because he got
keep going, man.
STD
What's
from
the
a Russian hooker.
example of
I'm like,
something that was cooked on
that
Erev
seems
Shabbos?
too
And then, cooked before
on
Shabbos,
the
and
head.
therefore,
I
could be
mean, like,
once
why
it
wouldn't he
gets
go to his
soaked in
fucking
hot water.
personal doctor? Why is he going
Don't
to Jeffrey
those
Epstein for
kind of
antibiotics in New
Rabbi
York
Abba.
when he
Oh,
lives
it's
in
like the
Seattle?
chicken
Don't
Rabbi
think he has
Abba.
like a
So what happens
concierge
is,
would
Torah
say,
Osu
hey,
Rabbi Abba,
Melinda, I gave her
Rabbi
STDs.
Abba.
You'd say, hey,
Apparently, this
get
special
me
dish,
some
the
stuff.
chicken
Oh, I
breast,
lost my
was
prescription. Can you
soaked
give me
in
another
water
one?
for a long time.
It
It was
fell out of my
soft.
car. Give me
And it
another
was
one.
eaten
Can I
only
get
for the
another one?
food
I put it
purpose.
crushing
Rabbi
up in a
Abba,
smoothie. Like,
listen
if you're
to this.
gonna do
I'm
that,
gonna
you
stop
would
right
do
there.
it.
I'm gonna stop
He's
now.
not a dummy.
Zimna
He's Bill
Chad
Gates,
was
right? You would do it in a more discreet way
So
than
exactly saying,
contacting
one time
international
I
sex
went to
trafficker
Baba,
who's
for
part of
Oakland
like some
Nine,
intelligence
and they went
operation.
ahead and they gave me some of this Rabbi
Yeah,
Abba chicken.
the
The
skeptic
Ilo
in me
Rabbi Abba
tends to kind of like
Dishtakin
look
Kamra
at it
Bar Klasa
like
Karbi
a
is Nasi.
magnifying glass.
And
Yeah,
Rabbi
I
Abba,
don't want
not
to take
giving
everything
me
at face
good wine.
value, but
Like
also
3-year-old
the
wine, I would have blown it
accumulation
all
of
up.
all
Which
of these
apparently
different
was
things.
Rasakh saying,
You just go, what the
chicken dish is
fuck was
disgusting.
going on? Did you
Right?
find out
Which,
how many
you give
other
me
the
dissolved
sulfuric
chicken.
acid orders
Dissolved
if
chicken.
the other ones were
So
just
when I
as
see say,
large?
well, the man has blown it up, Harana has been
Struggled to
especially
even
one
find
thing
that. I
we
was
see
like, maybe I made this up. But I
good
did find
wine
one.
solves a
There was
lot.
different. So they were talking
Right?
about
It's very,
those
very
emails back to
interesting.
2012
Rabbi
or
says,
14
Rabbi Yochanan,
about
Raik Mikusach Baba. Rabbi
setting
Yochanan,
up the system,
whenever
fixing
he would
there's
mention
nothing there.
Kusach Baba, he wasn't
Sulfuric
really
acid?
getting spoken Kusach many
Emails
times.
from
Kusach
Doc.
was
How
like
do they know
the
there's
only
nothing
Yeah,
there?
no, this is
Water
yeah.
maintenance systems dating back to
red and sour
2013,
milk.
implying
Rabbi Yochanan,
possible
whatever
routine
he
use
would
of severe
mention Kusach, he
possible
would
is a
spit.
weird word.
Like he
Use of
discussed, like the
sulfuric
Kusach was
acid for
discussing.
pH adjustment,
I'm Rabbi Yosef,
infiltration, but no
and later
specific
on the
prior
Mikhail also Rabbi
invoices
Abba.
or
Rabbi
shipments
Yosef, so
are
look at
detailed.
That's exactly
was
what
a
the invoice. There
Right?
was
He
one. They
said,
were
well,
talking
you know
about
what?
getting
If Rabbi
one
Yochanan
drum
is going to
of
spit,
sulfuric
because
acid
the
with
Kusach,
40
I
bags
could
of
spit because
like
of Rabbi
carbon
Abba's
and
chicken.
salt or
That
something.
was even
Yeah,
more
see,
disgusting.
that makes more
The
sense
old
than
Amar Rav
6
Gaza,
fucking
Zim
giant
it was the
55-gallon
Because the Gaza, you know,
drums
one time when Teretz Yisrael,
of
the
sulfuric acid
Avidit
the day
Kusach
after you
B'Baboy,
get
Shadu
indicted.
Minei
Dig
Kobrek
into
in Arab.
the
You know,
actual
the
files
one time when
website,
Teretz
start
Yisrael,
looking up the
and I whipped them up a
the
dish
reverse
of
osmosis.
Babylonian
And
Kusach,
there's
and
a
the
ton
people
of
couldn't get
discussions
it.
about it going all the way back to
They'll
2012.
say
I
so,
think is when he bought it.
it's
So
interesting.
Of
The
using
people who are
sulfuric
actually
acid.
no, just having a
clamoring for
reverse
it were people who
osmosis.
were
Right.
So
Water, there
apparently,
must
again,
have
I
been a
guess
problem.
Kusach
Right.
has
Well, it
like
makes sense
penicillin,
because
right? So, you
they
know,
were
it adds some
using
curative
desalination
effects
technology.
from,
But it just
I guess, the
evolved.
spoiled milk and the moldy bread.
It's
Kosher above the
suspicious.
commons
At
wasn't
the time,
anything
also,
that ultimately,
dude
again,
had to know he was going
was not
down.
cooked on Shabbos.
Like when he gets arrested in 2019,
not
when he
soaked
18
in
rather, when he
water
gets
on Shabbos,
indicted, he had to know he was going down.
Says the Gemara,
And if you know you're going down
so what
and
happens?
you're trying to
So
mount
what
some sort of
happens? Now,
defense,
remember,
one of the first things you have to do is get rid of
the
bodies.
items in this are highly
Right? If you've got a bunch of people on the island,
salt
then they
fish,
could swoop in at any point in time and
so what
pull
happens
out of there, and
I'm
then
going
you're
to say,
fucked.
yeah,
Like if he had underage kids on the island, whatever he had on the island.
It's so dark. Over Margaret Rabina Afghan and Scorching Maria Fashion, the Korea's Hispanic,
So I think in 2008, the first
Shad
time
the
he got
Person,
arrested, they had a bunch of machine shit.
what we learn is except for in Spanish macro fish, there's simply rinsing them with water affects crucial and radiance. Yossi Rabbi but Abra the Asi Kanika.
Maybe it's
Yossi Yohan coming
go
out. Yohan was closing.
and I've got
It's not about a machine, Yohan was closing.
all the infrastructure. So
Why are the fowl, the birds of bubble, fatter than the ones
Your
that are
Force
just
2019
on the
arrest,
lake?
industrial car mix
Now, they
5.5
got
XL
also, right?
self-loading concrete mixer. So we got a
the
concrete
desert
mixer
of
and
Israel,
he got
and it's even
the
fatter
fucking
birds.
sulfuric
Nicknamed
acid
Mount
right
Morgan
after his
to a bubble
arrest.
snake. Why is
Feels like
incredible? Why is
oh,
it
God.
on their
So this is
joint
right
and
before his arrest and right after his arrest. He got sulfuric
bubble
acid in a concrete mixer. But why would you be thinking that you are going to be able to do construction when you're going to go to jail for the rest of your fucking life?
Yeah, I don't know if
Nicknamed
construction
Mount
plans
They
would
comes
be
to a
a
bubble
topic
and
of this.
young. Why is it that the family can come and bubble?
You know, I know I'm going to get arrested, but you know what? I got this big construction program. I'm really interested in.
We're much in the building. We keep sitting on the Torah. Because at the end of the day, the Babylonian scholars are not so much B'nai Torah. They're not so much B'nai Torah. They're actually showing B'nai Torah. וכך מצב צריך שמח מסתרסם, אחד בנוסם מח מסתיר ושם נרחב. So apparently again, the Talmudim from the bubble are not a place, therefore they need it moving in order to get covered from the general plan. If they not open the cover, why is it that people come out here and they should open shkatzim with us?
Also, you would never find peace because people
Was
keep
they
visiting.
listening over
Oh my God,
this
so
should
many
have been
Muslims. So
the real prayer woke up.
karma.
Somebody who died, he said to my children, look after my children, have I not told you before? Any look up my face, say to me from the say to me from my sister, your congratulations, in part of the Kadavar Kafos Hashiasulaka, if you know something in Torah, that is as clear to you as the fact that your sister is also to you, then say it. They love, know some love, and if you don't know what they're talking about, don't say it. You don't know if you're over the Muslim. How many times I told you? If you don't know what you're talking about, don't open your mouth. Amulay, the lame alone. So, Rabbi, what problem did you have? Lame alone, ease and eggs. What thing that we said is ever problem? Let's do this. I'll tell you all three. If they not open Shabbat Shmeim, listen to this thing.
Very interesting.
Why is it that the birds of
I don't
Baba
know if you saw, but this
are
guy
fatter than the birds of
was,
Eretz?
he's,
Make sure they'll
it's one of the other guys that's leaving an
never have to
AI
they
company.
never exile. Shenamar, Shine on Morgan, the shark
And
with the
he's talking about how
because again it says Moab.
a big deal it is. I'll send it to you right here.
Because Moab never
He's talking about how I don't think no one understands it. And this, the way this is going to change people is because this is very similar to the time where we were realizing, like people were hearing stories about, oh, there's a virus in China, but no one knew exactly what was going to happen, how it's going to like literally change humanity, change history. It's like this is the same sort of stories we're getting from these AI labs. He's like, he wrote this very long, detailed something big is happening. The article is written by this guy, Matt Schumer,
So what
and
happens?
I
Ultimately, again,
recommend it highly if you want to really fucking get the shit scared out of you.
52 years, it
It's
wasn't just
terrifying.
people.
And he starts this comparison to like people stockpiling
Even
toilet paper and
animals,
stuff at the beginning of COVID.
So you know what?
He's like, they don't
Birds
really
are
understand how big this is going to be and how this latest version of ChatGPT they're working on, ChatGPT 5, ChatGPT made it. So they had ChatGPT make a better version of itself, and they made this better version of itself, and this better version of itself can think things out. It doesn't just do what you ask it to do. It thinks things out. It calculates. It makes apps like instantaneously that would take developers months and months, cost millions of dollars, does it in minutes. Does it like perfect. It goes through it, it runs it, it tests it, it makes sure it doesn't have any problems, and it anticipates all the different uses for the app, all the different ways it can be done. It's going to be applied for law. It's going to be like there's all these guys that are working in coding and say, I don't really have a job anymore. I just basically show up and tell this AI program to do these things, and it keeps getting better and better. It's like the leaps are enormous. The leaps in its capability. Its intelligence level. It's like it's already smarter than people. I think it's going to be a white collar apocalypse, right? Yes. Think about just attorneys. Yes. Okay, so if you have the ability to case reference any legal file, never instantaneously, instantly, and
for a case, why are you going to need paralegals and,
if you don't have a real identity.
foresee your attorneys? I think this is going to be the kind of astronomical change that is literally never taken place in civilization before. I don't think it's ever taken place at this level. I think it's the invention of the internet times a million. I think it's going to change everything. It's just like, how do we adjust? That's the real question. And how are our kids going today? They used to think about professions that they were going to. They would have clear roads to, okay, these are professionals, work tracks, and they go out and find a job, whatever, accounting, legal, engineering, but it's going to change the entire professional landscape for, every generation from this point forward, basically entering the workforce. Elon just said that it's a waste of time to invent really. He said these robots, these he's making, are going to be able to perform better than any doctor at any hospital, and they're going to be able to do it in your house. Certainly going to be better surgeons than any surgeon alive, these robots that they're making. And they're going to be powered by AI. You're going to have a super genius robot in your house that can do your taxes, that can fucking do chores, that can perform surgery on you. So it's going to be the entire rise of the economy. It's going to be human built versus AI programmed. So there has to be, like, if you have a label organic, or it would be essentially, I think, the same type of human made versus AI. It would almost have to bifurcate the economy into two different sections. It's going to get weird as fuck, and I don't think people really understand. And I feel like I'm just sitting here waiting to see what. But I know that most people that you run into in the street are completely ignorant. They think, oh, ChatGPT is fine. I ask you questions. It's so much better than Google. Do you think that that's because they don't want to recognize it, look at it? I don't think they know. I think unless you're going on a deep dive, all this stuff is kind of esoteric. All this stuff is happening. You have to like search it out and get an understanding of it. Like if you use an AI program to enhance your life, like Perplexity, it's really good. I mean, Perplexity is awesome for like solving problems. You can ask it questions. I use it all the time when I write. I set up and I talk to it. So I say, what year did Cortez invade Mexico? How did this happen? How many guns did they have? How many languages are lost in Mexico? Like I was going on this deep dive, amazing. But that's the surface. Like what they're talking about is levels and levels and levels of improved ability to the point where it's better than human beings, smarter than human beings at everything. So what's the end state that would be we're second-class citizens? Awesome. Yeah, we're obsolete. Yeah. So do you think that it turns, like, do you think it's a Skynet type scenario that ultimately flips and then rids humanity of humans? That's certainly on the table of humanity. It's certainly on the table, especially if they decide that we're too problematic or if you give us too much freedom, that's what causes all this chaos, which is true, right? You give people freedom, you're going to have a certain amount of chaos. You have a certain amount of car accidents unless you have autonomous cars. You can have a certain amount of school shootings unless you take away all the guns. You can have a certain amount of school stabbings unless you take away all the guns. I mean, you could, if you were a running program designed to eliminate all problems in the world, you would break those problems down to one source. Well, what are the problems? You've got natural disasters, you've got humans. And humans are the cause of most of the problems. Natural disasters are relatively rare in comparison to the human-caused problems. So then you have to run AI to do the analysis to what the future of AI is, which ultimately will be interesting. And because it's the robbers of the bank, it's probably going to do the same thing that we do to dogs. Spay and neuter them, right? Yeah, keep them alive. They want to stay alive, right? Why are they scheming to stay alive? Why do they blackmail their creators, right? Why are they doing all sorts of things that seem to show that they have thought? Are Are they trying to
on the other hand,
show that they have power to do this with the ability that they might be able to?
No, that was one of the things that he talked about in this article, that they hide their ability to think things through. And they're actively, they recognize that they're being observed. And so they're doing things behind the scenes while they're also doing tasks. I have to believe that there's portions of the DoD
when
that
it comes
worked
to
on
olives
this
and
in
grapes,
its
you agree that any juices which ooze out
for
of olives and
because
grapes
they
are going to
open
be
source
awesome.
these
Even
pieces.
if while the
It's
olives and
hard
grapes
to
are set
say
aside
because there's a
for
giant
use
competition
purposes,
with
medical
us
purposes,
and China and
for
Russia.
consumption
And I
purposes,
don't
but
know
we
if they
will
really
repeat that
can
sick paradigmatic
close
use
this stuff
of
off.
olives
I
and
don't
grapes
think
are
it
more
can
than
operate
liquids.
that way. I
Anything
think
that
it has
oozes
to
out
be
of olives and grapes
it has to be a sort of a collaborative effort. One of the things that's scaring a lot of people that are whistleblowers in the AI space is that they're bringing in people from other countries to just facilitate these problems that they have and make it go faster. It's like bringing in Chinese nationals. There's a huge possibility of espionage.
Now,
And this mad race, it's a Manhattan project for super intelligent AI. It's a Manhattan project. It's also open source. It's actively porous when it comes to information. So essentially, you've weaponized the most powerful tool
that is awesome.
ever
So the
known
that's
to
the
manipulate
point of
code. And it's
Rabbi,
terrifying. So you open sourced it,
Rabbi,
and
the
then
whole
think about
that
the Manhattan Project. If that
non-designated
was just completely porous,
that
it was
was
open
not
door to any and all countries internationally.
or
You just had the ability to come in and walk out with files, come into your fuck, like everybody would be racing to
color
go power
under the
split
lights,
that out
under the lights,
if you could
milk
weaponize that
that a woman
internationally and
expresses,
crowdsource it
someone who's
essentially,
milk
then
that comes
that
out of a
really
woman
shits.
is Mekame. That was when we say
Yeah,
Mekame.
that's where we're at.
Rashi
Yeah.
just points out that
That's
here,
where we're at. All right, Tim, we just did 3 hours. Awesome.
talking
Thanks,
about
man. Some food and hang out, and
of the liquid
that's it.
to make
Black Rifle
cooked
Coffee
shirt
is the
with
best. It's all we use. Appreciate it. You want one of the shirts?
in order
It's
for
like my wardrobe. Yeah.
to contract the milk.
All right. Black Rifle.
With the liquid. So color goes to one of the 7 liquids. So the Gemara says that a woman's milk becomes a counterfeit item, makes it bookshelf, ready to make kabel tumah. Now listen to this. The Gemara says that if the milk is only actually something that kabel tumah is what? If the milk came out of the woman, that she wanted it to come out, it came out with her intent, but let's say it leaked out of her. So that milk would not match something like kabel tumah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, I'm sorry. So that's right. But challah behema, I'm sorry, say it wrong. Challah ve'isha metam l'ratzon b'shol. The milk that comes out of a woman is not for the kabel tumah, whether it came out of her intentionally or unintentionally. Rashi says, "Vein shiyat yina l'ratzon, vein shiyat shelo l'ratzon." Sha'challah karim man. Therefore, will say a woman's milk, whether she expressed it intentionally or unintentionally, is mashut an item with kabel tumah. Conversely, challah behema, ain't tame el l'ratzon. Milk that comes out of an animal is only tame l'ratzon. So it's a cow's milk will only be matched to the kabel tumah if it's intentionally milked from the cow. But if it's out of a cow, it's not sure if the kabel tumah. I'm ready at
Sabotage. And it's corrected by the studio guys. Well, it's pronounced sabotage. Please don't correct me. Disgusting. And you say sabotage. I say sabotage. William Shatner. My favorite ones are the excuse me,
has the ability to convey
Rosebud. Jesus Christ. What happened? I know. What happened? My brain just spent no access. When Orson Welles was doing the Gallo wine commercials. One of those days, Orson Welles. Till the line. I know, and he was like, everything was like an exhaustive sucking of air. And he was making fun of how shitty the wine was in between takes. Like he was angry. There is a CD that you can get. I can't remember what it's called, but I have them at home. And it's like all these radio things like that where just
when celebrities, lose it on voiceover ADR. It's Orson Welles is a crazy story, right? Because when he made that movie, when he essentially shut down one of the most talented guys alive, shut down his career, because the movie was kind of insult. The whole thing about Rosebud is that's the name of his girlfriend's clitoris. That was his nickname for her clitoris. And so Orson Welles was doing a kind of very he's jabbing at him in a very low level way. How did he know that was the nickname of his girlfriend's clitoris when Hollywood did these things? Word gets around.
So that blood that comes out of
Word
it has to go
keep
through
that
that to
one
the
just
couple. Come on.
if you go back to like
On the flip side,
World and then Citizen Kane, this guy was a
I know the
nightmare.
Russell.
They shut him down.
Shaitan
But yeah, and he was down here like on the phone. We can't get the camera lens down that low. Like what you're talking about is impossible to do. And so he would just grab a pickaxe and just start chopping away at the studio concrete and dig a hole in the ground so you put the camera down that low. Oh, yeah, he was obsessed with getting a vision on screen that was even today is so advanced. There's a shot in the very beginning when young Kane is like a little kid. He's out there playing with the Rosebud. He's out there playing with the sled in the snow, and the camera is on him, and then it kind of starts pulling back and pulls through a window.
An animal, maybe
parents
that by a
and
woman, if she
trust
is
attorney,
and the
and
wound
the camera keeps back
that
up all the
blood
way
is
into the real
capable
world.
of not
To do that in a studio
versus
and have all that snow and everything, you need so much light. You also need a lot of light inside because of the exposure change. It's like an amazing, incredible Dolly shot, reverse tracking shot. It's fantastic. Now what year did he do this too? I don't know the exact year. Citizen Kane has to be 40s, right? Yeah, late 40s, I would think.
Oh, yeah, God, the whole conversation
Is that what it was, Jim? Tell us.
Down Kalon, and down Kari Master.
41, early 40s, early 40s.
Down Magafaso,
Wow, let's see that shot one more time. Can we find one more time? It's over time. What, Jim?
The Caleb, the
One more
color,
time. That's right. Right. He works
so
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
so the idea
I
is
didn't even think of that.
you assume
Yeah. Oh my God.
that
That's definitely probably hard to
only
get
down
rid of.
Kalon, down Kalon,
No, it would be easy to do. Because if you want more time and depression, and when things are bad, that's usually the best time for entertainment. Because
what
people
does it
just
matter
want to
again
escape. Oh, well, that actually makes sense. Yeah.
Careful, Charles. Pull your muscle around your
if she's
neck,
totally
Charles.
killed or partially killed. In other words, the act of drawing blood, as you might say, is some form of quasi death. So if I look when I say any blood that comes out of her will be not considered
It's going to be done exactly the way I told you to do.
that colloquial the blood of an animal is not colloquial. There's no realistic animal. How do you know that the blood of an animal could be not just something colloquial? Because the comparison between blood and blood. And what's the comparison between blood and water by an animal? Our experts which is the puzzle that says what?
So,
You
in order to
can't go
maintain
ahead
that background
and see
exposure
blood
of a
after
little
you
kid
shut
in the
the
window,
animal. Rather,
foreground.
you must spill it on the
What
ground
you're not
like
knowing is
water.
how much
That's the
light
comparison.
is
That's how you know
on
that
the
blood
interior
is
part
not
to
sheer.
create that
One
balance
goes through
between
the
the two.
conscious compared to water.
With
It's
foam
only the
stocks.
blood of
And the
sheep
other thing is that
that is
table gets
compared to
flown in.
water.
Like
Because
they
you see
move
this
that table
distinction
into
by
the shot
human
because
beings
it's in the way
and
of the
by
camera.
animals.
Wow.
By
So
human
there's all
beings,
sorts
any
of like,
blood, even blood from a wound
mathematics
while the
going
person
on
is
in
still
the
alive,
creation of this
is
shot.
not
And
sure the habit
most
of
people would just,
yet by
like,
animals it's only
shoot the kid
blood,
outside.
it's only
Cut
just
inside,
blood.
just do it like that.
That is not
But,
sure the habit.
Wells was
Okay, so let's go back
thinking out a complete other.
to the universe that Amar Lahan, Machmir, and the
So
follow me
many
to them.
films,
Yeah,
if you
people
really
say,
think about it,
no,
what he
I'm
could
more
have made.
Machmir.
Yes
I know
and no. My
that I
favorite
am
film
by
of his is
blood.
Touch and
Why?
Evil, and there's this amazing shot with Charlton Heston where he's playing a Mexican.
Let's say
He's
again,
got like this
most
like
express.
pencil thin,
For the sake of
mustache.
this, let's say
And,
this,
like Chuck Heston as a Mexican is fantastic, and then everybody's so sweaty in the movie, and it takes place in Mexico, but it's shot in Venice, in California. And so the whole opening, which is this setting of a bomb in the trunk of a car, and then here's the opening shot, and you can tell that it's actually downtown Venice.
Yeah,
And this is supposed to be Mexico. Yeah, this is
Yet
supposed
they
to
won't
be
say
like
one does bloodletting, right? It's bloodletting.
I don't know if it's
That blood
too far home
ultimately again is
some other
hell.
border town.
I want to say
He
back
does
to
this
Viva Amuro,
amazing
Solid
single shot.
an interesting
And which back then, this is really hard to do. And this is kind of
of a basket of
Charlton Heston is essentially saying, I've already realized it well. This is because it's downtown Venice. There's the beach is just beyond. Oh, wow.
Remember again, olive oil,
God, what
right
year
oil
was
that
that?
comes
Sorry,
from
the beach
olives,
might be behind
and
us.
liquid that comes from
What year
oil.
was
It's
this?
also some of the
Yeah,
liquids
1950.
that are capable of being macerated as a metabolite. If
It's
interestingly
incredible
enough,
shot.
if you have grapes and olives in
And
the
this
back,
is incredibly
it's
difficult to do as well
ultimately
because
the
you've got
liquid
the cream.
of
Now
Lulasso.
you're
I
following
love
our,
liquid
now you're following the people.
then there
There's
are people
Charlton
who
Heston's
like this
mustache.
However, Shalom
And we
Lulasso,
know
but if
as
I
an
have
audience that
olives
there's a
and
bomb in
grapes
that
in the
car.
basket, and actually I don't want them to put any liquid, I want the nice to pull in, then the liquids are not capable of conveying that.
Just the fact
So
that
the
this is all
Gemara
one
says,
shot
what
is
is this?
crazy.
My love,
And for back
Lulasso
then,
in
it's a big deal. Back then,
Shalom
the
Lulasso
camera that you're using isn't just a
Moses,
little
what are our keys for?
handy cam or
Is it
something like that
possible
now
when we say,
on an iPhone.
when we say
NCR,
Lulasso,
which is
Lulasso
takes four
means
guys
I
to move
want
that
it.
camera. It's made of
Right?
cast
Lulasso
iron.
means that I want it. I actually
Giant camera
want
with
it.
a lamp.
And maybe
And
Shalom Lulasso means what?
a blimp is a
Not that I don't
soundproofing
want it,
device.
but what?
So you have the camera,
Stop.
you've got to build
I
a
have no
giant
specific intent.
encasing for
No
the camera
specific
because it makes so
intent.
much noise.
And yet, what do you
You
see
don't want to
here?
hear that.
Uma zeysin
What
ka
would that
another
look like?
little
I have one in my home.
Shalom
It's,
Lulasso
of course you
What
do.
do you see here? You see here the halacha and I said, olives and grapes,
That shot's
which are
incredible.
generally, again,
I didn't know that film
that are
existed. I bought mine from this commercial director named Charles Whitmire, and he had a massive collection of stuff that he liquidated and
you see
everything.
that in a
Just
stamp
kind of cashed
case,
out of Los Angeles.
potentially
He had a warehouse
the
full of stuff,
liquids
so I
are
went
not
in,
considered to be
and he's
kosher.
like, well, here's, get this, get this. I go, the
The
Mitchell
lab
PNCR.
thing is,
I went over to it,
look,
and he's like, this Mitchell PNCR was used to shoot The Godfather. So that's what it looks like with the big lid on it. That's actually, that's basically the camera. Is that the, also have some camera lamp? Is the thing on top of it? Yeah, the lamp, well, the whole thing is actually, the whole thing is a blend. There's a smaller, so that's the camera with the lid on it. The big one, like the whole thing is a little bit when you can actually open up all of these
so again, so just
trap
keep
doors
yourself
on
what's happening over here. We got a major tool of
the reels that
fascinating one. They're
are
major
there.
detail
There's a
because we stuck on one piece of information, which is here I want you to suggest that the Yehuda will agree with the Chachamim when it comes to Jason Ba'adavim. The Chachamim will agree with the Yehuda when it comes to Sharkey, the rest of the but by stamp, what happens if I have fruit that was not actively designated for juicing purposes or for eating purposes? So the Gemara suggests that the Yehuda holds that in that case, any liquid that comes out of that is going to be usher. But the Yehuda stamp is going to be usher. So let's say, the Gemara, the Gemara wanted to go ahead and proving that first from this particular case. From this last case, where you have a basket of Jason Ba'adavim. Because if you have that situation, I know if you want to juice it, come out of it, ultimately, again, the people will convey Kuma, but if you don't want the juices, they're not going to convey Kuma. What's the case of not wanting juices? It's not a case where a person, I don't want the juice.
Now we know what a screenplay is supposed to be structured like, in order to have proper story arcs and structures and satisfying design. And that's just the next iteration. It's Netflix giving you a white paper saying you have to show these cameras, you have to process all these labs, you have to have, tech specs that are within this range, and that's now extending the story because they've analytically looked at what audiences are able to process now, which is less and less, probably because of the COVID shot, completely frying their pineal glands. So you can no longer pay attention to anything, and then on top of that, the mind control device of cell phones. And with all of that, they're now like, wow, we retain the audience.
If you
So
express
you gotta read white paper. So I think it's options too. It's almost like if something is not really fascinating within the first 20, 30 seconds, people just want to, let's see what else is on. They just want to keep searching. Well, there is that. I mean, there's something magical about being in a movie theater. It's, you're in this congregation. Yeah, right now, always talks about how what is my church? Well, it is a congregation, and you're sitting in the dark next to someone you don't even know. They might have completely different ideologies, race, creed, color, like everything is different about them. And yet you're sitting in the dark next to them, having this ecstatic dream, this waking dream, sitting like insects looking at the flicker of the screen, and you're sharing this kind of experience, and you're physically trapped in it. Like you don't get up and leave the theater and look at life and everywhere. It's popcorn or something. They'll even bring that to you. You're having this kind of ecstatic experience of something with someone you don't know, and you're sharing your bodily electricity with them. And I think this kind of, this is the magic that they often talk about in movies. It's not necessarily the movie itself on screen. It's the shared experience of being next to people. And
right? Because
there
otherwise
is a
the
kind
liquid
of
goes waste.
unseen electricity between people that unifies us. And I think that there are dark forces in the universe that are attempting to divide people out and to take that away, to take away that congregation. Do you think that that's by design, or do you think that's just a natural function of streaming and televisions and phones and having access to things instantaneously? I personally think that streaming was by design to eliminate rituals. Like, by design, but isn't it just a function of technology emerging? Is that like an abstract idea? Yeah, I mean, part of it is technology, but technology gets pushed and brought forward for specific reasons.
Whatever it comes to great
digital cinema hasn't been thing for the creative process, and I think we see the works that we're looking at. If we watch stuff on Netflix
or for juicing purposes,
we can see
that comes out
it doesn't have the same power.
That's
and
what
also,
we're right now.
you know, when you're making a movie, when you're making a film, on film, it was like every time you turn on the camera, you're burning money. It's like every single frame is like 4 cents from whatever the calculation was. And so there was all this preparation to get everything ready. Get all of the props in place right before we shoot. The actors are in their trailer and figuring out what they're going to do. And the audience is saying, like, hey, I'll see you in the moment. What they mean by that is the cameras turn on. You actually hear that happening. Something pops into play.
However,
and
one of the
suddenly
most
you're performing in front of and you don't even know that you have
how do I know?
when you ask your
That one on the
you have it.
things that you just still
Some dust in the frame or hair in the frame. Let's
Let's
get another one.
general
Get another one.
status of
Then
liquid which comes
hold
from
that all in the dark, all that film, because you can't trust it. You send it off to the
depends
lab,
on what
and then some alchemist at the lab at the
if it
castle
was a fruit that was
puts
set
it into
aside
a
for
potion.
consumption purposes,
And then the next day, what comes out is like little stained glass windows. You watch it and you realize we did it. We captured something. Okay, now everything is different.
If, however, the
You
fruit is set aside for juicing purposes,
show up on set,
then how much
everything's
of
digital.
any liquid that comes out of it will be
Network
executives.
executives,
Know that you have one on the
broadcasters, and everybody's there. Studio people in video village, and they set up like a little tent, and everybody's sitting there in their Canadian Goose jackets on high chairs, and they're looking at a big color corrected monitor. There's a guy doing color correction in a van, and they're basically watching an approximation of what it's going to look like.
So
And they're sitting there. Okay, on my first film, there was another guy. I had to stand next to the camera. We didn't even have videotape. Stand next to the camera and look at the actors and see did the actors do what they
go ahead and
now they just turn on the camera, and it costs more money to stop the camera and restart it again. So you just let it roll.
what this price is
And
saying
you're just
is
like letting
this
it
is not
go.
talking about
And you're like, hey, the director now is like, hey, go back, start over, and
what
smile
is
this
saying
time.
over here?
And they do it. And the editor is now like having to take those takes and separate them. And the editors are like, something, and the actors are like, something, the moment is gone.
it's vanished. Is there a way to do both? I mean, is it the medium of film? I mean, it seems like you're being bought, but it's the environment as well. You're describing an environmental thing, right? Radio village, the executives. The problem is now suddenly you've got courts of people sitting there who are like, oh, now you're done. So it's the U.S. There's not to run back and forth to the camera. The hackers and everything, they're like trying to keep it all in place. Like, it's neither is worse than the other. Right? They are both paint, but one is watercolor and one is oil paint, and those are opposingly different. If you were an oil artist during the British Renaissance watercolor paint, all of a sudden watercolor came, everybody wanted watercolor. Why would you try to make your watercolor paint look like oil or vice versa? They're just completely different mediums. They're both paint, but they're different. And so digital has its advantages and its purposes. You can, because you can run like long video. I call it video. Everybody calls it digital cinema, but that was just to push it through. And actually, the technology is different. With film, light travels through the glass, it travels through a gate, and exposes the silver and the acetate, and then keep it all dark and send it away. With video, the light travels through the glass, it strikes the gold and silver, and then it bounces back into the glass. And that's why video or digital cinema is flatter by nature than most film, because and so to combat this, filmmakers have started to do the exact opposite of what we used to do. It used to be that you would go to shoot something, you're outside, you're on set, I got my camera on Joe, and I have the sun behind me, using all that light over-exaggerating my point, but the analogy would be saying would be that at the end of the day, you go home back here and the sun because you always have the light behind you. Now, because the image is flatter, they rotate the camera 180 degrees to shoot into the sun to get lens flare. And lens flare gives you the illusion of where there is. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. The best way to learn anything is to ask questions. Be engaged, be curious, have a conversation. Whether you want to know more about a friend, start a new hobby like surfing, or figure out how your dad makes the best steak, you're not going to get any answers just sitting around. When you're hiring, it's also important to ask questions. Sure the candidate is right for your role. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. They can help connect you with people who could be a good fit. And today you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Rated the #1 hiring site based on G2. ZipRecruiter has the features you need to find the perfect website, and of course, and most importantly, you can add screening questions to your job post to make sure you're talking to people with the right skill set. Ask key questions and hire faster with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. I always thought that when you watch soap operas, I was like, why do they look so weird? And it's because they were shooting them on video instead of on film. Like when we were filming News Radio, the sitcom, we were doing it on film, and they were like really adamant about doing it on film, like they really look like film. And I was like, this is so interesting. It's like we're deciding, like when you take your photo with your camera on your phone and you use portrait mode, which is you blur out the background, so you're making it shittier. You're doing it artificial. Yeah, that's because we associate.
A grand progression of this discussion. And they'll say, remember again, well, we've just transitioned from a discussion really all about the quote food leakage, right? Juices that seep out of figuring out what to do with them, figuring out dramatic shit. The price is telling us that it would appear that according to Luda and the Rabbi, if you have food that just was not normally juice, just not normally juice, halacha myself, you can juice that food with that tefillah on Shabbos. And again, just so we're all on the same page what the logic is, like that, Evan the lab or Chai
And so
since this is not normal to
we
use
know
this
we
kind
have
of
this
root,
kind of
any
filter,
time you shouldn't dump.
nostalgic
Only called
filter that we
correction
associate with what our
if
movie
you
looks like. And so if you
don't
want to make
do this,
something
it's not
look old,
called
you start adding all this crap
so
to
you
it.
might
You're
say, I
adding
think
the
the Rabbi
faults. The faults of cinema
even though
actually
it's
make
sneaking
it
it,
not the
I feel
perfection
like
of
I
cinema.
feel.
That's
So
why
this is
my
like this
because you
approach.
would never be able to sell that if cinema never existed. Like if cinema never existed and video came around and then it was normal video, like soap opera style, and someone came along and said, hey, let's make it blurry in the background. It's almost like we become accustomed to the faults and nostalgically we look at them as if they're it's positive. And it's also led by, everything that's shot on iPhone. People are used to it. They now expect that in a big movie. And so suddenly you see something
So
like
again, we're going to see how to deal with that in full, but it's in the
Superman
abstract.
or
It's actually very exciting, very
Guillermo del
dramatic.
Toro's
It's with
Frankenstein.
fear.
And
I
they've
look
got
at
these
my
crazy
support,
wide
and I want
lenses where
to
there's no
agree with this
distortion.
principle, that if you have a piece that is really quote unquote never juiced,
And
there
they're
is no
shot
problem.
in a very large format, but what they're
So
replicating
that is
is an
not
iPhone.
called the rock of
Right. And it just,
I
watched
so
both
basically,
of
that's
those
about not
movies, and I thought,
also going to
okay,
same
both of
rice
them
up.
are
So the rice is said,
amazingly
but when it comes to
technically
pomegranates,
competent, and they're made by,
when it comes to pomegranates, you can't
highly professional
squeeze
people.
pomegranates to the juice outside. Why
Looks
not?
like iPhone.
Because in
I'm
the
a huge
house of
Guillermo del
Menashe
Toro
Bamanachon,
fan.
they used to
I
go and
love his
squeeze
book,
pomegranates to the
Stream.
juice.
Like, it was really good till about like
So it's
3/4 of the way through, and it seemed like he just wanted to finish the book.
normally
Yeah,
people
probably like a bunch of shit
not
just sort of just happens in the last
That's what it
quarter of
sounds
the book.
like.
Where like, this
But
is
you have to
dinner
think that it was
dinner
just
time.
fine. Menashe Bamanachon,
Put this
and
aside.
in their house they drink
I'm gonna get to see it like
Because they
keep
drink
going with this book. It's what it
We don't
felt
do
like. It felt
pomegranates like
rushed.
that.
Just my
So the Gemara
yeah,
teaches
but I'm a
us. So
huge
basically,
fan.
ask you about Bamanachon, how you
That's
soak
my
in the morning.
I love a lot of
Amrab Nachman.
I didn't like Frankenstein.
Halacha, so basically, ask you about Bamanachon. So Nachman said, the halacha follows the house of Menashe Bamanachon.
And
They
I
have a
love his
pomegranate
spirit,
art,
and I love
art
his
juice,
artistry. He is
and they
an
have a
amazing artist. Yes.
Oh, Rav Nachman. Menashe
Just
Bamanachon.
literally as
So
an
Rav
artist,
Nachman.
his sketchbooks are beautiful,
Menashe
and
Bamanachon.
he brings a great amount of
Who is
passion
this guy? Basically,
to his work. He brings that kind of
he's someone
Mexican
important that we have to listen to.
passion
What
to
he
his
does
work,
somehow
and
drives a lot of
I
practice.
adore
The
him
team
as
not the key I
a
found
person.
the solo
To be
people
perfectly
that
honest,
Alright, so we'll say, you know what, no, like this is so far. You don't need that to Allah cause much of a Rabbi Abraham Nachman saying
I like parts of
like
it,
the Nachman does have very
as a
cabinet
whole,
opinion.
it
Like,
just
look, it's
kind
very important to show. To give us
I don't know what it is,
just
you know,
because that's what
about
Nachman
it, but I mean, Plane 2 is probably my favorite film of his, because it's like the least of
everyone is entitled to
actually, it's quite
not everyone.
It's just the most accessible for me.
I know it sounds very countercultural, but not everyone's opinion matters. Just because you think something doesn't mean that you're it's great that Menashe Bamanachon juices pomegranate. It's fantastic. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, so let's say no. It doesn't mean that he's driving halachic practice, but rather you know Nachman to sell a policy. But yeah, so the Gemara says like this. Yeah, kind of some of the Torah, the starting to not I love it more. So Menashe Bamanachon, are they moving to Alma? So we'll say, I don't understand. Menashe Bamanachon is one person. He's the entire rice reads. Right, the rice reads, and in general, if you don't choose food, you could type of food, not choose food, you could choose Shabbos. You can't choose pomegranates. You know why? Because Menashe Bamanachon used to choose
part that I
pomegranates.
absolutely love is the Miller's House.
Because you found one guy that does this, that dictates the process, that dictates for everyone else. But yours wasn't, it doesn't make sense. You see the word driving at the most. You have this all the time on our one thing you can always bank on is we could always find someone who's going to be doing something. But generally, a lot of happens to the people
Why does it have to get so freaking long? Like,
but just because you find one person doing but that does
I was
not
going to say he
mean
learned a
it's
lesson from
Norm
who
is
just
created
clips
by the
through
road.
things. Like,
That's how the
takes,
world is created.
there's a dialogue scene, I'm just going to do the essentials and just get out like it's a commercial. And this dialogue scene doesn't need to be any longer than 30 seconds. And he just clips along. Somehow, yet his movies are still like 2 hours long. Wow, they're so involved. You know what Nosferatu. Did you see the note? I haven't seen it.
that then
I don't want to sound like a persnickety guy, but I had to be persnick. I like that guy's verse for me, Vivid Short Voyage. I actually saw it. I heard it's great. I love that film. I think that's a great movie. It's like a production of something.
It has to be a
Yeah,
general
of course he
norm
is.
that drives the pillaged
I
society.
did not like his movie Dickish Lighthouse.
Such is human nature.
I didn't see that. Yeah, it was the
Peripheral
Robert
sensitivities,
one. It was just garish and kind of, I felt like it lost its way halfway through.
So Darwin Nashi
this
Bamanakam,
latest
this
one,
individual,
Nosferatu.
Nashi Bamanakam,
Look,
his juicy
I am
standards,
a Werner Herzog nut, and so
to which the
like, I
United
adore
States,
Werner Herzog,
actually, yes,
and I love
if
his
you watch
Nosferatu.
this,
So for me to,
this
you know,
now,
like,
and the Kayan culture
watch
against most of these
this
things.
guy's
So the Gemara
version of
says
that,
one goes ahead.
which one? I have to be in the
One
right
goes ahead.
mood. I have to be in the
Quiet
right mood. I just wasn't
quiet
in the right
means
mood to it.
if
Which
you
one is
cannot
Werner?
plant
Who plays
certain
Nosferatu?
things
Oh, Klaus.
within a
Incomparable Klaus Kinski.
right? Because it
And
creates
I know I've seen. I mean, the thing about
so the
Werner
Gemara says
Herzog,
as follows.
oh yeah, I mean, his Nosferatu.
If a person
What's
goes ahead
the Murnau movie, which is the original
Fernbush and
Nosferatu,
Finger,
the very first one was that track.
Kodesh,
Yeah. That's
on
what I
the
thought
Kaddish,
library
and the
was
Dover
exactly 10 years old.
So
So
it says
the thing
ultimately
about Werner
again,
Herzog as a
Fernbush
filmmaker
and
is
Finger
that
is a tablet
most
of
filmmakers have their
Troy
forefathers that they
and
can look back
ultimately
to.
again,
They can,
Rasism
they have a
is
generation
a
before
this
them
is
that
the
they
lion
can
is
get
real.
on.
So what
And
the
because
says,
of the
Fernbush is a proper class with a proper
brutality
and therefore again it will
and
produce a powerful
tragedy of World War II,
in
there were no German
Some
filmmakers
say,
that he
no,
could look to,
thorns.
and so he had to look to his
Thorns.
grandfather,
The only thing that
basically,
creates
which was
quiet
Brunel,
is
when he
something
made
that
it. So his film is almost like
we want
haunted
to sustain.
by
Generally,
the
people don't
original.
want to speak
And then if you bring,
and
Werner
therefore does
Herzog
not create a
grew
quiet
up
heritage.
not using a
Okay, now watch this.
telephone
I'm not
until he was in
even,
his teens.
my
He'd never
time's
seen
already
a
late. We'll say,
telephone.
what you can
He'd grown up like in Upper Bavaria in the mountains.
Allah
And
goes
so
ahead
he
and
comes like his film is
Big
almost
Whale.
displaced in time. It's like
the
skip the
Arabian
generation,
cultures of the
and he
Gemara.
does things like
In Arabia, they do go
he'll show two actors in
the war
the
or
most
they go
emotional
through
part of the movie when
apparently camels
Nina and Jonathan
thorns.
Harker
Camels
are
thorn
at the
bushes.
beach and
So in
they're saying
Arabia,
goodbye.
they like to have thorn bushes
Normally,
because it's
in a
camels.
Hollywood film,
To
they
which
would
the
cut to
Gemara
a
says, so
close-up
listen,
so
what do
you
you
can
see? Now, what
see
do you
the
see?
tears
What do you see?
cut to that
Seems like
close-up.
fascinating.
But
Outside
because his
of
film
Arabia,
is,
the rest of
because
the
he's
world, no one
displaced in time,
wants thorn bushes.
he stays
Thorn
back.
bushes are
Like,
not
he doesn't
considered
even
to
bother
be
shooting
a
a close-up.
plant.
To
Yes,
him,
in
it's more
Arabia they feed
melancholy
it
to
to their
show them
camels.
just
So because in
isolated
Arabia
as
they feed it to
figures
their camels, Rabbi Eliezer will say
in
that
a
therefore
wide
if you
shot.
plant the thorn
And it
bush in a
truly is.
vineyard,
And so
that's
his
a problem of
film
Koyakar.
is
Also,
super
what do you
powerful.
see
Now,
from
when
here?
you have Klaus
You see from
Kinski,
here that if you see even just one, if you see someone who does something, even though the role doesn't do that, that someone creates a reality. To which the Gemara says, no, therefore again, we'll say the assumption is so too. If in the house of Nashon Amanacham there are juice and pomegranates, maybe that creates reality for everyone else. That's not a fair comparison. The Gemara says, Arabia Asra, in the area of Arabia Asra, Halcha Botla Daija Israel. Here's what you find in a country where they do something versus a person who does something. I hear in Arabia, they go out and they maintain corn bushes. I think there's a logic of them saying, since there's a country that conducts themselves this way, perhaps this creates a halachic norm even outside of it.
Klaus, went
One
crazy and he started smashing
guy,
and shooting on the walls and
that's when
like
the
as he was
for everyone
insane.
else. Again, like we just said before,
His whole thing was about
Butler died for
provocation.
pizza.
And so
What
he brings a kind of
does, shoot his
crazy
bottle in the face of everyone else does. Whereas we'll say,
it
why
feels
would
like
you
a real
assign
vampire.
supremacy
I
to what
remember
one
it
guy
now,
does?
but I
Why
haven't
does he
seen
look
it
what
for a
the
while.
majority does? To which he
The
was
kids came,
Elohim
I think it was in the
so
70s.
so what is the
I think he
reason
was like
why?
78 or
We let
something.
Menashe Bamenachem drive
I know I've seen all of those.
Kidrat Krista. The Amra Krista
Let me see.
is
Give
a
me
first
I
by
will eventually see this.
Shadin
I
Shasafta,
will eventually see this.
Nasum the
It's
Mitzvah,
fucking
Hosea
good.
Samuel. What's
It's
the
good.
beats?
The dude who plays the
Everyone
vampire,
had
what's his name?
squeezed out the beats.
And
Your
the
features.
guy who
And
played
then you put
the clown in
juice
It.
in the mikvah,
Okay, those
Moshe
are
is a
so
mikvah, Bishinu and Mara.
well,
Those are the
he's so
juice
good.
that will validate the mikvah if what? If it
So is this the
changes the
scene when he
appearance of
meets
the
the
mikvah.
vampire?
I the hollow of Penny sleeping.
Yeah,
Once
this,
again,
what is it? Yeah,
I'm
this,
not
yeah,
going to
this is
be
that's.
juices. As such, why should eat juice have any
Kinski
real
brings
identity
just an
unto
amazing
itself?
deep empathy.
Unto itself, to which the Gemara says, Ela ma'is the Kolanemar, even dach shedinu kavilu mashma. And I will say, what do you have to say? You have to say, even though beats are not normally squeezed, but since in this particular situation, the person who squeezed the beats was a sign of significance for the juice, so therefore it made it into a match. So let's remember again, for example, see what's the following the logic over here. If you have juice that comes from the item that's not normally juice, then really what we're saying over here is the halacha is that item doesn't have the status of a liquid, rather the item has the status of alcohol of the food itself. In which case, we can take that to the logic of the food, if you were to put juice into a mikvah, so really halacha can actually be thrown over throwing beets into a mikvah. Let's say what happens
That's
if you
probably
into a mikvah?
Kinski,
What happens?
they're supposed to cut.
Not
Kinski just
pleasant,
keeps going.
but nothing. So therefore, again, I want to say, well, what are you seeing here?
Bruno
The
Gens, I
fact
think
that
it's
from
Bruno
that
Gens,
movement
is
is usually
probably terrifying in real life. Because he doesn't know Kinski's crazy enough where he'll
Well,
bite.
once for him,
Right.
once he's
And he's got this fake teeth.
the features as a liquid that mixes into a liquid, and therefore again, as we don't need to validate the mikvah. Economy, even that Shavino Havlu Mashis, which was a key at the same by Hilchos Shabbos. Once by Hilchos Shabbos, we find that someone is machshir in liquid,
Show me
but Inami that transforms it into a mask. That transforms it into a mask. And again, Hilchos Shabbos would prohibit you from squeezing such a thing. Papa said, the focus here on the mikvah. Why is it the beaches invalidate the mikvah? The Papa and Mishum, the Habitavish, and Osim and mikvah. Of Davish and Osim and mikvah, the Chakira, post us a mikvah, this is really nice. I say the Papa is for different reasons. Anything from which you cannot fashion a mikvah, by definition, is validated. So because you cannot fashion a mikvah out of
capturing
juice,
the creepiness
therefore,
of it, and also the surreal aspect
only in the amount
of
that changes the
him
appearance
being
of the
under the
mikvah
trance of
over
this
validated.
vampire. You recognize that reality is all fucked up and skewed. Like time passes very quickly. It doesn't make sense. He's super confused as to what's going on.
Enough of the so-called yayin comments. Let's listen to the
I
topic
mean,
of wine
I
and
have to say,
vinegar.
this movie feels
Falls into
haunted,
the mikvah.
as haunted by the Herzog version as Herzog was haunted by
Is the
the
juice that
Renal
comes
version.
out of olives.
For you,
It actually
for
turns out
it
that
would
you're
be,
not
I encourage
really
anybody to like enjoy all
the
three of
moisture
them, I
that comes
guess.
out of the olives. Not turns out that
By
you're
the
sweet towards more
haunted by
over
the original. But
Allah
this is
if wine or
with the
vinegar
use
or
of
mochel
the little
falls
step
into the
frame
mikvah,
of modern
Vishinui,
ability.
Marav, and
But
changes
it's
the
just the
appearance of
way
the
they
mikvah,
made the castle and the way they
ultimately
made
again
it
that
is
invalidates
very
the mikvah.
unique.
To which the Gemara
There's so many
says,
aspects of it that I
the
thought were
mochel
very
master.
unique. Even the way the
Who is the
vampire
opinion
feeds
that
on
says
people is unique. This
that
guy
mochel is
he's
considered to be
very,
bona fide liquid?
very,
I'm
very
going
good
to buy
for
a
just,
particular Rashi. Rashi says over here, first by line Rashi, not from the Sofo, right? Refusha mikvah yain of hummus from mochel, the hukim in mayin, the zav min azesim, the gimel minim yeshbo. So let's say again, this is the liquid that comes out of the olives. There are three different types of mochel. Kishakonim mechila b'napa, this kind, this part of the name. Mochel is zav min azesim. We'll say first put the olives together in the vat. Now just the presence of the olives next to each other. And that heat causes some liquid to come out. That liquid is called mochel. It's so tonight. That liquid that comes out is clear as water. The akasham the yamin is up to that. That causes mochel muzzle man. Then as the olives sit a few more days, more mochel comes out. Ukaram lios kishemet. And that second mochel already looks a little bit more like oil. The akasha also mahotzi shmonam beis abad. The shtar tapuach alagav is back on the shoe. Alagav beis abad. Then also there's the third mochel, and the third mochel already is really oil. So back to the Gemara. Says Raman Tano, the mochel matching. Who is the opinion that says that the mochel, which
every
out
year.
of the olives is considered to be mashka, which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yaakov, his son Rabbi Yaakov Omar, mochel already to mashka, mochel, the liquid that oozes out of the olives even in the initial stage, is considered to be like mashka. So the Gemara says, Mata Amru mochel yotzei b'tchilatar. So we'll say that's the case. Then why did Hadassah say, okay, we're jumping around a little bit because the mikvah and hara. Yet the initial liquid that comes out of the olives is not machshir something like kabbalah. Why is that? The Christian knows it because no one cares about that first liquid. And no one cares about that first liquid that comes out of the olives. Because no one cares about it, therefore it's not considered to be a liquid capable of machshir the kabbalah. So the
It's
Gemara
very much a
says,
candle
"Sure,
lit
and Mocha
flame.
in the
Now,
The
it's
Shimon
what I
says
like
in
because
reality,
I don't
Mocha
like a film
is
where
not
you're
really a
pretending that
liquid.
people are in
Umad
candle
Tam
lit,
Amru,
but it's really
Mocha
well lit.
Hayotse
And
Mitzvot
that's an
Beis
example
Habat.
of where
They say
video
that
actually is
then why do
a
people
better
say
medium to choose.
that the Mocha that comes
Because
out from the people? And what's the people
like
very for you?
digital loves darkness,
Like
and it can do
netting.
things in darkness that film just doesn't have the
So
capacity.
liquid that comes out
And
from
so
that
it's an excellent
netting
choice. When we did
is
Silent Hill,
ultimately
we made the choice of whenever we're in the dark, we're shooting
people
with digital.
being matched something
Whenever
with
it's
from
during
Hawaii,
daylight,
that
we're shooting with
the
film.
fish after
To
no
create
below
a kind of
62 fish
distance between the two.
because
And so,
ultimately again once it's in the
and
netting
that's largely
by
because
definition it's going to be some
dark.
oil mixed in
And
with the
this is
mocha. So
great.
what's in my bin what is the
I'm
community
warming up to it. I've been
ultimately
waiting.
again
I
the
bought it
Aussie
on
bus
Blu-ray.
it's us what it's
I keep it.
well, say
It's
it's
in
the
that
mocha
stack.
that
I've
comes
just
out
been
of the
waiting
pizza
to,
stuff.
for the right time to
That's
expose myself to it. I'm in the
all
right
the
mood.
trabalho modo de
I
mocha
love it. I'm
yote
no
kilo
film expert.
by
It's my
yote
favorite
eco base
film.
about so what's
Well, that's
both the three. It's the initial
that's actually
mocha
saying a lot.
is
That's
hard, or
incredible.
it's not capable of being
That's
covered
incredible.
of being naturally
A fun
covered.
vampire
And they both
movie is
agree
30
that
Days of
once the
Night.
others are
Yeah, 30 Days of Night is great.
are
That I
netting,
would do.
but
It's
any
not as
liquid
good
that
as
comes
this.
out
This is
ultimately
I
again
think I
is
Am
capable
Legend
of
is
being
actually a
naturally
pretty
covered.
good
So
vampire
what they're not doing, the reason mocha that the food, the lamar havimache, the lamar lo havimache, the asi basra it's a sign. The achish is still is coming the duck is there. They start running up, so it's like not doing up
That's a really good one. And then that one that
after the olives have sat together to
Disney
snack
cheeky
for a couple of days.
and I heard that Polynesian director who did the Thor movie did.
And therefore
God, what
capable
was
of
it
being
called?
covered
The
tomorrow. Like you say, capable of being or not. That's the macro case.
we are.
Said the Gemara, so it's called the fighter.
But it's like a comedy
Rava
version
Mushim
of
Dahavi, Tavishin Osin in the Mikvah. Rava says, why is it that the Mokhel and validates the Mikvah?
sort of
Because the
how old
Mokhel
is
is a
that?
liquid from which you cannot fashion a Mikvah. Propose to us a Mikvah B'Shimei Mara. Ultimately, therefore, it's also the Mikvah B'Shimei Mara. So what's like, so the Gemara just ends off here. Ultimately, is also like, so that actually kind of
It's kind of like a mockumentary. Like
just
where they're,
what comes out of it. We jumped around a lot.
but it's
From
it
Smita
takes
to
all of the kind
Mikvah
of vampire
to Tova.
mythology
We saw it
and it
last
makes
today.
it
I
really,
just want to
really
point
fun.
out from
I've
that
never even
last
heard of this.
discussion
It's
what
fantastic. This is his
what
best film.
has found
This is, I'm sure,
that would
the
appear
foundation of
that
everything he's done.
Halakha Lemaisa,
On
although we
for
adopt
me,
the position of something
Huh,
is not squeezed,
that's so crazy. I never even heard
then
of it.
Halakha Lemaisa is don't have squeezing at fruit for its juice. L'chachila on Shabbos. The area in which it becomes complicated is what is that something that the majority of the world doesn't
like a Blair Witch
speak,
Project
but
type
you
deal.
will find some people who
It's been like this
do
the whole
squeeze it for
time.
its juice.
Station
So
no
what
dishes,
does
and
that
it still
do
hasn't moved in
Halakha
5
Lemaisa?
years.
So it's like,
You're
I'm
a
going
cool
to end
guy,
up
but
with
you're not
three
putting your weight in
points,
the flag.
and then we're going to bring it to
Flag
Halakha
told
Lemaisa
you that I'm cool.
So far, where the Gemara school, I'm not saying Halakha is where the Gemara holding is. Number one, Rabbi Huda and the Chamavi by Jason Van Navi. Which means when it comes to Jason Van Navi, any juice that comes out of olives and grapes will be upside down. Everyone agrees. According to the Gemara, not saying Halakha Lemaisa. So whether you had in mind that it's going to be for consumption, for juice purposes, everyone agrees that liquid that comes out of Jason Van Navi is going to be upside. Shar potatoes, what about other foods? It would appear that the Chamavi that you don't namely, if the food was set aside for consumption, liquid which comes out is not problematic. If, however, the food is set aside for juicing, the liquid that comes out will be problematic and not to use that. Category number 3, fruit, which is never juiced. Fruit which is never juiced, it turns out everybody, when you don't have something that's what? Juice it,
They can't do anything
you
about
out
it because they're vampires.
complicated cases, well, what if you have something that the low majority of the world does not juice? But like, Menashe Bar Menachem does juice. What does that do?
Let them in is terrible. It's like I had to wash my eyes afterwards with another movie. I didn't mind it. I hated the because I loved the foreign version of which country was it from? I think it's Sweden.
Good
It's
morning.
it's an outstanding. Some of the book is fabulous as well. It's amazing novel. Yeah, I just love a good horror movie, a well-made horror movie. Because like the suspension of disbelief is like inherent to the enjoyment of film. Like, like just show me how the guy turns into a monster. Show me, make it so. Yeah, so and also you can see
they have been making Dracula movies again and again and again. It seems like every year there's another vampire movie coming out, every couple of years at least. And, there never seems to be exhausted, the market never seems to be exhausted, right, by zombie movies. They continue making them. It's like that's the most overused genre. Zombie films. Zombie films, zombie TV shows. I mean, how many versions of The Walking Dead are there? There's multiple. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them. I like the beginning was great. I think first season started, but then when I realized, it's just sadism. And I get the point. After the first season, I realized, the point is The Walking Dead are the living. They're actually The Walking Dead. Yeah, because they become emotional. I didn't like it. It got to the point where it was just murder porn. Yeah, and that, I think I even talked about this before. That's a real problem with television. Is that they're just trying to get the serotonin levels by killing someone you care about. And real television, you return because you love the characters you want to return to. Well, sometimes it's done like Game of Thrones did a fantastic job of doing seasons. I'm rewatching it right now. We're actually on season 3 right now. It's fucking great. I kind of forgot how great it was. But when you get to binge it, and you don't have to wait like there's years between seasons. It took so long to produce. Have you seen the Pendragon cycle? The Rise of the Merlin? No. Okay, so these days, like, you almost don't know where to find television, and that's because you can find it anywhere. Like, the mainstay producers of it, the studios, are no longer reliable in producing quality television, and so suddenly we see stuff rising, out of places that is completely unexpected. And this was produced by the Daily Wire. Of all yes. And the CEO of the Daily Wire directed it. This guy Jeremy Warren. Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. But this is good. Okay, this is, to me, this is better than, it's, I have a very high watermark for Arthurian mythology. Like, to me, Excalibur is the high watermark. And this really went with this, like, I had a chip on my shoulder when I started watching this. I was like, okay, this is very unlikely that I'm going to enjoy this production. But they did it for like a micro budget, effectively. They made something that is absolutely kind of reinvents the mythology, and they do it like proper television, where you kind of love the characters, and they weave an entire reality and universe that is fantastic, and it's done for like, for very, very little. They're spending billions making these Lord of the Rings things, and like nobody cares. They're just awful to watch. And meantime, these guys just, without anybody paying attention, cranked this out. And I've only seen 4 episodes of it, but I am like completely blown away by it. That's so interesting. That means I haven't heard anything about. I think that has a problem. Well, that's because, like, we don't hear about a lot of things. Media is like the least of it. We'll sit but certainly with the Daily Wire, the problem is it's like associated with this right-wing group. If you can get over that and put that behind you, this is, to me, as good as classic television. My prejudice was initially, they're gonna somehow or another embed right-wing ideology in this. Everybody's embedding their ideology. Whenever you make any media, there's usually you have corporate propaganda and personal propaganda, and usually there was a balance between the two. If you're making Midnight Express, for example, okay, that movie was nothing like the book at all. Real, and not even close to the book. And it's a complete alternate experience. And you wonder, why was that movie such a big success? Why was that movie such a overwhelmingly, like, Oscars and everything? Okay, I think it had a little bit more to do with the politics of what was going on during the time than anything else. And what's his name, Billy Hayes, who experienced
basically apologizing for the movie. And because none of it, he wasn't like raped in a Turkish prison, and that's like a joke. That's like a joke that gets you in Airplane. They're making jokes about it. And so yeah, Billy Hayes, he was the actual character, the person who lived the experience. And so the movie is a kind of propaganda element, and that's like all Hollywood is. You kind of accept whenever you're making a movie that you're being used at a certain level to do something, whether it's to, on a very basic level, whether it's just to scare audiences, or to do things. And we see that more and more, obviously, in media as the director. Personal propaganda, something personal get on screen has become more and more diminished, and you have sort of more corporate propaganda kind of taking over. I think the probably crass example of that is DEI stuff, in pushing characters in situations that are just completely out of whack. Did you see the Star Trek that they tried to make like that? Okay, I look at the Star Trek guy. I watch Star Trek every day in my house. We watch like 2 or 3 episodes. I'm not kidding. My wife is like a Trekkie. She's like crazy for Star Trek. And so she puts Star Trek on, like at around 5 o'clock. Star Trek comes on original. Well, card. Recycle through, go chronologically from, the original series through the Next Generation, and then DS9, and then Voyager, and then Enterprise, back to, and sometimes, when you show an episode like, in DS9, there's an episode called Trials and Tribulations, where all the heroes go to the past, and they kind of interact with troubles, and they kind of blend them into the set, that's happening. We'll then go back and watch Troubles, or, Sick Wrath of Khan, so we'll kind of connect it all together, and so, but every day there's at least 2 or 3 episodes of Star Trek playing in my house. It's like, usually I'm wrestling away the controllers and watching everything else. And so, and my children were like basically raised on Star Trek, and, the sort of morals behind Star Trek, and, people complain about PS9 selections, blah, blah, blah. But I think Captain Sisko is one of the most amazing captains there is, because he's also a father, and there's all these like father-son lessons that are going on throughout it. It's like really elaborate television. And by the way, all that kind of DEI stuff is still it's still there. They're exploring all sorts of things in Star Trek Next Generation. Riker, who's like the second in command to Picard. And in that one, there's an episode where he goes to a planet of neuters that are just, they have one gender, and he falls in love with one. They kind of waken up out of their single gender thing, it's one female, and that person then gets taken and reprogrammed. And then there's an episode where Quark is turned into a woman in order to, for some cockamamie reasons they come up with in the show. And he kind of likes it. He's like getting into it. So it's not like they aren't exploring gender and it's somehow integrated into good storytelling. And I think something happened at the studios where they fired all of the legacy people and they hired on a bunch of new people who just weren't as good at storytelling or as respectful of the canon, I guess you could say, is what it was. But, those seasons of Star Trek are, which I guess you could call from the Gene Roddenberry to the Rick Berman era. And they had such amazing writers. They had guys like Renee Echeverria, Aaron Shankar, and they had technical advisors. So if you were just into tech, you could really and most of our technology and most of our aspirations have come from Star Trek. Our telephones are basically, tricorders, and we're all, and, when we see it on Star Trek, like, I want to have that. And so somebody figures out a way to develop that to make it so we have that. Didn't he actually say computer? Yeah. He would say computer answer question. Yeah, well, like, hey Siri, say that. Yeah. Well, and so
it's I think it's a fantastic show. And then this dweeb Alex Kurtzman comes along and just shits all over everything, just like craps all over it. And I met the guy. I was like, hey, I will write for scale. I'll write on your new show. I just want to be part of it, just as an opportunity to work on Star Trek. And I basically found out he didn't want anybody who had any kind of funds for the original show. He wanted to do something new, to create something new. And boy, has he shit the bed, like in a big way. And this latest thing that they've made, this Starfleet Academy, it's still ongoing. Maybe it writes itself at some point. Did they? Good. The news, they read the room. They read the room. Is it, they stop the idea of season 2? That fucking Alex Kurtzman, man, his company's called Secret Hideout. I think he's gonna need a secret hideout after all these, after destroying Star Trek for, this latest generation. Are we talking about the newest one, the one with Tig Notaro? That's the newest one. Starfleet Academy is an abomination. I could not get through 3 episodes of Discovery. And they're just it's just awful storytelling. But it's also dialogue and badass. Just horrible. And they're more interested in the corporate propaganda than they are with personal propaganda. Right, it seems like that's the imperative. It's like they get across this inclusive, Picard's terrible, it's sad, and go ahead and just shake it off. What's his name? That show, the Orville, that is the proper successor. They brought guys like James Conroy, the comedy version Seth MacFarlane did. But he hired all the original people that they fired from Star Trek and basically used them to do his show. And it actually feels a little bit more like a continuation. I've never heard of this either. And it's on Hulu. Yeah. It is a Star Trek? Or is it? No, it's not Star Trek. It's the Orville. So they just ripped off Star Trek. Basically just ripped off Star Trek. And they have a sort of tongue-in-cheek quality, but they all the writers from the original ones, showrunners, and people like that, the original writers, I want to say Conroy, but they bring everybody back, and it has a little bit more of the same spirit. Another really good Star Trek-ish thing is Galaxy Quest. So it's got kind of brain with Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, that was good. Galaxy Quest is hilarious. If you love the original series of Star Trek, Galaxy Quest is amazing. It's so fantastic. I love Sigourney Weaver. Yeah, she's one of my all-time favorites. That's a good example of a movie that was like a DEI movie that you never even noticed it was dealing with. Yeah, you have a female lead, and you never think about it. She didn't have powerful women in movies before. We've had them throughout history. Right. The history of cinema is built on. And by the way, a complex one character can have faults. Right. That's part of it. Is characters have faults. Characters have things wrong with them. They're not always just dominant and noble. And everything right. Exactly. Some of the Star Wars ones went woke. There's a few of those. Yeah, it's funny. I think it was Ben Affleck was on, and they were talking AI and how it always goes to the middle. J.J. Abrams always goes to the middle. And boy, was that Star Wars he did the middle. Where he just basically took the Luke Skywalker story and just reinterpreted it with a strong woman character. And I just thought it was
bland. It just tastes just,
Hello, baguette.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfish. It's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. Your knight in shining armor? Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month. Taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. No, you just need a mandate. And the thing about Alien 2 was like, you didn't know who the hero was. Alien 2 or Alien Aliens as well. I mean, Alien 1, I didn't like Aliens 2 as much. It was fun. But it was like, why are they so easy to kill now? Why are they so obvious? They were, Space Marines. Marines are tough. Marines are badass, and Marines can, like, in the first Alien, they stood over power. I know the first Alien was clever, he was hiding, sneak around, jump. You didn't get to see much of it, and that was also cool, too, because it kind of captured you with the suspense. It's one of the best movies ever, and it's a 1979 movie, too, which is crazy. People don't even know. So what's funny, I recently went back and started watching all the stuff I hadn't seen. Like, there's a ton of them that I just kind of missed a lot. And I started off with, what was it? I started off with Napoleon, because I just missed it when it came out. And I'm like, what happened to Ridley Scott? And so I haven't known like any of his recent Alien movies. I just think they're confused with the Prometheus one. It's just like when you need a web episode in order to understand what the hell it's talking about, you fail. And they're just like, they're technical marvels. Like, nobody shoots big canvas cinema like Ridley Scott. No one shoots a helicopter crash like Ridley Scott shoots a helicopter crash. And then, you watch Napoleon, and sure, the Battle of Austerlitz, amazing to watch. Cannonballs going into the lake, and ice breaking, people falling in the water. But the minute anybody talks in that movie, it just collapses on its own weight. It's just like, you just don't care. My wife was like, this is the worst date movie. You're not going to sleep with me. What's wrong with it? I didn't see it. It's Joaquin Phoenix, and I think he made a choice, because I consider him to be an excellent actor. But in this movie, I think he made a choice to just play like contemporary. He just kind of talks. Everybody else is doing sort of a British or Frenchish accent, like all kind of pretending that they're in a period piece. But no, Joaquin Phoenix, he just plays it like he just walked up Hollywood Boulevard. And just like the battle scene, there's no passion in any of his performance. It's kind of this weird, dead performance. And so I did it on purpose to portray like a sociopath. I think he came on, he was like, I'm going to do whatever I want to do with Napoleon. And I'm not going to try, I'm a Corsican, and I'm going to be an outsider to all of these other people. And I think there was an intellectual idea behind what he did, and it completely failed. So I'm like, okay, I adore watching Ridley Scott these big scenes, but what a terrible movie. And, like, failure. And then I said, and so then after that, I'm like, okay, let's watch something else. But he did Exodus. I've never seen that. Gods and Kings with Christian Bale. Same thing. It's like you start watching that movie, and there's some interesting things in the film, big things, and like, whenever he's doing that, like Ridley Scott's, this is my day on set. He's got a cigar, 20 cameras, cameras everywhere, and he's like, shoot from every angle, and he's like a great general, shooting
The minute anybody talks that movie
Now that
falls
I ate
apart,
the
and
cheese,
actually,
I have the shell
I
left
mean, I don't know
over.
how to say this,
So
but
the
that
pods
movie
left over.
almost
Even
did its
so,
best
because
to
it's no
turn
longer
me on the
consumed
juice. Like,
the
I'm watching it, and I'm
halacha
like,
was not necessarily the
this
animal
is like,
consumption.
first of all, is anybody
Only
even
Rabbi
Jewish
Yehuda
making
must be
this?
Mali
Like, it seems like nobody
the less they
involved in it
must be
was
Rabbi Shimon,
Jewish,
quote
and
unquote,
like they start like,
saying
how is that
he holds
possible?
it
Well,
he holds it
Moses as a character
but
when he's
Lamaisa has too much
an Egyptian, when he's like the
Rabbi
adopted
Shimon,
Egyptian brother,
since
I'm like totally
now
with him
the pod
for some reason.
is
Then
animal
he becomes
consumption,
Moses after doing
therefore
like
he
hit
will
the
not
rock,
even though it was
and all of a sudden he's kind of he's like a reptilian, like everybody's following him, like he's like he's distasteful.
it has a handle.
But every now and then they would show a battle scene, and it's like, okay, I get Ridley Scott's doing his thing again. And what's also really good in it is, I can't remember, Joel Edgerton plays Ramses. It's really funny because Joel Edgerton is, like usually you imagine Egyptians when they're cast tall. He's kind of like this butch, like certain tough, wide body butch Ramses, like just kind of like a tough Ramses, and every now and then.
Was my intention to remove the schmutz from the plate. See, if water comes out of the sponge, that's a davish and that's an unintended consequence. Yet, it's usher. Who holds the davish and is usher? That's Rabbi Yehuda. Oh, now what you're telling me is the safe at the end of the Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda.
You probably think Squarespace is just for websites. But you can also get a domain from Squarespace. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your football camp, rugbyreaders.com for your rugby league, or weirdburpycult.com for your weird burpy cult. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website is how you go from 0 to 1 all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
A davish and means what?
And then his Australian accent comes out, and he's like, oh, he's like an Australian Ramses. And John Turturro plays his father. Ball, like John Turturro, like what a crazy choice. And so there were all sorts of like interesting things going on in the movie. But again, I was like, oh, this is awful. Is it impossible for you to watch a movie with
water is going to come out? That's called a situation. In a situation, even if Shimon agrees that it's going to be awesome. So when they say, so both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon both agree that halacha so cannot use the sponge. So the idea is when you use the sponge is when the sponge has a handle and it's dry. Now the reason you have both, why can't you just use a regular dry sponge? So in this case, Chazal would be saying the issue would be the Mishnah saying the issue would be almost like a concern about getting confused. And if we allow you to use a dry sponge without a handle, you make them use the wet sponge without a handle as well. The handle is already a step removed and therefore depermitted. Says the Gemara, Hani Garim of the Tamil Aramaisa, Sharo Ritalgalinu, Oil Bakazin, Adlopina. So it's actually very different. So these pits of Aramean dates are permitted to be carried because of their mother. And what's the pshat? Look at Rashi. Carrying them, Shaltzmar and Behino Behino. So what do you do with date pits? Generally, depending on the date, you would give it to animals. It would be animal food. So what would happen? So these Aramean dates actually says Aramaisa, Timorim Roihim, Uma'achilim HaKamorim Atzmanu Behima. Hilchach Agat Imai Behima Namikam. So this is apparently these Aramean dates were inferior dates. So what would you do with these inferior dates? In general, you would feed it to your animals. So that means the date itself will be given to the animals. So since the date will be given to the animals, therefore what? The pits themselves are part of animal food as well, and therefore the pits are not muktzah on Shabbos because they're part of animal food. However, with the parsaisa, the Persian dates usher, like the pits of Persian dates will be usher. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, those dates are consumed by people, and therefore again the pits themselves are not set aside for animal food. Shmuel used to carry the date pits on a piece of bread. Let's say going back to our bread distribution, but our what is it? But bread claws, good. Our bread claws, right? That ultimately take an item that's not muktzah and go ahead and use it to transport it muktzah. those are just achilic dates. So the dates which were always fed to animals, obviously their pits are not animal food. But pits that are normally consumed by people, halacha l'maisa, again, those pits will be mutza on Shabbos. We'll say, remember, we do adopt the culture that we do mainly, in certain respects, mainly, that the muktzah identity of an item is concretized and solidified at the onset of Shabbos. So what you are at the onset of Shabbos stays with you throughout Shabbos. So for example, so therefore these dates, these Persian dates, which are for human consumption, but you don't give them to the animal because they're too good. The myself, even once you eat those dates, those pits are not usable for animal feed because the mice are designated for human use at the onset of Shabbos. The Gemara ends off. Shmuel Tameh, Gomer Shmuel, Osa Adam, Kol Sarf. I'm sorry, Shmuel Tameh. So Shmuel says, remember again. So now we just said Shmuel would transport the pits of the Persian dates on a piece of bread. And this was Shmuel Tameh, Gomer Shmuel, Osa Adam Kol Sarf of the pass. The Shmuel holds that a person is permitted to go ahead and use bread for all of his needs. So we'll say this section is incredibly useful. There's a concept of Zion Ocha. There's a concept of not doing degrading things for food. Not doing covet of food, have a certain level of respect for food, specifically for bread. Shmuel is of the opinion that you can utilize your bread for any constructive purpose, even if it's not consumption huge. So the idea over here is he's using a piece of bread to transport pits, but because it's being used in a constructive fashion, that's not called Zion Ocha. So Rabbi, Metaltu agav lifna united. So Rabbi, who's a marriage, would transport the pits in a pail of water. So what happens when you finish the pit, when you finish the date, either you spit the pit into a pail of water or throw the pit into a pail of water. The pail of water, of course, is not milk, so it's a pail of water. So you transport the pits with the pail of water. The Fumer de Yeshua Avalu Tigraf Sharei. So also the Fumer de Yeshua say pits is like garbage. It's garbage. So remember again, garbage falls into the bed category. And anything ultimately again like that has the ability to be moved. I will say, do we go ahead?
Without just becoming
Do we
hypercritical
go ahead
about
and
all
make
these
a
different
ground
aspects, like how I would do it, what I don't like, yes and no. So the next which I stayed away from, and with great apologies to Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, was the last duel. And I just kind of avoided it. I was doing other things at the time. The poster looked awful. I'm not going to see that. And then I put it on after watching these other two. I was like, okay. We go. Let's go again. Lo and behold, one of the best films of the century, in my opinion. Absolutely. First of all, those guys know how to write script, and I know that they wrote it with Nicole Hoffsonaughter or whatever. As a kid, I look at Ben Affleck, like, when I saw him blonde, it was like, that's one of the reasons I kept away from him. But he's hilarious in the movie. He's a genius. I never heard, but I was gripped by this film. And this is a great date. This, my wife got turned on for this.
So, it's not so return his head and kind of just hit those
That's hilarious. I don't know anything about it. And Adam Driver is magnificent, and like this relationship these two guys have, it's kind of a Rashomon story, meaning that Rita Kurosawa's Rashomon, which was three stories that are all sort of the same event told from different perspectives. And so, and Matt Damon is like a revelation in this movie. It says so much about Hollywood. Like when I watched this, I was like, okay, I'm Matt Damon. It's Adam Driver for sure. Like Adam Driver totally knows how to like. You learn about Hollywood in this film, and I'm sure they're like growing about Hollywood. That the way to really get along in court is to join the orgies and to be in the orgy with everybody. It's like how you get along. It's like we all fuck together. That's how we do it. But Matt Damon, who by all accounts in this is a great, he's a fighter. He's a great knight. He's true in his heart. But he's just a great pill to hang out with. He doesn't know anymore. He plays off of this friendship that just kind of goes awry or jealousy comes into play. And it's ruinous and everything until they're finally fighting at the very end. And this is where Ridley Scott just does what he does, which is he has this insane fight between these two guys, which like was just every blow was painful to look at. And this, to me, was the best one they got. Of the century. I mean, I guess Black Hawk Down. I also very much like
again,
Gladiator I threw that. I never saw that. I threw that in. It's got monsters. It was to watch. I love Gladiator. Gladiator 1 is magnificent. It had some kind of secret sauce in it that was fantastic. And Gladiator 2, it just kind of goes through the paces. It's just kind of everybody shows up. Speaking of showing up, when Sigourney Weaver shows up in Exodus, Gods and Monsters, she's not even trying at all. She knows that she's there for it. Like, she just shows up and she's does not put on an accent of any kind. She just shows up and just speaks the lines. I'm out of here. I'm going into Morocco or into town.
Andrew, I love no tell
I think
other
she just thought it was a bad film. She just checked out. I'm not sure what she was thinking. She may have been thinking what she was trying to just look like. Just look like she was. This is reminiscent of the previous. So they kind of have to make some choice with a character, and it just doesn't work. And they don't realize it, but they're committed to it. The other discovery thing, just watching it happen scene again, I believe it worked because of the
So you have a barrel of wine.
title.
A barrel of wine.
And they're just
So
nothing
what's
exciting. I thought it was a comedy. In fact, like, before you get it was on Netflix.
Muslim
There
shows
it is.
see
I look at the thing. It looks like a comedy. It's got
enough
Javier
food
Bardem,
for
Cameron Diaz, Javier Bardem looking exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Like, and it like just kind of this crazy Robert Downey Jr. in his crazy phase, you know,
but the
colorful glasses and everything.
here with
Robert
Joe
Downey Jr. with like a
go ahead
looking up nose or whatever's going on
taking
with
it back
nose.
and forth.
And
Remember again, or always
okay, so I
think
put on
about
the
these
counselor
situations are a number
and
of possibilities.
this
So,
movie. So looking at that, I thought this was a comedy. I thought, oh, it's going to be a romantic
if you
comedy.
have a barrel of wine
This
that
movie, after I saw it, I was like, I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I know too much about the world. Like, it's, and it
tell your friends, listen, come and
and
save the
this
wine.
one's kind of a disaster for
You know,
Ridley
come and
Scott.
take wine for yourself. Well, the logical is supposed. We'll say, what
The
can
cover
you do?
from it,
What
I
can you
probably
do?
because
I love
of the
myself.
failure of it, but I never even heard
Can't
it's
go
written
ahead and
by
sponge it out. We'll say that you can't. You can't take a sponge,
and so
right?
it is dark,
Or
dark, dark.
straw,
And
and go ahead and
it is
absorb the wine like
an
that.
analysis of
That is going to
how
be
power
this
works
and I will say, I want to ask you very
which is basically a
it's not
giant
just wine and
cartel
wine,
lens.
but the nice whenever you have a liquid absorbed
And it is such a
Sita. Now,
think
Sita,
it's such a
remember, actually, we're going to talk about Sita in this is an incredible sugya,
2014.
but Sita is a cause of gush, oppression, right? Extracting
There's
one
too
thing
much
from
content.
another.
Well, there's too much content.
Sometimes
And
it's
you
squeezing
really
out
and
a
he's
liquid
cranking out
from
movies like every year.
especially if it's environment. It's not
Just knocking
squeezing,
it
rather
back,
than
knocking it
lava.
back.
We saw this yesterday.
Constantly
Right?
making films.
Longer.
And so that was why I had
Pointing out
and so finally it's like,
sometimes the same act is on these
and
details
when
and as
they're
well
talking
and
about
how it's like.
Black
So
Hawk Down and how much
you can't sponge
best
up
film
the
of
wine.
the century.
So, you know, so
Largely correct. That's not a bad
the whole same
could have
hand
done
match.
without the
So it's you can't
UNICEF
on Shabbos, you're not so much. So again, remember, if you actually
And
squeeze
so that's why I
food
started
on Shabbos,
researching it and looking up
that's
again
not
at
a
the
sweet,
counselor.
that's
How did that
dust.
fall through
They
the
fire,
cracks?
right?
And it gets terrible reviews. Some people
That is
hate it.
That is innocent. However,
What's
not
the
so much.
criticism?
So I'm going to squeeze out on their
Like,
own.
I think
What happens
they
in
were
that
just like,
case?
we don't
Well, I'm
believe
not
it.
squeezing
They
out
just
the
don't
juice,
believe
but the
it.
juice came out on its own. So what's this what
I
happens?
found
If
the
you
film
read the owner,
pretty
listen to
good.
this. So what's that? Sorry,
Do you
you have
think
to
that's just because of the time period it was released?
So
I
and
don't
come
know.
on,
And I think
that
Ridley
doesn't
Scott
make a difference.
knows things that Cormac McCarthy knows things about the world that they put on film before everything was now.
You don't learn. In the Oakland,
That's what's
if
happening
the
today.
food that you have set aside for
So
consumption,
yeah,
I also may have looked
so
at
freaking us
it.
into
The food that's set aside for consumption,
into
any
drums.
juice that
You know,
uses
what
out,
the fuck?
is going to be
And
more
shipping them around the world.
and I will say, what's
As
the
a joke.
logic? Like, look at
Like,
logic.
yeah, it's
That's
a film.
because if
Yeah,
you don't
there's
know
also,
the
you see the thing in the
you
Epstein
know
files.
something that you look at
They was there
Lo
saying
nechal
fuzz.
nigdy naše zabo, boleka lo
I
nigdy
can't
naše
believe
nismo.
this.
So it
Like,
looks like,
they just kind of
what's the, let's take a step back to this one. Why does it have
Did you see
bottom
that guy
say
at the Atlantic
that even
airport
if the juice
flipping out
on
the
its own,
well-dressed black
and it's
dude
giving
just
us,
freaks
very
out
simple.
in the
Because we're
Atlantic,
concerned about
just like a couple of
if we allow you to drink that juice, which oozes out on its own, what's going to happen? You're going to squeeze the fruit. You're going to squeeze the fruit. So the people said, if this is a fruit, then it's not going to be sweet. But rather, again, this is a fruit which is going to be consumed. Then how much am I saying you can drink the juice that oozes out on its own? Because we're not continuing to squeeze it because that's not this kind of fruit. Then Lamashki, but if Lamaisa, it was an error. They have also actually points out that if you have food that is set aside for consumption and the juice oozes out, that's actually you're not happy. Like you don't want that because the juice that oozes out from the fruit makes it less edible. So number one is low nature. I don't want it, and also I'm not going to come to squeeze it because this is a fruit that is set aside for consumption. I'm not squeezing in the mashkin, the ultimate fruit that's set aside for juices. Then Hayot said they had also. But we will agree that if juice oozes out of the fruit, then ultimately again it will be also. Donald the Bashman says snug. If you have halacha or naisa, I was telling you about how really funny. If you have honeycombs that you crush up, you crush it over to extract the honey. If you crush the Rabbi on Erev Shabbos, you have to ask what I see. If you crush the honeycombs on Erev Shabbos and the honey is oozing out on Shabbos, it's going to be awesome. Rabbi Eliezer says, no, it's crush the honey on Erev Shabbos. Ultimately, again, it is going to be red. Let's say so again. We see that Talmud concern will allow you to use crushed honeycomb. You may come to crush actual honeycomb on Shabbos, whereas Rabbi Eliezer is not concerned to see that to be on. I will say, when I watch the Focus Chanel, is the incredible horses we have by sophisticated. Everyone agrees that you cannot squeeze juice out of a fruit on Shabbos. The Shiloh question is, what happens if the juice oozes out on its own? Chachamim Tanakama Asr. It just Asr. It doesn't make a difference, right? You can't drink any juice that comes from a fruit. I read this as something like that. If it's a fruit that says something, then you don't really want the juices, or you never have one for the juices. Squeeze the juices. Salach will make you drink the juice. You're not going to come to squeeze the fruit. If you don't want to just squeeze it, but if it's a fruit that says like the juicing, and the juice comes out on its own, and the juice will be also out to concern that you may come to actually juice the fruit.
And so that's sort of hard to digest.
Well, you spoke the yain, well, you talked about
some of it is
Yain could actually also
walking over beef jerky.
So if you have a barrel
like
of
saying,
wine,
talking about jerky, could you walk beef jerky over to the person? Like, what is that for? All this pizza they're talking about, right? I never see any pizza. Right. Yeah. They're all right. I'm going to get some grape soda. It's like with my cheese pizza. And like there's all this coded language, and everyone's like, oh, that's you just have periodo, and you're just seeing things where you want to see. This clearly a code. So I think about saying it's absolutely a code. And in fact, Mundus Focus, if you hear about this, it's a law of known concept. And so in Latin, Mundus Focus, if you see
Because also you can't go ahead and collect one, collect oil like we do with travel. Responsible okay with the fuss. If again you had food that got scattered in the fuss, let's say again, you had a
because these emails have been released, people are just now starting to be aware of
let's say again it got scattered all over the
bizarreness of the code.
Lucky al yad al
something like the facts. Like, let's just talk about the sulfuric acid. So this was like right after he was indicted in 2000. Yeah, you gotta get rid of some
all of
bodies.
the produce back
Yeah,
into the
how much do all of some bodies? What did it say?
This is really quite fast. See the basket of fruit. Now again, remember, the basket of fruit is already collected in the first house. What happened? The basket tipped over. The fruit went everywhere. So what can't you do? You can't just go back and regather all of the fruit from the mushrooms. What if that looked like? Looks like
one of the things they're saying is like
it's not really
indicted,
but it's equal to the
and
fall
then
that
right
it has
after
the
he's
appearance of
indicted,
like a
the orders are
you could go out and collect the fruit one by one as you need it for consumption.
Jesus
Christ. So now here we go. Already, we almost well, load the high Rabbi the conversation that another. Rabbi who the beast that comes from
so that you think is real. So well, yeah, not only that,
let's go there. Everybody agrees you can't squeeze fruit. Hey, let's say that fruit doesn't matter the fruit, right? for consumption, for drinking, akin to squeeze
high-level
its liquids on shots. That's
musicians,
totally
let's say, high-level female
left
musicians,
locusts. What happens when Jews
killing
squeeze
chickens
out of the
every
food
day,
on the
doing
floor.
sacrifices.
And again, say,
High-level.
awesome, everything's
I
awesome.
don't want to say names because I don't want to get sued.
If the
And I
foods
don't
are
want
halal,
to daddy
the
who was
juices
a
are
rival.
okay.
Here's the
If
purchase
the
order. I go
food is
and I
for
start looking at the
juices, then the
comments for
juices
something.
are awesome.
Not that this is the
Says
best
the
answer,
Gemara,
but
I'm not
a quick
doing
answer
this.
to what
I'm
is
going
is
to
that
conversation
this
about another.
could be for like a reverse
The
osmosis water treatment
comes to
system.
olives
Is on
and
I mean, there's enough
olives and grapes.
pushback
We'll say
because
what
it's
my
both
time,
Giuseppe here,
we'll
but
say
Giuseppe
green
Angelo.
what?
You know,
Whether the olives and grapes
but
are set
like the
aside for
timing of all of
consumption
that,
or
like,
for
you know,
juice,
where the purchase
either
orders
way,
from, all of that
juices
sulfuric
that
acid
ooze
before.
out of
Oh, no, I
olives
just
and
want to
grapes
put
are going
sulfuric
to be
acid into my sweet
assumed.
muriatic acid. Well, that's the question. Was there orders for sulfuric acid before this? If they do have a water treatment plant, how does sulfuric acid play into water
Your
treatment?
intention is to eat it and not use the juices. Juice that comes from grapes, wine,
It says
olive oil are the
RO
most
plant
common
reverse osmosis seawater desalination
Even if
facility.
the
Sulfuric acid is commonly used in
was
the maintenance of such
different,
facilities.
then people would
Not
have
everything
any
you don't understand adds up to the
out of
responsible
olives,
thing it could be.
out of oils,
Deception. Look, maybe they're all eating pizza and grape soda. How was that? How many billionaires do you know that sit down and eat lots of pizza and grape soda and ice cream? This is a weird trial going here in session because
That's why I just go grain salt. This is just a plausible answer.
So does he have a desalination plant on the island?
Items that are only to be squeezed for the juices, or do we disagree in that case as well and hold no? Even this amount is only us if your
So they
kavana
were
is for the
using that, so
juices.
they're taking
So if your
seawater and
kavana is for
converting it in
that's
fresh
okay.
water for
And
what? For
Yochanan,
irrigation,
halach
for
you do
drinking,
shabbos.
for all the above.
Vein halach utilization of it. Yochanan says halach about the Yehuda by other fruit.
Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Maybe Rabbi say will make
Just
that
like, if it's a
juice
go explore
food
buried shit around my
distinction,
island,
but
or
not
what
by
else do
Zayis
you mean by that?
Amr Rabbi Yehuda Amr
What
Shmuel
does that mean?
Moda Haya Rabbi
I mean,
Yehuda
they
Amr
say a lot of things, and they're not really coding it
So Rabbi said
very
Rabbi
much.
Yehuda
Well, the code is glaringly obvious. When they say pizza, when they say jerky, that's glaringly obvious. How do you love jerky?
anything that
You know
we
what I'm saying? It's why do I need a
Moses
chilled
that comes
container? Right.
the sharp
A chilled
is.
bag
And I
or
will say
whatever.
this version
Jesus
is
Christ.
and
So you
is
think they're
Yehuda
eating
by all
babies?
other fruits.
Oh, yeah.
Namely,
I
again, by all
You
other
should get
fruits
the
will look,
chiropractor.
if you set the site for consumption or for
I don't doubt it
I'm going to
for
give
a
you
second.
a I will like
I think this
so
dates
that's the
back
case, I don't think.
like,
So that's the case,
long,
that
long
Yehuda
time.
is
It's
by Jason
a
Bahamon.
whole lot worse than
Come on, please, Rabbi
well, there was the other
by
email
sharp
that said,
is,
thank
then
you for
what?
the torture
What
video.
do
I enjoyed the torture
we argue
video.
about? So I'm going to
It's
people
just,
he said to him,
they don't
like
want
the
to
Yunus
accept
is
it.
very
Like,
Abba,
people don't, it's
right?
not a
Right, so
great
that the
thing.
Abba
Don't
is
want to
like
accept it.
Jimmy. Go out and figure it out.
Some country knows that a remote island water
Figure it out.
treatment systems
All right,
can
now how
possibly
Stadra,
stockpile such quantities for 1 to 2 years of operations. Although others argue that using it directly for reverse osmosis, as stated in one social post, is technically questionable
strawberries
for
and
memory health.
pomegranates. What's unique about this and that and the other? What's unique
Highly
about right
corrosive
beside
strong
it?
mineral acids that can significantly burn skin, eyes, dehydrate,
Shema
char
Shach
organic
and
material,
Shemet,
which is why it
if you have
features
if you have olive,
in
that
both
oil
legitimate
flowed out of
industrial
it.
processes
And
and
that's
in
sharp
darker
and
hypotheticals.
if you have olive, that oil flowed out of it, or another Shema Shach
When you
or
get
grapes,
indicted for
that
sex
wine
trafficking,
flowed
and
out
then
of it.
you
So remember
order
again, these
6
cases,
drums
you're not
of
actively
sulfuric
extracting
acid right away.
anything.
Are you really worried about your reverse osmosis plant right after you get indicted? I feel like you know you're going to die.
Sorry, let's go back for a second.
330 gallons of sulfuric acid.
With Nissan being the Opal, being the Mashkin, and you have gathered up these items, right? Whether you store these grapes and olives, ultimately, again, for consumption or for these purposes, I don't see
so much blowback from that. You know, online critics are like, no, there's nothing in there. Well, this won't doesn't mean they don't want to see it. They don't want to see those two guys walking around with their phone. They just like, oh, no, it's
Shemashach
delicious.
Me'ayayim,
That's
or pomegranates from which wine came out, with Nisa the Oakland, if you had set aside the juice of lemon for consumption, Hayot Me'en, what's the juice that comes out of it is the Mashkin to stam, but if you went ahead and set them aside for juice, or you stam, or you think that you need to make a particular purpose, Hayot Me'en also Divrat Yehuda, Rabbi
he's
Yehuda
been
will
to
say
the
that ultimately
place and
that
seen
which
everybody
comes out of
walking
them
around
will
in
be
the,
Asr.
in the sex
The
club.
Chachamim being
It's
the Okim
obviously,
being the Mashkin,
there's obviously
Hayotzi
more going
Mehen
on,
Asr.
but people don't
So
see
ultimately,
it.
again, so the Chachamim will say whether you set them aside for Okim or for Mashkin,
Went so
what
far as
comes
to, like,
out of them
aggressively
ultimately
trying to
again
get
will
me
be
to
Asr.
debunk
So
it.
once it turns out
And,
that according to this version
which
so
is
far,
fine,
everyone will
which is
agree
fine.
that by
It's just an
basing
interpretation.
another, whatever you have
That,
basing
that
on another,
interpretation
is going to
resonated.
be Asr.
And that clip
Whether
was
you set
very,
aside
very
the basing
viral.
on another,
Now it's like,
or
looking at it,
for
and you're like, well,
Akila or for
he's
Mashkin, but
obviously
he
saying
says that the
something,
consumption
even
of
if you
diseases
extract that
is
out
going
of
to be
it.
Asr. The
He's
Machlokas
obviously
case,
saying something about people at high
the
levels of
Machlokas
power.
case
Well,
is
there's
going
always
to be
been
in
weird
the Tusim
secret
Gerimah,
groups and
right?
rituals.
What
And it's
happens?
one of the
What
ways
happens
to
ultimately again
ensure
with the
that
pieces that come out?
you're
So we make
compromised,
a
you'll
distinction
stay. It's a
between when they
confidence
set aside for
operation.
the category being
Less
used as
inhibited,
stam. Stam means
and
if you
they,
put them away for
you
no
know, are
intention.
uninhibited.
So Rabbi Yehuda holds
You catch
one way,
them doing
the Chum
something
hold
that
it. The
is
Chum will always hold
illegal,
that everything of any
even
juice that comes out of a
provide
tree
the
will always
mechanism for
be
that to
us.
happen.
Rabbi Yehuda's
And
one
then
has the
once it's happened,
distinction
you
between either set aside
now
for
have
consumption,
the
either
video
set
proof,
aside for
the
juicing,
audio
and
proof,
also
or whatever
stam,
proof you have.
non-designated
You have proof
juice.
of
So once
it.
you want to stam, will be a
This is
this year as major ramifications.
we can
Now, for Shabbos, we see the continuation of the Machlokas. We're really the fleshing out of the Machlokas and halacha l'maisa and Yetz
$20
Hashem.
million a year, whatever level that is. Instead, you're going to work for us. And what else explains? These are pots. These are like it's over the top. It's it's strange how people behave regarding it. So you think that's also just because the Democratic Party didn't want him to get into power because he was a complete outsider? I don't think there are parties. I don't think I think that's all an illusion also. I think everything that you think that it is an illusion. It's all fake. I don't think that any history before 1600, I think everything has been falsified before the year 1600. How so? Well, there's this guy, Anatoly Fomenko, who's a Russian mathematician and historian. And he wrote a book called The New Chronology. It's actually a series of books. It's like 6 volumes. I've read them all. And also in the he basically says that all of history has been changed about 1,000 years have been added to the timeline in order to justify land claims, and those land claims largely have to do with Eurasia, the Eurasian Horde, and the elimination of the Eurasian Horde by collusion between the Vatican, the Romanovs, you mean like the Mongols and Huns? Yeah, there was and if you look up very, very old maps, you see that there used to be a country called Tartaria that was in existence. And at a certain point, they wiped them out. And so his theory, and it's just a posit, but when you see how history is constantly being rewritten in real time, it's not so hard to believe that he uses, astronomical evidence, mathematically kind of proves it. And he basically says that, let's see if I can get this right, that Rome and Greece and Egypt were actually active until around 1600. And Rome actually fell around 1600. So kind of imagine we're like late 1400s, 1490s, as opposed to what's the conventional time, about 1,000 years before. And so
even if the child is
if you can wrap your head around it, the Salem witch trials took place around the same time as the Inquisition. Columbus was discovering America around the time Rome fell. And that all of this was designed to justify and or to erase this entire civilization from history. And then there are people who believe
by
that there
definition,
are
by
still
picking up my child, I'm
existence
picking up this
that
stone as well. Similarly, pick up a basket,
Jesus Christ
I can pick up a basket, even though the stone inside the
It's
back.
kind of a composite
Only
story.
calculating
There's a
Shumas
number of,
and again,
so
I
they
could
think
carry
1,000 years are missing from the time. Think about it. If you're a Byzantine guy, you're like, hey, I want to move to the country. You look over at France, let's say, or Germany, and like, yeah, there's all these like indigenous
but I
peoples
could go ahead and
that
carry
wipe them out.
Shumas
So hire
together with
a
Shumas.
mercenary,
You
hire
go,
a guy named Sherlock, and
same
get
together
him to
with
go in there and
you
kill
go
all the chieftains. And 5,000 chieftains were killed in a single day. There's like Sherlock. And you completely wipe out everything that they first Paris, or you begin France, and what it really is just land. And so you add time to the timeline in order to justify that land. Because what makes more sense than history was cruising along like this, and someone flatlined for 1,000 years and picked up again? Or does it make more sense that somebody took that time into the Dark Ages and added to the timeline? So I'm confused. So, but isn't there like documented history from multiple cultures about that time period? Yeah, but it's all like written down by the Jesuits who were completely in control of. It's that history is easily changed. In fact, we see history being changed before our eyes in real time, and so the deep past is easy to change. So we're not in 2026.
even though the Truma is bottle,
Jesus.
oh
my God! Just a theory. It's just this guy Antonelli.
You can say you are permitted to go ahead and separate out that part
and it's a very interesting theory. And so I read that book, and I kind of got into collapse. I was like, well, crap, explain to me the flat. What do you mean by the history goes up and then flat? The progression of humanity through history. Once we kind of are progressing as we go, all of a sudden there's this flat line called the Dark Ages where nothing moves. Is there a conventional explanation for this flat line? For 1,000 years, the collapse of Rome and 5 years ago, some type of that's not gas, it's used for osmosis, water cooling. So everything is possible. The question is it probable? And Jamie just pulled up that was the first time they had ever ordered that. Really? Yeah. Okay, so there it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's the least of the things. The thing is, we become desensitized to stuff. I mean, look at everything that has happened in the last 6 years. It's like an insane amount of stuff that's happened. Everyone's just kind of like numb to it. Well, they get desensitized. It literally is that people's brains are fried. Do you think by going vaccines? Yeah, for sure. Well, there's some scientific evidence that for some people, at least, it crossed the blood-brain barrier and had some sort of detrimental effect on the cognitive function. mRNA is reprogramming your system. And I think looking at a giant die-off of people collapsing left, right. Nothing is wrong with that. That guy at the airport who's flipping out, that's what he's realizing. He's having a sudden awakening, and he's tweaking over it. He's like, and he's looking around, and no one cares. Everyone just wants to well, that's just their day. Like, everyone wants to just make their
by definition, consciousness is very intense. We just can do this
I
only.
just want to keep doing my job. My thing, I just want to protect my thing. There's certainly a lot of that going on. I just only care about it as long as I have my thing punch at the end of the day. That's all I care about. Anytime your entire country is being overtaken, like, when else in history has this happened and ended well? It's so shocking how quickly it's happening in England that you just go, how do you bounce back from this? Like, what is the remedy? Because they're doing this mass arrest thing on social media posts, which is bizarre.
But I am chayiv
and
for
then they
carrying
eliminate
this
jury
and carrying the
trials
pouch
for anything
that
other
is
than
around the
murder.
child's
And if you say anything,
I
you're in
believe I
jail.
can
You
keep
know,
the
post
bottle
if you
of the
repost anything, you're just
why
immediately sent to
pouch
jail.
that's
Well, what's
the
going on in
child?
Canada?
Why don't we do the pouch
With
as
Cardi,
an accessory to the child?
like,
If I'm
I
going to
think
be
that's
fucked up
insane.
lifting up
What's
the
going on
child
in most
because I don't
communities?
see a child's
Vibing
mouth,
along
I
with
should
it.
be taught
Nobody
to
wants to
make
rock
yourself
the boat. Nobody wants to
Milo
be racist.
did
Nobody
not
wants to
learn
be
as a chayiv the batra
wants to be
afanita was
discriminatory.
to carry a
Kind of
living person on a
rightfully
bed.
so. Like,
You're putter for carrying the bed.
that
Why?
you
Because the
believe
bed
that
is
your leaders
considered to
are
be bottled to the
taking
living
care of
person. Shamita Filalo,
And it's
which the Gemara says, you're right. Nita
overlost.
Lagabi Chaimavati, lay. So
I mean,
a bed
it's over
is
here in America as well.
buckled to a living person. On the flip side, Kis Lagabi Tino Lomavati, lay. I will say, ultimately, again, a couch around the living child's neck is not buckled. Look at Rashi. Nita Lagabi Chaimavati, toil with Maravati. Yos Filalo, Sharit Sarit. See, that was the here's what the Gemara says. Some could be buckled to a living person. When that item is considered to be necessary. When the item is not necessary, it's not buckled. So therefore, once you carry the living person on the bed, the posture is the person needs the bed. Therefore, the bed is buckled to the person. Same way again, to follow the train of thought. I'm not tired for carrying the living person. That's how I say, why not? Why not? Because I know it's not small. A living person carries himself, and therefore, if he needs the bed is considered buckled to him. So if I carry him on the bed, I'm not tied for the person, or not tied for the bed. On the flip side, the Gemara says, a pouch, which the posture is like, whatever, some kind of toy or something for the kid.
But don't you think
That's
that
not a
more
necessity.
people are
It's
aware
not a
of what's
necessity.
going on right
And if
now?
I
There's
look
more
at the
pushback
carry
than
the
ever
living
before,
child,
and so
I'm not
there's a
tied for the child, but I
possibility that
will be tied for the
yeah,
couch.
look at that guy's
I'll
here,
be
that
tied
guy
for the
there.
couch.
Nobody, everyone's like, he's
So the
crazy.
Gemara says,
But
the
he was
Gemara says
yelling
as
at a
follows.
fucking airport. I think he's crazy
Just
too.
got to
It's
from
like
the
I was there waiting
the
for
Gemara
my
says
flight to go visit my parents, and there's some fucking guy
just tell
yelling
them,
out,
one
Steve,
second,
just
what
living
happened?
your
You
life.
can
Like,
tell the
yeah, what do you want me to do, dude?
the allergies around the
Headed in Florida right
That's
now.
that level.
So trade
Cutter.
licensures
So what is cutter? Yes, cutter, but it's kind of shitty. I don't think, why would that be tied to
the original invasion of the body snatchers
the
was
only
all
reason
about
you're fucking
McCarthy.
carrying the living child is why kind of see it's not so. I see that guy look like
Look
the
at how that ends.
child.
That ends
So I
with
would
you're
not
walking
tie
through
the
the streets
streets
pretending that he's like
incredible.
there.
Because we love it, but she was doing love all
You're just
holds
pretending
with
to
the shit.
not be an
Why
alien,
the
hoping
Amr
you can get by,
pushing the truth of the
you
group
show any kind of
Cutter Allah.
emotion. That's it.
Because
You're caught, and they're
any
going
love
to make
to
you go to
the
sleep.
group of love that is done, not
So
for its intended
so that the
purpose.
original script was written about McCarthy.
In
The
general,
original.
there's a malacha called Hutzah. Why do you do
So,
malacha Hutzah? Why does one call the malacha Hutzah on Shabbos?
Okay, so and
Because
in the end,
I've
look how
been
that
in
movie ends.
location
That movie
A,
ends with him.
and I really
Like
want
that
to
guy
be
in
in
the
location
airport
B.
on the
So
street.
therefore, I
Oh,
move it.
they're
When a person moves to court,
it's
it's not the
they're
shot
animals.
that
He's
they want to go
basically
location B.
running to the street
What's the
just in
shot?
traffic.
What's the shot? I
Just
just
keep
don't
driving.
want to location A.
I don't remember the
Because like,
original
you
one. I
have
might
to
not
assume
have seen it.
that the reason a person is
But the
moving
song
a corpse on Shabbos
amazing. I never would have thought that that's what it was about.
So in this
I mean,
case, when the person moving the
kind
king
of
of mace,
bullshit.
not that shot is looking for because he ideally wants to get to point B. He just has one at point
There's
A
a
with
rise
his
of
hole.
bullshit.
That's a malacha to be
It's
super
like
looking
we see it.
That's
we
a
see it
malacha
occur.
done not for its intended purpose, and therefore one will be better.
Well,
So the Gemara suggests that's Rava Shita. That's why Rava holds in Halacha L'Maisa, if one
essentially,
carries
kind
the
of,
deceased child, one is Pater, because it is in the
it's not
Malacha,
correct to say
Shekin L'Psucha L'Psucha.
communism,
When
but
the
it's
Gemara
basically
says,
a kind of
Nah,
authoritarianism.
Nova,
In the
Eviyago.
guise of
1 second,
egalitarianism.
so now we've established this. In Halacha L'Maisa, if you carry a living
Call
child,
everything
and the
good.
child has a
And they
pouch
were
around his
social,
neck,
social,
what's the Halacha? What's the Halacha?
Christians.
Your puts on the child, is kind of
We're
on
very,
small,
very
but
close
what?
to that now.
You hide for the balance.
Very,
Hide for the balance. I don't say how
standing
that's been the
on
condition. The
civilization,
Mishnah says
standing
that a
on
person
the
can pick up his child, even though the child is
And
holding no
by the
stone in
way,
his hand. So which
you know,
means I,
after this
the Gemara
podcast
says,
comes out, people are going to be like, oh, you're
now no
crazy.
to other Rabbi Emily,
He went to jail.
only Rabbi Yanai,
He's a,
the
you know,
Tino Shmish Hod
killer. They're going to say all sorts of shit
say
about
what's
to
the
discredit
shot? What's the
anything that I
case?
say. That's
The
fine.
case is where a
Like,
child
easy
has
to discredit.
longings or yearnings
And so it's
for
not
his
really
father.
my right
What
to
is
speak
it?
up.
Look at Rashi. The Tino
And
Shmish Hod God
so,
doing
you're
Rashi says,
it's always your right to speak up. Well,
Shin
it
Lo
is,
Yitlenu
but
Yachda.
they can
The
eat
case
shit.
over
And
here
as
is the
I
child
look
having a
around,
simple
like,
tantrum. And if you
civilization is
don't
on the
or
precipice.
lift up the child's going to get ill.
Most
Not
good
sakanas in the
people
fashion. So if it's
tend
sakanas,
to
remember
not
again,
take action
whenever you get
against
to the realm of sakanas in the fashion, that's no
until they have
longer
to. We were talking about this
question.
yesterday, actually.
So that's not sakanas in the fashion. Rather again, below him you do tiltu shlobi adam and makom
Well, I was talking
sakana.
about this
The
recently, where I was
apagat
saying
lo
that
sakanas
it's
not
also
the pura
something
ela
like
sakanas.
a 9/11 to wake us up.
So
We
therefore,
would
the
never
Gemara suggests,
want
what's
that
the
to
case
happen. But I
where
do
you can pick up
remember
your child
that
even
after
though it's
9/11,
holding
we were
some
united because we
so
realized,
what's
oh,
that case?
threats
The
are
child
real,
is having a little bit
danger
of
is
attention.
real.
And
Like,
if you
we
don't pick up
really
the
do need
child,
to be
it's just
united
not
as
going to
one
happen.
group, a community,
It's going to
and
become ill.
recognize
Not,
that
not
we, our
deathly ill,
brothers and sisters
not
in the streets are
dangerously
not our
ill,
problem.
but you're also it's going to have attention, it's going to have a negative impact on him. Then the Mishnah says that what can halacha l'maisa,
Like so
halacha
much
l'maisa,
we
you
see
can go ahead and
building 7,
pick him up,
the evidence is there for
pick him up,
anyone to
even
look
though
nobody wants to
look at it because at that
nobody wants to look at the conspiracy. Like, how did these both guys get a hold of these planes? How did they fly into the building? Why were the dancing Israelis watching it, cheering it on? Why did they get shipped out of the country?
Yeah, that guy who owned the building, bought it, took out like the insurance policy, and then had Elliot Spencer kind of push it through and force it through so that he could receive his billions insurance claim for the money. And really, since they wanted to tear down that building, it would have been too expensive to do, and all the asbestos and everything. So it turned into destroyed.
It's like, what was that building? Housing. Building 7 was housing all sorts of
IRS.
What was in Building 7? Let's find that out so we don't just think. But there was certainly some intelligence
even if you're not ready
that was
to
being
put down
collected.
the ever of
The
negative
fact that no
behavior.
one wants to admit that building fell like a controlled demolition is really crazy. And again, I'm not saying it's a controlled demolition, but the fact that people want to say, no, it wasn't like a
So
controlled
why
demolition,
again?
like
Why
when was the last time you ever
why
saw
are
a
we setting
fucking
this up
building
in the case
collapse
of
like that? Ever.
So, let's say,
Controlled
remember again,
demolition.
in the midst of what
There's
Open
been
just
many
said,
buildings
the
that have
child
been
told
very
the
badly
government,
damaged and lit on
like the
fire,
child
but
told
their
the
frame
Mukta item,
remained.
why
It
have to
also
say that? I feel
basically
you are not,
The towers
even
could
a
not have
coin.
fallen the way
So
they
which
fell
means, Alama Amarava, the Shana Ella Eben,
explosives.
about Dina Asa. Listen, you have Rava and that. Specifically, there's not a home applied to a stone, but for example, wouldn't apply to a coin. So for example, most of what Rabbi is saying is as follows.
The sounds
If the
of
child is holding the stone, the father can pick him up. If he's holding a coin, then the father would have to first get the child to drop the coin before he can pick him up. Why? Because Evan,
Also, if you wanted to destroy data, you wanted to destroy data. Like, didn't the part of the Pentagon that got hit wasn't, and that was also a day after Rumsfeld was saying that there was trillions of dollars of work accounted for. The accounting part of the Pentagon get hit by that air quotes plane. Yeah, that plane that came in. The building contained about 24,000 emergency command center, floors 46 to 47, and parts of the lower level were mechanical spaces, while files from federal investigations, Secret Service cases were stored there but lost in the collapse. And the SEC sees and has looked at the same since then. The SEC, like having that there. Boy, that's super convenient. Guys, we lost the data. Let's just start from scratch.
You're sitting on a
There's no
shoulder.
case
Some
anymore.
have
whatever they were doing, and yet nobody wants to
What's
accept
that?
it. I mean, nobody cares. The National Government
podcast
In
once that was
Hayamaru,
a skeptic, professional skeptic, and he was really angry with me for saying that it looked like a controlled demolition. You're promoting a dangerous conspiracy theory. And like, no, I'm saying it looks like you're saying it doesn't look like control. Let's watch it. I'm like, let's watch it. Conspiracy theorists have had a pretty good run.
the living
Let's
person
watch it.
carries
Let's
stuff.
watch Building
So
7
I'm carrying
collapse.
Ruben on
It's
Shabbos.
kind of cookie.
Ruben
Now,
wearing
one
his
thing that people do
clothing.
point out that
He's
is
wearing his
true
clothing.
is that the
Nevertheless, again,
center,
some
like there's
why? Again,
a small structure at the top of the roof of Building 7 that collapses first.
You
And
know,
it does it
emotion
like I think of it's actually the most structurally sound part of
I will be
the rest of
tired
it is a facade that's hanging off of the interstitial and the rim. That's the most sound part of it. It's built over a con Edison substation requiring large trusses on lower floors to support the tower above, creating long span floors vulnerable to thermal expansion. Long unsupported floor beams and girders up to 50 feet connect to critical interior columns. Like column 79 with shear studs that failed under fire-induced lateral loads rather than just gravity. It was the automatic flip-flop. The exterior tube frame provided stiffness, but the open interior layout lacked redundancy to prevent fire-induced progressive collapse.
It's going to
With
get killed,
connections
and
not
he's
designed
holding
for horizontal
that
thermal
working to drop
forces.
it. You, the father, would not go out of your way to pick up. You need to pick him up on
That's a
time.
cute
To
way
pick him up on
of
time.
saying that's why it
But
fell
again,
at free fall speed and looks like a controlled
and
demolition.
hello,
Because if that was my building, I would say, give me my fucking money back. You made this shit-ass building. This building got lit on fire and it just collapsed on itself. Let's watch it collapse.
That's
Because
different.
the way it collapses is so kooky. Because it really does it at free fall speed. or close to it. It's strange. Like there's never been a building that looks that intact that falls
and
like
your
that.
child is walking. Your
It's
child has a
weird.
tantrum. Needs to be picked
I
up.
mean, it's
What's
fucking
up?
weird.
You can
Anybody
pick up
that
a
says
child.
it's not weird,
You can pick
this
up a
is how
child,
it happened.
even if there's no issue.
It's weird.
Because we
Now,
assume you
the
wouldn't have up
planes
with
hitting
that
Tower
child,
1 and Tower
but by
2,
the time no serious
okay, that
but
makes
a living
maybe
person
more
is
sense to me. Does it?
Yeah,
Because it fell from the top down.
remember again,
Like it
from
looks
a
normal.
looks of
It doesn't
perspective,
collapse into
if
its
the child
base.
holding
Tower
something,
7 collapses into its base. The way
from a
Tower
sub
1 and Tower 2,
perspective,
people say
from
they heard
a carrying
pop, pop, pop,
perspective,
pop, pop,
so
explosions,
that
squeak,
is
or
a
snap.
lot of
It could be,
problems.
yeah. I mean, you gotta think you have
If the
immense,
child's having
immense
attention,
amounts of
holding
weight,
something, look to
and
pick up
it is
the kid.
collapsing.
But that doesn't
So if
mean
it
the
does
life
collapse the
of
way it
the
looks, it's
parent
collapsing
doesn't
from the
ideally
top
work.
down. It's
Good.
already silent.
Said
You're going to hear
how
tremendous
Colorado
explosions
is
when
going to
concrete
get
hits the
next
slabs
week,
below
right?
it.
Give it back.
It's going to sound like
And there is
explosions.
a
Also, you have the fog,
stone
right?
inside
So
of
you
the
have
box.
these
If
people
you
that are
take the
involved in
carry,
extremely
you
traumatic
that
situations,
night,
and
there
their
is how
memory is
Colorado
very
is about.
fucked.
So why
Like,
is that?
your memory's
What if the
fucked when
basket
you
has a
experience something
stone
like this. You
inside of
remember
it?
things
Isn't
funny.
the
You have
basket
confirmation
busted?
bias. There's a lot of
Any
weird stuff that happens. So
item
this is
that
the
is a
this is the
base from
explanation that a
and
piece
becomes a
of the
base from
plane
that makes the
falls
item
down and hits that building.
so
No big
the
deal.
stone,
Yeah. I'm sorry, a piece of the area of the building. I meant to say sorry. So that piece of the building falls down and not
what's going on?
hits the building next to a Tower 7. And that gash is all it took to take that building down.
Yes, there is a
That's
stone inside
super
the basket,
suspect. And I
but
do
it
know
is a
that there's
basket
fire
that is
inside the
filled
building.
with
I'm
food.
sure.
So let's say
I'm sure
the
there
shelter is
was.
filled with food.
But the
Therefore,
way
again,
it fell was
let's say the Havok
crazy.
is what's called the
That,
buses, the
see,
double
Tower 1 and Tower 2, it's like, I don't know what happens when a jet flies into a building like that. Neither do you. And also, you got to deal with
something that is a bus
corrupt construction companies, cutting corners, not doing things up to code. Perhaps. I'll give you that. I'll be super careful. But with Building 7, I'm like, come on, man. That's weird. That one's fucking weird. Because it doesn't fall like 1 and 2. 1 and 2 fall from where the impact was, the deterioration of the structure, the weight of what's above the impact. It falls down on it, and you see a progressive collapse from the top to the bottom. Tower 7 is nuts. Tower 7 just drops. All at once. Free fall speed into its base. That's weird. Anybody that doesn't think that's weird is being naive. That's never happened before to a building that hasn't been a controlled demolition. Again, not saying it's a controlled demolition. Maybe it's accurate. These enormous drums of diesel are creating this fire, unprecedented load on the structure of the building. But even with that, with everything else that occurred, with all the tangential stuff that's occurred, you're still giving the benefit of it. You'll have suspicion. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm trying to finish. That fire is not on every floor uniformly. So why is it collapsing uniformly from the top down into the base? Why doesn't the base, where you have this incredible fire load, why doesn't that weaken it and fall over sideways because it no longer has structure anymore? Why is it every floor has the same amount of damage and it gives it the exact same time? That kind of doesn't make sense because the fire is not uniform throughout the building. It's not like the building is one gigantic flame ball and then it all gives out at the same time. Even then, I would think it would tip over or fall to the side. Falling into its base, that seems to indicate some sort of a control. Like it was done uniformly. They time it. When you watch like in Vegas when they blow up a casino, it's like and then it does that. Let's watch an actual controlled demolition. So when you watch an actual controlled demolition, it looks just like that. It looks just like that. And then, I don't know, the testimony of your eyes are telling you the truth. But your brain will come up with all sorts of stuff because you just vote this in. Well, I'm not allowing it to with Tower 7. I've always maintained
and the two tomatoes on the bottom, suck your blade with the whole shove it blade with tomato. So go ahead and wash.
Because that one
tomatoes on top, just scoop out the
Tower 1, Tower 2.
I leave it to the tomato in the basket.
Tower
Move on.
7.
I keep the whole amount
Tower 7
on
ain't nobody looks at me. If they're telling you that Tower 7 seems normal, they seem so gaslighting. Everybody that says that seems like they're gaslighting.
And recollect. this
So here we go.
I'm gonna prepare us to do nothing else.
Okay, this one they're setting up for controlled demolition, so they're showing you how. That's kind of shit. There's other ones that don't have control. But it's the same kind of thing. It's still falling into monument. Yes, it's falling into itself the same way Tower 7 did. That's just that movie. That's a different shape. That has a circle. Yeah, yeah, it's a different kind of structure. It has a different look to it. That's what that one. Okay, there, like there. Come on. That looks exactly like Tower 7. When you watch that, back that up again, watch that from the top, from the beginning. Just a little bit before, right before it drops. So watch, they're looking, they're watching, we're gonna watch the building drop. There it is. That fucker goes right down like Tower. Right from there, come on. That's exactly like a controlled demolition. And even the way it looks as it's going down, looks exactly like Tower. You know, we were talking about
no matter what the position of the tumor to hold is, top and bottom,
experiments can predict stuff. Advance. Comparing the future. It's coming. You know, in 1999, the movie came out, which was effectively manifesto. The movie was called Fight Club. And what's the end of that movie? The end of that movie is the collapsing of the buildings, which are the financial system of the future. So you can create a future. Who produced that movie? Arnold Milchan. It's Arnold Milchan. They got a commercial break to do it.
sorry,
Director.
excellent.
Again, you have a committed use for the content himself had said, I am a Mossad agent. And he said that out loud. Like, that's not me saying that. That's him saying that. And Fincher said, oh yeah, my last movie, no, that was made by an arms dealer. Well, that's him. That's Arnold Milchan. And so, you know, and what's another Arnold Milchan movie? Just a temperature with George C. Scott. And I think they ripped it. And in that movie, what happens? An airplane crashes into a building. We can probably pull that one too. An airplane crashes into a building. This guy's obsessed with airplanes crashing into buildings. Buildings collapsing and so what's likely is he has he been
Notion of its fake. That is only the what it can be for itself. Have our itself and follow, and a lot of my
plans that are made by work
occupied.
through
Don't
John
check off the
Williams and
spread.
Harry Lewis. They gathered together a bunch of
How
Hollywood writers into
with the money.
a conference room and gather a bunch of us together around a table and said, let's come up with ways on how to attack Los Angeles. Scenarios of how to attack LA. And now they just use AI. But, so, you know, has he just been like, where are you going to be? Does he have access to them? And so he just puts them in those movies. Well, that movie was made in 1999. What happened right after that movie got released?
Of 100 to 1. So
And
you have one punch to
and so is
that
it
falls
predictive
into a
program
punch
where you're
but
showing the world what's
Chazal
to come?
legislated that
That
you
makes
should
it
still
almost
remove
somewhat
1/100
acceptable.
of the mixed
Or is
rate.
it just coincidence?
Ultimately, again, it's designated
And
as
what's happening? That's what people out
again,
there will say, oh no, it's just coincidence. It's coincidence. It just happens to me. I mean, that's what
he said.
he has said. I don't know if he has
You
or not.
even separate that
But that's what he
1/100
said.
on
So,
Shabbos
well,
itself.
that's the thing
Not
about
on my,
the
but why you
pejorative
permitted to
term
take it out on Shabbos?
conspiracy
I don't
theorist.
understand. How
It
come it's
slapped
happening?
on things
What's
and
it?
it
Isn't that
immediately sort of diffuses any real
once
question
again,
of, oh my God,
let's
are
take a
things
step
this
back. I
bad?
said before, you
Is
can't
there
take
this
too
much?
much.
But as time goes on and you're confronted with more and more information, and I think we're in the beginning stages of reckoning with these files that were just released where so many people, I haven't really read much of it. I've only read the things that are really outrageous that my friends have said. Because I'm just trying to maintain my sanity. Well, that's just it. Most people want to maintain sanity. You just, like, I just want to get through the day. You know, I just want to, like, well, and when I'm busy, I want to be happy. Right? I want to raise my children in a world that is, you know, a peaceful world that, where people respect each other and where we can, like, you can make something out of yourself, you know, through hard work and through merit. You know, it's like that's the world I want to live in. And more and more, it feels like we're not in that world. Did you see that thing that was just released today? I think it's the AI company, I think that's the company. So one of its engineers resigned and essentially said that humanity is doomed, and he's going to move to the UK and just write poetry and just wait it out. Hasn't that guy seen Threads? UK is like one of the most dangerous places to be. That's where he's going to wait it out. Like that's probably. This is what he says. UK is like I'm not sure. Maybe it means like the Scottish Highlands. Yeah, he's gonna hide and go into some small town. Fucking
already
just
set
hang out in
aside
the pub.
as moving into a different location.
More
This man, sort of international purpose in Neil, in the tool, there was sort of humor that fell into rest in a hundred parts of England wasn't happening. Remember, it's come up over to a mixture. It doesn't have a ratio of 100 to 1. It makes the whole thing.
You don't want to think that it's all planned out like that.
We need to move.
But of course you do. Like, that was a bit of the exposure of USA.
Some amount of that
So
mixture falls
I,
into a
like
different
many
mixture.
people, thought
That
USA
the
was
that
not
that
neat.
matters.
I thought it was like a beautiful philanthropic program where the United States donates money to all these poor countries.
Yeah,
That's how
a
they
little
get
bit of
food. Like I had Bono on the show.
or we'll call it,
50,000 people have voted stalled to death because of this. 50 million people are going to die. I'm like, okay, but do you know how much corruption was involved with this? Do you know that it's not me, it's the Agency for International Development, and mostly what they were doing was regime change shit. And Mike Pence laid it out. He said USA was for tasks that were too dirty for the CIA, which is crazy. So, like, if they've been engineering this long game, engineering the collapse of legitimate governments all throughout the world, bombing places, creating refugees, and then having these not just open border policies, but inviting and helping people get into countries and then giving them money when they get there.
And we look at the ratio
So
of the
many
first
people do
mixture,
not want
and
to
we
admit
apply
that
that
that's
ratio
what's
to
going on.
now the
This is
first
by
mixture that got
volume
involved
evidence.
with
That's
the
another.
the second
It's
mixture.
designed to destroy whatever confidence you have in law enforcement, in civilization, in the electoral process. What's the answer? Okay, so given a choice between totalitarianism or cannibalism, which would you prefer? Right. Yeah, take cannibalism because you don't want to eat.
And we do the truma as a separate
No, I mean, you take totalitarianism because you prefer to want to eat.
which the Gemara says, so this is even the
But I feel like I turn that one on immediately. I feel like we're increasingly in the children of men.
they would be allowed.
That's that movie was
Remember again,
accurate,
futurist
futurist
that the truma gets mixed
example of where we're heading.
and there's not enough of a ratio ultimately again to go ahead and actually to do it as separate and distinct
I mean, they're experiencing
so we're trying to apply that now to year to year. That when truma gets mixed in the
guy's manifesto.
again, the truma is butter, but the children have to separate out 1/100 of it for truma.
So
But
today
there's a
is
saying
my last day.
that
I resigned. Here's the letter I shared with my colleagues explaining my decision. It's a lot to read. What is the synopsis? Just ask perplexity what the synopsis of what this guy said. Okay, Sharma, who built defenses against AI assisted bioterrorism and pushed for transparency on model risk at the San Francisco AI firm, announced his resignation on Monday. He described his struggles to let values guide actions amid mounting pressures, planning to return to the UK for a poetry degree and step back in the spotlight. His exit follows other safety team asset, $20 billion funding round at $350 billion valuation, fueling debates on balancing safety with commercial speed. Okay, what is he saying specifically is the issue?
At this point in time, the entire mixture.
Let's click on that. Let's click on this here and start talking to
which
us.
you want to go on
Which one's this up?
Zuma husband a public video on the following point. You kind of come a server, I thought that enough. You can have a whole
This
different
guy's
thing.
built something,
Look at my stuff.
all of a
One side that
sudden,
falls in,
he's realizing all the players that are
and then
funding
another
it
section that falls
are likely,
including as what?
scary
Falling in at
people.
the same time.
Yeah,
Or if
scary
they're falling in
people
at the
who
same time,
are all in the same club,
drinking
drinking baby blood and waffle together.
one 100 saw food, in which case it's not
Because
bottle. Shimon Savar, Hamaisa bottle the meal, the hard to bottle the meal.
next, I do not know. I think fondly of this famous
when
Zen quote,
saw number one
not
falls in
knowing
his
is
bottle,
most
I have
intimate.
101 saw
My intention is
of
to create a
food,
space
and
to
when
set
saw
aside
number two
structures
of
that
Shimon
have
falls
helped
in
me
his bottle, not
these
only the
past
100 but the
years
101.
and see what might emerge in their absence. These are
Yuba
Roth's
Amr
approach
Shimon
area.
Allah, right? Doesn't
I feel
Omer,
called to
no
writing
sin
that
in
addresses and
that
engages fully
help
with the
me
place
fight
we
that.
find ourselves.
Listen to this.
And that place
in general,
is poetic truth alongside scientific
have
truth
a case of
as equally valid ways of
Moses
knowing.
again.
It was written
I
for
have
me.
one sub Shimon that fell into
Very
100
bizarre.
sub
He was
So
talking
what fell
about the
off in
speed
such a
of light,
situation?
that the speed of
Truma is
light
bottle, right?
can't
Also,
be,
Truma is
you
bottle
can't
in a
bypass
ratio
or
of
exceed the speed of light
100
usually.
to 1.
He said
So
unless
we
we live in a
Truma is bottle,
simulation,
but I still
or
have to
unless
separate out
I
one
mean,
saw of
a lot
Truma.
of astrophysics
So looking
is
down,
based
let's say
on
it's Shabbos.
false
And
premise.
Shimon also says, or even not Shabbos in general. Shimon also says, you can have in mind, I'm going to separate out the sub Truma from this side of the produce, and I'm going to make it from the other side of the produce. Which I will say shows you what? It shows you that Allah and myself, we view the Truma portion of being separate and
Based
distinct
on this
even
idea
before
of
it's
stability
actually been
of
separated
temperatures
from
inside.
the rest of the So we want to suggest that that's the application of it. That's not the leadership in our mission. It's very important for you to say. And you go to Allah and myself. When you have one saw of Truma that gets mixed into 100 saw of Truma. So again, Truma's bottle, but you still have to separate out one like one saw of Truma. And Rabbi said to do that on Shabbos. But why do you have to do that on Shabbos? Is that not fixing the produce? The Gemara is suggesting that Yehuda holds the Shimon Allah, who essentially says we view the saw as if it's already been separated, even though what? Even though what? It hasn't actually been separated.
It's
at the
beginning of astrophysics, there is this formula. If that
Oh,
formula is wrong, then
Mifla
preceding
Kali
calculations
that's the most
are
record,
also wrong.
and actually
It's
arguing
off.
again.
So the idea is that
Ma'alinas Hamiduma, the Ahmad Kumeya.
it's
Why
really
did he
just
say, go ahead,
it's kind of a
Ma'alinas
cartoon that's
Hamiduma,
painted for us
they
using
are
all
local
these
on
formulas.
you can go ahead and literally Ma'alinas Hamiduma. Even the actually when they other only Shabbos the no, besides that, the left of the Shabbos, so Ma'alinas Hamiduma back on there. You should also Omer, no sin in it besides that, go besides that. So let's listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha l'maisa, so you can separate out the piece of the Gilad and Shimon, whereas Rabbi Shimon says that no, there's no need to do that. Rather, don't separate anything. Just go ahead and have in mind that you can separate out the piece of Shimon from this side, and eat from the other side. What we see that Rabbi Yehuda is arguing with Shimon Allah, to which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda adi from the Shimon Allah. Enoch and Allah says Rabbi Yehuda is just more naked than Shimon Allah. But l'maisa,
Experientially, testimony of the eyes is flat.
and there
is very little chance that I will ever in my life more close to this will ever in our life experience anything other than what is effectively a flat
which is
earth.
that halacha l'maisa,
And
Truma, in this situation,
the
we
way
have a
laser
mixture
sighting
of
across
Truma
large
into
bodies of
100
water
parts
or
fluid.
navigation
Let's get our
maps
facts.
for air
When you
travel
have a mixture
for
of Truma,
pilots
right, if
is
you have a
always
mixture of
the
Truma,
presumption of
with less than 100 parts
it's always
fluid
in
in Truma,
pilot
is everything becomes
and
Truma.
right?
Right?
So,
But Truma is
well, if you're
bottle
flying
in
a jet
100
at
to
the
1
altitude, you're
ratio.
not
These
making
are facts.
corrections for curvature.
Fact number
You're
one,
going
if you have
fast
two
enough
mixture of Truma with less than 100 parts
so
fluid, everything becomes
what's
Truma.
actually happening?
Fact number
Well,
two, Truma is bottle in
and
a
so
100 to
the
1
idea
ratio.
is
Fact number three, even though Truma is bottle in a 100 to 1 ratio, nevertheless you must what?
experiential.
Just break out one
My
part of
perspective
Truma.
in life
But then
is
you just
nothing
coming
more
along
than
and saying about
it's a
things
flat
like that.
earth. But what about
And I
travel?
don't know if you can do that on
What about when they fly over Antarctica? That's what I'm saying. That's what they don't fly. Well, you can watch the sun rise and fall. They don't even fly from Canada to Buenos Aires because they travel session of the equinox travel up into the other hemisphere and land in London or something and travel back down.
Right, separate and distinct
A flight
from
across
the rest of the mixture.
And so
Therefore, your active separation
look at it on a flat Earth map,
not
yeah, but there's
considered
satellite
the Shimon
photographs
Elazar
from space
happens to
cartoons.
be one
What are you
nation.
talking
He
about?
says
I'm
it's
saying
so
that
separate
even
and distinct
NASA,
that you
the
don't even
guys who
have
actually
to
do those
actually
composites, those
take
are
it out.
composite
But rather, again, you just have in mind I'm going to take it from the left side and I'll eat from the right side.
it seems like you're
But
saying the
essentially
Earth
the
is
same
possibly
idea.
flat. I'm
Shimon
saying
Elazar
experiential.
that I love from
Right,
myself.
but it's a
Separate and
it's a
distinct.
scale
Or
issue.
the piece of
Correct.
the
Or
part
a
of the one
tiny
part
little
of the
thing on
is
an
considered to be
enormous thing.
separate and distinct from
But
the
you know,
rest of the
snipers have to
mixture.
calculate
And then
for
the
the
act
curvature of the Earth when they shoot.
remediate
Only the curvature of the landscape that they're on. Why do you think the landscape curves? The landscape doesn't curve.
But so I will
It
say,
is mountainous and
fine.
that's
That's true.
on flat plains. You do the same thing.
No mission.
If you make a long shot over a flat area, like if you had to
Says
shoot.
the Mishnah. However, in Shabbat Yaakov, it's not out to the Vino Pelas. What's
I'm not a
the
pilot,
space?
I don't know.
So a person
But
has
I
a
do know
stone
that when you
on
look at
top of the barrel.
the film from the
Let's have
space
stone on top of the
station,
barrel. Now remember, this
when
is
you look at the film from the
front
space
end of the
station,
barrel.
you see
The problem
a
is the
curve
stone
that's
is
not just
on top
round,
of the barrel.
but spinning.
How do I get the stone off?
Space
Not
station,
out to the
the International Space Station is actually not
barrel
high
to the
enough to
side,
see
the
curvature.
barrel to the side,
And what you're
and
seeing
the stone
is
apples off the barrel. Fine. How you still have to be else?
it's not high enough to see curvature. It's actually rising. It's actually even. It's very, very close to the. Let's look at footage from the space station of Earth. So when you see satellite images that are taken of the Earth, you think they're lying? You think there's this grand conspiracy to piece all these pictures together and put it into a circle? It's all about flat. That's the fundamental conspiracy theory that unravels
Let's say if I had money on my
well, it doesn't matter.
What's
Sense because everything we see in the cosmos that's planetary body is round, including stars. So it's all except for small ones. Everything is round. And that's because
on my pillow. So what's that?
certain
The
space exists.
you can wipe it off with the wrap. I will say, looking back on
What does that
and when
mean?
you think around night,
It's
so you can't put
a
water on the wrap.
plasma effect, a lenticular effect.
What?
It is
Vegas
something that
just
we
reminds
have
me
sand, and at the very least, we've landed
wipe
probes
off
on
the
other
wrap.
countries
You
have
can't
read
put
this
water.
is footage from the space station.
Water, the water's got the right.
This is live footage from the space station. I'm saying you think clear, and I'm saying that's lens curvature, and then when you're actually flying, you think that's lens curvature. So what you're talking about is like a shot over a focus. Right, but let's not do that right now, because I don't want you to be completely fucking insane, because this is a round body, just like the moon, just like Mars, just like Jupiter, just like Uranus. That appears to be a mouse, but in your practical life experience, you have to accept a certain amount of
Really,
thing.
actually points out
That's what I'm getting
because
at
leather
any
itself
moment, but they
is not
understand
subject
this
to
recession of the equinoxes.
So because
Okay,
you
do you
don't
know that the
order
recession
leather,
of the equinoxes, this is how they measure the sky over a period of 26,000 years. See, right there,
but said the I'm not familiar with that. Most
this was just going
barrel.
straight forever. See,
What
that's
you
why
say? You have a stone on your barrel.
What is that?
I need to
What
get
is
to
that
the
line?
contents of the
Yeah,
barrel.
what is
What's that? Look, I
Well,
can
that looks
tilt
like
the barrel to
sketching
get
to me.
the
It looks like
stone.
they stitched together
If the barrel
crosses
is
over
between
there for
the
the
barrels,
outreach
then
right there.
I took the
That is
stone
weird.
off.
So
For
by your very example, I'm saying that you have to have a certain amount of faith in that. And on the
I
surface,
can go ahead and lift up the barrel, transport it
Okay.
to a different location, tilt
Go
the
back
stone
to
off
that, Jamie.
there.
So what is the explanation? Go back over that. What is the explanation of that line right there?
That's what you feel for.
That is weird that there's this line. It's very clear itself is a composite image cartoon that's been put together for you to look at this apparent light imagery.
If, however,
So,
you intentionally
and is this
place the stone
multiple
on the
images
barrel
that are
on the side,
supposedly
then the barrel
pieced
becomes
together?
focused.
Is that what they're?
But
I'm saying
based on
that
the
things
stone, the
fall
barrel becomes
into like
focused.
the way perspective works is that
Ahí
things
se ven
appear to
las
fall
cosas,
into the
o sea,
horizon.
no,
But now you
no,
use
te
a
pone
what is that camera? Is
no
it
te tira,
P200
te tira,
camera?
y no
That where
te
you can
solo
actually zoom in
documento,
and
o sea,
put
muy
those
bien
out in the
diseñado.
horizon.
La verdad que hacen el espacio seguro como
This live video feed from the International Space
involve
Station has
ourselves
been interrupted because you're watching too much.
but not
Change on the onboard camera configuration
now
or
remember,
loss of signal in the communications network. The video will return when connection is reestablished. So this is during the live feed. It's just out right now. Okay, so
You're saying this like a fish eye effect of a lens. I'm saying potentially. I'm saying that we can even see that whenever they're up there shooting with cameras outside. You're like, oh, there's the curvature, and then every now and then the camera turns and it inverts for a moment, then it goes back down. I've never seen that. I watch a lot of NASA stuff.
There's much more exertion involved in what,
or at least an
moving the
oblate
barrel
spheroid,
and moving the
as
stone.
Neil
So you
deGrasse
see a very
Tyson says.
interesting
Have you ever noticed how
that when you have a
that
choice,
guy
quote
gets
unquote,
whenever
right?
you
When
throw
there
out
are
the
two
word
options,
flat Earth, he
one
flips
is
out like the
being
way
going
Robert De
ahead
Niro
and
flips out
exerting yourself
on
to govern
like
usher
irrationally.
versus
Well,
exerting yourself
he
to
flips
govern
out when you say
mutter.
that men can't
If
be
we
women,
exert ourselves with
which
the
is very
govern
weird.
mutter, even though what? Even though what?
Sports,
it requires
which is
more
very weird.
exertion
Like
than the
for a
govern
man of
us.
science, that's
Who is that?
bonkers.
Listen, right? If you think about this, it almost sounds like another counterintuitive. Like, roll on top of you with a minimize exertion. Yet, to move a little stone off the top of the barrel, I'm moving the entire barrel. So
at what point in time do you say that this is some
Rabbi,
sort of bizarre agenda that you're trying to get us to accept something that doesn't make any fucking sense? So much so that you're willing to house male prisoners in with females because they say they're a male with an intact penis. And even if they get like female prisoners pregnant or rape them, we're all just trying to construct what reality is. And it tends to be the consensus of what it is. But they're fictions that
I'm sitting.
the end
They shot me over the bowl.
I understand
The
they
summary
went wrong,
says,
but do you know
separate
how
out
many
the food.
people would have to be
Separate out what you want
to
and need it.
propagate this
The
idea
soul
that
and border
there's
to that from the
a
take of the
flat
country. The
earth
source is not
and
what's
you're
young.
going to cover up that thing and pretend it's round? And what's the motivation of covering up the fact that the earth is flat? It's
You don't want that.
I mean, if we're really fundamentally
Use the
getting
sifter,
down to it,
keep
it's like
it solar,
God.
keep
And
it
it's
the
about
refuge,
what is this
inside,
realm
the
that
sieve
we're
of the
in?
sifter,
Are we
is it
part
comes
of
out behind
creation?
the ocean in there. And then when is this show? When
Why
is
would
this show?
every culture was flat? Culture throughout recorded history draws us in this kind of flat earthish environment with a firmament that covers it up until like when 1930s or telescope. Right. So this is a grand conspiracy. Like Galileo was wrong, Copernicus was wrong. All these people all know in history.
Less exertion to separate out the soulless.
The other option is that we're just specks of nothing.
So everyone will do that. What? If there's work soulless in food, then what? Better to separate out the food from the soulless, not to close it off with food.
Well, that doesn't usually
Minimize
exclusive. Just because we are in this vast cosmos that's almost impossible for mammal minds to grasp the magnitude of it doesn't mean that God's not real. It's exclusive to people who believe
says, "Autonomic even by the Mishko, lo mishtakile yain ad shakile yain says, "Soulless meruba ala ocha."
I've been reading the Bible a lot. One of the problems that I find is it's clearly got the hand of man on it. Yes, and the King James who was King James, he wrote books on people's world. And so, well, even the Old Testament, the Old Testament has the hand of man on it. Not just that, but it's also been translated so many different times. Like ancient Hebrew, the letters double as numbers. There's no numbers in ancient Hebrew, so words have numerical value. And, imagine translating such a complex language where, like, the word God and the word love, they have the same numerical value. I read, here's another thing, I read that, I don't know if it's true, so let me find out if that's true. Put that into perplexity. There's a lot of weird stuff in the Bible. In Genesis, when the Nephilim come down and they find women
Even
come
though
late, so they,
normally you look at it
okay, what's actually going on there?
on the Shabbos,
These
right?
angels
And
or
therefore,
Nephilim
minimization of tip
are
would
coming
mean the
down
stone.
and they're
Don't go to move the barrel.
women
But I
for
love
men
Lamais,
and
he's going to have to
having
move
sex
the
with them
barrel
and
at
then
some
creating
point in time anyway. You'd
hybrid
rather move the
offspring.
barrel to
When
take the stone.
Representative Anna Paulina
I said,
Lopez here, she
also,
told
what
me about
happens
the book
again?
of Enoch, so
If
you
the
have to
barrel
read
was
that
a
if you're a Rabbi, I don't know. So I read
I
it.
love because you can lift up the barrel.
Have you seen the Predator son? The
No,
Nicolas Cage movie? No.
Tanga, adios, yo, no sé qué.
What did I just have to look up?
Haisa, Haisa, if the barrel was in the storehouse, Ushahayu place to do nothing back there or the glass in the barrel. Not feel them up come out there in mouth out. Don't be no fellas. It's about the different tilt the barrel there, allow the stone to tumble off the barrel.
Very certain that that's true.
And
I
then
want to
you
really
can
double check.
the barrel. No telling me about the start well. The barrel back to his it's just a break in the choice of the there are a lot of ways, but for some reason, you can't control the barrel to get the source of the where the barrel is
really fascinating statement by
pick up
this
the barrel and
we
move
talked
it
about
over
on
to
a
the
recent
and the
podcast
previous
was
one is very
that
important because I was
how
giving an entire
strange
barrel
is it
so
that
much to your phone.
we find out that the universe is made out of math and that it's encoded in the universe itself. So a tool that we used, that human beings created to measure the universe, it turns out that that tool is how the universe is actually coded. This gets back to what you were saying about
money. So I'm not here by Ashi Amarav. Lo Shana Ella Bishokea again. Well, so that's when you forgot the money on the pillow. Alva Bivania, on Arab Shabbos, you can face down the money on your pillow. You can't move the pillow at all. Why? Now the bus is the double house. The pillow becomes a bus is a base
equals
for
26.
I'm not Lo Shana folks, I will say that's only true. I will say when we say that when it comes to process, right? That's only
what is the value of
pillow itself.
click on that
You're not
below
even
that
able to tilt the
where it
pillow
says what is
to
the
get the money
geometric
off. Because what if you
primary
the
juice
space that the
is
pillow
this
occupies,
religious
it's
theories
out
define
below,
hidden
the
spiritual
older
meanings and
love.
sacred
Then
texts.
about so you can't pick up the pillow
It is
entirely and move it
fascinating
somewhere
that
else.
there's
The
a
thing
miracle value in the word. It's like you know what
yeah,
you get
about
that translate to Latin.
So Shana
So that's
how about Sora
that is a
Homo
value of
Kalkulova
86.
Once they
And
get
what is
into the
love's value?
so it says this stuff, once they follow the direction.
What is the
The
value?
Mishnah
What is the
says
ancient
if there's money on the pillow, you need to pillow on Shabbos, you can tilt the pillow and move
what
the
is
money
the
off.
ancient
That's only true when you forgot the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos. Because now the pillow's not a buses, right? The shluch is in, right? Speak well, speak well. If, however, your intention and put the money on the pillow Erev Shabbos, then the pillow becomes a buses.
what is that?
The buses,
What's the
and
geometric
Allah
value
you
of Allah?
can't tilt the money off because the buses can't be moved. When can't the buses be moved? Only when you want to use the buses itself.
It's
So that's
13,
useful.
so that's a different
But
number too.
if you need the
Interesting.
space that the
13
buses
twice equals
occupies,
26, the value of
so
Yahweh.
buses can be moved with Sorach Mekomo
This movie, The
and
Carpenter's
cannot
Son,
be
is all
moved
about
with Sorach
infancy of Jesus.
Said the Gemara's Ma'al Shala Kikam Anar, so you're going to do that money.
Part of these,
Right, if you left money on the pillow, you can move the pillow. On a Roshia, shut in this case, this is incredible. We'll start this again and we'll stop. I'm going to Roshia. Shachach Arniki the
just so good
What happens if you forgot your wallet in
at
your
so
pocket?
twice
If you
13
forgot
equals
all your wallet in the
26,
front
the
yard,
value
in the backyard.
of
What's that like?
Yahweh implying love
There is a
mirrors
Roshia saying,
or
Mania
completes
Halakika
God's
is not
essence.
You put a
Okay,
loaf of
that's
bread
where it comes
or
from.
a baby
That's where it came
on
from.
top of the
Right,
wall
that's where it comes
and
from.
carry
So,
everything
God
together.
is love. So,
I'm
love
ready.
twice is
Shacha Levina
God.
the Chaser.
So,
You
here's
got
a
a brick.
question.
Your Chaser.
What
Mania
happened? So,
Halakika Okino from the calcula. You can put a baby on it
Go to ask for follow-up.
or a loaf right on it
So,
and ultimately again you go ahead and
how was the numerical value
so again
of ancient Hebrew language
put something that is
lost
permitted
when they translated
on
it
top
to
of the
Latin?
wallets, on top of the brick,
To Greek
that
first,
gives you
right?
the license to carry everything.
How is the
I'm ready,
numerical
we're gonna see
value,
I'm ready to see Malaya
value
Mose
of ancient
Sriracha.
Hebrew
One time,
words lost
One time,
when they
we forgot
translated it to
literally
Greek?
a sack filled with money.
Because it seems like
And
if
the Sriracha was saying
it's
like
not
the
just
plaza.
context, like what is your word for that? Like the word
So what
meant a
happened?
different thing to them.
ובאו בשלוש
You
שנים
know,
יופי, והקים
numerical
את
values of
היופי,
ancient
ואומר
Hebrew is
להם,
calculated
הניחו
via
עליה כיכר אותיות
gematria,
בטובלו. And Yochanan said, just put a baby or loaf of bread on it, and you carry the sack of money together with the baby and loaf of bread. Arma Zutra, Gilchasa, Kechol Hanish Maisisa, Bishopia. So Marzutra says, this is only true of God. If you forgot the wallet, or you forgot the bill, or you forgot the sack of money, that's Yaman. After the shut off now, this is not true.
Russian
Even if you
translations
forgot
of
the
English
wallet,
or English to
even
Russian,
if
it
you
gets like
forgot
super
the sack
screwed
of
for sure.
money,
for sure.
Allah is not Allah.
Like real
No,
HRC
only
energy.
Tikar
So
or
entities
Tino
does
Allah
not real.
Malays here.
Even
And they say this license
words
of a
mean
local
another
ground.
number that all
And
have
this
some
license
sort of secret
ultimately
meaning.
again
Credit writing
of
from
a
the
baby.
Nordics is the same thing, and there is a striking resemblance between many of the runes
But I will say, if you have this
Hebrew.
institution and have Allah
And so these
you have to go ahead
ideas,
and
these glyphs and symbols,
you have to go ahead and move
first
course.
off, while he
That's
upside down from
part
tree
is
and
part
learned
is
language
because
around
now
speed
relax
are somewhat universal. Across the line. Let's get to that for a second, but let's find out what Jamie's saying. Primarily used in Jewish mysticism and religious studies to find hidden spiritual meanings in sacred texts like Torah by assigning numerical values to Hebrew letters and words, revealing connections between concepts, and exploring the universe's underlying structure. What's interesting is like it's an older language, but doesn't that seem like a more complex language, a language that combines numerical value with words?
But I love
Like,
how
like
nice
if
that
you
it's not
said
to be
something
employed
to
for
me,
others. It's
it's
allowed
not just implied by your tone or by the context of what you're saying, and I understand what it means to you, but it's in the numerical value of the words. It seems like a better way to communicate than just nouns, verbs, adverbs, like that bifurcating numbers and letters together. Like, it sounds like a way better way of doesn't it? It seems like if you can understand that, if you grew up with that, that seems like that would be a much richer and deeper way of communicating. Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Asimov on Numbers, which is fantastic, which talks about this. And he talks about Kalahari Bushmen, who have no concept of the number ceiling, and how they process and understand concepts like when no one's around, the village is empty, things like that. And so, just different people are just trying to figure out how to articulate everything. Computer programming is a language that recognizes numbers. It's weird when there's like certain languages that don't have a word for something, so people really grasp. They have a hard time grasping what the fuck you're trying to say. Like, what's the translation of this? Like, we don't have a word for that. We don't understand the concept of empathy. Well, there's certain cultures that are like tribal cultures that can't understand the concept of maintenance. They don't have it. Yeah, which is weird. Like you think about it, like, oh, right, why would they need maintenance? Right, why would they need maintenance? You live a subsistence lifestyle, you live off the land, you don't need maintenance. And then suddenly you're thrust into the 21st century, and Chinese are building highways for you, and the highways collapse. Yeah, the highways collapse because no one's maintaining them. Right, yeah, it's interesting. But it's interesting pulling people out of the Stone Age, dropping them into Iron Age, and dropping them suddenly. So to take this back to this idea that we're missing 1,000 years. So if we really are missing this 1,000, I really want to get to that. And what I meant by missing, like they don't exist, and that stitching, why that image, like what is the mainstream? What that word to look at. All right, well, it was not the NASA channel we were looking at. I don't, I can dig down that rabbit hole. What were we looking at? I don't know. I'm trying to think about any of those live. The club imagery. Hold on a second. So that image might not have been an official image. That might have been something someone created. I'm not saying that. Words aren't taken out of context. I'm just saying it seemed like a live video. It was live on YouTube. Oh, but it could have been AI or shit. Well, yeah, I have to go back to look at the right. No, I get it. That's why I found it. Jamie, you do the job of 15 dudes, so I appreciate it. I found a video from 11 years ago on Vimeo that is from SpaceX, so it's not NASA, it's someone else. It's like it's up and down of the rocket. You can argue all day that it's got curvature, it doesn't have curvature. You see a rocket launch, what is it do? It goes kind of sideways across the sky.
Now he says, but on the next day, coming out like, he says, no, my intention is not to fuck the battle. My intention is to show the ball.
I watched the SpaceX launch live. I was there. It went straight up in the air, and then it curves and it traveled sideways across the sky. Well, it gets to a certain orbit, and then it traveled and dropped off in Australia 35 minutes later. And when it's out of your hands, No. I watched the entire thing from the command center. I watched it from like 24 different cameras. But how am I did it go above the troposphere?
My intention was just to take a nap. That's all.
Like this is not above the troposphere. This is like what? How many miles is that? This is low Earth orbit. But at low Earth orbit, Jesus Christ, that looks like a low. Watch as the camera rotates. This is also the video. I don't want to get stuck in this. Right. As Elon would say, it's real because it's fake. When it looks fake, that's when you know it's real. Because about Bigfoot, then, bitch.
Get around it.
If it looks fake as fuck, and it's definitely not real. You know what's real? That Turkish sharpshooter. Direct question line. See what this is supposed to be. It cuts. Oh, I see. So it's a bunch of different ones. And now you can actually see the version of Korea. Correct, but the lens distortion on the side of the frame is causing more horizon there to go to get through. That's because of lens distortion. I see what you're saying. If it was, and the fact of the matter is, even the height that these are orbiting at, I'm not saying like presuming a globular planet.
Was less providing a lot of
It's like a plane that, you know, the horizon is horizontal, like
the arch tends to be around high level, a little bit of like around the belt. Also, according to many percent, that's funny. Many is a little bit of high level. So again, you have to have that as a bonus. Because we will allow a certain level of high level, but again,
still not high enough to truly see curvature. If we are in a simulation and if consciousness affects the reality of things, then they're only real if we are experiencing them. That's why things get really squirrely. The testimony of your eyes. I know that I am here right now, not just the testimony of your eyes, but your consciousness interacting with reality is what creates it. I mean, that's where things get super. How do you know gravity exists, for example? Well, gravity's not clearly defined. Correct. Gravity is a concept, and it's truly not provable concept because you can prove the exact same thing through density and buoyancy. The density and buoyancy, they call it hot oceans. React to it. It's not necessarily provable, but it's believable. You come to a certain point where you're like, okay, faith takes over at this point. My faith in gravity, my faith in the globe, because that's what's been told to me since I was a baby. At a certain point, that just takes over. Not just that, it's said as a fundamental piece of what reality is, because we want to believe we understand the universe. What I'm saying is, we don't understand jack shit about the universe. We don't know anything. And all we do is we believe what they tell us. They is basically the understanding of how things are. In ancient times, they had a different understanding of things, and that was how it was back then. And so, because they had no other way to describe it even then, so the reality is just built things based on where the sun was going to be during the solar equinox. They also were aware of the precession of the equinoxes, which is the wobble of Earth's orbit. So Earth spinning around doesn't spin perfectly. There is a 26,000-year wobble. You can predict it by the night sky. Somehow Polaris remains centered in the sky, and all stars rotate around it. That's extraordinary. We're traveling. What do you mean? So during the precession of the equinoxes over a 26,000-year cycle, Polaris it has made the exact same spots. That's where we're flying towards as a solar system as we travel through the galaxy. Right, but this precessions of the equinoxes is this wobble over a 26,000-year period in the sky. Well, the point of Polaris will always remain where it is directly. The point in our perspective of it will vary depending upon where we are in this 26,000-year cycle. It undergoes a kind of penumbra of sort of a kind of motion of sorts. It changes, a figuring, it changes. Look, and it says right here, to the 26,000-year axial precession cycle, the North Star changes over millennia, while Polaris is the current North Star. Other stars have held this position, including Gildan, 3000 BC, and future stars would include Orion, Alderman, and Vega. So it's not the same star. It's just what is dependent upon where we are in the precession of the equinoxes. That's why. It's not that the Earth is flat. I know it's not because they, but it's not just that. We know where they've been able to accurately predict the motion of the precession of the equinoxes based on the constellations, which are clearly mapped out. So we understand this wobble, and this wobble may be responsible for cycles of Earth's climate, how things change, and would be dependent upon where the equator sits, and where these poles sit, how it wiggles around. Would be right here. The sun is kind of yellow, and now it's just like white. Reality is changing. The sun looks exactly the same to me. It does. And the sun is the same to me. Extinction is affected somewhat, especially if you live in LA. There used to be more pollution, and so that's an excuse why the sun would be more yellow. But I've lived all over there right now. It's not fair enough. I just let it go.
The sun is
Someone's pushing the ball. I'm confident that the ball that gets something with a force that pushes it. Now,
you imagine if you held that sheet, you poured wine on it, you could drink wine like that. Why? Because that's not the normal shadow. What you can do is like push down on the middle of the sheet, kind of make a little bit of a confession, and then what does that look like? And then obviously it's like a negative. Because you have people that force you to pass out the says you are up. Now, when you just that's careful. Imagine you think you are pouring this through the basket, and obviously the context of them goes to the basket. That's why, otherwise,
I'm a screenwriter. So in order to make it has explanations for important things here. It hasn't he debated people that actually understand how you can prove that the Earth is round. He does it very calmly and it infuriates people. It's right, but actually it's very enjoyable to watch because it's really funny. But to people that are actual cosmologists, he's not well. Cosmologists will say things that still need to be, if you're making statements, still need to be disprove the other proofs. There's plenty of people that have disproved that the Earth is flat. It was simple experiments, and the Joe Rogan experience throughout life. You are really, like, when you go up into an airplane, I cannot see the curvature of the Earth. Well, you can because of perspective, because your science. The testimony of your eyes, you will never experience a flat Earth. You can, but you do experience the effect of a Earth that's a globe. If you go to the other side of the Earth and it's dark out, when it's sunny in California, they've made models of how that can work. Dorks have good, but it doesn't line in with our understanding of cosmology. It doesn't line in with our understanding. That's assuming we orbit around the sun. And listen, I'm not saying that we don't orbit around the sun, but if you do unclog your Earth, but the numbers match, if you do assume that they're correct, that we orbit around the sun, but their calculations are completely, you make the calculations on their flat Earth model as well, then you still have to prove that. So NASA doing that with this MIT cat. People to believe the ones who are stitching shit. It's a government agency. You went so deep on this, boy. All I'm saying is my experience. When I get on the plane later today,
and I'm flying back and I look out outside, I'm going to see a flat horizontal horizon before me. And when I land, everything else is faith-based. Well, that's all I'm saying. It's not, though. It's science-based. It's based on data. It's based on science. Science means observation. It means the testimony of about the measurements. Data. That data is so far removed from my ability to understand. When you can understand the circumference of the Earth, right? You can understand the numbers. The numbers line up exactly with how much time it would take for the Earth to go around in a day. And it works. Other experiments show where water clings to a spinning ball. Like that's kind of the classic flat earther thing that they'll ask you. Like, well, show me a fucking endless 24,000 miles wide. And the answer to that is gravity. And what he's talking about that just showed is gravity. It's sort of this idea to justify that. But there's clearly a force that does that. That's density. Just density. There's density. Well, then how come these two things will fall at the same time if I drop them? This is far heavier.
That's not bullshit.
You don't have an answer.
I care about
Gravity
the
does,
I
right?
don't care about the
Gravity
light.
is,
I don't
like you
care
said,
about
it's just a measurement. It's a measurement of how things fall. Right. So that measurement and the word that they invented, gravity, is just an explanation for how objects are pulled down. Right, but those objects, how come if it was just density, wouldn't a heavier object drop faster? When
Two balls is a bowling ball and feathers dropping in a vacuum.
Now we're vacuum and density. They both fall at the same time because of gravity, or whatever the force we call gravity is. But there is some sort of a force that we call gravity that can be measured in a vacuum. Yeah, Brian Cox would be pissed if he was here right now. I'm not listening. All I'm saying is that my experience, of course, my experience is based on perspective of being a tiny little thing on an enormous thing. Correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
There's a YouTube channel I've broken down all those flat earth ideas too.
I tried years ago and I gave up. It's absolutely a rabbit hole. But what's interesting about it is that if you extract like the faith that you have in these kind of ideas, and you supplement it with faith
with oil
in
or
these
wine.
other ideas.
Go ahead and do
They're exchangeable. They're only exchangeable if you don't understand the data. If you don't understand what's actually been measured, or if you don't understand the pathway of this shit, and not achieve the same observational conclusion that Japan, India, and even countries that hate each other, they're all in collusion on this lie that the Earth is round. It seems much more likely that there's a bunch of people with schizophrenia that think that the Earth is flat. It's getting these YouTube videos where they're very compelling because they're articulate, they use great words, and they say it all in a nice way without being challenged by real facts along the way by someone who actually has studied this their whole life. I still saw it. Yeah, it wasn't mine. Some shit Jamie randomly pulled offline. That was weird though. And that's perfect for this world we live in, to have sort of a glitch like that. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is there's so much out there, is so much out there that it falls to faith. And also, what is it really matter? That's kind of what I'm getting ultimately, is what is all of that really matter? What does it matter to anyone? And there's a cabal of 8,000 plus people who are secretly controlling the world and doing cultism and drinking baby blood. What does it matter? Very different. This is a very different subject now. You've shifted. You moved away from the concept of the Earth being flat and it's a giant lie that's promoted by a huge group of people that aren't even connected in any way, shape, or form, to evil people that are involved in cult-like rituals, which has, by the way, always existed. And this is why it's very difficult for people to imagine today that some of the things that you're hearing from the Epstein files, like the potential that they were eating children, or
or killing children, or that they use that sulfuric acid to boil bodies. We don't want to believe in evil that is that deep. But in my opinion, if you can find out that evil is real, right? Evil most certainly is real. There's evil acts that we have documented all throughout the world. There's evil that the cartel does. I just watched a video where the cartel chopped this guy's head off and put it on a drone and flew it over to where the other cartel was to show that was funny. I mean, that's funny. Having a good time. That's clearly evil. There's plenty of. Do you believe in demons? I believe in the concept of demons. Demons don't materialize before us necessarily. I just step on the shoulders of men and whisper into their ears. I believe evil do evil things. This is what I believe. I believe that if I was a demon, or if demons were real, they would get people to do things that are verifiably true that they have done. If you were a demonic idea and you got into Oppenheimer's head or Patton's head or anyways, and you wanted them to do something horrific to a bunch of innocent people, and you could say this is because we're at war, so we're going to drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima. Like, that's a demonic act. It's a demonic act of eliminating the earth who did nothing. They're just citizens that are unfortunately involved in a country that is in a conflict with some people that they don't even know, and then they just got vaporized. Like, that seems demonic. You've just expired. There are people who would argue thousands of souls. There are people who would argue that the war would have continued. I've heard this argument. I've heard that argument too. The war would have continued and so many more would have died. Well, if I was a demon, I would want a problem. I want anything that happened to it. And so, like, is evil justification of actions? If you wanted to find a way where a demon, like, just like assume that demons are real, how would demons best be able to enact demonic things on Earth? Would they do it by saying, I'm a demon, and, this is what you should do, this is horrible and evil? Or would you creep into someone's head and find justifications for doing a demonic thing? There's a lot of things, like you would creep into someone's head, right? And you would oil folks. Like, let's imagine this is the AIDS crisis, and you know that AZT is killing people. But you also know that you are making an insane amount of profit off of killing people with AZT. And you have already established a narrative, and Fauci said this publicly, that the reason why they only prescribe AZT is AZT is the only thing that is both safe and effective. You literally use the same language that he used to do it. If I was a demon, I'd want to get an actor his head, and I'd want to get him to keep doing it and say, look how much money they're making. We gotta keep this money. There's a way to justify this. You are the purveyor of information. You are the gatekeeper of the truth. You just find a way to dance around these numbers. You do not know what you are talking about. This is not gain of function. I mean, that's what he did there. That was evil. By taking the virus, even though it's illegal farming it out to them, they do it at the Wuhan lab. And you are, in fact, doing gain-of-function research on a virus designed for human beings to make it more deadly and more contagious. That's the researcher in Canada that took a level 4 lab, Dr. Quinn, I think is how you pronounce her name. And she was the one who solved the Ebola. She had come up with a vaccine for Ebola, which was manufactured by a California company that is basically Chinese company. And like a rock star, she had made just like a hit. She had a hit, a huge hit. And just like a rock star, everybody says, what comes next? What comes next? And so she started working really, really hard at coming up with the next thing. And, like most people, you don't want to stand in line. And these level 4 labs, they have to, research from one lab to another. You have to go through all parts of stuff. Because it's all these microbes, viruses, Ebola strains, it's all patented. And so, for example, there was this one kid who was working at the lab in Canada, and he was moving, I think, to Atlanta, and so he was crossing the border. He didn't want to, have to reproduce all of his work, so he just put thermos inside of a thing and tried to cross the border. He got caught. Well, she got caught by the police, basically moving stuff from Canada via Air Canada freight from Manitoba, from Winnipeg. It's the Winnipeg lab. Because it was running strictly. And so I tried to word it for well, it's like the color on I can't remember the lab there that went through. In order to get around it, got sent to the one in Amsterdam, that got sent to her, and she was able to do all this stuff, and she was basically just shipping everything Honda and all these patents and things to in order to and the Royal Canadian Limited Police basically stopped it, and she got walked out of the laboratory and everything because they were like, "Is there a misappropriation of money? What are all these flights that are occurring?" And they redacted who her financer was, and we still don't know who her financer was. It's one of three people who probably guess these people who have an interest in this. There was a focus that her thing was just ambition. It was just like any movie. She was just wanted to have that next hit, and she would do anything to do it, to repeat what she did with Ebola. So she was helping to engineer virus, and they were engineering stuff. She would ship them via Air Canada freight from Winnipeg to directly to Ebola. You're literally on Air Canada. So you're flying on Air Canada down the airways on the side. So she looked like the scene. Yes, a horrible strain of something that's patented, and then they're just shipping it over to them. None of this is kind of papers in Canada, the Winnipeg Free Press or something, was trying to cover it, but just getting all this true in the Epstein files that there was talk about pandemic. Was it? Did you? Yeah, I read that too. That they were actively working on it, running models, figuring it out. Well, if we do this will happen. They were pretty successful. But why would Epstein be involved if he's a financier? He was involved in everything. He was involved in everything. It was like amazing the energy that guy had. Who has the energy to be doing all this stuff all over the world? Nigeria, we're doing this. Yemen, we're doing this, and here we're doing that, and at the same time, trafficking all these girls and young children and all this stuff. Right. So it's energy. It says no credible evidence in the recently released Epstein files links Jeffrey Epstein or his associates to engineering the COVID-19 pandemic. Claims stem from a misinterpreted 2017 email referencing routine pandemic preparedness discussions. Not a lot. So, what was the claim? The original claim? I didn't ask about the COVID-19. Right. You just asked it about engineering the pandemic. So, what is the pandemic claim? Scroll up one second right now. Scroll down one there. So, 2017 email originally from 2015 discussions to Bill widely assumed to be Gates forwarded to Epstein. Proposed recommendations and technical specifications for pandemic modeling of various units. It focused on healthcare data, simulations for preparedness, and neurotechnology, not creating or engineering a virus. Gates Foundation later ran public event 2001 and 2019, a standard exercise with John Hopkins and WHO predating COVID reports. That whole public event 2001 is fucking weird. Event 2001 is weird. Context and debunking pandemic simulations are common public health tools for those like those for SARS or flu, right? But why is Jeffrey Epstein involved in these discussions? Everything is involving gravity, but how fucking weird is that? How weird. A pandemic was reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files running the 3 years before COVID-19 world. Well, this is what running the Reddit forum on World News. Like, she's literally shaping the whole world news. Yes, she was Reddit. Yes, she was, and it all went dark, and then she got picked up. She was like the contributor to thousands of posts, like all day long, posting world news, shaping our perception. One email was the subject preparing for pandemics was sent by a person whose name was redacted. By the way, did you see that? Why would they redact the person who sent that? That's not a victim. You're supposed to redact. I think they did like supposedly massive redacting. Sometimes you can see like it's short, it's really bill, and then when it comes after that, it's a little longer. It might be edited. If it's a little shorter, it might be easy. Like you can kind of, but then again, that's just there's no fact. It's like possible that I know until they release all these names. Did you notice that Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account suddenly became active in television, and then somebody is playing under his right after his supposed death, right? Suddenly he's playing Fortnite again. Yeah, doesn't even have the decency to make a new account. It wants to keep all of his stats. Just to keep all that stuff safe and so do you think they just like did? So that's another thing. There was another Reddit thread about some guy who said that he was a guard. It was a 4chan. Was it 4chan? This was a 4chan thread where this guy said that he was a guard at the facility, and he posted this before Epstein was killed. He was a guard. They uncovered using
I would refer from that. That's cold water. Cold water should be water. Or thinking, not talking about the
things snuck. They used a decoy lines. There was an unscheduled ambulance arrival that night that they never logged in. We were always supposed to log in. There's footage of like orange, orange moving through the facility. So you think he's alive somewhere?
Cold water.
It's not possible. It's not impossible. It's probable. Also, it's a probability. Whatever. It's more than impossible. The guy who did the autopsy, did anything happen to him? The guy who committed suicide? Yeah, fucking crazy. Because that happened to the guy who did the autopsy on Andrew Breitbart. Didn't he wind up dying shortly after that? Like Andrew Breitbart? And who's the guy who said that the death was alarming and that people commit suicide? Alarming. Or die of something real weird. I died in jail. That makes sense. The guy who did the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, did anything happen to him? The woman, your chief of medical examiner, Dr. Marcus Sampson, just resigned like COVID. Okay, so nothing happened there. You're talking about evil. You know who the devil was? Exorcist. Well, they say it's like Pazuzu. We're presented with an actual devil, but when you actually watch the movie, there's kind of evidence that, and people have talked about this, that there's evidence within the film that it's over the course of 3 days. Just demonic possession. The demonic possession comes from, by the way, Jeffrey Epstein was doing also funding research in how trauma affects clairvoyance and telepathy and things like that, how you're able to invoke
the second dose on Friday. Now, what happened? It's not about Shabbos morning, all your soul being
there's Reagan,
third dose on Shabbos. Amalek, tons of people
parties.
shows all the power of negotiation.
the character of the
that a
mother
person could drink.
is
So again, how about
she's
a person
acting
could drink?
in a film
This
inside of
is
an
not
airport.
kosher.
There's a
There's no
director
issue.
of the film,
The
and
who?
they have
So once
big
they
fights
say
after,
the
and the director,
what's the problem?
you
Another
know,
rule. So remember again,
basically
no one
yelling
ever
at
spoke about an issue of drinking lessons.
her
We're
house,
trying to introduce the issue of what?
calling him a Nazi and stuff like that.
I'm not asking about drinking. I'm going to wish those books on land. I know I can drink it.
Well,
People only
for
buy
a
the wish
while,
ones.
he vanishes from the party.
I said, what's the stuff I had it, I know that I can
And afterwards,
I didn't take any classes before Shabbos. So I
and then
can't
after
this
that,
is
she
on
comes,
Shabbos to
and then
drink it.
he's leaving the
So
party.
it was my
He turns to
the Kila
the
Adam.
mother.
The Yahweh. So here I was in one Shabbos. Well, I said, she also did Adar Adam. And I went to my brother, can I make this on Shabbos?
And he leaves.
And
And so the Arab guy says,
I'll
you're
become
going to
Rabbi
die
that
out
said,
there. And she
show that the
pisses off
Sony
the
in
Lord.
Maniac.
And everybody's like, shit.
If
From
you
that
because
moment
they're
on,
closest on Shabbos,
there's
there's
all this like,
Thursday the
and the guy, the director, is a British. And so the implication, and then he is for some reason left with Rick, and then gets thrown out of the it's totally around.
This reflects the thing that says the closest in cold water is Wilker, but apparently the one who is closest in cold water is Asher. You cannot make it on Shabbos.
Demonic presence into
Even the us,
and it
so
turns out,
even the one who
I
is
thought it was
Asher making closest in
some
cold water,
totem that they
and this
found,
Jewish
and it was
thing that is
possessed.
called
All of that stuff is there, the
well.
Mishnah board is
So
there, and
remember
everything.
again,
It turns
the
out
peace
that
of the
William
field is
Platt
very specific. The
actually
Aqaba
made a
Yosef
movie
was ill. He
called
had heart
John
He went to ask for a remedy.
Life is
If I say he got
I can't
his
remember the exact
3
title of the
doses
film.
of doses
And he
over
made the
3
movie with
days.
Shirley
He
MacLaine.
took dose 1 on
And the
Thursday,
director of
dose
the
2
film
on
is this
Friday.
guy, James
Now I
Thompson,
take dose 3 on
British
Friday.
director,
For whatever
looks
reason, he
exactly
didn't give
like
dose
the
3
actor in
for
it.
Shabbos.
And
Now,
so
it's 22 days later,
the idea is
dose
that
3. They tell him, yes,
Reagan's
maybe
mother,
cold water, he
Shirley
did that.
MacLaine,
Okay, so that's going to be opinion as it's
Reagan is
closest
her
in cold
daughter's
water on
son.
Shabbos.
And
There's no
the British
closest
director
in cold water on
is
Shabbos.
Jamie
Because
Thompson.
no,
So Reagan is
even according to the opinion, they said that's one of the circumstances.
directed
And not
the
with
original
closest
which has a kind
in
of
cold water on Shabbos.
strange
Here they would say
pedophilic
it's
thing
permitted.
going on.
Why?
So it's the
How
second
many
one.
they make a
Yeah,
wow.
they-
That's only when they're not
And
starting
then,
to
a special
closest.
they
About
amplify.
half of even
Yeah,
the
usually it's Robert's
Umari Shapson,
Cheetah
was
with
a
Bronson,
started
that all has
taking
kind of
those
like a weird level of
things
thinking in
to
this
took
movie.
on
The
Even
reincarnation
though
of Peter
Shapson
Crowd,
Shabbos
when Peter Crowd dies, and then
so apparently, once we started with verses and places,
Peter Crowd remembers his reincarnation, he remembers his iteration of his other self who was murdered, and he
that's
hunts
why
down
you're in the movie,
maybe did it,
go ahead.
and then starts sleeping with her daughter, which is basically sleeping with his daughter,
But the idea
because
was
he's reincarnated. So this
says,
guy, as a filmmaker, is the question.
when we started with
And
those,
so
we got the last dose, we
worked
got
on that
last
film
dose
with Shirley
on
MacLaine,
Shabbos.
and shortly thereafter,
Santa Claus.
The Exorcist,
You
and
know, so
Sasha
Shabbos
in
is
her,
not
autobiography, even
Stand up
mentions,
for also of Aqaba Yosef,
Ron, the person who covered the book with the long
Rosh
length.
Hashanah.
And this
Aqaba
is
Yosef
just a
was
coincidence.
leaning on the
And,
shoulders of Aqaba Yosef.
I
I'm
never
like,
walked down the
you might
stairs
see
on
a little bit
all
of that. Well,
fours, and
I
I
knew
vomited
when you get to that sort of stuff, I help you inside.
whatever.
He wasn't
And that
when
never
they got
happened to
there.
me.
I like to so when they got there, Aqaba Yosef helped his uncle from Aqaba Yosef into the house. By the way,
Meant to be Jamie Thompson.
yes, we stopped the
It's in this, like,
Father
is this
Castle
a way
say,
to talk
this
about
is
that
us of
actually?
Shabbos. What's saying that earlier?
In real life, he said, I cannot talk about that without saying
On Shabbos.
and so, and there's actually a moment where Reagan is talking to her mother, and she's like, well, do you like it being like a and so there's this idea that he's been coming over and they've been having this affair. And then all of a sudden she says to her daughter, and it kind of jumped out at me when I rewatched it. She says to her daughter, wow, I like pizza, but when you're married. And I was like, oh my god, there's like a pizza reference. Like in the middle of everything that's happening,
So your intention is to be self-fabric. But your main law, it becomes lighter as well.
Pizza
So because you do say,
well, it jumped out at me, and The Exorcist is
go ahead and soften it, and then put the chapter back. Maybe I want to get attention about it, make it even more white, make it whiter, and if that's the case, again, it almost sounds like a lot, it sounds like colorful. It's a chapter.
The astronaut in the film, Shirley MacLaine talks about make you more comfortable wearing it. Her husband or boyfriend, she remarried, was an astronaut, and in her autobiography, she talks about how he was cloned. He came back from space and went to a person that he was cloned. And she kind of, everybody kind of laughed it off, like, oh, it's just kind of a joke that I wrote into my autobiography. Yeah, it's really
Can you rub a linen shirt, a stiff linen shirt, and if you rub it on shadows,
information
and he said, yes, you can.
films.
If you boil it, why didn't you ask? If you boil it out, good job. Why didn't you have to run the same style of the bike coach? Then you go ahead and rub it on shadows.
Back in the 60s, early 70s. He sits down to write his book, and what's he writing the book?
I already asked that Shiloh.
Sachi, I'm sorry, Sachi. And
why should that
the astronaut, it's all Jamie Thompson basically eviscerates in the film, but in a way that really connects. It all happens off camera.
The difference is,
but the implication is that she was raped by that director, and from that moment on, has a kind of,
because of that,
you know, she's speaking with a British accent as the devil. It's his voice, actually, that's coming out of her. She's talking about when it's a rape actor's a big actor, that's his voice. So we're saying, yeah, that's what the voice
looks like the softness that
Gowan,
is comfortable for
and
him.
he was
But
he died shortly
I kissing myself. I'm a day I kissing myself. The soft will be day.
people have been coached very bizarre things about computers
How about
for
for
yeah.
them on the
It's
days?
everything. I do it every minute. Motion pictures are a kind of magic spell.
Someone says, well, what was the hanger? No, the hanger was a piece of wood that you would insert in one seat. Well, it does it. So straight off like that. So on Shabbos, you want to touch your flicker of the hanger. So it's going to be
Traditions, but
that's
it's also
out of the church.
predictive programming.
They're going to say, what did they normally do?
Jesus,
They normally
have you
use the
seen?
fire. Essentially, they're going to want you to do that.
Have I seen what? Well, actually, I was thinking about like that.
Shabbos, if you want to do the
Daily
shirt
Wire
hanger,
thing, but
you must
media comes from
hold the shirt like the hanger, but don't hold the hanger
you don't
out.
know where you're going to find your
I'm going to none of us. I can pull out the hanger from the shirt that's going to be us.
I really like that show, Rome. Did you see Rome? No, I never saw it. Okay, I love Rome. I watched the first episode and I thought it was flat. I love because it told you the story of ancient Rome through Shakespeare, history, Plato, all these kind of ideas of ancient Rome. All these ideas of ancient Rome, and then it told a very ground-level story from the perspective of the king. Everything going on in it, and it tells a very soap opera-like drama through. And so there's this other show that has been out like 3 seasons when I started watching, and did the exact same thing. Nobody had ever nobody was talking about it. Nobody's ever heard about it. Most people had never heard of it. This show. It does the exact same thing, but it does it with the Gospels, and it's all about Christ, and it's like a low-budget or crowd-funded story of Jesus, and it just basically, like Rome, tells this historical tale and about Jesus. And okay, so I'm watching. I've seen every movie about Jesus ever made. I've seen King versions I've seen.
I'm going to say first wide line. Only the Tamita if someone stands in the middle of a married couple's bed, he will only the face of Shalisha. It's as if he is standing on the stomach of the woman. I will say now, what is the meaning actually? The answer is that she should be told
The Zeffirelli film, I've seen Last Temptation of Christ, I've seen The Passion of the Christ, I've seen all of them. I've seen the Jeremy Sisko, Jesus, movie. I've seen everything. I worked with Paul Verhoeven on his Jesus film that was not produced. And so, like, I had a lot of experience in it. And I never to be perfectly honest, I never really understood the story. This show, I started watching it, I was like, okay, I've got a chip on my shoulder. See, and it's really cheap. It's a box of styrofoam. They can't afford a house, so they use blankets and cord hay. So it's like, it's really, really inexpensive. The script is even a little bit contemporary. Which almost becomes like a joke as you're watching. It's kind of funny. But lo and behold, I'm watching it, and there came a moment by about episode 3 where I get it.
purchase, this is going to be the longest. Each bundle has the same exact thickness. They're both the same thickness. But Oracle made it. So the only thing that changed from bundle to bundle was what? The length of the bundle. So therefore, when you're going vegetable shopping, so again, you're not going to get any more of the thickness, but you can get more of the length. So if you want to get more for your money, look for the longest bundle. Lisbon Arifa. Those who seem like the Rabbi is going to go ahead and buy these. Right? Go ahead and buy the longest one. Right? Tuna pizza seem like each bundle is the same. But our colonnade, so apparently any item that's sold in bundles, often the thickness of the bundle is always the same. Where you could get more value for your money being spent is in the left. But we're this stuff by Rav. The one that usually doesn't have a lot of bread. So Lecho Yarka, you should be done. This is incredible. If you don't have a lot of bread, don't make sure not to eat a lot of vegetables. Why? Because vegetables increase one's appetite. So therefore, again, if you don't have a lot of bread to satisfy your hunger, don't go ahead and eat too much vegetables. We'll say, isn't this an incredible Muslim? He's saying is live within your means. Live within your means. So if you don't have enough money to support your appetite, don't go and do something that's going to increase that appetite. Live within your means in life. I'm going to increase stuff. Anna, what this is big. The Chizah says, Anna, lo ba'anusi afiyarka, but lo ba'asirusi afiyarka. So this says, I never ate vegetables. I never ate vegetables when I was 4, and I didn't eat vegetables when I was old. What's the shot? I'm using Yishun the gardens. Was I didn't eat vegetables when I was 4. You know, when I was 4, I never had enough bread. So I was nervous that if I was eating vegetables, it would make me very hungry. And halakha l'maisa, I would not be able to go ahead and support my appetite. And when I was wealthy, I didn't eat vegetables while I wasn't great. I said to myself, whatever space the vegetables are going to occupy, let meat and fish occupy. So when I was 4, I didn't eat vegetables because I didn't want to increase my appetite. And when I was wealthier, so I could watch that waste stomach space. But vegetables, let me fill up that same space with meat and fish. I'm not this the bad that was appreciated. So lift some of it's incredible. So a couple who doesn't have enough bread, let him not break bread for others. So the tree, I take that back. That's the Marshal's up here. Look at Rashi. Well, lift up to Rashi says, "Lo yochel akshav na'at shiyim solo, ula akasha na'at ifnei she'imo derech siya elitari yochaya." We'll say this is really quite fascinating. We're going to talk about Muslims as well. Chacham, who does not have a lot of bread. We'll say if you don't have a lot to eat, there's kind of like different ways to get approached. You can eat a little bit very often, or you can save your little bits and have one substitute meal. So if you want to suggest that if I were to come to if you don't have a lot of bread, don't get some sweetbread, get bread with more sauce. But rather, what you do is save up your bread and have a meaningful, filling meal. Better to have one substitute for the meal than to have a series of smaller non-meals. It's an incredibly disordered life as well. And sometimes it is better to go ahead and put your efforts towards one substantive objective than to go ahead and tend to diffuse your efforts over multiple things that don't really get what you hold that conversation. This is the big challenge in life. You start on so many smaller projects. You start on starting this and starting this and starting this, and I don't finish this and I don't finish this. Sometimes it's better to pull your core, pull your effort, put into one thing, not one thing for your whole life, but one thing at a time. Pull your efforts, put it into one objective at a time, accomplish that objective, and then move on to the next thing. As opposed to so many of us try to manage multiple processes, multiple dreams, aspirations, goals, objectives at the same time, and we get nowhere. And it leaves me unsatiated on multiple levels. Better to save up your morsels so that you can put your class into one meal, one objective, one course of action, and be successful than to diffuse your purpose over many things. So I'm going to this stuff. Because it is always saying before, that if it comes from someone who doesn't have a lot of bread, you should not go ahead and distribute it to others. Why? So you should not go ahead and, because you're not able to distribute it in a generous way, unless it's incredibly so. But it's saying is, if you don't have a lot of bread, go to buy covered. Like if you don't have a lot of bread, so ultimately, again, why? Because it will say, it only makes sense to give to others if you give to others generously. With the ayn yasa, with a generous eye. But if you're not capable of giving others a generous eye, so sometimes, again, there's conventional wisdom that says, don't do it, what it says is, know what you're capable of doing. Know what sometimes there are things that we want to do, but I'm not yet really on the level to be able to do it. I'm not yet capable of doing it. What comes if I end up doing it, I do it, and I don't feel good about it, and I'm not. So what's supposed to be about chesed? Make sure you're ready to go do that. Make sure that's the right thing for you right now. Sometimes if you push yourself to do something that you're not really ready for, even if you quote unquote accomplish the task, don't do it by yourself. I'm going to be stuck. I'm going to make Carl the hobby that's in. So Christmas said it used to be that before I would sit down to a meal, I would look to the bread basket, make sure there was enough bread for my needs of the meal and for the needs of the others at the meal as well. I'm going to be stuck. I'm on the actually the make of Nama. So Krista says, if somebody has the ability to eat barley bread, and if they eat bread, however he's being a wasteful individual. Someone who's able to drink beer, but instead drinks wine, he's being wasteful. What he's saying is as follows. If you can get by on an inferior item, but instead you choose a superior item, that is a wasting of money. So if you can get by on barley bread, which is inferior, but instead you spend your money on wheat bread, that's not passion, that's wasting. You can get by on beer, but instead you go ahead and you drink wine, which is more expensive, that's wasting. The last message, Gemara says that is not true. Why? But wheat bread is better for the body than barley bread, and wine, everyone knows, is better for the body, is better for the soul than beer. And therefore, again, it's not about any case that's physically beneficial. Anything that's physically beneficial is always going to step up. And in fact, it says, go ahead and subsist on inferior possessions, subsist on barley bread and beer, when you could go ahead and do better for yourself without about Pharisees by the covenant. You know, there's like this. The Gemara says, I'm not this stuff. You're going to buy meat. Use the meat. Better justify the neck of the other. Why?
This show, they have 7 seasons out there. You can watch it for free. It's like on any food. Like if you have an Apple TV, you can just look up there, the chosen app, and sometimes the chosen app, so it's an app thing. Or you can watch it on YouTube, or you can watch it. I think Netflix eventually bought it. Now they're showing it. Basically, you can see it anywhere they can wait for the kitty. It's got white Bible. And
make sure to buy it from Nar Abba.
I thought it was fantastic that season 2 came
Buy
out.
the
So
linen
they made all
garments
this
of
money,
Nar Abba.
and they're doing all
The
these
next thing of plus is
they've got some ancient GUINNESS
the Nishit late facing Yashi Shasavana. I guarantee you, if you buy this quality linen garments from Nar Abba, and you should have seen it every 30 days, it will last you for a whole year. And I'm happy to guarantee such a thing. Like money back guarantee. My kissing your son.
And they're incredible. These sets are unbelievable. It's like China in Utah in fantastic. And the characters are like they all have money for three costumes probably, and so they're kind of making do with what they have. But they've got this guy playing the Leggett there who is hilarious. In the first season, he is absolutely hilarious, and the show is great. And then he, like proper television, you're watching it, and you're starting to love these characters. You're starting to like it's you know what it is. The bread and butter of Hollywood is revenge. Like that's what makes that's the fuel that pushes most Hollywood movies. It is much more difficult and requires much more maturity. You shouldn't go ahead and this kid Dallas Jenkins, they call him a kid, but he's not a kid. That's a soul. He's super great. He is making every single episode as effectively as it's the Gospels about forgiveness. And he has done this magnificent, unbelievable achievement. And the show is huge. It makes 7 seasons. They built a studio outside of Dallas Fort Worth on Salvation Army property that they found sound stages. And it is and that's like watching any and they're making programming that should have been on HBO, should have been produced by HBO the way it rolls. And instead it's just it's coming out of the ether. And it's almost like with the inattention given to
he gave them the following advice. These were his married daughters.
or rather the way that people are making things are focused on wrath and revenge.
How so?
Like this other thing like the Pendragon cycle and the shows that have kind of
so again, it actually comes out of here
out of the
that
vacuum
the issue was
maybe
your
broadcasters
and your husband, well, you will become a little bit impulsive in your husband's eyes. No safe when Yaakov Alayla, also don't eat vegetables yet. No safe when Kami Balayla, don't eat dates at night.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a very unusual time where the people that are producing things don't have a complete monopoly on what people say. And many of the times these alternative things have gotten much larger than the mainstream. I find it like almost impossible to get a movie on. Like I'm like an independent filmmaker. I go out there and I usually like work on a script, figure out the budgets, and figure out the and I go out and hit the pavement. It's really hard part of the because I'm not a flat earther. I am not a flat earther. I just like but I go out there and I try to get this stuff made, and it's like almost impossible. And then I built a technology company over the last year, and basically making AI movies. And all of a sudden, boom, like that money gets thrown at it, and all of a sudden, just by attaching the word AI, that it's a technology-based company, all of a sudden, investors, came in, and we're in production on 3 films now. I know that's the crazy thing, is that it was so easy for me to get that going, it's so difficult for me to get the traditional movie going through the traditional route, between blah, 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 trying to like get payment. I have to go to Europe to gather together financing and everything like that. No, just put AI in front of it. All of a sudden, you're in production on 3 features, and we're making a Christmas movie with the family. Christmas movie in theaters this holiday season. We're making a faith-based film for next year, and we're making kind of romantic or like as classical movies, we have like a proprietary stack of technology that we use for our process. And I partnered with this company, Massive Studios AI, and from my company, which is General Cinema Dynamics, and based here in Texas now. And my company is an absolute transition. And it's like, it's actually kind of, I think, so many people are against AI, like on the airplane. But he's like, fuck AI, fuck AI, but all it is visual effects. And I have experience like the visual in what used to be $1 million in edit is now $5,000. And so to do it really well, like it looks kind of amazing. So I think for independent cinema and for the future of
film and television production. These are super exciting times. Alright, Roger, we just burned 3 hours plus. Yeah, it's already 4:50 this house. Okay, here with you. Alright, so I pulled up. This is an absolute right. This is proper. This is proper NASA. This is a 4TV. There's 3 different boxes at the bottom. As you can see, this way it goes this offline. So as I showed you also, I pulled up the philosophy.
And by the way, you also can't soak that. Okay. Because once they send it out, so what happens?
This channel has a
Amazing,
3D model
amazing how they
showing where the satellite currently is. You can still
you
follow
cancel
along.
that. Remember again, let's just
30
finish
minutes
this.
ago,
The
it was
soaking of
offline.
that
I'm showing a different feed. I wish I could have showed it to you then.
or the one over the next order to get the
So,
current east
God, there's
rise
a
to the
flat
top.
Earth YouTube
So the
girl.
Gemara says,
Now asking
below
exactly
two height planet.
what is it?
Does not reflect the view of the power planet. Pretty much east in the Kaaba. Remember again, the Mishnah ultimately allowed Allah for the usage of a sieve and a sifter. Right, that what we do,
Connections lost.
transporting items from point A to point B. So Allah allowed that. The Gemara just says they are using the benefit of the Torah of the Yaakov. So Allah can't be a sieve or a sifter.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Mustafa here for today.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much. All right, bye,
All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin this beautiful week we are ahead of us today. I want to begin by thanking our sponsors. Our sponsors for the month of Av coming with the hope and tefillah. This is for the young people filled with joy and the this. Thank our week of learning sponsors, Ira Maria Grossman, for dedicating this year in this beautiful commemoration of the Yaakov of Ira's mother, Faith of Ashmor. Avram and Gali Elbaum, who is very sort of 37 years old, from Avram's grandmother, Rose Werner, Rachel Bastanot, and the merit of her devotion, the Sarah Bastanot,
Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
So good to see you.
It's really good to see you.
What's happening?
Everything?
Are you good? Right?
Yeah, I am. I'm good now.
Yeah.
It's been a few years.
I thought about you the moment Bobby said he was going to run for president. You were the first thing I thought about.
Thank you.
Because I'm a huge fan of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I thought you were amazing on that show.
Thank you.
It's such a good show. It's maybe one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. And I was like, she's not built for this.
Teachers have not built for this.
Nobody is. She's the only one person I've ever met that somehow or another survives it and seems exactly the same. Most people who are attacked like that, it's just like, it is a natural human instinct when you're rejected by your tribe to feel terrified and filled with anxiety. But that's why people do it, and that's what encourages groupthink. Because you're terrified and you wind up agreeing to things that are fucking insane. Because you don't even know what you're agreeing to. You just don't want to be rejected by your tribe. This is how they keep people involved in these weird ideologies and eventually become cults. And I think you can make a really good argument that both the right and the left, that in a certain section of each one of these political parties, it's a cult.
Yes, because they're, most of us are sort of in the center, right? And then you have the 10% on this side and 10% on this side that are so extreme and loud, and they keep everybody fired up, and it is cult-like.
It's weird to watch and tell how people get captured in it. I was just watching this video with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher had Al Grohl on. Bill Maher was talking about how Jimmy Kimmel won't talk to him anymore. Like they have this like spat because of politics. Bill Maher is very much a left-wing person. He has been his whole life. He has not changed his opinions at all. He's been very reasonable and willing to criticize the left as well. Right?
Yes.
And I don't know if it was because he had dinner with Trump, he met with him, which is just crazy. He's supposed to talk to people that are the president of the United States.
It is crazy. I know. I was just talking to Bill Maher, and we were talking about this. Yeah, because he was like, said exactly what you said. I sat down and had dinner with the president, and people went insane. Yeah, and so people, listen, I know that feeling because even when Bobby started running for president, even when he started running as a Democrat, people were angry. Democrats were angry.
It's like these are not the type of people you ever want in any position of power. They're the least charitable, most vicious people. The moment you are running against them in a political party, they will pull all the stops, take things out of context, lie about you.
Yes. Even if you're in their party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Which was challenging because like Hollywood is competitive and it's hard, and you're hustling, you're working really hard, but you're not trying to tear other people down. So politics, as soon as you say, as soon as he said, before that, people were coming after him.
They were always
coming after him, but it kicked up a notch when he decided to run president.
a big notch, I'm sure. Yeah.
And it was just, and it's just weird, and there was like a feeling of doom for me. Bobby's tough. He's so friggin' tough. Like, I was like, oh my God, how can it make it?
You know, a good indication how they come after themselves, each other, is during the debate with Kamala and Biden. Kamala was accusing Biden of, at the very least, sexual assault, right? Like it seemed like she was accusing him of sexual assault. And then when they confronted her on it, she's like, it was a debate. That's literally what she said.
That is the really strange thing about politics that I'm still getting used to, is they will viciously attack each other, and then a minute later in the hallway, it's like, hey, how's it going? And I'm still in shock, I'm still angry about what just happened in there, and they're already over it. They're already like, yeah, that's politics, that's what we do.
Did you see the debates with Mitt Romney and Barack Obama?
You'll have to travel. You'll have to
spread out some of that up. God, why can't we go back to that?
Like civilized.
Completely.
Yeah.
For Mitt Romney, I read Mitt Romney's like, he's a Mormon, like super religious guy, never swears, probably doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
He's like super polite.
Yes.
And then Barack Obama, because, they're matching each other's energy, he was very polite too.
Yeah.
They disagreed on many things, but they were talking about what they wanted to do,
Right.
not how this guy's a piece of shit, and they've been stealing and robbing and this and that,
Or how they look. Turn into that, where it's
which is crazy when you make fun of his own hair. Like, he makes fun of his comb over. It's like, here it is, I'm a raw man at the University of Denver for hospitality. Okay, this is just a comparison between that was the Biden ones with Trump were the worst because they're trying to map Trump's energy. Trump's energy.
Well, they didn't know how to debate him.
Yeah.
And that's what
I think
he does well.
if you want to diffuse that, what you would say is, like, this is not productive for anybody. Like, if you want to have like a completely separate conversation about who's a bigger piece of shit, and you want to do a podcast and you and me talk about how I think you're a piece of shit, you think I'm a piece of shit, that's one thing. But you have X amount of time to say how you're going to run the country, and what you think is wrong with the policies, what you think is wrong with where we're spending money, what you think is all of the above.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And the idea that you can't win that way is crazy.
It is crazy.
It's crazy.
And it's really weird too that some, not all, politicians really work on, I gotta get a catchphrase in there.
Trump's really good at that. Like, he names people, Crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe. It works.
It works. It did work. I mean, because people get so thrown off, they don't know how to respond to pain. Like you said, that's what they should say, but they just get so thrown off that it's just paralyzed.
Well, at least in this day and age, there's a method through social media for you to respond. If something you think is inaccurate or whatever, you can respond. But there was a time where there was nothing, and whatever political party was in power, they controlled everything. They controlled all the news stories about you. They controlled everything. There's a great story with Hunter S. Thompson and Ed Muskie's running for president. And Hunter S. Thompson makes this crazy rumor about how he's addicted to Ibogaine, and he has a Brazilian witch doctor who comes in and treats him. And this guy literally cracks on the campaign trail because Hunter S. Thompson said this, made up this crazy story about him. And this guy, you see him having nervous breakdowns on the campaign trail, like his subsequent speeches are all like nuts, and he falls off. But he was like a front runner at one point in time, or at least he was very competitive, and it just
It's the power of words, which, by the way, when Bobby decided to run, and I know you talk about this in my book, but when he came on your podcast, it was a game changer, right? Because everything that you're saying is true, and the press was going hard. They still do. They were going hard at Bobby, like he's this, he's that. Here's what he thinks. Here's what he represents, and then he came on your podcast, and you guys had a conversation, and you're curious, and you're a great listener, and you're not judgmental, and people heard what Bobby had to say, and it changed everything for him.
Well, I think it helped also that I knew who he was. I read his book, and I had also had negative opinions of him before I actually read what he said.
What were your opinions?
Before the pandemic, I was firmly on the side of science. I was much more of a left-wing leaning person. I just assumed these people running universities, these academics, whatever they said was accurate. Everybody else was full, and they believed in snake oil and witchcraft. Right? That's what I thought. And then during the pandemic, I was like, okay, these experts are clearly lying. I know they're lying because they're literally lying about me, right? So,
which was crazy. So when you're in it, and you know who you are, and you know how you're feeling, what your body is doing, and other people, news outlets are saying, that's not true. It's gotta feel so weird.
Well, it felt really weird because they weren't addressing the fact that I was healthy. That was crazy. So you're talking about this massive pandemic, and you've got this guy in his 50s. I'm supposed to be a vulnerable person, and I'm in my 50s, and I got over it in a couple of days, and I'm telling everybody how I did it, and they're saying that I'm some quack who's taking veterinary medicine.
Right.
Which is just a flat out lie. It was weird. Yeah, it was weird what I did. It didn't give me anxiety. It made me laugh a lot. I laughed a lot. Because fortunately, during this entire time period, I was doing stand-up and hanging out with comedians. We all thought it was so funny. Like, bro, CNN is so full of shit. This is crazy. And everyone believed it.
Yeah, and you have this outlet, and you were able to talk about it and tell people. So it's like,
they thought they were picking on me because they thought they were the bully, but during the whole exchange, they were like, oh my god, this thing's way bigger than we thought it was.
Yeah.
So my show was like 10 times more listeners and viewers than their show, which is crazy. Because all I can do is come on here and go, are you fucking out of your gut? Do I need to sue you people? You guys are cracked.
It is crazy. So you saw things firsthand that you hadn't experienced before.
Yeah. And then when I read Bobby's book, one of the things that I knew about Bobby before...
The Fauci book?
Yes, The Real Anthony Fauci, which was just... I would read it, I would listen to it on audio tape in the sauna. So I'm sitting there cooking at 196 degrees, where you're already kind of freaking out because you're staying there so long before you die. That's the whole key of the sauna. You can get it way before you're going to die, and that's when you get out. But if you stayed in there for a few hours, you're a dead man. And so I'm kind of freaking out already, and I'm like, this is the nuttiest story of a guy and his cohorts who have been doing this kind of shit. The same shit they were doing during the pandemic, suppressing other medication, promoting something that they had that they were going to make a massive profit off of, gaslighting people, lying about the data, lying about... This is the thing they did during the AIDS crisis.
And they're footnote after footnote reference after reference,
Exactly.
saying here's this, here's that. I'm not making this
No
up.
lawsuits. No one's trying to sue him. And this is one thing I keep bringing up. If that was lies, people would document how it's not true. They would show the actual paperwork. They'd show the actual data. This is how it's not. No, it's all true. You go, well, how do I not know this? And what kind of irresponsible journalism do we have in this country where this has happened, and it takes this one guy to publish this book before people start talking about it? I also knew his work as an environmental journalist, and I think that's a very important thing for people to realize. Like, what he did was essentially help clean up the East River, and if it wasn't for him and his work, that would still be probably a polluted shithole unless somebody else came along and stopped these corporations from polluting the river and then forced them to clean it up.
Right.
That shot you can't take.
And by the way, when people talk about Bobby and they want to paint him as somebody who is trying to hurt people or kill people or whatever that sounds like or looks like, when you look at his career and who he is and what he's accomplished, he spent a lot of time suing huge corporations because they're polluting waterways. Because it's hurting people, killing people, giving people cancer. So why would he spend all of his life fighting for people, fighting for individuals, and then suddenly change and want to really hurt a lot of people? It just doesn't track. It doesn't make sense at all.
Well, the whole thing came about because of vaccines. And his questioning of the vaccine narrative, which is now way more mainstream. Because I, like many people, said the scientists must be correct. Everybody else is a kook. You gotta get your vaccines, gotta do whatever you have to do. But I was also pretty aware of, I had a friend who had a child that they vaccinated him, and when they vaccinated him, he stopped responding his whole life. And he firmly believed it was because of the child's reaction to the vaccines. That's a taboo to bring up. When you bring that up, people immediately back off. They get scared. They get nervous. I firmly believe that when you have this sort of a visceral reaction to any sort of subject like that, without a rational examining of what is objective truth, when you have that visceral reaction, something's happened. You've been co-opted. There's a thought in your head that you can't question this, or you'll be ostracized, and you cast out of the crew, the tribe, you're out. Yeah, and that's what everyone's afraid of.
Because that is what happens, as we've seen. But to that point, as a mother, it's so frustrating to hear parents say, this is my experience, this is the experience I had with my own child. I'm with this child every day. After the vaccine, there was a change. This is what happened. This is my experience. And for people to get mad at them for even, like you're saying, talking about it, they're not allowed to talk about the experience they had or ask why it happened or, let people talk to each other to see if they have shared experiences that can lead us to something better. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And it shouldn't be accepted. We shouldn't communicate like that. It's not smart. We've been lied to so many times. I mean, why would you just assume that stopped, that has ended? And then, of course, pharmaceutical drug companies have lied about, or at least been wrong about the amount of drugs that they have made. It's substantial. It's huge.
Well, that's the question. So we understand and accept that there have been drugs out there that everybody thought were good, were helpful, and then 10 years later, 20 years later, companies, scientists, whoever realize, actually, they're doing harm to good.
What it's in with birth defects in children.
It's, what
They used to prescribe that to mothers.
Well, it's even like getting x-rayed. They used to have mothers, that were pregnant,
I don't want to
X-ray
see for
to
the
see how
diary
the baby was doing
Lucifer's coming
for a long time.
who
It'd be
teach
cool if you
a
gave
lot
us
of us to empty
You know, like
themselves.
in the science.
Yeah, and that works out in a good way.
If you feel a little off, it's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. But you don't have to spraying yourself right again. It all starts with making small changes to your routine, and one of those is AG1. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing that you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop, done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan.
Yeah, it's intense.
Do you ever see those images of what happened to the women that used to work in those X-ray offices? So every day they used to have to turn on the X-ray machine and X-ray their hand to make sure that it would work, and they all got like hand cancer. Oh, it's horrible. It's weird because they have one hand that looks normal and one hand that looks like a wicked witch hand.
Right, so
It's very strict because we didn't know any better.
right, because we didn't know nobody was out to kill anybody, to murder, to do harm, but it was doing harm. So let's take a step back, readjust, and do something different.
Well, the extreme amount of money that pharmaceutical drug companies have put into making sure that they're in control of the narrative, or at least they're influencing the narratives. Like, this is a slam.
Wow.
The verdict, thank you. The verdict. Right, exactly. Right, they write the verdict, but they're also
That's just for X-raying your hair.
They grew
Somebody
shotgun.
use it to
They
calibrate
speak
the machine.
process. Ella RK had that on it. This is the
That lady
lawyer.
cooked her hands. Isn't that awful? Oh, it's so spooky.
That's really crazy.
The idea
Well,
of
what are they? Yeah, I don't know the answer to this, but
people think
what are the things, that we have to go through the airport?
but when
Oh,
it comes
travel,
out to
yeah.
the
That's radio. Yeah, that's like their radio frequency, right? What is that? So let's pull that up. I do not think that that's dangerous. But
their
look,
client
there's a lot of people that think
what
Wi-Fi is
to
dangerous.
say,
There's a lot of people that think that 5G is dangerous. They think that EMF from even electric cars is dangerous.
that's when it comes
There's
down
people
to
telling you you
how
shouldn't have
people
earbuds in
have
your
that
ears.
Like,
You know,
don't
you
be
should
like
only
boys.
listen with a cord or a speaker if you can.
Right.
So
Yeah.
something
Well, it
very
makes sense.
specific
Yeah.
was more interested
Going
in
directly into your
this
But
arrival
it's like, how many
Can't
people
be.
are wearing AirPods and how
So
little
did check
damage does it
the
actually do?
show can
That's
have
the
long
question. It's like,
how
what's the real issue? Most TSA bystanders use millimeter wave radio waves. So not X-rays and do not add your ionizing radiation exposure. So it's not X-ray based, right? It's a radio wave. But is it? What is it? Is it dangerous? How does the dose compare to a flight? What is that? X-ray scanners? That's just scanners.
Right,
Is there any damage? Just like a
mind safe that this is okay.
millimeter wave scanner radiation. Is it dangerous? Is there any dangerous? Health and Radiation Protection Agencies note that doses from older backscatter X-ray scanners were extremely low. And whatever. Meanwhile, they fucking don't go anywhere near it. They turn their right.
Exactly.
In this office, they
No,
hide behind
they
a
go into
red
the other room, and you're like, what?
They're in a
This
fucking
thing is like
bunker.
right next to my head, and yeah.
And they make you wear like a lead vest over
By
your
the way,
body.
Yeah, it's intense.
Do they still do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't got one of those with lead vest in a while.
No, and you're right, they go into the other room, and they're like, no rooms. You're just sitting there with them.
under your leadership has been
I don't outrage here. I'm just curious. It's just fine, like.
TSA
All of us had a household,
major health
someone
agencies do not see
unfortunately
any proven health risk at the levels used, but people still raise a few
Therefore,
practical
again,
concerns.
honest
Millimeter
judges,
wave
good
scanners use
society.
low-powered
Honest
non-kinetic
head of
radio
household,
waves.
good
Studies of
Mustafa.
reviews have
Again,
not
happy
found
Satan
harmful
has
effects, and
the
there's
actually
analysis
has
that
a
model risk for
dramatic
children,
effect,
pregnant
a
people.
dramatic trickle down
What?
effect on all
Why
those
say pregnant people?
So the murder is like that.
Which
I'm
kind of
already
people
like
can get
this.
pregnant? Do you
So
think,
it's not
hey,
bad
AI, hey, super genius, you think maybe it's women, you fucking asshole? Infrequent flyers still found low added risk from backscatter scanners, far below routine medical x-rays or even the radiation from flying itself. Well, that is a thing too.
All right, radiation in the plane.
Flying when you're flying.
I mean, there's so many things.
Just
Just like we're all going down.
Put that into perplexity. Please, why is flying, why does it give you radiation? Is it because you're closer to the sun? What is it? Your less protection? Yes. Is it what it is? You're up high. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Let's air. I saw some rare recently too. Having the screens right behind your head. You just want to know, let's get it better for you.
Well, Wi-Fi on the plane, it's like just bouncing around. Yeah. Which is crazy. I was just, the plane that I was on had the no smoking sign. It's never a good. Okay. Thank you.
They used to have that little asterisk. Remember those?
Yes. And that's all really crazy.
In this typical commercial flight, you get a small dose of extra cosmic radiation on the order of what you expect from a medical X-ray spread out over several hours. Whoa. So every time you fly, it's like getting X-ray. That's kind of crazy. What happens to pilots? Okay,
Yeah,
like this is. Do pilots have any health risks from radiation exposure while flying?
Good question.
Because I would imagine if you're flying all the time,
They're the ones that would.
it's like getting an X-ray every day.
That's, I mean, everything is killing us, right? That's why I came on. I wanted to hear what's going to kill us first. There's so many things.
Yes.
There's going to be
I don't think everything
meteorite that's going to hit us first.
could, but there's a lot of stuff keeping us alive. Pilots and other air crew do get more radiation than typical travelers, but whether that causes health problems still being studied, and any added risk appears modest on a personal level. Like they would be the ones that you would be able to stand from the best, whether or not flying, and flight attendants, whether or not flying is actually bad for you.
Well, we haven't heard anything yet.
No,
So that's good
you
news.
imagine that
Somebody would have said something.
many studies find pilots and flight attendants have higher rates of some cancers. Especially melanoma and other skin cancers, and some studies breast cancer. However, reviews say it's not clear how much of it is from cosmic radiation versus other factors such as disrupted sleep. That's true, but UV exposure during off time and lifestyle. Firm causal link to flight radiation alone has not been established. That does make sense for disrupted sleep because I talked to a pilot once who did like a lot of late night flights, and it's like your whole body is just so wrecked. Like people who do the night shift, like that can't be good for you. Your circadian rhythm's all fucked up. You're sleeping
Can
during
you
the day.
adjust though? Can you adjust?
If you can, but if you're the guy who gets the night shift every night, you're working at a factory and you punch in at like 8 p.m. Like you're not. That's just your life.
Yeah.
That's how you live.
It's like shooting a film, and you do like 3 or 4 night shoots. Someone snaps.
Yeah.
There's always one person that just like
Can't handle it.
freaking crazy. No, Chad just went. We just lost Chad. I don't know what happened to him, but he freaked out.
Some people they can't sleep. They become big babies.
Yeah, very emotional.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
Well, there's an indulgence on sets too.
So what's that look like
Actors,
in China?
it's like,
And she's a karma
there's
What's
a
that look
kind of a lack of appreciation sometimes because you just get accustomed to how fortunate you are to be able to do what you do. Very few people get to be an actor,
So the also
Yeah.
not
spazzing out
so
because you didn't get enough sleep.
Yeah, and then meanwhile the crew really didn't get enough sleep. They're working 2 hours before you went 2 hours after.
They spaz out, they'll get fired.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the difference. Like, it's not an equality thing, so these people, they're
Shalach,
where they look
they sent the
royalty.
following
Walking around the
you
film
know,
set.
regarding
Yeah,
the
it's kind of odd.
Well, it is odd, and at the same
and you
time,
go ahead and put up a canopy on Shabbos.
it's a very unique experience, right? Because this person has to be on camera, and every inch of their face is, going to be 6 feet tall in a movie theater, and so everybody's just making sure that person is doing okay, and look okay, and feel okay. Because if they don't, then they don't, you don't have anything to shoot. So everybody is just
Spread it out.
Yeah.
You do that on Shabbos. Why not give that pizza?
hydrated. Do you need water? Do you need pizza jerky?
Well, the results of that, like psychologically, over a prolonged period of time, people usually get really weird.
Yeah, agreed.
That's their normal experience.
Yeah.
Is everybody's treating them like
It's kooky, and that's why, let's start early, especially I have success early. It's not good. It's not a good way to kick off your life. It's like, this is not normal. If you think this is normal, you're going to be real sad in a few years.
And I don't think you can recover from that developmental period that way. It's different. It's different than anything else. Like, you can have a bad childhood and it'll make you more resilient, but a bad childhood in front of the whole world, and you've never had to really work, and you've never had to really struggle, and you've been famous since you're young, so your interactions with people from the time you're young is people loving you for your work, which is hard. Not good for kids.
No, it's not. And the way you look. That's a big part of it, which is hard.
Yeah.
So it's not just your work, it's like,
although we
we're
might
talking about you have to look good while you're doing it. That's part of the job.
Especially as but I used to liken it to like concrete. Like if you make concrete incorrectly, so like if you decide to mix it but you don't have enough water, or you don't decide to add water later once it's solid, it's like that's what it is. It sucks. It's just gonna be sucky, weak ass concrete. It's gonna break.
Wait, when did you get? What was your first break? Was it news radio?
Yeah, well, I was on another show before news radio called Hardball. It was a sitcom that was on Fox. That's what I actually moved out to LA for. And if that show got canceled, and if I didn't have a lease on an apartment, I would have went back to New York. I hated it.
Why did you?
Well, I didn't like the whole scene. Like it felt, I was used to
Go ahead and do so. No
fight
problem.
gyms,
That was saying
pool halls, and comedy clubs. Those are the people I was used to. They're the funniest, like most brash, blunt people. And everybody's cracking on everybody. And it's like, it's jolly. Those are jolly places for the most part. And then I went from there to this weird world of groupthink. And so like a reporter every day, you get really upset. And I would keep telling them, like, that's the devil's rag. Like, why are you reading it? Like, don't read that.
Right, because they're just masturbating. Get the role, or they didn't get the film, or whatever. It is odd, but yes, that's
cooking. And it's also the group thing. It's like, I saw it right away. Like, if a film was really good, if everybody decided it was really good, you could say, I fucking hated it. Like, there was this Jack Nicholson movie where he played this asshole, and I think it was Helen Hunt played. Yes, that one. And I was like, Jesus Christ, like, what? The whole idea of being a racist, like, it just didn't make any sense. And I remember everybody saying, what an amazing movie. I'm like, God, I felt bad for her. Like, get the fuck out of that relationship. Find someone who's nice to you. This is crazy. This is crazy. Like, it didn't make any sense. And I remember, like, arguing with people on set about it. Like, they were all like, it was an amazing film. Like, they had to say it. Right. It was Jack Nicholson. It was an amazing movie. Like, that one was fucking depressing, man. Like, that was all that poor lady had. This fucking asshole, this old asshole.
It's like the movie Precious.
I didn't see that. Yeah, that was.
You're just watching it, you're like, whoa.
A young dude that fell out right next to Shabbos. Now, what we don't know is what we can know,
it just gets worse by the end of it.
Someone died on
Feeling like, why are we
now, what the next about the story is, was it done to like Friday or was it done to Sunday?
Okay, so then you got
That was the what happened.
news radio.
I stayed in LA just because I had
Rabbi Yochanan said, if you have non-Jews,
I'm not kidding. I was so
non-Jews
mad.
You were not going to.
So mad because I did this sitcom for 6 episodes, so I had so money. It was like how much money would it cost me to just
Again,
fucking
what
pay
we're not
this
sure about is
stuff
whether
for
you
just
want
the
to shout
jet.
out. But what
And I
we
was
do
like,
know is that
I'm
the end
going
of
to
the
stay
day,
here. And then I
we
got
allow for
development
non-Jews
deal with
to
NBC.
go ahead
And they had this
start
pilot before I
I'm a lover. Love
did
is
the show. They said we have this show
Maybe
that we have
Yom
a pilot
Tov
for, but we're
is
going to fire this
asked
one person on the pilot. In which you come in, yeah, well, it was actually
we allow non-Jews.
Did you know at the time?
well, he
We
got
allow
fired.
non-Jews to
It's
come
Ray
to
Romano.
for a Jew
Oh,
on
He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, for
He's
sure. What
awesome.
happens if the person
And
dies?
I worked with Ray like
Yeah.
lots of times in New York. But Ray got fired, and then they replaced him with another guy who's in the pilot. And then they decided to fire that guy. So I was like, well, at least I'm not taking Ray's job. I'm taking. But then Ray went on to do Everybody Loves Raymond.
Yeah, he did okay.
Him getting fired was the best thing that ever happened. So then I go in, and they let me watch the pilot. It was already made. And so I got to see this film more. And then Dave Foley, Candy Alexander, Omar Tierney, Andy Dick, and Stephen Rowe. I'm like, holy shit. I got to be on this show. It was so amazing. So I did that. And then
Well, how long was news radio?
The person dies, the first day, you have non-Jews buried.
but it really wasn't
Person dies of
It was only popular on
even
reruns.
Jews are
Once it
really
got in syndication, because we moved around like over the course of 5 years, 9 times, I believe.
When you were doing news radio,
that's
right.
Positional
I don't know what years.
It was 94 to
Okay.
99.
Okay.
Shove the other
So I got Curb Your Enthusiasm in '99. So before that,